Hello. So did we get... Where's all this garbage, actually? Oh, fuck, I forgot about this entirely. Whoops. Okay. Well, I mean... Oh, we did most of it. We have everything we need to. Okay, we're good. Looks fine. Yeah, everything seems fine here. Other maybe the invoices. Oh, that's right, I kept that because it was the... Okay. Everything else was good. Actually, do I just want to... real quick, just store garbage in there. Alright. At least all the plastic garbage. Alright. Alright, where am I? Okay. Bunch of lag. What's time? About 8, okay. Actually, we should be going above. Because we ran here, didn't we? I don't have any more of me.
Sorry.
What?
You're a creepy one.
I remember when prices were like this way back when.
All grape in the whole browser. And now you can leave. There you are.
Alright.
See ya.
Oh, bottom floor or... Oh, I think I see you. Yeah, I just came. Oh yeah, I'll be up there in just a minute.
Oh yes, I will go to my hotel to grab my necessary equipment.
I wonder, should I add my... Oh! Oh no, I do have okay there. I haven't been contacted. Okay. Alright, what do we have on the agenda for today? I have no idea. Probably something to do. Oh, I do need to work on that contract thing, and then I need to file a subpoena that I forgot about. That's about it, though. Alright, I'm trying to get more in the flow of things. Yesterday I was, let's see, what happened? The day before, yesterday, I ended up like sleeping like 14 hours for some reason. Probably because, I don't know, I was very tired from physically working on things for the first time in a while. And then the day after that was, or yesterday I should say, was Sunday. And I was feeling like a lazy day. And I was planning on streaming, but I ended up getting very absorbed in a video game. Let me see. This came automatically, but let's see who's on team. Radios? Okay. Tree larks. Alfie? Alfie? That's not who I'm thinking this, right? I thought James was on, I guess he got off. I guess he did get off, alright. Alright. She knew... She knew Judge. Actually, she might be a court clerk, now that I think about it. I think in that case I need to do... Let me real quick finish mine. Are you a court clerk, miss?
Well, no, I'm a paralegal,
Oh, okay.
but everyone left because they're mad.
Well, they're mad at what?
I'm not exactly sure because I don't know what they were looking at, but something about appeals, I think.
Appeals? Let me check the
Yeah,
docket.
something changed, I guess. And they were all like, we're all going off duty and we're angry and we're going to the pier. So fuck you, basically. I was like, but I just got here and I waited an hour for you guys.
Well, I'd be happy to teach you some if you'd like.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let's see. My name is Lis. L-I-S. Lis Bajek.
Liz? My
Yeah,
name
here's
is
my number.
Jennifer.
Nice to meet you, Jennifer. So, I could... Wait, where'd she go?
Did you get my number?
Yep. It's,
Okay, good.
Jennifer...
I'm not exactly sure what was going on, but...
Oh yeah, I guess you don't have access to the government emails, so you may not be aware. Let me read it off to you. And oh, same. The norm right now is just to appeal everything judges rule on, especially huts. Appeals will be extremely hard to get approved. We will not approve appeals due to MDT errors, etc. Judges have the ability to rule, well, knowing MDT issues happen, and rulings will be final regarding that. So that's the entirety of evidence will be looked at during appeals. If a small piece of evidence is left out or missing, or not presented but otherwise would not alter the outcome of the case, the appeal is going to be denied.
Okay.
Business form?
Is that bad?
70?
That kind of sounds, you know, standard.
How much money you got on me?
Oh, that, and we're beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's going to be 75%, or greater than 75%.
Oh, we're
Oh.
so close. I have
Okay.
34.
Which I didn't think that was the case. Actually, I missed the part there. That part there. Okay, that's an interesting thing. That feels like a change, but
Does that mean they're lowering the burden of proof?
they're claiming it's beyond a reasonable doubt, but beyond a reasonable doubt, at the absolute strictest, it's 99%. In practice, it's more like 90%. So 75% though feels like there's there's a lot of room there.
Yeah, I guess I can kind of understand why that would upset some people.
Honestly, I don't think it's going to change too much because judges we're going to rule however they decided to rule. Probably same as usual.
I was here with Mr. Patas.
Hugo.
That guy. Yeah, Hugo. And Ulf. And I feel like both of them said something like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Oh my.
After seeing that.
Alright, let me call them. Let me just... Alright, I have to be
I
the...
think they're like super dooming.
Yeah, I have to be the moral support. I was originally the... what do you call it? The mascot character for the lawyers, but...
Which is fine, but like, I just became a paralegal like the other day.
Yeah, they... I'll talk to them about it.
Hey boss, what's up?
Hey, I'm gonna put you on speaker real quick. So,
Okay.
So I've been hearing from Jennifer here that you were super dooming over something.
I'm not the one who's super dooming, to be honest with you. I'm upset about the situation, but a bunch of the lawyers are very, very upset about the situation. If you want to talk about it, we're all down at Del Perro. I currently have just taken some time for myself so that I can like analyze the situation and not act rashly.
Okay.
Like that's what I've said to other paralegals and lawyers as well. Is I'm like, if you want to come down and talk this out, we're gonna go talk this out. I'm gonna take some time because I don't want to be representing anybody right now, especially if I end up accidentally, you know, directing the feelings improperly. So I just want to take some time and sit over and talk this out and like try and figure some things out with some of the people who are even more upset than I.
All right, that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I'll head down then.
All right, cool.
I'll head down then to Del Perro. You said beer?
Sounds good. Yeah, there are a lot of people, like, there was already discussions from some other members of the PDO about, like, quitting and stuff like that yesterday.
Oh my.
I'm not going to lie. I'm trying to hold the boat together, but I also understand that their feelings are their feelings, and they have a right to feel that way, and it's justified in some sense. So I'm walking a line. That's what I'm doing.
I'll save the day again. Don't worry. So.
Yeah, you
All right.
try and do that. I mean, you can take it a swing at it, but we're just gonna, like I said, I think a discussion is a good idea. We can at least, you know, talk about where we're at and where we're thinking. This might be a good idea for the therapist lawyer to be around.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come down and
Okay.
we can talk about it.
Yep. Talk to you soon. Like I said, there's a bunch.
All right. Yeah. See you then.
All right. Bye.
Would you like to come down?
Okay, but do you see what I mean?
Yeah, that would definitely sounded like a super dooming conversation there. That's for
Tensions are very high right now.
it sounded like you saying I'm trying not to dupe in the moment, but I mean maybe it's I have an expectation that things are well, maybe I shouldn't have that expectation. That things are just going to get worse unless I make them better. And so
Yeah, I just don't really know what to think because I'm like very fresh faced and happy in life.
okay, that's good.
Everyone seems so
Jaded.
yeah, that's the word.
Over time you face a lot of stuff that is somewhat disheartening, and there's oftentimes not much in the way of repercussions you can take. And so to see it happen over and over again can make some people jaded.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like for me, I've been having a little bit of trouble with some motivation myself recently. I was the chief of the PDO, Public Defense Office, but I have been fired because I'd gone on strike because we had all the lawyers had a pay cut, and it was done without even telling any of us. And
That's not very nice.
yeah, and so I tried to have a conversation with the Chief Justice about it. He said, no, I don't really want to have a conversation in a moment. And I was kind of offended by that. And so I said, I'm going on strike. And then he fired me. So
Oh,
I was actually in the
that's
middle.
not very good form.
I was in the middle of writing a text message saying I think I was overreacting. Actually, I'm not going on strike. And then he texted me that I was fired. And I'm like, okay, well,
Oh,
yeah. So
I'm very sorry that happened.
thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I guess it's just tough to relate because I haven't been through what you guys have been through.
Yeah, like I've spent a good 5 months trying to make sure that the Public Defense Office was working out well and doing my best to give everything to it. So
This is technically my first day other than when I got hired.
the morale is not in the greatest right now. I apologize. I wish it could. I'll try and make it better. And something I wish I could is then I will.
Well, I believe in you.
Thank you. Thought I had a car here. Oh, well, I'll try one. Let's see. Which one was it?
I think it's this one.
Man, the prices we're almost back at like pre-inflation prices. This is kind of crazy. Or like pre-wipe prices. How? It's been not like a month. I guess if nobody else taking that, let me answer. Oh, never mind. Well, actually, I didn't get answered. So, yeah.
Hello?
Hey, did you just call Laureline?
I did just call the lawyer line.
How can I help you? Oh, is it alright if I put you in speaker? I'm on paralegal at the moment.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Yeah, go ahead.
So, we're kind of, me and my associate, my business partner, we are kind of in a sticky not a sticky situation. We're kind of in a situation that we don't know what to do. We have an organization, and we basically
Oh, hey, J-Dub.
took a
Remember,
spot
a paralegal.
in the city for our organization.
Okay.
And then we got a notification that said that we need to, oh my gosh, we need to, I want to say evacuate, but that's not the right word. We're being evicted,
Okay.
and we need to contact the DOJ.
Okay.
And we don't know how to contact the DOJ, and also like how we could get that area in the name of our business or to one of us.
Can you tell
We
me
just need
what
some
exactly
help with
the notice says?
We're not there at the moment. We ran down to the courthouse.
Okay.
Do you remember what it said? Notice to vacate. Contact DOJ within 72 hours.
Oh, okay. So more than likely what that means is that the, let's go. They're looking to, they don't think anybody is living there at the moment, and so they're issuing you a notice that you have to leave the area unless you contact DOJ within 20 or 72 hours. So if you just go to City Hall at the moment, I believe there should be a blue-haired lady around there. She is the head clerk. You should be able to contact her, and she'll be able to help you out.
Okay, so I should talk to a clerk.
Yes.
Okay. There's nobody here right now, but I will keep my eye out for her.
Yeah. So,
Is there any, like, should I, like, call a number for a clerk, or, like, I just need to get lucky?
Sadly, there's no number for them, but just hang out in City Hall, and if you're just there for a good 10 minutes, you should see someone pop up.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, are they here? Where are they, actually? Oh, they're there.
Del Perro. Oh yeah, the lawyer doom circle.
The Lawyer Doom Circle, yeah, that's what it is. Amazing. Doom Circle.
But here's the thing.
Hello.
I have no way to get in contact with that individual or anything because
You're aware of the
I
shit
was
show
never
list?
able to get anything.
Wait, I'm sorry. So they didn't like go up to the prison and commute his sentence or anything?
They said they were going to, and then they just disappeared when I was trying to get up there. I got up there and they were gone. They weren't there.
Wait, where's he go? Wait, where's he go? I thought Hugo was there.
He's right back there.
Hugo's phone locked.
Oh, okay. So...
Oh wait, are you the person that said we were dooming down here?
She's the paralegal. That's a...
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
Did you say we were dooming down here?
That's what the DA said.
Wagner?
Yes, ma'am.
It's Warner, not Wagner.
Oh, yep, that is her.
Oh, well, I mean, that was cool of you, I guess.
I mean, isn't that what you're doing?
Not really. No, we're having a generalized discussion as a group of people who are upset about something.
It also 100% wasn't anyone else's business.
No, it wasn't
Holy,
your business to tell anyone as a paralegal.
I mean, I think it's part of my business.
Can we have an in-character meeting about this?
It's really not, ma'am.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just here to learn, guys, but when...
You're not doing a very good job. The first thing you should have done was not tell them because they are the enemy.
Tell who?
No, don't.
She was-
don't.
She was just
fucking
talking to
go
me
there,
about it, that's
Stella.
all.
I'm not sure what
Oh,
you're
we're
talking
just
about.
saying Gordon, or was it Gordon or was it Evelyn? Or both of them?
The short guy.
Who,
No,
oh,
everyone
yeah.
didn't say anything. I don't think.
Yeah, Gordon said that you were telling people we're all dooming at the pier or some shit. Just not cool, you know? We're all like a team. We're all like a family. We just, we're allowed to doom, and we're allowed to do it in private. So just, you know, consider it next time moving forward.
I mean, I'm just trying to do my job, guys. So when everyone goes off duty and comes here to do whatever you guys are doing as a family,
We're
that also
fishing and
affects
discussing
me.
how the state is currently fucking us.
Yeah,
If
that's
you want to
okay.
consider that dooming, then frankly, you may be better served at the district attorney's office as a paralegal.
No, thank you. I'm going to be a lawyer,
Well,
whether you guys help me with that or not.
I hate that Aaron went like. Why is he trying
No
to
one's
handle everything
denying you
out of character? It's very
any,
cringe.
mentoring, okay? We're just saying next
I
time
mean, you
be
guys
a
all
little,
left.
be a
So I
little
kind of
more.
did get denied when you guys all left.
What?
I said you guys all left the courthouse.
I mean, I wasn't at the courthouse, so I'm not sure who you're
Exactly.
referring
So
to.
I'm not sure I was referring to you when I said dooming.
I think if you're conflating
I think a
people
lot of you are
choosing to
taking
go,
this personally, and it wasn't about you guys. It was about the people that were there for me.
I think if you're conflating people having the ability to go off duty and actually take a break instead of choosing to stay on duty all the time and do mentoring, I feel like those two things aren't the same.
Again, don't care about that. I contacted someone about it. They showed up to help me, and then they went off duty. I am not specifically talking about you or the women I've never met before.
I think you just stepped into a bad moment for the entire PDO.
Yeah, I understand. You guys have been through a
And
lot. You seem very jaded.
You shouldn't have said dooming, and definitely not.
I
to
didn't think it was that
DA
big of a
or
deal. Why are they
judge.
freaking out over it? But
But on the other hand, I
offended by the
understand
word
that
dooming.
you're not aware of who they are.
I asked them if they were lawyers. They said no.
Okay, well, I'm Morgan Luna. It's nice to meet you.
It certainly feels like
please
dooming.
just
I'm
be
not.
careful in the future.
I'm not sure
how
if
you're
people would.
phrasing things.
You should probably
I will
be
try
able to see
to
a
be
murder plus
careful in
with
the future,
the
but it is not nice meeting you.
Saba OC right now. It's
Well,
They're
you know,
gonna be a
that's an
great DA.
issue.
yeah, the
I was gonna say that's my first impression now. Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna be a great DA.
people are not happy with this.
Again, I do not care if you help.
I would
me
like to have an
or
in-character
not.
meeting about things, but Dan was always like,
Again,
okay,
folks,
we'll
not
have
what
an
anyone's saying,
out-of-character
but-
meeting about it.
I am here to
And I'm
do my
like,
job.
okay, could we maybe not do
And
those? Like,
learn.
what if we like
You
role
know,
played?
honestly, this needs to be addressed, Hugo. I cannot.
What if we role played for once about things?
Here, here.
It's okay.
Come and laugh at the paraplegic.
Yeah.
What?
No,
I don't
we don't do
know.
that in our.
If we want to lower the
No.
burden, then
We're
I
not
want an in-character
assholes.
reason for it. I don't want to. Oh well, we're not lawyers or cops in real life, so we shouldn't have that. Fuck that reasoning. Actually, fuck that reasoning.
Oh my god.
What did you just do?
He's my best
Now, if you want to say we think the
Good luck,
burden
do
is
it.
currently too high, we think that the pressure on cops is a little bit too much. People are getting overwhelmed with things. We want to lower the burden for that reason. Perfectly fine, perfectly acceptable. In-character reason for why. You know, it's a very human reason.
Okay,
I
so
I hate
I'm
the
gonna
OC
ask
out of character
you-
arguments. It's very cringe.
Yeah, okay,
And if you
I
don't
can
want to
do
leave,
that.
we can all leave.
Tristan?
I haven't seen him come up.
Go check. I got diving equipment.
The fact that people are being informed about this out of character in the first place. The fact that
We're talking about if I was an
there's no meetings. Fuck it, I'll just set up a meeting myself.
Work in this situation. We were all here. I don't need
Hello? Are you okay?
Do I? Let me think about this.
No, he's
I'm
swimming.
really
He
wanting to
needs
fix things,
help.
and it's
He needs
it's
help.
bothering me. But I'm not sure I have that authority or that I should be doing that in the first place.
I'm
He's
calling
going,
TACMED.
He's going. Yeah, no, he's good.
Maybe I can like rely on others for things, but
Are they good?
It's yeah, he was screaming
Chill
help,
until
and then
Wednesday.
he swam to the shore, and now Hugo's in the water and swimming to the shore.
so I'm
Is everyone down there actually okay, or?
Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
We're
go
good.
after I call
Don't,
the
you don't need
fucking
to jump.
cops.
You don't need to
On
jump. We're
what?
good.
Morgan, stop. It's not worth it.
The decision wasn't that bad.
Like,
Let's
she just punched into the fucking water.
We don't fucking need cops here messing with us as well. Come on.
Well, that's up to him if he feels like
Everything
he was assaulted
burden.
or not.
I could just stab her.
Wait,
She's not that. Okay. You coming with us?
Well, I don't think they want me to come. With
I
you
don't think they do, but
guys.
I'd like you to. So.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Then I'm sorry.
I'm
You know,
sorry. I am just like not very nice when people gang up on me.
that's fine. You know, I don't think it was warranted what they were talking about there.
Yeah, that was
I very much so didn't like that.
crazy.
I apologize that there. I think they're in a little bit heated emotional state. Can you jump a second?
Oh no, I totally understand.
Thank you.
They're heated, but I'm also you know, I don't really take anything they said personally. I know they're gonna take what I said personally, but I get it. They've been through a lot.
Yeah.
But again, it wasn't nice to meet them. I didn't lie.
I don't think you lied either. I felt like that was it felt like dooming. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're dooming. They're emotional. I'm sure they'll get over it. Or maybe they won't.
Things have been interesting recently, but I'll try my best to do what I can. I only ask that others try to as well.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna help, you know, ease any tensions, though.
That's fine. I mean, like you said, it's like your first day as a paralegal and all that. I think that might be the reason why they're
Oh, yeah, totally.
not happy about things. But regardless, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Okay, I need that. Oh. Whew. Oh, my God.
You guys have been asked to leave, so it would be great if you guys would,
Me?
would do that, please.
Not Liz, just the other
okay.
one.
Well, you've been asked to leave.
I would like her to be here. It's her first day as a paralegal. I don't want to
No.
exclude her for no
Just
reason.
decked somebody.
She
tried to
just
kill
tried
me.
to,
An
yeah.
accident.
No, we
Oh my
definitely
God.
would like for you to leave as a group, please.
Hello, Hugo.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going, Your Honor?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Not well.
No,
Why?
Yeah, we're on the pier in the parking
No, I
lot.
don't think you're holding it.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to leave. So
Oh my God.
I would like it if you'd be here. So
Oh,
Yeah,
not
that's,
what
yeah,
I
I'm
wanna
gonna
do.
stay
Heads
if you
over?
want me to stay.
are you sure?
Hey,
Ask-
once.
I don't like people being excluded.
We can just split off. Because obviously she's not gonna leave. So.
I'm
I don't
sorry
like
for
people
whatever I
being
did.
excluded.
I don't know.
No,
Whatever
I'm
I
not going
did.
to
Guys, you didn't
intentionally
do
exclude somebody because they made a comment and people are pissed off about it.
Oh my God. Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna try and get around you. I hope I don't get your fingers.
it's
Don't
okay.
go down
I'll
the
watch my hand.
stairs.
Yeah, I'd rather roll over my fingers than fall on the stairs.
Here, Stella, can you scoot slightly
Okay.
forward, please?
Yeah,
Sit down, Tristan.
Well, let's try talking with Hugo then. So
Oh. Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
I think we all need to have a discussion. I think there needs to be, you know, actual concerns brought forward. We should make a list. We should talk it over. I also don't think that if anybody's so heated with this situation that it would be a good idea for them to be representing other people possibly. Just because of the fact that, you know, it's very hard to compartmentalize when in feelings.
Well, that's fair.
And then this one decked one of the lawyers. They've
It
asked
was
them to
an
leave. They won't leave.
I don't want her to leave.
Here.
Yeah, I'd like her to be
Everybody
here.
else has asked her to leave, Mr. Bajek. I'm not gonna want you here, but if it's between her not being here and you know you staying here, I would ask you to leave as well. You don't.
Okay,
you're not gonna
that's fine with me. Yeah, if that's your choice, then yeah. But I refuse
Again,
to.
this has nothing to do with you. I just think you're, you know, chaining yourself up to the wrong card here.
Well, no, I don't appreciate others excluding because of what? Because she said people were dooming. I don't even think
No,
that's.
no, because she decked another lawyer. She punched
It
him off
was
the
an
pier.
accident.
I saw that
And
she.
he jumped off.
he
the
did jump
pier
off, yeah.
After I slipped.
Alright, that is something that I can't.
I know. I know.
She apologized for it, didn't she?
Baffled.
I didn't hear any apology, but I
Not
to the
really.
contrary.
Well, are you sorry about it?
I mean, the first thing I heard her say when I walked
Oh.
up was, "It's not nice to meet you," to Morgan Luna.
Yeah, because the second I walked up, I was, you know, accosted by everyone there.
She very much so was. She was kind of ganged up on.
Like, the first time meeting any of you, I got ganged up on, so
I mean, you
honestly,
met
it
me down
wasn't
at
nice
City
to
Hall.
meet you. Well, yeah, I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about the people I didn't meet before. Like, I understand everyone is, going through a lot.
And people feel a bit heated in the moment. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, people are heated. I'm not taking it personally, but like I said, it wasn't a nice situation to walk into.
Regardless, if you don't want her giving her input, that's fine. But I wouldn't ask you to ask her to leave.
I actually have no issue with input. Again, my issue was the fact that I believe she decked a lawyer.
I'm pretty sure she just.
On
Yeah, it was an accident.
I don't think it was on
I don't
purpose.
know why
Arguing
I
with
would
him.
hit someone on purpose.
She was previously being disrespectful to
The
said
person that I was talking to was not him, it was the woman there.
You definitely was speaking to him too.
I mean, it feels like you guys are just trying to find a reason. So I don't appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to find a reason here. Otherwise, I would have said something when I walked directly up. I walked away, didn't even have a conversation with Luna, and then turned around to that. Dude just got taken away by TACMED. We don't need more crises right now. I'm trying to mitigate.
Okay, if it happens again, then I'll ask her to leave. Is that okay?
If it happens again, I'm gonna call the police.
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel
I
like
think you
it
should call
be...
the police if someone punched someone intentionally, but that's not what happened.
I feel like as a paralegal, it's more or less her job to stand and learn instead of giving her input in conversation. At least that's what I was told when I was a paralegal. So, like from here on out, maybe just, you know, don't talk unless you talk to. Would that be like
Yeah, I was spoken to.
Again, I'm talking to the group as a whole, not to you at this moment.
Okay, but you're talking about me.
Correct, not to you.
So I feel like I should have
I am
some
talking
input on
about
the
you, not to
situation.
you. And
I don't think this conversation is
No.
going to lead anywhere
This
productive.
is going cyclic, and we have other things that we need to deal with right now, to be honest.
Okay, well then what exactly is the major issue that the lawyers seem to be having at the moment?
I mean, I'll take the floor on this one, but I think there are other people who would like to articulate this better.
Okay.
No, feel free to take the floor on this one. I don't have the capacity even to give a shit anymore.
Okay.
Oh, if it's gonna be
You want a
okay.
chance here?
We'll make things better.
Sure. So, like, I mean, just from I've handled several cases in the past couple of weeks, and like, I don't mind a verdict where I lose. I really don't. But what I do mind is when a verdict is given against my client and the reasons articulated are, I'm gonna be frank, piss poor. And you know, we represent people who get 18 years in prison. It's very disheartening and discouraging when at the end of the day it feels like the judges just do not know the law. And when we go through a trial and a case and present our case and tell them the law, it feels like it just falls on deaf ears. And then when we articulate multiple times during the entire process, not just the trial, that something feels unfair, or that we are at a disadvantage, or that we are not being provided everything, everyone acts surprised at the end of it when that was the case. It's not our jobs to present a case to this state. The state needs to prosecute their case. And we feel that that is not being done. When we introduce doubt or other pieces of evidence that contradict officers or individuals presented, that is not being considered is just simply glossed over. And then when we bring these issues up, it's just thrown under the rug. We feel like, I'm just going to be frank, from my experience, the fact that a DA rides around with a judge all the time is crazy. I don't have a radio to just contact a judge. I don't have keys to City Hall to just walk into their office. I don't know when they're around. I don't know where they are.
Or a sheriff.
Or a sheriff. That's what I was gonna add. I would also like to piggyback kind of off of what he says. With that is, you know, I get that we are defending the criminals here, but it is not our job to build a case. It's our job to tear apart the case. If a case from a DA is not built and is just bullshitted on, and we have to do the casework for them, how is that fair to us to defend our clients properly if they are putting in minimal effort and still getting the better results when we have to bust our ass just to get a simple subpoena answered?
Yeah, I mean, the phrase is innocent until proven guilty, and it feels like here it's just guilty until proven innocent.
It is guilty until proven innocent. Think about the appeals process. Who actually files the appeal? Is it the state bringing the charges, or is it the client bringing them to absolve themselves for innocence? That literally is guilty until proven innocence.
I mean, in the civil cases that I've also brought and won against the state, some of the cops just don't even show up. And rather than finding in our favor when the state doesn't bring a defense, because a civil case doesn't require me to prove a case, they also have to disprove my case, right? I have to prove something beyond a preponderance of the evidence, and they get to poke holes in what I'm saying. But if they don't even come and show up, my facts should be proven as true. That's the standard of the law. And they don't even have to show up. And they just get slapped with the $2,000 back charge for shooting some guy down with a bunch of misdemeanors.
Okay.
Like, how are we supposed to like sue the PD when they don't create evidence for us? There's no records, there's no standards.
Agreed. Like, I have a case that's going right now that I haven't even had a chance to submit yet because of the remark that was made to me by police officers in the cell. A police officer ran over. You see him over there wheeling around in his wheelchair back there? That is one of our paralegals. He was ran over by an officer. And you want to know what they told me?
What's that?
That didn't fucking matter. Because nobody's gonna believe him over an officer. Even though he is a paralegal. And I have a written statement from the TACMED director who witnessed the entire thing.
Okay. Well, why not take it to court then? I think him having injuries would be evidence of what happened.
Yeah, that's the process. But the point is that regardless of me taking it to court, those cops are going to support each other, and he's going to say that that never happened and that he didn't see him there. And who do you think the judges are going to believe?
So they can say that stuff outside of court, but I think that's done as an intimidation tactic. I don't think they would go up on the stand and say those kind of things, because that would actually be corruption in those instances. I think what they're doing right now is corruption, but to do so in court is a little bit of a different story.
Well, and what's the point of having judges and DAs in this city if they're not going to look into the cops who are doing these things? Why is it on our backs to bring these cases?
Well, the DAs are not supposed to be looking into cops. That's what special prosecutors are supposed to be for. They work closely with the cops.
That's not what Morgan said the other day, that a cop got charged with corruption by the BCSO.
I mean, that's a cop pressing charges on a cop, but I would be surprised that they're willing to do it in the first place. It's interesting. But generally, it's supposed to be that a special prosecutor is supposed to be selected to prosecute charges against other cops like that.
Okay, is there a special prosecutor in place? Like,
nope.
That sounds like a target on your back, too, to be honest.
It is.
Well, I think You'd make a great special prosecutor, Wolf.
Nope.
No?
No. Because that's a target on your back.
Yeah, no, nobody's. Why would somebody walk forward and say, "Yes, I would love to be persecuted by the police"? That's what I want.
I've
to do with
already
my
had
day.
fucking Wrangler pull me over to take 2 of my guns and never file a report. And casings with my fingerprints on them. Why the fuck would I want to have that experience again? Repeatedly, if I become an SP.
I was thrown
Why
out of the
would
sheriff's
anyone?
department, and my clients were denied counsel because he yelled at me and screamed at me in front of the DA, and I called him a jackass.
Sorry that happened. So.
Yeah, but this isn't a one instance, you know.
No, he does it to everyone.
This is continuous and repeating, and at this point, even the DOJ has gone. Yeah, and you know what? Fuck the PDO. Fuck the defense attorneys. Fuck the civilians. Fuck anyone who wants to do anything to hold them accountable. We're just gonna let them do whatever the fuck they want, and everyone else who doesn't agree can bend over and take it up the ass. And I'm tired of it. It's been going on since before the fucking flood, Liz. And you remember how bad things were back then. And we're going back to that.
I'm also just gonna say, like, the appeals that got filed on those HUD charges, they were not done just because we felt like we lost. We had very good reasons to do so.
Yeah, I know. You talked to
me.
me.
The fact that we already told a client that his appeal was accepted, and we're discussing about the procedure to move forward with it, for it to just be denied.
Well,
what are we supposed to tell them?
It was accepted and then denied?
To get fucked. You're supposed to tell them to get fucked, and you're supposed to defend the DOJ for making that decision.
What was the reasoning for it? The denial?
The appeal is overturned and denied. I don't know what else to tell you.
Nothing.
That's the only thing that's in there. After we were told yesterday it was approved. I just think that it's crazy to me that the police department can put together a case of drug trafficking and weapons trafficking against an individual, having only seen them deal twice. So, like, my issue is that the police do not have to create a large investigation. They just have to catch someone doing something, and then they get to raid all their shit. It's all raided. And then we don't get to make an argument about a fruit of poisonous tree or anything.
You were fucked like this. They fired you, and they didn't even follow their own fucking procedures to do it properly.
I understand that. So I understand that very well.
Like, if we cannot even expect them to follow their own fucking procedures, and then they make rulings that essentially turn us into the fucking scapegoat for the entire state, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen? You think people are gonna call us more for cell calls after a while? No. You think they're gonna come to us when they need an actual appeal? No.
Okay.
We're not gonna be we're gonna be fucking useless.
I know. Not right this second.
And it's...
If any of you want to take it.
There's no point in any of this.
I mean, literally, like, I'm just gonna say one more thing, and then whoever else wants to talk can talk, because I'm kind of over it. But like, the first week the HUDs came out and we were all working on them and everything, and then we go to trial and find out that bail doesn't count, time served doesn't count, all of this stuff, right? We're like, well, what's the point of bail
So they're having double
if
standards.
it doesn't get
That's
counted
the
towards
main issue.
time served? And then they still get 10 more years on top of having waited 10 days for a trial. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And like, we're all trying to figure out this program and this system and these procedures, but it feels like we're just at a complete disadvantage because the DA is just making up shit and the judges are like, okay, well, that sounds good. And it's like, we're not consulted, we're not advised.
Okay,
We go to
I
bail
understand
hearings without any reports or investigations completed. Like, I just don't know what we're supposed to do. I mean, like, it just sounds like at this point, if you're gonna get a HUT charged against you, just take a plea deal, because what's the point in any of it?
You know what, Blake? I know exactly what we're supposed to do. Hey, Hugo, can you come over here?
Yep.
I quit. Turn me into a private attorney.
Is that a joke or are you serious?
He's walking
That's
away. I think
fucking
to-
serious.
Okay, got you. He said that 3 times in the last 24 hours, but
Okay.
Did he say the I'm serious part too? Or is it just
no,
is that new?
no, he didn't.
I don't think
why
that's
I
necessarily
asked.
Oh, okay, okay. That's fair.
That check that he didn't.
Bad
pass
way
that
to go
last
about it.
time. He was like, "No, I'm joking." I'm very literal, so I like to be certain before I do something like that, because obviously that's very impactful.
So I do think that there is double standards. There's very, very clearly been double standards all around. And I've been seeing it get worse over time.
I agree with that.
If you guys feel that becoming private attorneys is the way to go about that, then that might be the best way to go about things. Because I would normally say that striking is the way to go about things, but I tried doing that myself and I got fired for it. So,
I mean, you don't have to strike. You can just clock out. You're a free man. They can't force you to work.
the more the law would,
I mean,
but
if
they would never take that time.
It kind of implies that they kind of can.
It's that the judges are
there's
not
more going on there from my
knowing more law, and even when told
But
that,
you
they're
didn't
being
just
like, no,
walk out and
we
walk
like what the
away
DA.
and go to
The DA sounds like they know what they're talking about.
Tell anybody besides
That's
the
my
people we were
experience of it.
going to the pier with, for the most part, or people who tried to reach out to me
I
and
mean,
say,
they've just
"Hey,
had
I
blatantly
need you
wrong
for
rulings.
something."
Like I saw
I'm
on
off
Pedo
duty,
stream as well.
sorry.
Whereas, like, oh, because he didn't list Wrangler as a defendant,
You're a free
he's
person. We're all
he didn't win
free
the case.
people. We
What the
don't
fuck?
need
That's not how that
to
works.
be
You can
there
sue the police
24/7,
department.
365, and if
The
we
police
feel
department's ultimately
unappreciated,
responsible for
that is a
their
choice you
employees'
can make.
actions. I understand that. From my perspective, it often feels like the judges seem to be like making very strange procedural rulings where they're like, oh, well, this person, we're not going to find them liable because they didn't list Wrangler as the defendant. I'm like, that's very
Don't
strange.
get me fucking started on that shit. That is not how the law works.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
If I wanted to sue Randy Wrangler, it was because he was acting outside of his station, right? And that he was vicariously liable, or that I wanted to pierce qualified immunity. But that is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to sue the SASP because he was acting as an employee of their own, which is why I did what I did. And I think that's wrong.
That's just the whole system.
But now I can't appeal it. I don't like that judge isn't even here. That's not, I'm sorry, but like if that's what they want to make it be, let it be known. But that's not how qualified immunity works. The officer has it, not the office.
There has to be accountability somewhere with qualified immunity, and if everybody has it, then how exactly are you supposed to hold anybody accountable?
Okay. So the main thing I'm hearing is it feels like the judges have been playing favorites or picking favorites. And
I think it's incompetence is actually what it is.
We're looking at a couple of things here from what I'm hearing. We're hearing incompetence, which is something that's been a gripe for a lot recently, and it's gotten worse over time, as you stated, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. I'd say we're also looking at police overreach, because that's causing huge issues too. They're bypassing the DAs, they're creating a lot of issues, and the DAs are not able to actually function in their role in checking and pushing charges, which they need to do in order for the system to function properly. It also completely destroys court when the star witness is also primary prosecution. Along those same lines, the fact that the standard has been moved, what seems to be for the PD, as they're already overreaching, it just means that there is actually no regard for, citizens' rights or protections.
Okay. I see what you mean.
That's how I would articulate it, because the whole reason I think we should discuss this is so that I can come up with a constructed list and understand, because then I'm going to take that up the chain and I'm going to bring it up to the other PDO heads, and we'll all discuss it. Because those are valid concerns, and I see all of them getting worse aggressively now. Like, this was a big step, and I see why you all are upset.
I actually have one more thing. I lied. Sorry, I'm a
Please,
lawyer.
I'm actually
going to
write these
Bugging
down.
puppies, thank you for appreciate you.
I have a case where I subpoenaed an arrest record on January 5th. I filed an appeal on January 11th, and I check it today, and it is different. Completely different. The plea that I originally quoted is completely changed. There is a new statement there. I do not expect an officer to have a completed arrest record, okay? Because I think paperwork is difficult. I will agree with that fact. But I think that it should have at least some semblance of information as to why the charges are being pressed, right? Anything else can come out in court, okay? I'm not trying to like say that I'm gonna hold you accountable to everything in the report. But if you put it in the report, it should be true and factual and what you testify to. And if you have more to add to that, that's fine. But when I bring this up to remove the arrest record, it's just denied because, oh, we'll just go to court and talk about it. Why? They've altered the evidence, they've altered the document, and it's very clear that they have done so. Why do I have to drag my client to the courthouse over this when the state obviously is committing a violation?
I think that once they hit save on that report, they should not be able to go back and re-edit it. They have to add in additional comments under like
an investigation or something else. I completely agree with that, actually.
I think
And they are
maybe
doing-
not
I've
after
seen
it's
them
been
doing it
saved the
myself,
first. I think
so-
after it's been subpoenaed and supplied, for sure, it should not be allowed to be edited.
Yeah, like once they add a defense lawyer to it, I think they should no longer be allowed to edit it because that means that it should be complete.
Exactly, you're tampering
One
with
second,
evidence.
Yeah, because then you can be held as tampering with evidence.
Do you want the thermal and tree case as well as Nick Valentino?
Oh, you want me to pick those ones up?
Yep. You were there with me. You know all of the facts. And none of them are scheduled yet.
They're not scheduled yet. I can try to pick them up if you don't want to do them.
Well, I'm probably gonna ask them. I'm gonna probably turn in my bar license.
Well, let's give it a little bit. I understand things
I'm
feel.
tired of this, Liz. Thanks for the repair, man.
I understand it. You know, things.
I'm fucking tired of this, Liz. We've been going through this shit for how long now?
We've been going through it for a long time now. I understand.
Yeah, and what has changed?
Well, it feels like things have been changing for the worse, honestly. So
Yeah. So what's the point?
He's got a point.
Well, because if we don't do it, nobody else will, and the entire citizenry will
but
suffer
no.
for it.
Okay, let them. Maybe that's
We're not the
I think what he said, he just wanted to come private attorney. That's a little bit different than.
Hugo. Maybe that's what actually needs to happen to actually affect change.
He's actually kind of right because I mean they're getting
we are
screwed
not
either way.
We are not affecting
What
it.
can we even do at this point?
Yeah.
We are not affecting any kind of change. We're not affecting absolutely anything.
Literally
For all
the
of the
only thing that
fucking
we can
PDO
do.
meetings with Dan, what has come out of it? A little bit of a change to the fucking name of the penal code? Really? Is that the shit we're settling on? That they correct the fucking penal code so it's actually properly worded. And then they pull the fucking rug underneath us and tell us, yeah, we're gonna call it beyond reasonable doubt, but it's, less than that. And if you don't like it, fuck you. I'm sorry, but it is literally a fucking joke. It is an insult to our intelligence and to the fucking Department of Justice. And if you don't agree with that, I fully respect you for continuing to do this, but I just can't.
I understand.
We're basically getting paid to just kind of be a scheduler, like Wolf said,
I just don't see a point anymore.
I think I'd like to try talking about stuff with the DAs to try and get them on our side regarding this. I understand that
They're not gonna be on your side. The only DA that's maybe gonna be on your side is Tiomi and maybe Richard.
You don't think Phoebe or anybody?
Phoebe doesn't give a shit. Phoebe is the reason that the cases aren't scheduled yet for Matt and Nick. She's apparently on LOA, but still jumps around to pick up her fucking paycheck. While those guys were charged, what, 2 weeks ago now?
Yeah, they've been.
You expect too much of people, Liz. I don't know what else to tell you guys.
I feel it's more the opposite, where I feel like I'm not expecting enough. Where I'm like, well, this is pretty normal that they're being assholes like this. This is I'm kind of used to it, and by now, maybe that's not something I should be used to.
It's worse. It's
So-
worse.
You got a fucking pocket DA riding around with Wrangler and the BCSO.
And the judge.
And the judge. You got fucking DAs just straight up not responding to shit. Forcing Tiomi to fucking fill out all of the subpoenas. Like, what the fuck is going on? We're back to where we were a year and a half ago.
Okay.
If anyone wants my cases, feel free to just send me a text message. You can have them. I'm not doing this anymore. If things don't change back to the way they were, I'm gonna be honest, I'm turning in my bar license. I'm not practicing anymore.
So
because
well, I think we can all agree that there's a problem. How would we go about fixing this problem?
You stop playing the game. Stop being
That's
a
the
hamster
only way
in
to
the
win.
wheel. To be fair, yeah.
There's no way to win. There's no way to fix the problem, Liz.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I think there's
Okay,
always
Hugo,
an
what do
opportunity.
you think is the way to fix the problem that we have right now?
Well, that we have the problem we have right now, or the
That's not
solution
how they
we
fight
have
charges.
right now.
No, the problem we are in right now. What do you think is gonna happen if you talk to Dan? Do you think he's gonna go back on what he just made?
I mean, it's a possibility.
Be honest.
I don't think he'll actually go back on everything. I also don't think that there's no wiggle room there. I think that there's always a possibility for discussion.
Okay, Hugo. We're back to talking about fucking wiggle room. They take a fucking leg and we expect to get back a fucking finger? Is that it? Until when? What's next? They're gonna take another fucking leg and you're gonna go, oh, well, there's wiggle room.
Well, no, not like that. I also point out that I'm saying wiggle room, and I'm also saying, it could be pushed right back to 99%. There's a lot
It's not
being
going
said in
to.
what he said. And the other thing is that we already know it's up to judicial interpretation because they weren't interpreting it as 99% anyways.
That's on
Oh,
them.
so we're okay with that.
No, I'm not saying we're okay with that, but I'm saying it's not as black and white as you're currently presenting it. It's not that absolute. And it's not that we're constantly having a leg chopped off. We are getting kicked while we're down, and I think we need to deal with that. But I don't think that turning in all our bar licenses will necessarily fix that. Like I said, it will just punish the citizenry, and then all the DAs are just going to get dunks.
Isn't that what's
I mean, that's
happening
what
right
they.
now?
That's what happens now.
So,
I mean,
in your words,
then-
Hugo, nothing is gonna change.
The server gets fucked up because of that, and I don't want that to happen.
We're not
I'd
losing
rather not have
cases
the
because
city.
we're incompetent. There are good fucking lawyers here who have run good fucking cases. The
I
fact
don't
that
think I
they're
ever mentioned
essentially
incompetence on our end.
no, I know. I'm not saying you did. The fact that we have just been taken, that we just had the entirety of the appeals process taken away. That they've told us to go pound sand if there is discovery violations, if there is issues with the fucking chain of custody, if there is Brady violations. What do you want me to do with that?
Things are just going to get worse for everybody over time, though, if everybody quits. I really would not like to see that happen to the city here.
Yeah, it will just diminish the ability to actually handle anything, and the few lawyers that remain would end up being overwhelmed if they didn't just quit themselves. Like, that's not going to fix anything. It's going to punish the citizens.
Do you
who,
want me
again,
to
the
tell you
citizens we
what's-
like. They're good people.
Do you want me to tell you what's gonna happen if you go down this road? You're gonna end up having to justify the DOJ's action to the people you're representing. And you're gonna end up having to tell them, I'm sorry, you're fucked, There is nothing I can do for you. End of story.
I agree with that. Like, I get what you're saying, Hugo, and I understand the sentiment, but you know, those of us who are gonna
Because he doesn't
stay
think change is
behind,
possible unless there's a big walkout.
we're just gonna continue to be railroaded. And then, like, what's the point? Why am I putting all my fucking time and energy into something that I know isn't serving my clients?
Yeah. Well, like I said again, having no representation there does them no better. It's going.
Right, but that's not our fault, right? That's not our fault.
It kind of forces the state's hand, though, because I mean, what's Dan gonna say? Like, oh, there's no defense attorneys. Clearly, everything I was doing was right. Is he just gonna double down on that when there's no defense attorney?
I'm not gonna lie. With my experience with Dan, he could just say, "Well, they couldn't take it. They couldn't take the fire. You know, good riddance."
I mean,
I've never heard him say good riddance, but also, you know, considering how quickly, you know, Mr. Bajek was demoted, I'm not going to say it's impossible.
Okay, but I mean, if that's the response,
I
then
know
you still want to continue.
if he
to,
really doesn't
what,
change after that,
practice in
maybe
kind
that's
of
what has to
environment, if
happen.
that's what the
But
Chief Justice is.
the city's going to go
outlook on everything
downhill.
You do is.
I'd
Well, it's
rather
not
not
on
see that.
everything you do. He just especially hates quitting.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you guys have.
Tahiti.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys have put in a lot of effort. And she's still not. It's still just being kind of disrespected and shot down.
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, it sounds like he's right. It sounds like the nuclear option is kind of the only thing viable.
The cops are having on the matter.
Because I mean, you are correct.
I know I'm calling for. Well, I'm not even
That's
calling
what
for.
everybody told me when I talked about a strike.
Like,
Not
if
even
you guys
quitting.
don't want
It
to
was a
quit,
strike.
don't quit.
They're like, you are
But
going to
in my
punish the
opinion,
citizenry for this.
beyond
And
the
at that
nuclear
point, I
option,
didn't
there
fully
is no
understand
other
exactly
option
how far
except
they were
to
talking
lay
about.
down
But from my
and let
stance, I
them
see exactly what they're talking about.
play you as they want.
And it's going to only punish the people that we actually want to help.
Okay,
The DAs aren't going to care.
I
They're
have
going to be
an
actually
interesting
gleeful, if
idea.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
The judges are going to consider it a simplification,
Oh.
at least some of them. The other ones might be upset about it, and I think that that's something, but they might just be upset if, you know, we talked to them.
Okay, here's my question though. What are you doing
Hugo,
now?
messed my rank up
that-
again.
What
Messed it up again?
Yes. Sorry, Tristan.
What work is being done now? That's
Which one
like,
is correct?
Lawyer
Let me
mentor.
fix- Okay, gotcha. My bad. I apologize.
That's okay.
I have an idea that might be crazy enough to work. What if we were to make our own DOJ? Yeah, what if we were to, you know, if we come together and we decide, yeah, we're not playing the game, we have them.
You can make your own DOJ.
Why couldn't we?
Liz,
You can't just declare yourself
'cause
the
you're gonna
state,
get
Liz.
charged.
Oh, we wouldn't be
Yeah.
declaring ourselves a state, but if the... I'm not sure how happy the
Department of
cops are with the
Justice
things.
Is the
but
executor of the state's will in the courtroom.
You can't do that, Liz.
You can't do that.
we could act as arbitrators.
Well, that's just being a private lawyer without a license.
Yeah, I would say so. But if people are willing to have things done in that way, then I
There
don't
are
see the...
multiple courts already held like that, like Clown Court and Saints Court. You could just go join one of those.
Well, I'm saying that's why we create our own.
Don't burn your license. Just stop practicing with stop going to court over these things. Just start telling people, hey, look, the courts are screwed against you. Okay, the judges don't care. The state doesn't care.
You're gonna get your bar license revoked for that, for you know, creating mass panic.
Why? I mean, it's not mass
What are the-
panic
yeah,
if
what
it's
are-
true.
On what grounds is that?
Oh,
I would argue that you're advising them the truth, even if it
We
is from
made our
the
own
court's
DOJ
perspective of a
with
truth. But I
blackjack
also
and
see
hookers,
what you're
right?
saying.
So Benero says, right?
If that's your perspective of the truth, that's your perspective of the truth. I would say it's a little bit overkill from my perspective, but I also see the point he's trying to
Is
make
it
with that
is it
statement.
really? I mean, do you really think that the courts are fair?
No.
I have seen fair courts in the last 2 weeks, so I won't say
Yeah,
they're
if we had a
entirely
walkout of
unfair.
everybody
I
and-
Do
think
you
that
think
that's
this is
untrue.
gonna make the courts more fair?
I mean, if I thought
If we
that,
put
would I
a
really be
put a
out here
wrangler
right
and
now?
literally created our own department, right?
I think there is too much discussing going on.
Well-
I've made my actionable decision, and if you guys just wanna discuss stuff, then I don't think that anything's gonna change.
Well, from what I heard,
PDO is at this point, no offense to you, Hugo, but the PDO at this point is neutered. You don't have any power within the state to make any changes. You've tried to make those changes
knows how to run things,
actively.
So
and what has happened?
So we, recently with the BCSO, how they are now a thing. From what I'd heard, there had been a big walkout that had happened, and they created their own department. I don't see any reason why we can't do the same.
You mean Wrangler got fired and then he was given his own department?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, I heard.
Because
that
that's
Dan gave him
exactly
one.
what happened.
Yep.
Wrangler got fired and he got his own department.
You think Dan's gonna give us a department? Department of what? Public defense?
Sounds like you don't even
Hey,
like the
Robert.
department that doesn't exist now.
Do I think that's likely? Maybe. If enough people decide to walk out. Regardless if it's official or not, I mean, we could still do it unofficially.
And what are you gonna do? What are you gonna change by doing that? How are you gonna make any kind of an effect?
Well, like you said, we wouldn't be playing their game. We would be
What,
saying,
you want to do Department of Malicious Compliance and tell every person that they should plead not guilty and appeal it?
I mean, we can tell them to plead whatever they want, and then they can take it up in, I don't know, in the, what would we call the department?
Creating your own department is not going to do anything because they're just going to stiff arm the fuck out of you like they're doing now.
Yeah, the issue is with the justice. It's the justice system itself is the issue. It's not not our department. It is how the justice system itself is being
They're
conducted.
going to give you a reverse reach around and tell you to go fuck yourself.
Because I was going to say, if you're saying the department's the problem, then you should be yelling at me.
Well, no, I'm saying the DOJ is the problem. The DOJ is the department.
Well, yeah, but the issue is that any department we make would have to be under the purview of the DOJ, otherwise it wouldn't be properly licensed by the state to do public defense.
I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't.
There's no way out of unstepping out of this shit list.
Okay.
However you put it. We've stepped into shit, and there is no way for us to unstep out of it.
I don't like the idea of just quitting, though. I'd much rather go towards something else and try it, even if it doesn't work out, rather than just quitting.
We can protest. We can get little signs.
I think I'm gonna go the way
and then get
of
told
working
that
with the
we don't
Haiti and
matter.
getting a fucking
Would that work for you? Because I feel like that's what's
store
going to
open
happen.
for food or some shit.
Oh, they'll probably just shoot us.
Because
Or that.
I'm gonna be honest,
Let's
we
have
are
the
not
police roll.
providing any kind of a service at
that
this
and
point
because,
to
you know,
the
there is
civilian
indeed
population of the
A whole bunch of
not because we don't want
amendments
to,
that have been broken
but because our hands are tied
witnessed
behind our back and we're
by
told
multiple police officers.
play by our
Nobody
rules
gives a
or
shit
don't
about
play.
it, including the DA. I
And
witnessed the DA.
I would much rather
deprive people
not
of
play
their
at
basic
all
rights and their basic amendments.
than justify their
And nobody
decision
gives a shit
making.
about it.
Or let me
Because
essentially
of
Go
their
back-
status.
Sorry, Wolf wasn't being heard by people. Hey, Bunny.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me put you back on speaker. All right.
Yeah, like I
Sal,
said,
thank you for
I'd
appreciate
much
it.
rather not play at all than be part of consenting to, justifying, and giving validity to the choices that they are making.
I'm not saying we do such a thing, but I'm saying maybe we can try making our own system to see how well it works out. Because, the core system was created in the first place for the people. If the people are not wanting to, are not feeling that it's for them, then we can do something for them.
We can.
Yeah, but the issue that you're describing is like that could work in like civil litigation, things like that. If people are willing to come to some kind of alternative system than the court, but it doesn't effectively change anything for criminal court. People still have to deal with the power of the state and the DA's office for that. Like, there's no alternative to that.
You need something over their power, and what you're talking about doesn't really get that.
Yeah.
Nothing
it
over their
doesn't
power is
exist,
going
and
to
we
happen.
cannot make it exist.
Yep.
Exactly.
Or Wizard, thank you for following.
Aren't there governor elections? What are the powers of the governor?
Not anything that can help us here.
Oh, so then,
It still has to be ran through the court system, even though they are a governor. They can make small changes, but it still has to be voted on and approved.
Yeah, it has to be approved to be constitutional, you know, and they decide what's constitutional.
Yeah, they don't even know how to read the. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm back to the whole. Honestly, just stop playing the game. It's kind of. He's right. I'm gonna be honest.
There's no way that we're gonna win this or be able to argue this where it comes out in our favor because they don't give a shit about our favor. They give a shit about that they win, they continue to do things, and they're better than everyone else. Just because we choose to defend people who can't defend themselves in a court of system that is corrupt does not mean that we are going to continue or be able to prove to them in any way that our clients matter. I have heard sheriffs and DAs stand there and tell me that my clients, just because they are criminals, are lower than a rat on the street themselves. They do not give a shit about anything that has to do with except them being right.
I think
You
that
have to
generally,
force the state's hand. It's the only thing that's gonna do anything.
I think generally that the cops are not super happy with the DOJ either, right? If that's the case, then
The cops, no. No. The cops are not happy with themselves. The cops are not happy with other cops because they realize that they're pieces of shit too, but then they're not any better because all of a sudden when something that they do wrong gets called out, then they're like, well, this guy gets away with it, so why can't I? So then they're all body with people.
enforcing justice would be the
I
thing.
watched the case last night with an associate lawyer on one side and 2 deputies on the other. There was a DA available, and they opted not to reach out to him. Okay, the
And they were still
associate lawyer
given all
would
of
have
the doubt.
swept. He would have swept, but I'm not gonna lie. Dan Faley gives so many helping hands to the prosecution during that. There was so much allotted there that I don't understand it. And if that's what this, edict is along the same lines of,
It
then
is.
that's problematic. That's not
Have
good.
you not read the fucking edict?
I have, and I've thought about the motivations.
Well, and let me just say something
This is not
here.
a helpful This is not a helpful fucking hand to the civilians of the state, Hugo. This is a
We
fuck
take
you
our
to the
losses
civilians
on our
of the state.
chin, but when the PD loses, they sit there and cry and piss and moan and scream at
They
the
do
judge
that.
until they do something different.
Yep, I've literally seen that, and I will say I teach my paralegals and my lawyers to take L's. They're taught how to take L's before they're taught how to celebrate W's.
I literally told Barry yesterday when he asked me, should I appeal this? I told him no.
They do, just not
So
to the judge.
Their entire fucking idea of, well, whenever you guys lose, you appeal it, doesn't fucking hold water.
Why even have a process for appealing if you don't want us to use it?
To make it look fair.
To give us a false sense
Do they?
of it being fair. And then they can just go in and deny everything because what
Okay.
they rule is correct.
Okay, at that point, I'm going to check in here real quick, and I'm just going to apply one of the razors. Hamlin's razor, if something can be accounted for out of stupidity instead of malice, it should be, okay? And I don't think that they do everything out of malice. I think a decent portion of it is ignorance. So I don't think it's fair to say
Okay,
that everything they
but
do is
we are-
completely malicious. They are
I
malicious, don't
agree.
get me wrong.
I agree, but at the same time, they're asking us to validate their ignorance. And at the same time, they're refusing to actually correct their ignorance, Hugo.
And I see that as a problem. I agree with that.
And that problem is not going to change.
Oh my god, who's this sharply
Because
dressed?
with this edict, they have
I like
just
the
told you that it is not going to change. That they would rather remain as the status quo than actually face any kind of a change.
Can we help you?
Oh, sorry, I just
Hi, Chin Goblin.
Oh, hello there. How are you?
Good, how are you?
What's a
Good.
chin goblin?
His
Oh, that's
his name is Mr. Chin Goblin because he has a fantastic looking chin.
Oh, are you
That
the
is
real
true.
one?
No, I'm associate of this.
Oh, okay, good. Nice
I
to meet you.
apologize. I saw the large
I
crowd.
mean,
figured
I agree
something
that Ulf
fascinating
was
must be going on.
very
lawyer stuff
upset regarding things before. I think
I'm out here.
So, I would like to kind of take a second to point towards what has happening to Miss Morgan right now in one of her cases, where her judge is essentially not giving a fuck of facts and denying her the basic right to a second opinion of something before the case has even gone to court.
What exactly is happening?
Morgan's case with against the DA with Gordo and Wrangler and whatever.
On that front, I do
Gordo,
want to point out Gordo called me a snake today on that front.
Yeah, you need to tell Dan. Basically, Gordo is harassing my witness, Hugo. He's done
Hello.
it a couple of times now, 3 times now, because he's called him a snake now. I have motioned to have Gordo removed as representation because he's fucking around with my witnesses. This was denied, and then I appealed it to a higher court, and somehow that was denied by the
She
same
literally-
judge.
The judge said denied, and that's it. That's all she said.
She's not even the higher court. Like, I'm appealing above her. Why is she denying it?
I have been watching,
Oh,
and I'm
by
not
the
gonna
way,
lie, Morgan.
I almost forgot to tell you guys. Have fun with the Ricky Fromage case because I'm not fucking doing that. Since
I'm
no longer
conflicted.
part of
I
the
can't take
PTO.
that.
Well, not my problem anymore. Unless they want to pay me like 150K to do it, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna tell them, sorry, no longer part of PDO. Have fun. Bye.
Is there no other option other than quitting? Or can we not like quit and do something else? Or can
Well, the thing is, if we quit,
PDO.
things could change, and if they don't, not a problem anymore.
We could quit and go storm the DA's office and become all DAs.
We could.
the thing is, if we do
Take out
quit
the shitty DAs.
and nothing changes, then it still will be our problem, just not at the moment. It'll be in the future.
No, it will no
It
longer
will
be
be
a problem.
other people's problems that try to take our place.
No, it'll be your problem when you get arrested. I think that's what he's saying.
No, I'm saying that the city in general was going to head downhill if there's nobody to
Fine,
defend
let
people.
it.
I
That
mean,
feels
what
like
are we
a
doing
very
to
much
stop
so
it
a
right
them
now?
problem because we're still getting stiff
That
arms
is not
no matter
our
what.
burden.
We had fucking saints yesterday in the courthouse telling us that they felt disrespected that fucking Yakel was standing there spinning around with a fishing pole while a witness was giving testimony. Like if you tell me that is in any way acceptable and what the citizens want is Yakel spinning with a fishing pole, then I'm sorry, but you are categorically wrong.
Especially
And
when they've been
not to
locked up for
mention-
7 years already.
Did someone file a bar complaint about that?
You can't file a bar complaint against the judge. You have to file judicial complaints. And unfortunately, Ulf was going to help me file those tonight. But now he's no longer part of the PDO.
You should be able to file a bar complaint
Not to mention that
if they're acting outside the scope of a.
Yakel always hangs out at the sheriff's department and is running around shirtless up there with pantalones.
I guess it probably
He
is.
also fist fought the Saints.
Yeah,
No,
that
it
too.
said
Well, so did
they felt they were
Yakel.
treating their
Yakel fist
hard
fought the
charges
Saints
as
Prize
I thought we were talking about Yakel.
as a joke by him.
No, Yakel fist fought
by
the,
him,
the Saints Prize fighter
by the way he
because
acted during the
wanted
court
to
case.
win their respect.
Also, how does buying a submarine with DOJ funds and then getting the Supreme Overlord crush to not get you investigated?
How?
Because you
Yakel.
have higher powers looking out for
That's a
you.
little thing called corruption, friend.
Yeah, it's a corruption.
We should just
Didn't they
buy.
fucking take
buy
Siobhan
some-
down for shit?
does kinda
like,
feel-
what, and why? What's happening with everyone else? What the fuck?
I know for a fact that there's a DA trying to build cases against Gordo and Wrangler right now, right? But that's not going to do anything because I've heard that they've been trying to get those two out of the picture for a while. If you could get those two out of the picture, you could start making decent
Is it really
changes,
Wrangler bad
because
again,
they're what's
though, or
influencing the picture the most, to be perfectly honest.
I'll talk over Wrinkler and try and fucking fix things, but
Giving someone their own department when they don't deserve it after they've been fired for multiple different reasons is not okay.
I mean, but to be fair though, that's kind of a. And I think that's a symptom of the sickness, not the actual affliction itself. Because even if those two are still doing whatever they do, as long as the actual judges are competent enough to make each trial and the system itself fair,
but they're
then you
not.
still have a chance
Well,
to do the
that-
job. So I
that's
think
the
that's
problem
the
right
core
there.
affliction. Exactly. So that's the core of the affliction right there.
It's
well, I saw on stream what had happened regarding with her and Wrinkler, so I can understand why she might be. Oh, VoIP went down.
where I'm going with that is the way they behave when they shouldn't be behaving in certain situations, aka
No, because they're
where
also
the
young
fucking
and
fist
talking about the
fights.
judges. Oh.
what's up? It's Morgan.
The fucking spinning in circles with a fishing pole, right? This is coming from the perspective of somebody that's, you know, obviously done this for a long fucking time. I've never once been around anywhere where, like, it's news to me with the fishing pole shit, right?
Kind of sounds to me like they're saying they want things.
Oh, in the same case, they
treated
threatened
more seriously than they are
They
being trained.
threatened to have summary judgment if the peanut.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
the,
yeah. Let me
the
put the
group
screen.
out and the audience weren't allowed to leave, or if they didn't leave. If the people out in the audience didn't leave, they were going to post summary judgment instead of actually hearing the case.
So what do you do? You hold selective individuals that are causing issues in contempt of the court.
No, they just let in a large quantity, and it was too many people, and then they were trying to like recant back on that. But obviously, a large portion of those people were there in support of the client, so they didn't want to leave.
Were they being cordial?
No, there was no emotion there. I will say that the actual
I'm
building
not.
itself
I'm not
was
sure I'm
starting to
willing
have
to work with them.
technical
I can try
difficulties,
and
like the microphone
change
was
that.
no longer responding. It might have been somebody
But I have some
standing on a
negative
wire
feelings
somewhere
after
or
having
something.
been fired, and when I asked to have a meeting about things
It was an
and refused
internal
multiple times.
issue, but obviously with the amount of people, it's causing it to get worse, which is fine. There should be it's the fact that I walked into a hearing and they were all going on a field trip with the judge.
I can try and
to
work
look
with
at
Wrangler.
cars
Wrangler sometimes
outside that were
is willing to listen to
To go
reason.
look at
Uh,
legal cause.
if you can give him very good reason,
Why?
he can, Wrangler can change his behavior.
They wanted to.
With Coster, I've never really talked with Coster.
This is how cars are supposed to be parked. That is the whole conversation that I heard there when I when I wheeled around the building. When I wheeled around the building, that was the conversation that I heard was this is how a car should be parked, because apparently it was for fines and shit like that, like parking fines.
Yeah.
And that just baffled me that the judge was
because-
in charge of that. Like,
You do not have field trips in the middle of a courtroom. Like, what?
I mean, they could be scheduled, but that's normally having to do with juries.
I saw he lied to Liz. I was surprised. I'm like, well, he lied about the.
This is completely unrelated. It's just an example that I guess you could use.
And even in
freaking
that is a rare
picture, and It's not the
occurrence.
judge's job to do that.
That in itself, that is a rare occurrence. You don't.
Oh yeah.
Walk out of a
Except
courtroom.
when we actually
to go
use
look at legally parked vehicles that are owned
real
by
life
the police.
case
that
law,
were
or not
in
case law,
said
but
courtroom to
just like
fight the tickets against the individuals that they were
legal procedure. The
Yeah, no,
judges
100% agree.
sometimes are just like, well, no, we don't agree with that.
wholeheartedly.
And I'm like, oh, okay, then what the fuck do we base our stuff off of? And then they don't give us anything
it's
to do
right there.
regarding
It's,
that.
it's in the name. It's the fucking judges. Because every time that I've seen a judge, I think I've seen one decent trial go on, and I was here before the Great Flood. I've been here after the Great Flood. I've seen one good trial. I've seen one.
I've seen
And
a
it
few
was-
more than one, but I will also say I spend a lot of time in the courtroom, and I've probably seen a lot more failures.
But I wasn't involved. Well, that's the thing, is I wasn't involved in the judicial system at that point. I wasn't around the judicial system to see that. But when they had open court to go and look at shit, that's when I got myself involved. I wanted to look at what they did, and I saw one that was phenomenal. It went.
I think it's good for to get out of their system at the
Cops
moment.
got their ass torn in two because the fucking
Because it
report
sounds
was
like they're-
written like ass. Evidence was all over the place. It was bad. And then
It's
the
like it's
rest
been
of it was
bottled up
bad.
a lot, and people haven't
rest
been
of it was just bad.
have felt stifled in regards to they can't even bring it
No,
up
I'm
without
not
being
gonna lie. Keeps
shot down for
swinging
it.
in that direction. I won't disagree. You need to do something about it. I still don't think that everybody just walking out is the best plan.
Okay, then what do you suggest?
If this was being done continuously, I don't think it'd be a good thing. But for having
Well,
a,
first of
a
all,
one,
I suggest we do what we're doing right now. We clock out and we take a minute. Nobody can stop us from actually breathing. Nobody can stop us.
They will harangue you about being a member of the PDO and not clocking in.
well, it sounds like there's not going to be
After
going
how
forward is a
long?
thing. So
God knows, but as soon as they start getting annoyed by people not answering calls, which is probably like half an hour.
Well, I mean, they can get annoyed in
That's
half
fair.
an hour, and I'll just say, I'm sorry, I'm a free man. I'm currently, doing something I want to do. I will be free later, maybe.
You're on a leave of absence.
Yeah, you could also enter in a leave of absence.
And then they can get fucked. There's nothing they can do about it.
they've been using out of character
So the
mechanic
question
stuff.
is how do we? Okay, so the question is how do we change the judges? So like, what is the appropriate manner in changing the judges aside from
Hitman?
And then, yeah, I was about to say
Okay, well,
aside
let's
from
talk about this
assassination.
first.
Jokes aside,
Who's actually the biggest on our problem list, and who's actually like on the opposite
Yackle.
side of that? We've
Yackle.
talked about a lot of bad things, so
Yackle.
we're saying Yackle's the worst. Okay, who's the best? Let's put a comparison up.
Do we have a best judge?
Judges that I've seen, Spring Daffodil
Falcon's been
actually
fired, so you cannot
kind of
put him up
listens to
there.
you a little bit more. To be honest.
I like Emma.
I like Emma too.
Yeah, I like
Emma's
Emma.
a very good one. Emma's a very good one. She's amazing. She did my bar exam.
I'm torn on Emma.
And she
Emma tries to
thought,
enter
like,
cases
she
that
actually
she's
thought
conflicted
out
on.
what she wanted to ask me before she gave me, like, my license. She made sure that I knew what I was doing properly.
Yep, I give
in
an
general-
exam very similar to Emma's.
In general, she is.
We're
a
having
good
to pick
judge,
favorites right
but
now, but we're
she
essentially
tries
like,
to
who can we
enter
bring to
cases
our
she's
side? Is what I'm hearing. But
I mean, to be fair though, I've also heard Shaban say, if everyone's conflicted, nobody's conflicted.
I agree with that to a certain point, but
Yeah.
considering there were other judges who were not conflicted, she should not have done that, and it's not a one-off
oh, and
occurrence.
Tal, thank you for following. Sorry, I missed
Yeah,
that.
what's up? It's Morgan.
Here's another issue.
Boomer Jungle.
Is
The follow?
the bending over and taking it. The most appropriate way I could say that is this is the way it's gonna go, and then taking it. It's not necessarily from us, right? But it's the judges go, okay, I have all the facts, I have all the evidence, and then particular cops go, yeah, this is how it's gonna go. They're already guilty. Fuck it, send it. And then the judges go, yep, okay.
I think the main issue was probably lack of communication more than anything else. I feel like there is just no communication.
It really isn't, Liz.
No, I think there's bigger issues than lack of communication.
There's been a lot of communication. The issue is that all of that communication has been, fuck you, I got mine.
No, I think a better word would almost be belligerence than lack of communication.
And that still comes into play with exactly what I said. It's on top of belligerence. It's folding. It's everyone, like, these individuals are folding when it starts getting.
I don't think necessarily.
Yeah, and that's why we're out here not full.
No, I don't think that would change
But the other
anything.
thing is that part
There's
of
them
this discussion
going.
you're having right now
I mean,
is
Wrangler
trying
likes
to
stir.
fold.
Gordo
And that's
enjoys
kind of what
Soto.
I'm trying to push against, because like
It's
just
not
quitting and walking
trying-
away is
it's
folding.
not trying. No, that Liz.
Stirring isn't the issue.
That's not folding, Hugo.
If they're fucking up, then you can sue them.
You literally get up and walk away
That's
from
what
the
it's
table.
being done.
Folding, not play. That's folding. That's how you play
No.
poker.
No,
But then for
Hugo,
arbitrary reasons, people
that's
are not
playing.
winning anything
Folding
because they didn't
in this scenario
name him
is quite
specifically
literally
in
saying,
the
okay,
whenever they wrote down the
go ahead.
case. That's a little bit
I mean,
strange.
like bending over, not okay. I thought you were talking about card terms,
It's not even that I don't want to go. It's that I
where
don't.
you just give up the hand.
I still want to do
No,
lawyer
I
stuff.
just
I do.
Don't have a hand, Hugo.
Yeah, there's no hand here. That's the thing.
I do.
We don't
It's
have any
weird.
cards to play.
Because I
Yeah.
enjoy it. I enjoy working with the law, helping people. Great
I
arguments.
disagree. I think we have quite a few. We've just
Name them.
discussed a couple.
I
What's your
feel
hand?
it's often difficult
Well,
to
we've
deal
already
with some of the
discussed
judges.
And when
I've never really had
opposite
trouble
party
dealing with cops.
has a couple of fucking aces and a full house rolled up their sleeve.
With
You
DAs,
are
I've
paying
never really had any issues
You're
with
not gonna
DAs or
win.
Well, hold on.
or cops to any
What do you
large
think
degree.
the solution is, other than just trying to have another conversation with Dan?
Well, I think that it starts with a conversation, because if there's not a conversation that starts there specifically about this, then we're gonna hear, no matter what we do, why didn't we talk about this?
True.
And I know
Because we
communication
have.
is annoying, and it's annoying. But at the
Hugo,
end of the
we've
day, if
talked
you're not
about
willing to
this.
step
It's all
forward
RP,
and
yeah.
actually do that, then you're
I'm
gonna
just
be,
I'm very
your
worried though
stuff's
that
gonna
if
be
there is a
weighted
big
with that in
walkout,
mind. You need to be willing to actually.
I don't
do
want to
that
see the
first.
city head in the negative
but
direction
Hugo,
because as soon as there's no
we've
checks and
talked
balances against
about
cops,
this. Dan's talked about this. This isn't the first time this is happening.
the quickest way to create
so we know
toxicity
exactly what you're referring to there. If you're talking about
is for
situations that are
resentment
not,
to
you
exist.
know, great for the PDO, yes, there have been many times that that's happened. It's not the first one.
Tahiti, come here for a second.
All right, so look at it this way: we're on the bottom, right? The only way to go up is up, right? Where do we start? That needs to be discussed. Where do we start?
Well, I think
we're
half
at
of
the
us
very
need to
bottom.
get our heads on straight. I feel like half of us might not. We have good cohesive points here, but I feel like there's a lot of emotion and a lot of doom in the air right now. I think heads on straight is the first step.
Well, I can't do that. I'm gay. I quit.
I mean, that's fine. That's
slightly crooked.
Backwards.
You can have your head on
Put it on
slightly
backwards.
crooked.
Backwards. You go backwards.
My God, I've never seen somebody. Oh my
You think
God,
so? I don't think there will be. There's not enough people who. I mean,
Have some compensation.
that's not the issue though.
My favorite attorney right
The
there.
issue isn't that there's not going to be lawyers. It's that
Attorney? The fuck?
people are
You don't do anything like that.
I think that
are not going to be able to.
the point where we are at now is the ultimate issue.
Yeah, no.
If this goes through in any kind of a way, there is nothing. You lose, regardless of whether you play the game or not.
Agreed. I think the solution here, look, honestly, I think the PDO should realistically just stop playing the game. Should quit. Okay? If Dan wants to have a conversation, then the conversation can be had. But I mean, Dan didn't offer a conversation before making this move. Dan didn't offer a conversation about making these changes. So, I mean,
Like, I feel like I want to help, but I'm not even sure
We're not
I'm
gonna
this
get
issue to.
you know,
That's the thing.
basic
exactly. A bunch of people complained to Dan.
We're not being treated as
to Dan, so Dan
members
just made
of the
this
fucking
change, and then
community.
there was no discussion about if this was better for everybody, if this was just better for just one side of the other justice system. Like, why is the onus on us?
We're government
to be-
employees too. Some of PDO.
So
and
why
yet,
is-
Where
We're not
so
part of
I
this,
will
just
tell
be
you,
taken.
I will tell you right now that we are not seen as government employees. Do you want to know why?
Because it's not convenient.
Because if you get assaulted, they're not going to charge them
Yeah,
with
I
assault
agree with
on a
that.
government employee.
Wrangler
Yep.
is very fair regarding
So
things.
we are part of the government. We're just the least part of it. When it's
You
convenient,
have
we can
all
be.
of the you have all of the responsibilities, but none of the benefits. Look at it this way: the judges pay for their food with government checks. The PDs pay for their food with government checks.
Okay. Alfie.
And y'all have to pay me.
We have to go.
Wow,
It's Hugo. If you want to talk to him, talk to him. I'm tired. Talking
Okay,
to
you
him
take
is
some
not gonna.
rest then, Mr. Ulf. Like I said,
I'm going to try and
take
talk with
some
Wrangler
time.
and see maybe if we can sort some things
God,
out.
why would you do that, Liz?
Because I'm willing to try
Stop
things,
feeding
even if they
him.
seem like they
Stop
are.
feeding Wrangler.
Why am I
I
gonna
will
feed
agree
him?
with that. The last time you talked to him, he just started coming up to me and screaming.
Then I'm not going to mention
That's not
names.
good for anybody.
Well, the reason I'd mentioned your name in the first place is because yes, who specifically had made the complaint, and so I gave him the name. I'll be more careful in the future regarding that.
That didn't come to your mind before that?
I didn't think he'd care about it. I thought he would just think like, "What's a complaint?"
No, it's Wrangler.
I didn't think he
Come
treat.
on, Liz,
I
you're
didn't think he would
smarter
treat the
than
complaint
this.
seriously because he doesn't care about complaints usually.
You're smarter
So-
than this.
But I can talk with him and I can see if. I don't know what I can see, but I can try and see.
If what? Come on, you know that at least part of this decision was made because of him, Gordo, and the complaints that they had about the fucking appeals. How many of the appeals are against cases that Wrangler was involved in, or that Wrangler himself brought?
Was that the reasoning? Was that the reasoning? I'm not actually sure why this had been brought up. And I don't really know the
That's what you get.
reason why Dan is just doing this all of a sudden, because I do feel like there's no communication in that regard.
Exactly. We don't know why he's doing this because we're always excluded from the conversation. So at this point, why are we trying to even have a conversation if at every single step of the way we are being excluded
When
out
they
of
say
it?
government employees, they don't mean it that way. They mean to have like the authority and being able to be trusted to
Yeah,
a certain
honestly,
degree
I
with
think
things
that-
rather than just being
it
treated
feels
as
like people are too willing to
people
just keep
outside of
taking
that.
the abuse. That's what it seems like.
If it doesn't work, I can try and make something myself because I don't have trouble trusting others in the
You're
first
gonna
place.
get brought up on fucking charges of I don't know, conspiracy
then
to commit treason or some shit.
Something, right? But regardless, I mean, I have to do something.
Well, no, it's not your responsibility, Les. You don't have to do anything.
You're right. You're right, but I want to do something.
Can we help you, old timer?
You know exactly who I am. Shut up.
I want to do something and I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I know who you are, sir.
You were telling Morgan that you let me know you were here when you weren't.
Sir, this is lawyer business. How can we help you?
Tahiti, I'm
I have
a
a
be
bad
at my
bottle,
spot
are you?
fishing if you want to join me.
Yes.
Since when?
All right,
Since
well,
I got my
nice
bar.
talking with you. I'll try.
I'm
I'll
also
try.
an
All right.
associate lawyer.
Well, so am I.
Yeah. All right. I'm out, guys.
But well, let's go off duty for now, at least.
Why are you speaking to me?
Infinite.
That's a
Selective
good point.
mercy. Thank you for following.
Well, it was a good conversation, guys. All right, stay safe out there, old timer with your stretchy pants.
Yeah, thanks for talking. It's you two have any opinions regarding that conversation?
I don't know if I should say anything.
That's fair. Robert, do you have any? From a court clerk, what is your view of things?
I'm not able to really give a take. I have to remain very neutral.
I'm
My
asking
only
you
take is
personally,
that they
not
all
a,
hate me and probably want me arrested or something.
I mean,
What
court
was that,
clerks
Liz?
see both sides of things. It's not that they have to remain neutral. It's that they give an opinion that includes both sides.
I see the frustrations. I understand the frustrations coming from someone who, you know, was also a defense attorney before becoming a court clerk and
Marcelo
and
Maniac,
also
thank you for
had
follow. Appreciate you.
issues while trying to perform their duties as a
Is Panda
defense
streaming right
attorney.
now? Well, I shouldn't. We just find out on character whether or not.
This
close around.
case, I feel like there needs to be someone. I feel like cooler heads need to prevail here, and someone needs to do something to keep everyone from jumping
Oh, that's
off the
right,
ledge. Because things may be bad, but they can be mended. I feel like it does not seem unsalvageable, from my perspective.
Guess one thing I will say is the whole reason I said dooming is because, you know, this whole thing came about and they haven't even
What's wrong?
had a case yet. I think they should just let things go, see how it happened. If it's shit, I feel like
Some of the appeal
we'll
reasons
have actual complaints to bring to people, and maybe that'll get things changed.
it's that stuff isn't being articulated.
Yeah,
like they're just
I think
denying
it is
appeals and
dooming.
saying,
I
"Oh,
think
this is
you're
denied."
right.
It's
I
like,
think
okay, can you give a reason?
understand.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
it's so
go ahead.
bad before anything has happened. Is like obviously that announcement could be bad, but you don't know until you see a couple cases, fill things out a little bit.
If it was like the person who was being charged their GSR test, I could see that being an
Am
issue.
I wrong, Liz, that things were worse before? Like back when I was an attorney, like things were even worse than right now. I feel like, and we managed to find a way.
I mean, back then I was trying my best, and I felt like that was being acknowledged a bit. But now I'm trying my best, and it's not really being acknowledged. I feel like, so I can't necessarily say. Personally, I feel like no, that's not the case. Personally, things feel worse right now.
You think it's worse right now?
Whether or not, if I look at it from an objective perspective, whether or not I think things are worse, let me think about that. It's the main issue I see is that there is no things are just going to the judges or to Dan, and there is he's hearing one-sided arguments. These ex parte conversations, as you might refer to it as, and the fact that there's not two sides to give a counter to whatever is being brought up to him is causing issues. And so the fact that one person is having power and is making decisions very quickly is not in our best favor, I feel. I feel like there probably does need to be some level of procedure or bullshit people should have to go through in order to be able to bring up opinions to in the first place. Like something so that people can be aware of like what's actually being talked about in the first place, rather than just, oh, I just called up Dan and I told him I didn't like this thing, and so there's a change all of a sudden.
Do you think like a change like this should have some sort of like voting system that includes everyone instead of just like some of the people who you think may already be like swaying to one side or another?
Well, I mean, the Supreme Court isn't one person, right? It's intended to be that way for that reason. It's because you can't expect any one person to be able to have all that on them at the same time, as well as being able to give a perfectly unbiased opinion.
For someone, the one perspective that I can give as a court clerk that could be useful is, you know, as someone who follows Dan around every now and then, he does have to make difficult decisions constantly. Like it's just like a lose-lose, it seems like, every time he steps out of his office. So I sympathize with him, even though a lot of people are angry with him, you know?
Well, it's not that I don't sympathize with him. I think he's just very quick to be making decisions because he's like, well, I need to fix this. I understand that feeling. But by doing so, he tends to make things much worse, from what I'm saying. He doesn't consider the consequences of the decisions he makes, which is understandable. He hasn't been in the position very long.
I really feel like he's trying to do the best thing possible.
I agree.
From my time working with him, but
I agree for the most part. For the most part, I didn't dislike, or I still very much so dislike that. Was within 30 seconds of me saying I was going on strike, I'd been fired. That was I felt a bit strange. And then when I asked him, I didn't hear about that. I said I was going on strike, and as I was in the middle of writing text messages saying, I'm not actually going on strike, I was just overreacting. He says that I'm fired.
oh, I did not hear about that.
Yeah, this was within 30 seconds of me sending the text messages. So
Fired from like the PDO or just?
I was the chief of the PDO. Yeah.
Yeah, I. That's crazy that I didn't hear about that.
And
oh, is that him?
I had asked to have a meeting about that multiple times, and he had just either refused or ghosted me. And so I don't know. I haven't really been able to have closure over it, so it's still a little bit getting to me.
Have you talked to him about it?
I asked to schedule a meeting, and he just ghosted me.
Oh, gotcha. I will say this has definitely swayed my opinion on my future.
I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have brought you to here if it was going to be this much dooming. I didn't think it was going to be as bad as this.
I didn't know it was going to be like this. I didn't think I was going to like walk into the fire when I walked over there. And then, yeah, I can tell that everyone is very jaded.
Stuff is probably at a boiling point, and this feels like it may have tipped things over the edge. So,
yeah, a lot of people wanting to quit and saying it's over and there's nothing they can do and it'll never get better and they have no power.
It will. People just need to keep trying. That's the thing. And if they truly go out of their way to fuck people up at every opportunity, then, you know, then we can see that for ourselves. But
I mean, even what you said earlier about like the burden of proof changing, like it was something.
Yeah, it was.
And then
you want to raise more
blood
doubt.
came, and then it was something even higher than it was, and now it's going down again, but it's still higher than it was.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of it is just growing pains. Like things are ebbing and flowing.
It's that the main issue is that these things seem to come out of nowhere for most people. It's because there's no communication in that regard. Where it's like, oh, we're considering changing this. What is you guys' opinions regarding that? It's that this is the change that's happening. You don't get to say in the matter. Those are two very different things.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, maybe that's something you guys should talk about, is just like different ways that decisions are made.
I agree.
Maybe if there's big sweeping changes in the legislation or whatever, then, you know, there should be lawyers involved on both sides, and there should be judges involved as well.
Even this change regarding the burden of proof, this was said in an email, which I really didn't like that. I would like to have talked about things, you know, here in person. That would be nice. That'd be really nice, but we don't ever seem to have that.
And it seems like a lot of the frustration is coming off of, it feels like it's dogpiled maybe, because a lot of these hut trials,
He gave out of character reasons for why.
Extremely
the burden of proof
leaning
changing.
towards
I really didn't like that.
PD, you know, like prosecution. So then to do this on top of that does seem a little unfortunate, you know.
There's just a lack of that's what lawyers are feeling left out and disrespected in that way. Like they said, they're not considered government employees. It's not that we don't have the same rights. It's that we are not being treated as part of the group. Which isn't okay. You know, that's not how it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be working together regarding things, not against each other. You know, we can work against each other in the courtroom, but for everything else.
I mean, even that little man I spoke to at the courthouse, as soon as I told him I was trying to become a defense attorney, he was like, oh, ew.
I understand that. They do understand. I hope at least more understand that as well. But that's not necessarily the issue. I understand. I mean, there was also the Wrangler bad topic again, so let me try and talk with Wrangler and see if maybe we can... I don't know. Let me just try and talk with Wrangler, I guess.
Honestly, I don't even know who that is, but I heard his name a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, Liz. I'll be around tomorrow though if you need me.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
How much should I inform him of? The lawyer. Alright, here we go. Yeah, the lawyers are at a point where I need your advice regarding things. Because I need some advice right now. And it depends, what are we looking for, really? Like, good lawyers, what is a good lawyer? Is it someone who can just represent the person? I'm sorry I had to go through all that right now, but let me take you back somewhere, I guess, and then I'll try and I'll try. All right.
It's okay. Although, I don't really know where I go from here.
I understand. I feel that right now.
I feel like, unless I'm your own personal paralegal, I'm not sure any of those people want to work with me again.
Yeah, I'd be happy to have a paralegal. I'm sorry that happened as well. I think that people were just... I didn't realize how much energy there was.
I did say it was bad.
Yeah. The ultimate challenge. I think you guys could be proud when you do that one eventually. Yeah, I mean, I should Wrangler a ton. And I always have fun cases with him. He would teach me stuff. No, I don't like that people are... Oh. It's fine, it's rental.
I don't think this is the one.
Is this not?
I think it's the one behind us.
Oh. Alright.
Well, thank God those lawyers didn't see that, or else I'd be in prison.
Hey.
Yes. Hello.
What up?
So... I don't know, honestly. That's... Alright.
That's the
I
vibe.
think everybody needs to take some time, let cooler heads to prevail. You're free people. You should take some time to yourselves, and I understand the upset. I'm upset too, but I don't think the nuclear option is good. I don't think it's good at all, and I think there was a lot of doom there. And considering that, we should take some time to really weigh it out.
They haven't had the effect of
Again,
my charges.
I really don't think everything is out of malice. I do think there are malicious attempts, but like writing everything off to malice is just mean and disrespectful. Because there are good judges, there are good DAs. I was just telling him about Uriel. Like, there are good DAs. Taomi's great.
I know and I understand, but also you named like 3, and then we have like a bunch that are also bad. You know,
Literally the only DA I can think of that's problematic at this current time is Gordo. And Freddy on occasion, but I haven't seen Freddy in weeks.
Doing what he does.
But you're just thinking of DAs, not
That's
the
a lot
whole
of RP.
thing, right?
Well, yeah, if we're talking about troopers, that's a different category altogether.
was funny.
I wouldn't lump them in as the same sum, except we're talking about Gordo.
I
because
realized
he
that
goes
the case
with
I put up on the
everybody,
docket
and
was
them especially.
got the one cop
So it's a
charged with
different
corruption that
situation there,
Wrangler
but,
had
like, I
been
don't
leading
think
the
that it's fair
investigation
to write
against.
off
So
all
I'm like,
of
oh,
them. I do think
like, oh, I
there's
did
issues
that.
currently with the DOJ as well. We were talking about judges.
They're
I
both
think
ex.
there needs to be some discussion there. But I
We
don't
need
think
new
we should
judges,
just be
you know?
sitting here raging. And we should all probably take some time to think it over. Sorry.
All right. I mean, yeah, I think this is definitely something that should be thought about. I do
it's
think
a serious decision.
I don't think most people are doing things that are malice. I believe that there is a lot of people who feel disrespected in one way or another. And I feel like there is a lot of stuff that is not written down anywhere that is expected of us, which I really don't like that part.
Yeah, and I think that should be sorted out too. And we were talking just yesterday about SOPs, and Ulf had great ideas and was writing it out. Now I don't know how much I'm going to be able to utilize there because the availability is going to tank. So like, there's a lot that needs to be discussed here. There's a lot of spinning wheels and a lot of things that need to be factored in.
It's
and
only
I
a
think
couple
that
people who are
hasty
getting Wrangler
decisions
loans.
are going to screw us even
And
further than
it was
we
very
already
fresh
are.
from what I heard
Is
about
it bad? Yes. Can we make it worse by
what happened
fucking
to her,
up
so
more?
I
Yes, we
understand some of it.
can. And we really need to be careful.
Then what are you suggest doing for now?
Again, we need to take some time to actually think. Like we've thought it over in the stew and in the doom, and now we need to actually think. Like I
Okay.
think everybody needs to just go live their lives for a few minutes, a few hours, even maybe, and just not think about it and then approach it.
Are you good?
Sorry.
It's me.
Oh, that's Mr.
It's me.
T.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my ride. Okay,
I rented a car. This is a huge fucking car.
it's nice.
No, it's nuts.
All right.
We'll think about it. We'll think. And
Yep. Let me know.
see
We'll
what-
talk soon.
Yeah, you
See
go
you then.
ahead.
Okay. All right. You have any ideas then?
Do I have any ideas?
Yeah.
Other than like suggesting like a different way of handling things.
Lawyers can
just
watch.
like not make decisions so hastily.
Are you sure it's not just like
That's
people?
just
Because
something
I
you
know
guys
that.
need to go to the judges about. And I think
It's true, Wrangler doesn't
like
just
he
text
said,
though.
cooler has prevailed, so they should wait until they're a little more calm and more personable. And yeah.
Wait, so they?
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, is what? What? Oh,
I don't really. I mean, I want to become a defense attorney to like
well, Mr. Beckham, thank you for
best
following.
friends with
Appreciate you.
everyone. I want to do it because of like friends who are in shit, and I saw what they were going through, and I was like, maybe this is something I can do to like help people that are getting screwed over.
Yeah, that's a praiseworthy thing. You're doing good.
Yeah, I don't really know where to go from here.
Well, I
Like,
can update
literally
you.
all the other lawyers hate me. Yeah, I would appreciate it.
So I think that you push back quite a bit, which is not necessarily a bad thing, especially for a lawyer. And a lot of the lawyers they like to have hierarchy, which I'm not the happiest with.
Oh, I can tell. Like, I don't know about you, but I just like to treat people like they're people and we're on the same level. Like, I understand, you know, they have seniority when it comes to law stuff, but if I'm walking into a conversation being told you should sit there unless you're spoken to is
That was too much, I agree.
because that makes me feel like they don't think I'm a person or like on their level.
I think people are very heated at the moment. I mean, I think even if they weren't heated, that may have occurred, but it's not something that I feel is appropriate, regardless.
So yeah, I wasn't necessarily angry, but I definitely don't deal with the hostility well. I'm
No, I
not
think
gonna
that's
like
fair.
sit there and apologize. I definitely am gonna push back in that situation.
So there was one thing. I don't think you necessarily need to apologize for something like that, but you don't necessarily need to engage with it either.
Oh, I agree. I would say it's not one of my better traits.
Like, I understand that, you know, wanting to give
there's
back
so
the...
many people saying stuff. I just felt the
No,
need
no, I
to
understand. You were
defend
getting kind
myself.
of dogpile there. I didn't appreciate that. This is the PDO headquarters. I'm not sure if you've been there yet.
What happened?
How bad the criminals are at crime. I mean, because we expect them to be bad. That's an expectation we have. We wouldn't be lawyers otherwise, right? If they're smart criminals, then we don't interact with them. Well, I helped actually decorate quite a bit of the place. It's, see that stream just spot over there? I helped, got the beer for him. It's, got the little panther statue, got the twerking statue, yeah. It's,
The twerking. Oh, I see it. I didn't even
Yeah, yeah.
notice it. I mean, that's very colorful.
yeah, and I made this room as well over here. I added that stuff and I blamed it on, or I let people blame it on the person who's here.
Pinky. How did you fit a whole car in here?
Oh, I didn't do the car. That was Hugo brought it there. Alright, I thought some people would be here, but... Let me see, let me go back on duty. Should I go back on duty? Should I be doing this? Is it okay?
Oh, I've been on duty this whole time. But I don't get paid, so I don't think it matters.
Yeah, you're fine. Come back on duty doing that. I'm wondering if, Tax lets it go to the cops and also...
Yeah, today did not go how I
Argon
thought
charges,
it
I agree.
would.
The case is outcome either they get a deal in the cells
That
with
was
bench.
kind of crazy.
Lose a bench criminal gets time served anyways. That's not a reward for the lawyers. That's a possible reward for the criminal. For me, I'm like, I don't want to have to deal with a bench over something dumb. If I could just talk with the cop about it and have it done. Okay. Hmm.
I mean, you could hire this person, maybe.
Oh, I don't have the authority to hire people anymore.
Oh,
Honor. Thank you for follow. I appreciate you. Hmm.
some older lady on Life Invader.
Well, I can teach you a bit. Let's see if there's... I'm sure there's some other paralegals as well. I think someone probably just answered for a sour up, so they can try and call me or another associate lawyer, or they should be doing that, I should say. Not ready for the Bajek. Thank you. Or can what's weird? When walking there, there's like a weird.
And I thought my other job was stressful.
I mean, I'm very I'm jaded in a different way. I'm used to worse treatment than this, so it's something I'm kind of gotten I'm like, well, it's not as bad as back then, right? So oh wait, that or that's not what? Okay. Well, oh, I'm trying to. Can he get in the car?
Oh God.
Oh, what? This guy freaking out on me.
I don't know.
Alright. Alright. This guy. Alright, go. What else? In the
Yeah, I
car.
would have helped, but I'm not one to get my hands dirty.
I'm not either. I don't know what happened there. Something came over me. So.
That's why I was so surprised.
Right.
Like I jumped over the dock because I've never worked out a day in my life.
That wasn't. Thanks, buddy. I wasn't Lis. That was Lis is a no
As
fight
if I
rule.
could punch someone. That
Trying to end it.
far.
Why isn't it working? Oh, is it bugged? It's actually bugged. Okay. I can't move at all. I think I might need to take a nap. Let me take a nap real quick. All right.
Okay.
Just get in the car. He was getting in the car. I don't know why he wouldn't get in the car. It's. I agree that people don't have the motivation to improve. It's that there's no reward for improving is the issue. It's that even if you do have a bunch of the legal knowledge and whatnot, and if you try and apply that, it just gets shot down. There is no reward for improving. At most, you know how to, like... At most, you know how to, like, move the people, rather than... I think that's the main issue, is that... people don't understand the system, and there's nowhere to understand it. Because nothing's written down. There's no communication, there's no way to go about doing things in... There's no way to go about questioning a decision in a way that's proper, it feels like, anymore. Because the main issue that they brought up was that Dan has said out of character, I don't know why I said this out of character, that he's changing the rules, that he is expecting less of cops and of judges, and that he wants to lower the burden of proof for that reason. And it's kind of strange for a defense attorney. That just means our job gets a lot harder, and people were already feeling like the job was very hard to begin with, and so to see it get worse despite that feels very demoralizing. But we'll try not to doom. We'll try not. We change it. We won't. We're not dooming now. Hopefully. But I've been trying to get over the fire and stuff for a while now, so it's been hard to even have motivation to get angry at things in the first place. but I never even got an ERP from the fire end. Was this, oh, you know, let's happen in a text message. Oh, can we have a meeting about it? Nope. Okay. Didn't even make an announcement about it. Ugh. What the? It crashed. Is this a sign? No, I shouldn't be looking at it like that. That's dooming. That's dooming. Let's see. I forgot the Panda doesn't stream on Mondays and Tuesdays, so we can try and talk with him on Wednesday. I don't like trying to handle in-character problems out of character either. There's been so much of that, and I'm not happy with it. Wait, let me see. What are some things people have been saying? First thing, I will simply also state this feels like the most corrupt and aggressive version of the police department I've ever dealt with referring to fuck with the basic human rights and push the limits. But see, I can actually just show Discord now I think about it. I mean... This is what Discord is at the moment. I fit into me in the cells if they felt they were being punished for RP and should have just started blasting. I don't play crime, but as a lawyer hearing it's already this bad and likely to get worse has me worried about the future. I would also like to comment on this and state that I have never felt more disrespected by the police department or DA's office as a defense lawyer than I have in a few encounters I've had with certain people. Which people are? No, she. Wrangler's really good at pushing people's buttons. Gonna be honest, some of you guys, including myself, have been here a long time and I've seen the good, bad, good, and ugly. I personally understand the frustrations from you guys, as it was once defense attorney here too. However, I think we all have to work together as a DOJ, not separate departments, on the new changes that have been implemented and work together. I know sometimes it may not feel as if we're working together, just sometimes. But when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, we are all role-playing for the same thing in the end, and that's justice. I mean, that's... I wouldn't say that's the reason I'm role-playing. I'm role-playing to help people out because I feel like they're not heard in some way. They don't have the ability to make their arguments in a way that other people are able to understand, or in a proper manner. And I want to be able to be that voice for them, if I can. So I think, like Dan said, there will be no OC meeting. Cringe. And maybe including that us as judges can set a guide in terms of where the 75% sits. Now remember, all judges, attorneys, DAs will have a different... Oh, I haven't shown you guys the actual what it caused these issues. Let me go up right here. About just something that will most likely make a few people upset when it needs to be done. The matter right now is just appeal everything judges rule on, especially HUTs. Appeals will be extremely hard to get approved. We will not approve appeals due to scuff, MDT errors, etc. Judges have the ability to rule while knowing scuff is happening and empty issues happen. And rulings will be fun regarding that. The entirety of the evidence will be looked at during appeals if a small piece of evidence is left out. Actually, I can make this bigger for you guys. Alright. Exceptions of PD role players was too expectations of PD role players was whatever. are missing, not presented, but otherwise would not alter the outcome of the case, the appeal is going to be denied. My expectations of PD role players was too extreme. I have to remember that these are just players like you and I. They're not cops IRL, just like we're not judges IRL. They will miss things, we will miss things, and they will fuck up. We will fuck up. Entire case should not be thrown out or overturned due to that, especially if all other evidence supports the outcome anyway. We're beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's going to be 75%. If this is an issue of any of you, I understand if you want to step down. Line Dan and character. That is incredibly cringe. Yeah, let me make an out of character decision, and then yeah, if you want to quit, go ahead. What the fuck? I don't like that. And people feeling like there's disrespect. I completely fully understand that's disrespectful. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. I mean, I try to help people. That's what I like to do. I find a way I can do that is to go about giving others a voice, to people to tell their side of the story, to give their story. And I'm happy with that. I would like to be able to continue doing that. I feel like it's very difficult at times, and I'm sure a lot of other people feel that way as well. I feel like a lot of people are role-playing for justice, maybe, like they say, or to win, or for whatever else they might be doing it for. Lis was pushed in character to become a lawyer by quite a few different people, and I figured if I was to roleplay anything, I would want to have it be a skill that is also applicable to real life. And so I'm like, oh, lawyer sounds good then. And I've been happy with it. Let me see. Oh, sorry. Can I?
No, that's okay.
We'll get this one, I guess. All right, where we headed to? Let me pause for a second.
Are you getting me a ride somewhere?
I don't know where we're going. I'm trying to figure out where. I don't know where we can. You want brood? We can brood somewhere. It's.
Oh, I mean, how far do you want to go?
I have no idea. We can just go to City Hall and hang out there.
Yeah, we can go to City Hall.
So I can rent you guys. I'm in a renting mode. I was in a renting mode. Like I was gonna. I'm sure you guys heard about the TikTok ban and about how it was overturned in one day. That was pretty strange. And about how the reasoning they gave I felt was very strange as well. They're like, oh, for national security concerns. It's like, well, you know, why didn't they make the stealing of data? Why didn't they make that illegal? What was the concerns were regarding stealing data? They could just make that illegal. Why didn't they do so? Well, it's because, you know, there's no way they'd ever make a law against stealing data. Absolutely 100% no way they'd ever do so. It's the fact that they didn't like who was stealing the data was the issue. Take a picture regarding as well, and so. Alright. Sorry, that's my paranoia. Before my car gets towed for no reason.
Oh no, you're okay.
You see, if you just expect bad things to happen to you, then it's not surprising whenever it does. So.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm like that. I expect great things to happen to me because I'm great.
Okay. That's a good way of looking at things, too.
Do you have a twin?
Probably. I've been told I look like a justice. There's a justice that kind of looks like me, but that's all
Oh,
I've
you
ever
look
heard.
like who is it, Dan?
Can you hear this guy?
Yeah, she retired. I'll let you talk
okay.
to the judge. Hold on.
Oh, that's.
Or do you have time to talk as well, Timmy?
Give me like 10-15 minutes, please.
Okay.
Yes, I will be right back out.
The Crims are bad at hiding their shit. Asking Lord to do their magic. Hey.
How's it
So,
going?
what was that?
So how's it going?
It's not really going, honestly. I'm trying to figure out how to hopefully get it going. It's I think
I don't know what's really going on. I just got back today.
the lawyers seem to be at a boiling point, and they're not happy with the way things are right now, especially with the change regarding stuff is going to be lowered from beyond reasonable doubt.
They do know that when we're talking about appeals, we're talking about like guilty verdict appeals, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not.
That's basic info. You don't appeal. Like, if you're pleading not guilty and it goes to trial, you can appeal it too, right?
Mm-hmm.
We call it appeals, but it's not really supposed to be appeals. But what the main issue that they're mad about is that there's no communication in regards to anything regarding this. Like, why didn't we have like a meeting about this kind of stuff? Why is it just happening? So this is happening. We're just informing you rather than, hey, do you guys have any opinions regarding this? This is something we're considering to do. No, it's just being informed. Like, it's just it doesn't really feel like we're working together, like we're on the same side.
Oh.
My main issue is just having access to past cases and trials and precedents and verdicts and whatnot.
More fun rolling our peach. I think it's
That's my
pretty rough.
only gripe. I want to be able to reference material.
Being a bit
like
watching the mock
I
trial
had
side
a
of things.
question
rather
back.
than surprise witnesses.
I asked, has anybody won a case against the police for?
I don't think mock trials is the issue by any means.
Excessive force.
I feel like having more mock
And no
trials
one
is
can
probably
answer my
a good
question
thing.
except for the ADA that ran off with the bag. I forget names. I'm so bad. But the officers were very.
Or are you referring to it like trials itself being
uncooperative with just
like
saying,
roleplay?
no, I don't know. Maybe we should get somebody from the DA's office down to answer that question. Instead, the cop decided to bust my balls until I demanded somebody from the DA's office, and I got a simple answer of no. It was only because they had no weapon on them. It had nothing to do with overuse of the taser and whatnot. I was looking for an angle, but I wouldn't have had to ask that question if I could just clack in a database the keywords of excessive force.
Yeah, people
or,
do call lawyers and just expect to have time taken off.
lethal.
But
I need to answer my own.
You learn how to
question.
deal with those people.
I want to be able to do my own research without having to ask permission to do it. You know what I mean?
Well, we have a new docket system where I think we're posting our verdicts on there.
Well,
that you guys can see.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
as long as that.
I don't think that's a super
But
big
can
issue.
we search that? Are we able to search through that? Like, is it easy to search keywords to get?
They don't want precedent
narrow
happening
down?
in the first place. They don't want a judge's ruling to be precedent. It's something that they very clearly have to do.
Well, no, I would use it. I would use it as an example, like cases outside the state. I would use them as examples to support my side of things. Like, I will explain my.
You're talking about precedent.
thinking. Yeah, but using it's not precedent so much as this is how it went with this case, and this is I will set my case first, and then say this kind of matches
Because that's what's
these
easiest to accuse
cases
others of
outside
doing.
the state. To just say,
talking about, like, other
I'm not
case
the only
laws?
person thinking. Yeah, like I'm not the only person that has this opinion about
When people
this
are heated,
situation.
it's really easy
there
to
are other cases
say, others
in
bad.
similar regards, just to help my case, not so much, like, oh, you should make this ruling because these are these rulings. It's just to support. It's evidence, basically. Being able to refer to cases, just like how we can refer to Tennessee versus Gardner and whatnot. You know what I mean? I want to be able to do that, but also with cases within the city, being like, hey, this case happened in the past, a similar situation, and now we're having another look at it So what's going to be the change? Why does this keep happening? Why is it, you know what I mean? To just to make the case.
I know what you're
that's
saying,
all.
but they have stated that they don't want that happening. I could be wrong, and maybe they want to encourage something like that, but it's...
That's the only way I'm able to, unless, you know, the only other recourse I have is finding a lesser charge instead of trying to prove that it's a charge that doesn't belong at all. You know what I mean? And the only way I can do that is by referencing other cases that have had rulings on them to say, well, this is the reason why you shouldn't be doing it because it was done here. Okay, well, then we won't put it, because that's the way I've always done it. You know what I mean? It's a nice little agreeable where two judges ruled in favor of the
You are
the
making
suspect.
an argument called appeal to authority. You can make other kinds of arguments.
Again, I just want to be able to have the reference material to make my case.
Well, you can bring like out-of-state case law in. Like, we don't really recognize it, but if you
Sorry,
can
I'm
use
being
it
a
to,
little
like,
bit curt with
reinforce your case, then
with her.
it's something we'd still consider.
I probably should be a little bit more... I'm a little bit heated myself, honestly. Sorry,
But
I'm
as for past case laws or past laws here, yeah, it's different because each judge kind of rules differently, but not.
each judge rules differently, you know it is. I'm sorry, I'm a bit heated myself right now. I don't mean to be Hey, Evelyn.
How are you? Yeah, I know.
Sorry if I kept interrupting before, Evelyn. I didn't mean to do that.
No, that's okay. I just had to get that meeting going.
Things are not in the greatest of shape. Not by any means. And I feel like a lot of the lawyers are at a boiling point. Something is going to happen if no changes are made. I feel that the main issue is that we're not treated as the same as like the DA's office, in the sense that there is a lot of leeway given to both cops and to the DA's office in regards to any kind of complaints they made. Well, for lawyers, it often feels like that's not the case at all. There's a lot of stuff that's put up to stop any kind of complaints or leeways, and then that
All I can say is really that I think we just got to give it time. Everybody's knee-jerk reaction is just to like say no right away.
stuff was already in a bad state, though, and this feels like something worse
Was it?
tacked on top. Yes. Stuff has been feeling like it's been getting worse over time. I mean, I was fired from the DA's office.
I was gone for
Or not
a
the DA's
week,
office,
and I've
what's it
been
called? I was fired from
trying
the chief of the
for-
PDO.
All right, welcome back, sir. Let's go.
I've been trying so long to like I had some stuff to take care of, but now that I'm back, I'm having like scheduled open court for people to bring like small claims and small appeals, that kind of thing through it. And I'm really hoping that'll help.
Hey, babe.
Obviously, you know, some of this other stuff is a little bit more of a bigger issue that probably wouldn't be included with that, but I'm hoping it'll make everything a little bit easier for everybody.
I mean, yeah, we can only do our part, sadly. It's just... I think things are going from bad to worse. Maybe there won't be anything too crazy, but I've already heard multiple lawyers saying they're quitting. So...
Well, I don't really know what to say. I think people just need to give things a little bit more time.
That's what I said.
It also doesn't help that every other suspect wants to go to court right away. They just like, no, take it to trial, not guilty. I want to go to trial. It's like, no, there is nothing to work with. That's why I always tell clients in the cell, once you say not guilty and you're gonna bring it to trial, I'm not your lawyer anymore, because that's you're going against my advice. So therefore, I will not be representing you. Will have to hire your own lawyer if you're pleading not guilty, because I'm not going to do it, because I don't see any way out of it unless you can you actually know of a way, and then they try to say their way, and I tell them that's not a way. And it's the exact reason why after this, I am not representing you. If you want to go to bench trial, that's fine. But if you just want to plead not guilty and then take it to a full trial, I'm not there for that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I
I'm
mean-
also trying to do bench trials a little bit more faster, but I feel like both sides might be a little unhappy, but it's going to be better in the long run.
I have no problem taking my suspect in front of my client in front of a judge for a bench trial. It's like, you really think that's going to work? Yes, let's just create the bench trial, lead your case. If he agrees with you, great. If he doesn't, I'll tell you so. You know, I mean, take a guilty, but you know, at least if you want to see, roll the dice, and maybe still fall back on that guilty plea, we can give it a shot. But once you plead not guilty and go straight to trial, you can't fall back on that guilty plea.
So the main issue I feel that lawyers have been having, or what they've been telling me, is that they feel that the cops have been pushing things quite heavily in
Yes, they're very aggressive. That's kind of why I hesitated, you know, flying back in.
and have been doing
My last experience was with a very aggressive and pushy and standoffish officer.
have been doing outward corrupt things, like after a case has been subpoenaed and given to the lawyer, changing what is written down on the arrest record.
I don't know anything about that. I just heard about the whole BCSO thing today too.
Oh yeah, I heard about that too.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah,
I literally just got back.
Anytime a client pleads not guilty, though, I will take a screenshot of the MDT and send them their case file, their arrest, you know, the record for that arrest, so that, you know, they have a prime copy. So if something's changed, they can compare to what I gave them to what, you know, if the officer changed anything. Because I've run into that in the past years ago. So I always have a habit of giving my client a copy of that report.
Yeah, what you're referring to is you're expecting the worst. You're expecting bad things to happen and for people to be corrupt. I'm not sure that's an expectation we should have. We shouldn't have that expectation to.
There's always one. There's always one.
Well, I think a lot of people got to think of things a little bit differently here, because in a lot of other places in the world, you would think that most people are a reasonable, law-abiding citizen whose first instinct would not be to run away from a traffic stop if something were to distract the officer.
You kidding me? In other states, I'm sure public defenders face this kind of stuff all the time. This is
I'm talking about like the average person within a city.
Well, yeah, but we're not dealing with the average
person. If a cop
person.
has somebody pulled over and then say like, it's on the highway and somebody hits that cop with a car, do you think the person who is pulled over is just going to take off?
I have no idea regarding the context.
Here? Yes, exactly. That's what I mean.
Because if the officer didn't get down the plate, that's the only hope, is the officer didn't take down your plate.
Well, I'm not trying to
Here,
justify people's
yes,
actions in
people
that
would
regard.
probably run. But everywhere else in the world, I think the person would probably get out and try to make sure that officer's okay.
I mean,
What did I just hear?
What was that?
No. It's just I'm just saying like a hypothetical thing. It's like
I don't think gang members would care, honestly. If we're dealing with gang members, then gang members are not going to care.
I don't know about that.
I would have to disagree. Outside the city, I honestly, I think it would be the same situation.
Really?
It's just human instinct. Here, all that instinct goes out the window.
I feel like these people have not been to
And I think
inner
that,
city areas.
That does make things a lot more difficult with lawyers. It makes people a lot more difficult to defend, because a lot of the times when they're accused of something, they're probably guilty.
Yeah, I don't.
That's why I always tell my
Oh, but in
clients,
real
you know,
life they'll
just plead
stop. No,
guilty and,
no.
you know,
They have a lot of. They have a high
And
expectation
that
of gang
usually
members in real life.
softens them up. If I can't find a lesser charge or they're not agreeable to it,
GTA, I feel like isn't even doesn't even exaggerate that.
You know what I mean? But most of the time, I'm telling my clients, like, stop, come on. No, come on. So
I'm a magistrate, so I keep a pretty level head and I look at everything like from a neutral ground. So I try and give people a little bit more of a benefit of the doubt, but
that's why I always give my clients the option of the bench trial. It's like, just plead your case, behave, and you'll be fine. And we'll ask for the guilty plea and see if we can get the same, offer after you plead your case. You know what I mean? You're not pleading not guilty or guilty yet. You just want to plead your case to see if maybe it could be seen your way. And if it isn't,
why are you asking?
Like I said, it's my fallback.
Why are you asking the judge to? They've already said that they can't lower charges. That's been ruled on. So if a judge were to do that, I feel like that'd be incredibly wrong.
If they are adamant about going to trial, to avoid them pleading not guilty and try to take it straight to trial, and then end up screwing themselves because they end up getting the full time and fine because they lost, naturally. A bench trial is that little in between where you can still plead your case. But if it's like, no, I'm not, entertaining that, you're like, okay, well, let her plead guilty and discuss, a guilty plea.
You can't do that with a judge. That shows bias.
Oh yeah, you can't. We don't do guilty pleas in the middle of a trial or like plea deals.
Bench trial.
Let me just tell.
Yeah.
Why use prison?
Bench
I
trial
would
is what
say
I'm saying,
people
not
don't.
a regular trial.
No,
honestly, I could actually see maybe gamers doing that in real life. I have to think about it. Let me think about that.
We have a bench trial. Whatever charges come up and are presented to us, that's what we.
I don't have a.
We don't lower charges.
Well, no. I'm not expecting the judge. No. I'm saying I would look at the state
I don't know.
and say, could we go
Gang
with
members are
your
a different sort.
offer of whatever they offered in the cells after doing that, and most times they say, yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, as long as it's not in the middle of a bench trial.
No, it's literally they plead their case, and then you as a judge would be like, no, I'm not entertaining that. None of that applies here. And I'll be like, see, there we go. And then I would saying to my client, see, told you so. And then I would look at the state going, can we go with your original guilty offer?
So you can discuss with the state, yeah. No, you can always ask for a guilty plea, like even in the middle of a trial. You can talk with the.
I just want to avoid the suspect pleading not guilty.
You can change your plea at any point in time.
Bring it to trial when I know they're gonna lose. This way, at a bench trial, nice little quick little thing, they can just say what they need to say.
She's saying that the person doesn't respect the opinion of someone who isn't a judge, and so until they get a judge to say that they're wrong, they're not going to change their minds.
I can't figure out how to get them, the state to reduce the charges or whatever. So the client will be appealing to you to say, I believe that I'm guilty of this, not that. And trying to get you to say, yeah, I agree that what you did.
Well, she's not saying that, but she's implying it, I should say.
And again, before all this, I am.
I understand that because I have to deal with that myself.
The state,
but
I would see these charges being more applicable and also more beneficial to my client to plead guilty to. If the state says, no, we want these charges, bench trial, and we would sit there and plead our case for those. That's kind of what I was referring to.
When criminals do that, I don't entertain that. So I generally don't. There's some very small times when I'm like, I don't actually know myself, so we can ask a judge. But unless that's the case, then I don't entertain it.
Applies better, and we found that that probably would have been better, then we'll just find them not guilty on that charge. We don't put it down to a lesser one. We just find them not guilty on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm there to give them advice myself, not for the judge to do so.
Big charges because they'll just lose altogether. Yeah.
Yeah, like they just so adamant using the most time and fine for some reason. So yeah, I mean, if to be fair, most of them do stick 100%, but there's still always a lesser charge that could be pushed that fits just a little bit better.
When they say, "Oh, I want a bench trial," what they're really saying is, I think a judge would say otherwise, right? And I'm telling them like, I don't think a judge would say otherwise. And they're like, I don't care. I want a bench trial. I'm like, okay, then I don't think I can represent you.
Aggravated battery of LEO. That's the biggest charge I've been having problems with. Because they literally.
But that doesn't
worded
happen
it
too
that
often because whenever I am very like I don't think you have a chance regarding this. They're
For
more
me, attempted murder of a LEL
Willing
is normally planned.
to all right. Let me rethink my
attacks,
position here.
Not like a spur of the moment attacks.
Well,
What it sounds like is she's saying that enabling
Like,
them's a
for
good thing.
example, if someone
I don't
stays
know
up
about that.
And then sniping troopers, that's attempted murder. If they do the traffic stop,
Because then you get into
and
the mindset of judges are the end all be all, and I don't want that. They shouldn't be the.
because
I don't know,
one
it
is
depends on the
really
weapon
trying
they
to.
use.
Like, there's a very very good reason why the judiciary is separated from the rest of like lawmaking and all that. But it's on. Could we maybe do that? Maybe that's the answer to things. Is just separate stuff, the decisions from judges, and judges just to rule on like legality of it.
Yeah, but then what's the point of aggravated battery then? Because it's a deadly weapon on that one too.
I don't think I'm pretty
knives.
confident the server owners wouldn't be willing to do that, but it
Well,
would be
then-
interesting to have
So
like
you're
in
saying
character
attempted
lawmakers.
battery, the other one would be just punching.
Yeah, because having an expectation for judges to make both the penal code and rule on it, that feels a little bit strange.
I forgot they put those the same. I guess that's also battery now. Or did we change that?
From where I'm from, it's called simple assault.
No.
Yeah, we used to have it. They
simple
changed
assault.
it. Oh, we also have assault with a deadly weapon.
Sky's good.
I'm trying to think of solutions for.
I guess just be normal battery of LEL if you punch someone, and aggravated if you use like a melee weapon. Yeah.
You do drop clients if they.
And then attempted murder.
I do. I
if
encourage
you use
that.
a gun, then.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay, I mean,
there are times where that happens, and then the
If
lawyer
that's
gets
how
in
it's
trouble for
gonna
it.
be rolling on, then that's what I'm gonna start pushing. on.
It's
There's no way I just got here. And
like
you have
that's
to have
why
a trail. You have to have.
bringing to court or something. Like,
they
that's
shouldn't be
where
getting in
the
trouble for
court
it,
comes
but
in,
I
because
don't
if
think
say,
they
"No, I wasn't
handle
trying
it in the
to kill
best
that
way.
person,"
In the sense of
then
like,
they
yeah,
plead their
you
case
shouldn't get a
and
bench
say,
child.
like,
You know,
"Oh, I
there's no chance regarding this. They're not gonna
shooting
they're
at
gonna
the
find you guilty.
leg or something. I
And
mean, it's
that's
still gonna
referred
be
to
a
as
hard-fought
disparaging
case.
the DOJ, which I
Well,
don't really agree with that
there's a
There's a
necessarily.
bit more nuance that you can throw into that.
I mean, it depends on what judge it too. Like Spring Lewis said, if you get shot at by a gun, that's attempted murder no matter what.
Yeah.
No, there is actually pressure for us to
I think
accept
the
losing
traffic
cases.
stop scenario is a good example of you were obviously trying to kill the officer, but like if it's like a robbery and they're getting away and they just generally
You don't need people who are
shoot
law
at
inclined though to
officers
write
in the getaway,
to create laws.
that's battery.
I mean, you can have any
Aggravated battery.
random Joe Schmo, make
It's not attempted murder.
what's it called? Be like, you know what? Robbing someone, that's probably bad. That's not. It doesn't take a whole. You don't have to have like legal knowledge for that kind of thing.
Our penal code. Assault and battery are so weird because we also have assault with a deadly weapon, which would technically be battery with a deadly
Most people
weapon
have an
if they
understanding of
determine-
like
have that
of what
written.
morals and
That's
ethics
weird.
or like and ethically is bad. They may not act on it, but they understand at least.
I will say the penal code here is very
Maybe that's
large.
maybe that's having to have an expectation of the wrong person. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would say most people usually feel bad after doing something that they feel guilty about or whatnot.
So many of the charges in the same category are very similar to each other. It makes it difficult to find a lesser charge that meets criteria when
They're
all
funny.
the criteria is the same.
Yeah. What? Give me an example.
I haven't looked at the penal code since before.
Yeah, I'm bunnies in one.
Oh,
wait, is there?
I
Is
can't
this
think
real?
off the
Is it?
top of my head.
Users.
But it would be a situation where like, well, this is a lesser charge, and it meets the description of what happened. And the officer will, well, yeah, but if you look at this one, it also meets the description, so that's the higher charge they're gonna go with. But it's like that's great.
Where you're
but
saying
this
you
is a
wanna
lesser
be more?
charge, but they always want to go with the higher charge. But it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
Our penal code was rewritten.
So some of those
Abstractly,
things
they
are
define it
not
incredibly
there.
poorly.
I think
You end
it's
up with a ton of
so-called,
tautology. What's tautology? I've heard this word.
I learn by doing. So the faster I get, hired on, back on, and taking cell calls, the more I can get back into it and see everything.
Any of the PDO heads around?
I don't think so.
I put out a message on Life Invader. I haven't gotten a call yet.
Okay, if you go to the Life Invader building, I don't know
I
if
did,
anybody's
no one gonna was be there.
right now. No? Okay.
That's
Yeah,
literally where I came from before I walked up on you.
the lawyers aren't the happiest at the moment, so I'm not sure you're gonna be able to find that in a. The lawyers are not the happiest moment,
Okay.
including the heads.
What do you mean they're not happy?
I would maybe use strong words, but I don't want to use too strong of words. So I'm going to say they're just not happy.
Really, their feelings don't matter at this point. All they got to do is just hire me on. I think the conversation we just had kind of proves that I'm here for it. You know what I mean? I don't need to do the whole paralegal thing.
What I'm saying is that they're not.
They're very unhappy that we're being stricter on appeals for guilty verdicts. Is what I'm.
Well, no. Apparently, so the big problem has been a lot of the times when something is denied, it's not articulated why that now it happens. There's no articulation regarding verdicts or denial.
You mean like they just say like denied?
They actually just say denied. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I can understand that part.
Hi, Evelyn.
So, yeah, sometimes it does feel like judges just make decisions and then don't explain them. All right.
Hey man, we had
Is there one
had the
justice
police
that's doing
coming at us
appeals, or they all
before.
do? Like the
Yeah.
They all do.
approvals.
That's yeah. I know 100% that police always get really, really pissy whenever they lose. So unreasonably so. I would.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I literally called Dan and Emma last night and like, how do I go to spine? Every single time I drop charges or like drop appeals and stuff, they just get yelled at nonstop.
It's a formula that is true regardless of interpretation of simple
that
terms.
shouldn't have been dropped. You did it wrong and all that.
Ball screen and ball not green is always true. Ours, okay.
Like,
It's
every
as if
single
that's not
time
their job. They're not the prosecutor.
Oh, sorry. I was looking
Yeah.
by reference.
And at the same time,
To
I
themselves,
told them
one
that for the first offense, you shouldn't be like trying to slam with every single thing because you can. Like this person got slammed with, what is it? Give me a moment. Robbery instead of
Isn't it the
theft.
DA's? Sorry.
What? Yeah, you can go.
I was gonna say, isn't it the DA's office job to solidify charges? So if the cops are like, I want to charge this in the DA's office, who are lawyers,
Yeah, it's going to
would
rub
say,
people down.
no, that's too much. It's gonna lose. You're better off going with this. And the
Not
cops
in
like,
this city.
screw
Like,
you.
Don't be-
I want to represent
12 hours every day?
It's the DA's
I
office's
can understand that,
job
maybe.
to represent the state.
That's fair.
When it comes to
It's-
pressing charges in front of a judge.
At the same
Why are the
time,
cops
though,
doing it? What's the point
if
of the
we were
DA's
to-
office?
DAs
The cops
do
are
have
gonna be
the
in front
final
of
say.
If we were to,
Yeah. But at the same
Sound like it.
time,
So
PTSD was literally
I understand this thing. Oh,
making
it's
every
RP.
single
We
member
should be
get
taking it
bar
too seriously.
license, so they don't
But
need
at the same
DA
time,
now.
people are wanting to take
So
this
they can
seriously. If people are
represent
wanting to take
their
it
own
seriously, should we
cases.
stop that from happening? It's a good question.
DA, by the way.
Yeah.
Hasn't he been shooting people?
So there's a, I mean, what it is a
Actually, can I
conflict in
speak
style
to the
of
DA
how people want
standing here
to
with
do
the
RP,
orange hair and just,
basically, right?
whatever you
Yeah.
guys
Some
are
people
doing?
want to have more serious RP, other people want to have
Come
less
on,
serious RP.
Taylor.
Or like,
Thank you.
how do you combine those two in a way? In a reasonable way?
Scoot around. Sorry.
It's okay.
And
My
I'm sorry,
favorite.
blonde lady. I don't think we've met before.
Oh, hello. My name is Jennifer.
I'm Jennifer. I'm Eric Howlett. I'm a magistrate judge.
Hello, Eric Howlett, Magistrate Judge.
Anyone know where Pissworm went?
Who?
I think he went over in that direction, didn't he? Or is that him in the mask right now?
It's a paralegal that gets paid to pee on people.
No, I think he's a full lawyer now.
Is he?
What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, we call him Pissworm.
pissworm.
The submissive breedable one. So.
The submissive
let
breedable
him-
pissworm.
Let him know he has to go to tag request for email thing. 'Cause he was asking me about that, and now I can't find him.
It's Joe from the mock trial we had earlier
Evelyn.
regarding that.
Yup.
I need to pick your brain on something.
Right now?
I like joking around it. Of
Yes,
course.
I am
Well, I'll
just
make
a
crazy arguments
paralegal,
for
yeah.
like. Right, some guy was stealing the car and they're like, "Oh, he was jerking with someone on the front
Just a
seat,"
paralegal.
and I'm like, "Well, I mean, like it's
Stop, but it's pretty much my first.
well, maybe that wasn't the
day.
thing he was jerking or something, just like stuff like
I
that."
haven't really done that much.
They tried to purchase it?
What was that?
I've been on duty for a couple hours and I haven't had any calls yet. Zach, Art.
We see. I think we've got about 3-4 lawyer calls in the past 3 hours. So I mean, that's about normal. Supercharger, thank you for follow. I appreciate you.
Want to just plead guilty?
Then he should probably provide.
I mean, it's. I feel like lawyers are. No, I don't necessarily think. I'm not sure I have an opinion regarding that, but usually I feel like the person, no, they did it. So I usually advise they plead guilty.
The DOJ made a dumb ruling on that I wholeheartedly disagree.
If there's a chance where that's not the case, or like, so I have 3 types of clients in the cells. One is a person who has never been to prison before, and so they're worried about what's going to happen. The second type is the entitled criminals who feel like they don't deserve prison time for some reason. And there is the third type, and that is when the cops fuck up somehow. But that one's somewhat rare.
Yeah, that sums it up.
You like my wheelchair?
No.
Oh. You know, you make me sad.
You know, I make myself sad.
This
I'm
ruling doesn't cover
yoinking.
state-owned property. 'Cause like the pizza this parking lot's considered pizza this parking.
But I feel like the main issue is whenever the person is guilty and you can't just say that, which is what huts are. Whenever there's very serious charges like huts and people are not able to get proper representation for that, or are just told, you know what, you just gotta wait here for.
Hello.
Is it one of those places where you talk to a guy and you can flip through all the different options?
Hello?
Yeah.
What's the purpose
I'm
of a
going to
hut?
find out how long my license is suspended for.
Held until
it's
trial?
A hold
My
until
driver's
trial.
license.
Yeah, no, I know what it is, but
What
what's it for?
license?
It's usually for
driver's
like
license.
more the higher profile crimes, and it's
Go ahead,
so people on huts have 10 days.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that. Maybe is
to get
huts
scheduled,
the
and if they're
issue?
not,
I
we
mean, huts
summary
is an issue currently because we are taking a while to get scheduled.
They got this parking
So,
lot, fuck off.
Wait,
for-
so wait. So they have 10 days to do what?
to get the trial scheduled.
Okay.
Oh, also, 12 hours after somebody's been put on a hut, they can apply for bail. So like they don't have to stay in there the whole time. They can actually get out on bail.
Right. So, in for those 10 days, they're expected to find a lawyer and get it done, or what? What
Yep,
happens?
basically. Wow.
So it's up to the suspect to get his trial scheduled,
No,
not the state.
No, the state will get the trial scheduled.
And if they don't,
Essentially, so the state has 12 hours to get the thing on the docket, I think.
Not from PDO due to a court discriminant that.
Before bail can be requested.
Right.
So they have to put it on there, and then.
Am I
if the
fully up to date
person
with court
within
cases?
10 days can't get a lawyer, or if it doesn't get the actual trial doesn't get scheduled within 10 days, then we summary judgment.
and how does that go when the suspect's not able to get representation?
We have. That's what the public defense is for.
Okay. So someone from the PDO's called in for that.
Yes.
But then it's not a summary judgment. Then you know.
Well, shouldn't
I'm
the case
confused by
just
that.
be directly dismissed if it doesn't happen within 10 days? Because I feel like it's very much so against the defendant. Like they're actually having to prove themselves innocent in that situation.
Yeah,
I'm not exactly sure how it works because I'm a magistrate judge, so I can't do like hut trials and stuff.
Like really, if it's
Hard
up on the
charges,
docket, it
at
should-
least from when I was on Onyx, they would take
it would be scheduled
generally like
at
2 weeks
10
maximum.
days. So you have 10 days to find yourself a lawyer, or you're going to get a public
Generally,
defender.
there
and
was
they're not
there
gonna
was
know
some
nothing
major
about the
exceptions,
case.
but
Well, ideally,
You know what I mean?
it would
So-
they would get it before that. The 10
Yeah.
days is like to make sure that things are done within a certain amount of time, so that we don't have a backlog of stuff like we did before.
Right, but we don't want to rule against the suspect because he's not able to get a lawyer.
They should
what I
always
mean?
be able to get a lawyer. That's what the public defense office is for.
Right.
Max Badger, thank you for following.
Especially if the
Appreciate
case
it.
is being put up by the state, there's not really much that the
So, like,
the
when the
public
hut
defender really has
happens,
to
the
do.
state puts it up on the docket, and PDO can assign themselves. And unless the client says, no, I want this lawyer, then they have the public defender.
Okay.
Why do I get so many follows today? Or thank you guys for follows. Appreciate you guys. But I would go like week with like 0 follows now.
That's our
Something
big
like a
thing.
whole
Is we
bunch.
want to make sure that
Right.
people do have representation or fairly represented. That's why PDO, if people are quitting and stuff, it's a big problem because
On Oscar
like,
because he's a great storyteller.
it's not them
reasonable sounding
that
alternative
they're-
explanation
or
if
it's
it
not
does.
us, or it's not like the Department of
But on people's
Justice
experience
or
reference.
the police that they're screwing over. They're screwing
Something
over the
of an
clients.
underused strategy that also makes a few more
People
fun
that
opinion.
are in on
We watched the
huts
most
and
cases.
stuff like that,
Yeah,
or-
so
or need
he is a
these
great
appeals done.
My
atmosphere lawyer.
response is that from Jim Carrey.
Atmosphere lawyers are people who can make good arguments without having to know like legal
Yeah. I mean, huts. I feel like huts are a tough one
Legal
because
BS.
I think a lot of the ones we've had so far.
You
are
don't.
for,
I mean, like anybody can make an argument. It's really just
very
being able to
hard
present it in a professional way that is what makes a personal lawyer.
Because if you're carrying in felony amounts of like methamphetamine or something like that, it's like you had that on you. You know, like how do you argue that, right?
Oh, of course. You have a better chance of arguing against it just being in your glove box.
Hey,
in your car.
exactly.
Be
Evelyn,
like,
can I ask
that's
you a
not
quick
mine.
question?
I don't.
I like making arguments that are.
charged
Busy
because
right
it's your
now.
car.
Sorry.
Yeah, constructive
So it's all
possession.
on
But if
you.
you can prove
Yeah.
otherwise, that's what the appeals for, right? Or that's what the
I
trial's
always
for.
use their past record. Is there any drugs on their
Did you
record?
need-
No. Then how about we not make this the first one and give them the benefit of the doubt? Cops never want to give the benefit of the doubt. Look, they have no drug charges whatsoever. You're just gonna stick them with this big ass drug charge because
Oh,
you
we do
found it
have-
in their glove
oh, you
box
mean
when
the person,
anybody
yeah.
could put it in there. Anybody could have
here's
put
the
it in the
thing.
glove box.
In my opinion, I feel like if people are going to be
Anybody could have put it in
dealing
their glove
drugs
box?
or whatever, they should
That's not a good
probably do it
argument.
under felony amounts.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. If the person that's being arrested for the possession has no prior drug charges, no involvement with drugs, never had involvement with drugs,
Then how
and
did
then
the
all of a
drugs
sudden
get
they
there?
have all this exactly.
I mean, that means every
don't
single
know.
person, every single person would be involved with that then, like, until they actually get hit. So,
Yeah, it's not a good argument. Constructive possession is the thing for a
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, like unless they're gonna, and it's also kind of like an affirmative defense. When you say like those aren't my drugs, I don't know how they got there. They have to prove like, how did they get there?
yeah, like if I have drugs in my vehicle, I should say in the glove box, but let's say I pick up a stranger one, like the same day, I need to prove that stranger was in my car.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm also saying that for the sake of the city, if the person has no priors, you give them the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean?
I'm not
That's-
sure if we have dealt with any of these hut charges where people have had no like priors.
Oh yeah, I'm honestly just talking about charges in general.
I mean, kinda, I did. The very first hut charge was literally just a guy with 3 trays of
Constructive
meth
possession-
on him. He had no other charges.
Constructive possession can be
Decided
argued
he
against, though.
wanted to
There is
take the
ways to
car
argue
with
against it.
3 trays of meth on him.
Oh my
It's
god!
not like just-
didn't he
that's just how it
watch-
is.
What was it? Was it Scarface? Don't commit 2 crimes.
I've
at
argued
once or
against it many
something like
times,
that?
actually. Constructive
But he
possession
got
requires
pulled over, he tried running. And the poor guy
1 for there to be some need there,
started
which
to
in this
run.
case would be drugs, and 2 for there to be knowledge of the thing.
can't remember
So
if
if you can
Godfather
prove
or
that you had
Godfather.
zero
He said,
knowledge
"Don't
of the
commit
thing
two
being
crimes
there,
at once," which
then
means,
you
like,
can
if you're
argue against
carrying drugs,
constructive
don't
possession.
speed.
There we go.
You know, that sort of thing.
But you have to prove that that's difficult to do so because like you are on the back foot. You're having to prove something rather than disprove
That's
something
how
else.
they got Charles Manson, actually.
Actually, no, it should be the other way around. That they're having to prove that you knew it was there, but that's not the case in practice. But
Pull them over at a traffic stop. You know, like,
in practice, that's not the case. In practice, it is the you have to prove it.
Yeah, that's what it is. I think it was a broken tail like that.
Because I'm pretty sure Ted Bundy got arrested over a traffic ticket.
Yeah. We'll get you.
I mean, it's very easy for cops to search cars. I feel like that's always been an intentional thing. Cars are very much so a
They have to
privilege.
have probable cause. Although I do feel like the needs to be towed needs to document it.
That's what I mean. Yeah, they're really.
I've been telling the trooper to make sure you color tow. Don't just inventory a vehicle and not do the second part. Else you're just doing a legal search at that point. So even you inventorying the vehicle is to get towed. Evan, you say something?
Huh?
I think everyone's always got this grass is greener on the other side mentality. Like,
no,
lawyers
this is
think
a good point.
the
Why
police
is
got it
the-
too easy? The police think the lawyers got it too easy. I'm kind of
Yeah, that is getting shut down.
all in it, so I'm hearing it from all sides.
Like I would probably make the argument. There
Like,
is
definitely a thing.
there's
I think
scratches
that-
like on the door.
Just
The
there
car's
was a
been tampered
police
with
being
or something
pissed
like
at
that.
us about PC hearings.
So there is a chance,
And then we got rid
not a
of
chance,
them.
like it's a very
I
real
never
possibility
had
someone
one.
broke in and
That's an actual thing,
had left
though.
something there.
Yeah, but it's different here. It's a
The
lot
car
of
was
the
reported stolen, and she forgot to report it unstolen, or she lent it out to her friend, and you can prove that like there was a text message of that happening. That's reasonable doubt.
Like BCSO and Trooper bar certified at this point.
Yeah.
But I never hear people saying DA's got it easy.
I have seen people saying. I've actually they've said that you specifically do not have it easy, but they've been saying the other DAs have been kind of slacking off.
yeah. Yeah, Timmy gets a lot of shit, I think.
Probably because I literally just not sit here, but I'm just make my face out there.
Hey, Mocha.
Rather than just doing all those things all the time.
Were you watching
a lot of
the?
weight on your shoulders, Timmy.
All the
You gotta
lawyers,
relax.
they were in a frenzy. They're like,
Yeah,
we
I'm
need to quit.
trying to do that tonight. I thought about getting like
I like
the hot
Blake- I like
cocoa,
Blake's
get
walkout.
under
That was
a blanket
hilarious.
and watch a movie or stuff in the night.
That was very funny.
Maybe. Well, more be like a series. Like 8 hours of nonstop watching.
Ooh, I want to watch Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah. I feel like I'm so far behind in anime that I really need to watch something. I just need to chill out and relax.
So if somebody's willing to get on the stand and testify, yes, I put those drugs there, then only that person could be charged with it.
I still need to watch Lord of the Rings for my contempt charge.
Oh my
Or you can
God,
do
yeah.
something else.
I've
This is
been
something that
having
was
an
done
itch of
once. It was a
watching
very, very interesting way
Lord
of
of the
going about
Rings
it.
Extended,
You
but-
can instead have
Well, that's a
everyone
commitment.
Shoot, Nathan
say,
Duffin said I just
"Oh,
need to
I
watch
put I put a few
theater
grams there,"
release, not the
and
extended
everyone can be charged with misdemeanor charges
very
rather than
good.
someone being charged with felony charges.
And
It's a
thankfully
very
she
interesting
just
way of
said
going
the
about it.
first movie. I don't
You
have to
split
watch
the
all three.
Oh, but you're gonna want to.
you
Like
split
the-
the
No, because I want to know about why the
basically the
hobbits
possession
don't
of
have
drugs for everybody
rings, or
involved.
why the trolls and stuff don't have rings and stuff like that.
Well, the trolls have always been a little hostile.
Yeah, but they're still humanoid and intelligent. Not, I can't say intelligent.
Well,
but
yeah,
they
I'm not
still have,
intelligent.
I mean, they still have. Aren't they still?
Well,
like,
I don't think
civilized
lawyers
in a way?
should be having to prove innocence. That's not something that should be
Oh, they're just like
they
basically like
just live in
beasts.
caves.
an
and
expectation to them. I
yeah,
understand that's how it
grow up
is currently,
eat
but it's not something that should be an
animals.
expectation.
So they're kind of like beasts then.
Yeah, they don't have like a civilization of each other. You know.
But hobbits are like humanoid. How come they
Like
don't
just
have
being able to
rings?
poke it out should
Was
be
that
enough.
explained
It's
to
not.
me in the first movie.
But that's always been the case. I feel. You just need to be able. You need to present a reason for why the person didn't do what they did, or like why there's a reasonable explanation for why that's not the case.
They never really wanted any.
That's what they refer to as doubt.
Men wanted them because
They just want a reasonable doubt, right? And then for why that could not have been the case. But that ends up being that you need to prove how someone could have been innocent, basically.
But don't the dwarves have the most rings?
That's what you're having to prove how someone could be innocent. It's maybe by erasing of it.
7 to the dwarf lords, 9 to men, 3 to the elven lords.
Although I do feel that there's also if you point out that the police were having contradicting statements, and that there is a lack of evidence pointing towards the crime.
A lot of rings. That's
I feel
more
like that
rings
would
than
be
on hands.
good enough for reasonable
Or
doubt.
fingers,
I feel like
should
that should
say.
exist as well. But
I don't think they're
judges really
one
don't like
person supposed
lack
to
of
wear all the
evidence
rings.
arguments.
What? I mean, darn. I wonder, would like all those rings together be better than the one ring?
Yeah.
You know, they've never.
Well,
really
self-defense, you're
explained
saying.
the powers.
Saying
of
I
any
did
of the
that
other
shit,
rings.
but I had good
Except
reason
for
to.
the ones of men, because they turn them into Nazgûl.
Or no, I did that shit. So what?
What?
Basically.
Yeah.
But I did that. So what?
Anyway,
The
that's
I have
Nazgûl
good
were
reason
the
to it.
original like 9 men who wore the rings.
Anyway, sorry for converting the whole conversation to
Yeah,
some
sorry. Yeah, sorry.
nerdy,
guys.
geeky
Nerd
thing.
shit.
I prefer pirates over the Castle Keep genre.
Pirates?
Pirates are kind of cool.
Pirates can be cool.
Pirates of the Caribbean got a little milked though, and then once Johnny Depp left, it was just not the same.
The first few
boats.
The first few
I like
movies were really good though.
Oh, I like boats.
Yeah,
You okay,
I like
everyone?
boats. That's probably why I like pirate stuff.
Yeah,
is the boats.
Oh, I don't like boats. I don't like the water.
Oh, I don't like the seawater either. I just like
Don't have to
boats
just go
in
and have
general.
fun.
I like how they look. You know,
What? What do you mean you play
I
this
like the
game to have
whole,
fun? What do you mean?
system of how to actually.
That's the south
sail one and
the south part thing.
That's probably
And they're
why
like,
I like
oh, we finally reached next level. We did it. It's, what do you mean? Now we can finally play the game. It's a.
I don't like the Castle Keep genre. Horses.
What's wrong with horses?
I don't know. I like taking games really
Most times
seriously.
they can be assholes. They take a lot.
I like being really obsessed
for
about them
upkeep.
and being min-maxy.
True, but the riders of Rohan were
I don't like doing PvP for that reason because it gets really toxic whenever you do that in PvP.
Apparently,
But
Ranger beats Basil kicked Pickles, the pug.
What the hell?
Yeah, Pickles the pug is the stank dog. Not the last dog you want to kick.
But I don't treat being a lawyer as PvP. It's a lot of other people seem to treat it as such,
kick
but
my
that's
dog.
not how I see it. For me, I view it as I'm a support main, and I'm having
What was
the
that? What was the name of the?
and I'm helping the criminal
God damn it!
with that
That's a
person,
lot of blood, too.
giving them support,
Murky
making sure that
boys.
they can be heard, giving their side of the story, giving it, having roleplay.
I think Basil might need to go to, like, witness protection or something after kicking the stank.
You see us meeting friends? Yeah, you can friend gang it up, absolutely. As much as like Wrangler likes to make fun of it, I don't think friend gang is always a bad thing. I think it's whenever it becomes very toxic and that they're encouraging each other to talk badly about someone else that it becomes an issue.
Don't keep beep on the radio. Probably Teddy.
That's why I try and I never try and put like the blame on any person generally. Sometimes I mess with myself, but putting the blame on an individual is a very toxic behavior and does cause resentment and all different kinds of stuff. All right, sorry, I'm out of it. What's happening?
Are you in the subway?
He doesn't have his number and thing. I want to call someone.
Oh wait, no. Hold on.
good?
Oh god, my bike. My bike is still there.
I just read your text. That's
What the hell is going on?
No, I saw the now I'm doing part, but I didn't see the ones above that.
There it is.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm so...
Oh yeah, that was like right in the thick of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Damn it.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me lift you up.
That's okay.
My bike might be cursed.
I mean, even what's his face? Always forget his name. Hugo.
Hugo, yeah.
He even said they were dooming.
He was surprisingly rational regarding things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him because when he did walk back, I did hit that guy in the face, but and I said it wasn't nice to meet them.
Everybody was just very heated there, and so they were taking out on people around them.
Just like on 11.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That's okay.
You need to try to pick it up again and drop it.
Oh, okay. Oh.
But I don't appreciate people being excluded, so I'm not gonna let you be excluded.
Now you and a bike are gone.
Yeah, and I have a whole bunch of other drama at my other job.
Well, if you came to the city here for lack of drama, that's not where you're gonna find.
Did you see what
But
was in
you just
there?
kind of have to.
No.
I like seeing drama, but being part of it, and that's well, well.
Like, I have a really important question to ask you.
What's that?
If you were to go to the Yellow Jack and they were open, would you go there to order a pizza?
You said go to Yellow Jack?
To order a pizza.
What's Yellow Jack?
It's a bar.
I think I've heard that maybe like once before.
It's like a dingy bar.
Oh, okay.
Like on the outskirts of like Sandy and Harmony.
Oh, that place. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, would you go there to order a pizza?
Are they known for their pizza?
Oh no, it's a bar.
Well, I mean, sometimes bars are like, what's keeping it going?
Did you need to talk to me, Liz?
Oh,
It's like a sports bar or something that sells pizza.
I just wanted to hear your impression about how things are going in the DA's office, really, because I don't think things are going the best currently for the lawyers.
Oh, I think it's fine now. I mean, it kind of helped out a little bit, but not. I mean, I kind of think the lawyers side of it overall. Like, at the old time, you really need to be like, if there's any doubt that a charge should not stick, it can just get dropped. Now it's like what, like 75% or something now?
I wouldn't say any doubt. It had to be reasonable, though.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
Now, people's interpretation of reasonable is different from person to person.
I mean, at the same time, these lawyers never really experienced the 51% that we used to have.
I mean, trying to get them to drop it down to a lesser charge is probably the best way.
Back in my day.
Yeah. Back in my day, we didn't have tablets.
Yeah, back
Actually,
in my
I
day.
never experienced. I never experienced that myself, though.
Oh yeah, you were DA paralegal. Yeah, no, me. And I
Yeah.
remember we used to try and write stuff down just on a notepad and have to email or text pictures to each other.
Oh, I remember that.
And then I always consider myself the first clerk too.
And things were better
because,
that way.
dude,
No, they
I
weren't.
got
Things were
hired
worse
on.
that way.
I did
Things
nothing
are worse
but
that way.
subpoenas nonstop.
Reviews representation gathered. They're handling for
And I would
hardline
do
for
it, like,
appeals. Someone
all
from
the
the PDO has to do
subpoenas
it.
and,
Otherwise, we
try
could
to,
judge
like,
calling
get
PDO
all the-
attorneys
all
and
the
asking them
back end
to
stuff,
take the
which
case
I
because of
still
that
do,
is.
but People
Then
just
tell 'em
don't
to-
like filling out subpoena, not filling out, but approving subpoenas.
I've heard
Just
that
never-
judges have been encouraging certain people to take cases that they feel are like unwinnable, or that no lawyer is willing to represent for.
What do you mean?
I mean, Wolf had told me that. That he
that?
said
Why would-
that Falcone had gone to him and asked him to take a case because no other lawyers were willing to take it.
Lottery system,
Oh,
that solves that problem.
I mean, I heard that's the first time I heard about that.
Yeah, that's the first time I heard about that too.
I wonder if that one of the reasons for Falcon's release, maybe, I don't know.
Oh, he was fired?
Yeah, release. Yeah.
I didn't
I
realize.
think there should be
You
a.
know, I'm trying to stay as gentle as possible.
It should be a PDO lottery, and all the lawyers' names are in that lottery. And if the suspect can't get a lawyer,
whether
of
from Watch
their
case?
own for a trial, a name
I mean,
gets
Boone
pulled out
just
of the
does
hat,
crazy stuff,
and
though,
you do
as a
it.
judge, she always
Unless
says.
you have a very good excuse of why you can't do it. I'm outside the city. I got work outside the city. Things like that. Then
This was answered
it
and
goes
then
on
not.
to the next. Another name is drawn out of the hat until somebody
Hello?
is like. Somebody needs to take it, and they
Hello,
can't.
is this
Not
an
everybody can
attorney?
have an excuse.
Yes, how can I help you?
Hi, do you plan on quitting like the last two attorneys I've called, or are you
Why were they
going to
answering
be
the
an
phone if they're
attorney
planning on
for a
quitting?
while? Fuck if I know.
I honestly don't know myself alone, but let me hear what it is, and I can either give you some advice or tell you what you can do.
Okay, so you plan on quitting too then?
I'm not planning on quitting. I'm. Things are not in the greatest state right now in the PDO, and so I'm just trying.
Okay. I need, honestly, a lawyer to pick up where my last one, who just quit, also left off.
Okay, well, can you explain to me what happened?
Yes, I'm in the middle of an appeal.
Yeah, I mean, like regarding your case.
So my previous attorney, Blake Moore, was in the middle of an appeal.
Oh, really? I could have sworn you said Falcon. Was it Boone?
We discovered that
Accidental
apparently
misinfo.
the PD doesn't have any evidence, etc. And they were working on let me see what it's called, a plea deal or a plea bargain, something like that, to change my previous, charges or whatever and give me some money. And we were in the midst of that when he just quit.
Okay, so you're trying to have a plea bargain or a plea deal?
Yes, I'm contesting 2 charges of attempted murder on an LEO.
Okay. And
I guess the State Department or whatever you want to call them
did you take this case off? Is this the one
came
you're-
forward and said that they would drop one of them already, maybe lower it. I don't know. He was doing all the talking to them. And I want the second one as well. They have no, I can tell you they have no GSR evidence of me.
Oh, this is the case that I heard about. Okay. But you're the one? Okay, that's funny. You're the, that's actually funny. So, yeah,
Oh, wait, I'm the one? You know of this?
your case was cited as an example for why the burden of proof for someone to be found guilty is changing.
In a good way or a bad
In a bad way. It's been lowered down from beyond reasonable doubt. It was like roughly 90%. Now it's being lowered down to 75%, according to the head Supreme Justice.
Oh,
In your
yes,
case-
I guess I'm the one. And they're using it to fuck everyone.
Yeah. Yep.
Because cops can't do their job.
Yeah, they were saying because cops just forgetting something like doing a GSR test, that was enough reason for an appeal, and so that they what's called, and that's not going to be accepted as in the future as a reason for appeal. So I'm sorry to say, I think you might be getting fucked with this case. I very much so don't agree with what happened either. A lot of lawyers are very pissed about it and quitting as a result of it. So just be aware that, a lot of people are not happy with what's happening regarding the decision.
Okay. Well,
Let
are you
me
willing
check
to
the
try and
let
take
me check
this
the
on?
docket. I think it may have been denied outright. So let me just check that that's still or not the
Okay,
case.
it's versus Flynn. FLYNN.
Wait, no, I don't want to make one.
I know that they also didn't provide my previous attorney with a report like they were supposed to, just with an arrest record. And he mentioned something about the arrest record not even
Blake told us?
properly being filled out or something, so you might have more ammo than just physical evidence.
Let me see. Let me move this over from my other screen too. No contest. Oh, did they try and fuck with you because of the plea you gave? I see.
Yeah, what do you mean by fuck with me?
So we had originally, or we'd had for a long time, had playing no contest mean that you can appeal it. That's not how it's ever been meant to use in the system of law. We just abused it for some reason. And so that had been changed recently to be that you plead not guilty if you want an appeal. But some cops have not been aware of that. Some lawyers have not been aware of that. And so they've been having people plead no contest. And what it normally means is that you don't have any civil liability, but you're still pleading guilty. That's basically what it means.
Oh. I'm gonna be honest. I told the cop that I planned to appeal the charges, so my plea was whatever that would be.
Yes, there's been an official announcement made. So if I guess some of the cops don't do their due diligence and check the announcements, but
well, they don't have physical evidence either, and they're not providing a report according to my previous attorney, so they're not doing any work apparently.
I know it in character that Wolf had been, but I don't think he told it. But I thought he said Falcone, not Boone.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking right now. You
Okay,
said,
no, you're fine. My phone gets fucky, so.
Just so you know,
was it Emma? Okay, so it looks like there was an investigation regarding it, which was not provided. Let me actually, can I call Blake and ask him about this case real quick?
Yes, absolutely. You do
I'll-
have my number.
yeah,
If
I'll
you
text you real
text
quick.
me, you will have to text me first. My phone is fucked beyond belief.
Okay, yeah, I'll do so.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're
Bye.
welcome. Bye.
Not while I'm on the phone. Okay.
Let me see. Just text Blake, figure out what's happening regarding this. Needs to be fairness in the process of cops don't feel like writing reports and collecting evidence. Maybe they should go to King RV. I know a number of them actually do, so... I thought you said Falcone, and I thought I'd remember hearing a call from you in Falcone where you... Maybe I'm wrong about that. But no, I just misremembered the name, I guess. But is that is that meta to know that I misremember? No, because now I know I misremembered. But should I leave it as is? Because it probably won't cause any issues. Hopefully, I hope he doesn't think I'm speaking. I was speaking about like the judiciary as like a whole, because that's what I thought he had been happening.
A lawyer gave me a thing to post on the docket, and I
Thanks,
did,
Bonnie.
but the document she handed me, I don't know if she just forgot it wasn't complete, because now she's saying that it's missing a part. I put what she gave me. Is she able to amend that, or does she have to wait to file for an amendment?
Has someone already entered into it?
No judge has entered in yet.
Have the DAs made a
Trying to
motion?
get... no.
Okay, then it's fine to be amended.
Okay.
Yeah, until somebody like enters in, it's fine.
Okay.
I see a lot of appeals just get dropped or something like that.
That's so shitty.
Are you 100%, 100,000%? I need her to get off the phone. What is it? Still Hugo?
I'm not 100%, 1,000% positive, but I can tell you right now that until somebody picks it up, there have been and will be many cases that will be oh whoops, I made a mistake right there when filing it. Let me just change that real quick.
Alright, I wanna try to get her confirmation on that if she can hang up the phone.
Okay. Wait, you delete his message?
It's not fair to the people that he's representing.
I don't care if he's making the in-character arguments. I mean, I don't... What, you're going crazy. I've never had issues with people if they want to use the chat to give their side of the story or whatnot. I mean, I'll be the one to decide whether or not how I roleplay the character. So I want them to have a platform to be able to at least speak with me about things out of character. I agree. I would like things to be handled in character. I should say I would like things to be handled in character. I don't like people making all these out of character meetings and whatnot. It's very cringe. I hated the fact that this was an out of character thing in the first place when this information. I don't like it.
Have a good night. Meeting you.
I don't think I will. Or well, not good night. Man. I don't think I'll use the.
Here, did you say you were getting gotta get going?
Oh, sorry, you're going to bed?
Yeah, I was saying I might get going soon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to. Oh, there is a new case actually. If you were interested in that one, Blake had the guy who became Mike. Thank you, Phil. The guy who had quit. His client was asking for me to take over a case for her. So let me call her and. Or Blake, I should say. Let me call Blake and try to get an understanding of what happened.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Liz.
Hey. Let me see. I'm putting you a speaker here for. I'm fairly good to be able to hear. So I gotten a call from your client, the one regarding the appeal for the 2 times attempted murder. Can you tell me what exactly was happening regarding that?
So, the state offered a plea deal to drop one of the charges, and keep the other one. When I spoke with Miss Flynn, we decided to decline the plea deal. Basically, there's 2 charges. The first one involves an incident with an off-duty officer, and it was not known that they were an off-duty officer. They were in
and they're
plain
making
clothes
out of character
at the
reasons for
mall.
making in character decisions, which is very cringe.
And the second charge involves a shootout. And when I requested the subpoena for the arrest record and any relevant investigation, I was only provided the arrest record, which has no evidence attached to it, just statements included in it. And I was advised by the client that they didn't have a GSR test in the evidence locker or whatever. So, we just declined the plea deal based on that fact. But also the investigation was never provided. On the docket, the state filed a motion for summary judgment, which I responded to. Basically, that they should decline the motion because my client would have the right to a trial based on the 6th Amendment. Summary judgment is improper. However, if the court wanted to look at summary judgment, again, there was no evidence in the arrest record itself to find my client guilty on either charge. There's no gun, there's no GSR test, there's no bullet casings.
Refusal
there's
of
just
the
statements from officers.
judges to have in-character meetings has been very... I don't like it that much. So
I don't think that we've even scheduled the case.
Regarding that, actually, judge is coming over. Let me regarding that, our paralegal actually come over here. Sorry, what was your name, Miss? I forget your name. Jennifer, I think it was.
Yeah, it's Jennifer.
All right, let's see. Sorry, we can't talk about stuff with the judge around, but here we go. So regarding the case, what had happened was that or not what had happened. So for stuff when they don't provide you investigations, they're going to do that. They're going to continue doing that as well. Just don't see anything regarding it, and if they try to use it as evidence, object to that. You can state, well, that's not an evidence. I was never provided that. And so you can.
It still has not been provided, and I don't know if they intend on providing it. But also, based on the advice of my client, I don't really think that there's any evidence in there, anyways.
Okay. But I can understand why you would ask for that. But let me see. She said that she was okay with having a plea deal. Is that something, but you said you believed you can get off all charges.
So, I mean, no. When I spoke with her, we were in the process of negotiating a plea deal, but the only plea deal that was offered was to drop the one charge and pursue the other one. And because she feels strongly about the fact that there's no evidence tying her to the fact that she shot a gun on the second scene, that she wanted to fight it.
On the second scene? So...
Yeah, so it's two separate scenes. There's a shooting at the mall involving a plainclothes individual who apparently was an off-duty officer. And then there was a later shootout where Trooper Kent, is his name, was downed in a shootout. But there's an evidentiary issue with the fact that there's no GSR.
But there was evidence for the first person being shot?
Yes, but so the issue is that not that the first individual was shot, but that there was no way for them to have known, and they had no intent of actually taking an off-duty officer hostage. He was not acting as an officer. He was strictly off-duty in plain clothes. They did not know he was an officer or a government employee.
What are they charging the person with?
Attempted murder of a government employee.
Okay.
2 times.
Does it state that off-duty... Actually, have we had any rulings regarding that?
I don't believe so. So, I mean... I think it's a weird one where it's like, I think... Here's my opinion on it, right? If it's like a judge, right? I think a judge would be well known that if they were off-duty and walking around, I think that charge makes sense. But if you're talking about a plainclothes officer who people don't know, there's so many of them, I think that's a really crazy charge to push if they did not know they were a government employee.
Well, attempted murder of a government employee is worse than or not as worse. What's called more lenient than just attempted murder. So it's actually a better thing.
I mean, I don't. It's a 40-month charge and a $4,000 fine. But it also specifically lists that like the charge reads that they have to be employed by the government. I just don't think that the spirit of the charge intends for people who are off duty to be charged with a crime like that. I think that would be crazy to imply that someone would be liable for attempted murder of a government employee. When there's no way to know that they are.
Well, attempted first-degree murder is like 4 times worse than attempted murder of a government employee.
Yeah, but do you think that they were going to try to levy attempted first-degree murder?
You feeling like they don't have enough for that? They
No, I
read
don't.
basically the same.
No, they don't. Attempted first-degree murder requires willful, deliberate, and planning action with malice aforethought. The attempted murder of a government employee just requires the attempted
I guess
intentional
it's not first
killing.
degree. Yeah, there's no degrees when it comes to that. Is there no second degree?
There is attempted second degree.
Well, yeah, then they could have pushed. That's still much far worse than. Actually, isn't it the same as first degree? They cost the time and fine is the same.
And what do you mean? Which ones?
Second degree and first degree, the time and fine is the same.
I don't know. I'm looking at the penal code. I'm not on the MDT. On the penal code, they're different.
I'm looking at the penal code right now. So
Attempted first degree is 120 months, and attempted second degree is 50 months.
there's no attempted
like
second
half the
degree
fine.
charge. There is an attempted first degree charge, but there's just second degree.
Then maybe my penal code is old. I don't.
No,
it's-
I'm
there's an
seeing
attempted
attempted
murder.
second degree.
My
Yeah, it's CC 1009.
It does say 50 months.
Oh, I didn't see it all the way down there. All right, that's my bad. They're giving only 120 months for actual. For actual murder, okay. Attempts to cause death of a person with the intention of killing, but that is not premeditated or planned. That's still worse than the other.
Like, I get what you're saying, but I also still think that the charge is wrong.
Lovely ID.
And if it's not the right charge, they shouldn't be pressing it.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that, but you're making the argument this should be a higher charge rather than less than one. Which is an interesting argument. I like that kind of. I like those arguments. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to chat right at the moment, but
Well, I mean, I also just think from a fundamentally legal principle that an off-duty officer should not count as a government employee for the purpose of that charge. I think that's intended for people in the line of their duty.
so would you be fine if it was amended to attempted second degree rather than attempted government? Or
No, absolutely not. But the fact of the matter is she's already served her time for it. So if the charges are wrong, then they should be thrown out. Like, she's already served her time and she's already paid a fine.
Okay, that's fair.
And then if there's no evidence linking her to the second one, other than, let me just look at this.
That's a good point. What would he be asking for? I could just ask for summary judgment regarding it, I guess. You can just say, what is there? I know Wolf knows this, but what do you call it whenever you say, hey, this is technically wrong, and we want the judge to say whether or not this is technically wrong? We don't care about anything, any of the evidence. We just want to know something like this.
So basically, it says that she took part in said shootout, but claimed there was no intent to kill. Trooper Kent verbally agreed that the use of a firearm is inherently an application of deadly force. So again, they're charging attempted murder of a government employee, but if they can't link her to a GSR test, then that's aggravated battery at best.
Whether or not like something like not to make an argument or like provide evidence, just to say whether or not something like this, where if a cop is off duty, whether or not they're considered a government employee, to ask for something like that. Whoa,
it's just that these charges don't fit.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that. I
mean, the other thing though is like, I mean, I'm really like not available. I like put in an LOA and everything. Like, I don't see why, if someone else got involved and tried to like negotiate a plea deal on her behalf, that they wouldn't renegotiate in good faith.
Okay.
But I mean, when I spoke with her, like, I mean, I felt confident in defending her on those principles. But if someone else doesn't, you know, with she's already served the time and fine, right? I don't think she actually has a problem with serving those charges. I just think that she has a legal argument to fight both of them. But if they're going to drop one, then she deserves compensation for the payment of that one fine.
Wasn't your case cited as the example for why the changes is happening regarding the
No, there were two 13th Circuit appeals that went through. One was for Benny Bronco and the other was for the terrorism charges with the Saints. So the Saints case had a chain of custody issue where a GSR test was lost from the chain of custody.
Yeah.
But honestly, like, I'm not familiar with that case entirely, but I don't think that like the fact that a GSR test goes missing in the grand scheme of a charge of terrorism is really like
it's gonna change too much.
Hit the scales, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think were you making that
we're not
argument?
talking about,
Was it
like,
Brady?
I did not. I was not a part of that case, so I'm not sure what their argument was. I was a part of the Bronco case where we appealed the fact that I mean, there were multiple facets as to why we appealed it, but that was overturned. I don't think the other one was overturned.
No, I enjoy learning stuff from you. So I don't have a whole lot of actual real life legal knowledge, so learning this kind of stuff is interesting to me.
I mean, the Bronco case was more of a procedural issue. I mean, at the end of the day, he fucking did it. That wasn't the problem. The problem was whether or not there was a chain of custody issue with the original car.
Yeah, definitely lacking a safety.
Okay. I mean, I can.
I mean, like, with that one, it was just whatever was in the car basically granted them access to everything else. So if the car was thrown out, then everything else was thrown out. If the car wasn't thrown out, he was fucked.
Okay. And so they were making that argument as, was it a hot charge?
Yeah, that one was a hot.
Okay,
It was
I
a
figured
double
as
hut.
much because you don't make arguments like that unless you've got nothing left.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, at the end of the day, the verdict was less than the plea deal, so it was a win at the end of the day.
Really? What did they offer? Plea deals are okay.
I think in that one it was like 10 years and $100,000, and at the end of the day, he got 10 years and $79,000. It wasn't that much of a difference.
Okay. Then what was the issue if he was still found guilty for it? I'm not understanding the.
Wait, say that again.
If he was still found guilty for it, why is it why is that being cited as the reason for why appeals are not going to be happening anymore?
I don't know. I mean, me and Morgan met and spoke after the trial, and quite frankly, there were a lot of things that happened that were, in my opinion, prejudicial. Most importantly was the fact that Trooper Ham was out of state and unavailable, and so a sworn testimony was provided, and we were not provided the opportunity to cross-examine her, give her questions or anything. So all we had to do was basically go off of what the other troopers were saying and poke holes in like the timeline. There was also like some weird stuff where like Yakko basically said that we just follow the ATF on weapon attachments. So we had a whole argument for that we also weren't able to provide. I think, let me check the docket because.
Oh, what? Really? Okay, absolutely. That's a perfectly fine reason. Okay. I don't realize. Okay, if that's the case, then yeah, it's.
Oh, I mean, most importantly, at the end of the day,
It's treated she's
Yakko
an
in his
ER in
verdict
character
said that
then.
the chain
It's-
of custody was broken, but not broken enough.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
I don't think that's. It's not like a. Well, it was only like a little bit dropped. I don't know. That's a.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think either it's broken or it's not broken, or in the alternative, if it was broken, it didn't matter because it doesn't create reasonable doubt or whatever it is, right? But, like, that's not what he really said.
Okay.
But, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, I never wanted to retry that case. It was more going to be used as leverage to not bring a case again. Either renegotiate the fine or something. Like, I don't think that a whole case needed to be had again over it. I didn't like the fact that the judges decided it was a mistrial and that the defense had to refile, because if you file an appeal, the verdict would be overturned and remanded for further proceedings.
Oh, was that the one where
It
the
would
guy
be on
shot the person in the middle of the court?
Oh God, no. No. This is like some guy doing a drug deal on Grove Street. They saw him twice, got in his car, and then left in a tow truck, and then caught him for drug and weapons trafficking because they went through all of his cars and hotel room.
Okay. Yeah, because
Yeah, I mean,
I was going to say I haven't seen many things ruled as mistrial before, so to hear about a second mistrial after.
yeah, I think mistrial is the inappropriate term, but I haven't seen anyone to talk about that fact because that's not right.
Mistrials are incredibly rare, from my understanding. It's
Well, mistrial also occurs at the trial level, like, and we never motioned for a mistrial. So to mistrial it on appeal is very weird because that's not an issue that came up during the trial, right?
But-
So,
so the
if the
judge
issue
just did
wasn't
that,
brought
right?
up during the trial,
it's a.
yeah, I think that's just the judges deciding what to do with it, but that's just the inappropriate procedural mechanism to do so.
Yeah, I mean that shows bias by them declaring something like that. It's inherent bias for them to make a decision like that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I had to leave that whole conversation earlier because, like, the answer is that someone needs to sit down and write rules and procedures as guidelines that people can use to understand our court system. Okay, but no one's going to do that. And also, it shouldn't be like a hardline rule. It should be a guideline that people can reference, and then they can act outside of that. But like, there's just so many things here that are weird and different that people who come in and try to learn how to do the law here, they're not going to know. People don't know.
But it's not the earpiece to its designated.
I mean, I talked to you about this the other day.
I understand, and it feels kind of rough. Yeah, it feels like a lot of stuff isn't written down, and judges kind of just do like each their own thing.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. It just makes it incredibly difficult to practice in a world where there's seasoned cops and there's seasoned DAs, right? Like, we're just trying to do the best we can with the tools we have.
I mean, the only thing I can really think of to maybe help fix things would be maybe I'll just be a judge. Maybe I'll just be a judge and write things down myself. But no, I don't.
I mean, yeah. I was joking with Morgan that I just might become a clerk because I'm like, being a lawyer sucks.
It feels like it sometimes.
Yeah, and look, I don't care if I get a bad verdict because 9 times out of 10 it just doesn't matter. But like when you're talking about HUT charges and like a guy spending 18 years in prison, some of that stuff does matter.
I agree.
But yeah, I mean, to back to the original thing, that's the situation with Flynn. Like, she has the 2 times attempted murder of an LEO. Honestly, I think me taking a step back, if someone wants to renegotiate the plea deal, it was Pantalones on it.
Okay.
I kind of just shut it down because I spoke to Flynn. I think she wanted to fight it, but if someone's not confident in that kind of argument, like you said, I think the charges would be different and worse, possibly. But I mean, they can't change the charges at this point in time.
Okay.
But I don't know. Given the situation, it might just be better to take a plea for her. But Gordon was the DA who I was talking to. So
okay. Yeah, I'll speak with both of them and see what they both want to do.
Yeah, and look, hey, I'm taking an LOA, so if you want to blame my incompetence or something, feel free to and use it to your advantage and just say like,
for being, very reasonably
listen,
angry.
I'm fine to be the fall man. Like, if it opens up renegotiations and makes it easier for you and gets a better deal for her.
That's fucked up about me though. I'm not gonna do that.
No, it's fine. I'm totally
no,
fine.
I don't like disparaging others like that.
Well, use the ammo that you have, because you're the one with the legal expertise here. But those were the arguments I was gonna make.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I'll try and handle the situation, and it's it's fine. I get that you're very reasonably upset regarding things. I'm upset regarding things, but I'll keep trying and see if I can do something, I guess.
Okay, well that sounds good. If you have any questions, if I don't answer, just feel free to text me. I'll respond when I can.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate you.
Okay. Thanks. Good luck.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
That's why I wanted to use this trash can back there.
Okay. You have any thoughts regarding that?
It's a little bit hard to say because I don't like.
Oh, I didn't tell you the full situation regarding things. She's getting charged with 2 times attempted murder of a government employee, and.
Well, I mean, I heard the whole.
That's about as much as I know as well.
The whole thing about the plea deal and the cops wanting to drop one of them, and there being no GSR test for one of them. But I guess I'd be interested in which one they're actually dropping.
Is that a while?
So I feel like that would matter, and then the evidence they have for the other one.
Well,
and also, like, the way that charge reads, it doesn't say the person has to be on duty, it just says employed.
Does it? Interesting.
Yeah, so I feel like it fits.
You are employed by the government. I feel like that would imply
Unfortunately.
that the person is acting as an employee at the time. But
Because I feel like if there's a judge off duty and they get shot or something, that would
I
make
had a
sense.
question.
yeah, go ahead.
I believe we should fight the law because the basis that we cannot utilize Navy revolvers is absurd.
There's already been a ruling regarding that.
Well, we need to fight that ruling.
No, that they're allowed. They're legal.
What the fuck? It just had a magistrate tell me elsewhere. What ruling? And how do I reference this ruling?
It should be on the docket. Let me check.
Okay.
Is it not?
See, this is why this city confuses me. I'm confuffled all the time.
That was one of the few things that
Some
was
people
written
say-
down. So is it not here anymore?
No. This city confuffles me.
Did they actually get rid of it?
Was it ruled elsewhere?
I was the one who was on the case where it was decided that antique weapons were considered to be legal and that they were not firearms unless they're used as firearms in the commission of a crime.
Okay, in the commission of a crime.
Yeah,
What
I
about
was
for self-defense.
I was an ADA at the time, and I was arguing against that. But
what about for self-defense?
You can use whatever you want for self-defense. People can't make the argument that you can only defend yourself with this thing. It's that you have to use a reasonable level of force though for self-defense, which is
Yeah, if someone's shooting at you, you can pull out your Navy revolver and then blast them.
yeah.
Okay. And you were on the ADA at the time, and it was ruled that they were legal.
Yeah, Yakko was one of the judges for it.
Okay.
What was her name? Who was the purple-haired lady? Violet, I think was her name, right?
Can I steal you real quick, Liz?
Sure.
Okay. Here, I'll carry you like a princess.
But keep in mind, this is back when I was in ADA. It's a long time ago that this was the case. I'm not sure if they're wanting to change that. But this
Can
was
I
a
pick you up
decision.
like a princess?
This was a decision made by Yakko. Told me it was his boss who had made the decision.
Do you remember that cop we just dealt with at MRPD? What her name was?
Yeah, no idea.
Okay.
Wait, what? Sorry, I was distracted.
Where did they just go?
He just kind of walked off. That's odd.
I want to scream.
Or why is that?
Just trying to get shit figured out left and right. Just everything all at once.
So I'm gonna be honest, that whole phone call confused me. Cause that person said plainclothes and then they said off duty. And those could be two different things.
I agree. I would.
Like if they were like undercover.
They were taken hostage though, which makes me think that they were not.
True. Yeah, I think most people would read that as them being on duty, being an officer, but I feel like there is a world in which someone is like, well, it just says employed, so.
Yeah, what's the name?
I mean, that's an argument they could make against it, but I think just having a clarification regarding what judiciary is wanting to treat officers as if they're acting off duty. I feel like if they are treating them as such, then that opens up a lot of issues because then they also have qualified immunity off duty, which is not something I don't think that.
If it hasn't been ruled on, then I feel like that's something that should be heard in court and not a plea deal, to be honest.
Well, I feel like it's a very much so of a situation of
Yep, Charlotte. Theft, evading,
are people who are off duty, are they considered government employees? Like that's just it's the straightforward question. We don't care regarding anything else, just whether or not that's the case.
Of course. Alright.
if they're off duty, they're not. But I feel like only a judge could make that decision.
I feel like probably only the head justice could make that decision, because it's going to be maybe even someone above him. That's
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how they're wanting to treat it. I can pretty confidently say they're going to want to treat it as he's not employed at the time. Say that pretty confidently.
Definitely.
Yeah. But let me
But
see.
I mean, if that's the one that they want to drop, then it doesn't really matter.
Well, then the issue though is that well, it was charged with 2 times attempted murder of a common employee, I believe. Or was it? Or was it 1 times?
No, it was 2 times, but in the plea deal, they were willing to drop 1.
Oh, okay. So one of
So
them
if
was attempted
they're-
murder of a government employee. The other one was attempted murder.
No, I think they were both attempted murder of a government employee.
How did this happen twice?
Well, I think they were saying that one of them, they definitely did do it, but the person was off duty and got charged with government employee.
I just
And
saw
the other
there's a
one,
clipboard hitting an object somewhere.
they didn't get GSR tested, and the investigation wasn't linked or whatever.
Okay.
So it doesn't seem like they had evidence of the shooting.
Oh, well, if they saw the shooting occur, then there's evidence of it. It's just that they forgot to do the GSR test, which they should have done, but it's understandable if they didn't do that. I'm trying to think what to do regarding the case. Oh, let me just ask her what she wants to do.
I think there's enough murkiness to argue it, to be honest.
Hey,
This is Sersha.
this is the lawyer. Can I put you in speaker for my paralegal?
Okay.
All right.
You,
All right.
You said what?
Can I put you on
got done
speaker for my
speaking with your
paralegal?
paralegal?
Or no, can I put you on
Alright.
speaker for my paralegal? So what I wanted to know is I spoke with Blake, and he had told me the arguments he was planning on making and whatnot, and also regarding the plea deal he had talked about with Gordon. What exactly are you wanting to do regarding the case? Are you wanting to just have one charge dropped for a plea deal, or are you wanting it to go to court?
My right to counsel or whatever it is.
Well, he said we had a good case to get both of them dropped, but I don't
Did you
know
hear
if
that?
that's
Did
the
it give the-
case anymore. So
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Whatever looks the best and gets me the most money, because I think they fucked me. Makes sense.
Whatever gets you the most money.
I said whatever, because I think they fucked me.
Okay. How so?
Because I didn't shoot one of the cops, and the other one I was getting away from while he was shooting at me, so I returned fire. I wasn't trying to murder a cop. Are there not charges in the penal code that are, assault of an officer, things of that nature?
I see what you're trying to say.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm going to put it the same way I put it to my other attorney. If I tried to kill a cop, the cop would be dead. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that. I mean,
Yeah.
I've heard many criminals say that. Don't worry, I get it. It's
Yes. I didn't walk up and execute them. I didn't tie them up and take them somewhere else and try and shoot them and dismember them there. They were shooting at me,
I mean, we can just
so
have her
I
put on
shot
stand and have her
back
say
in
this
an
then in the
attempt
last
to
case.
escape.
That'd be easy. Okay. Would you feel comfortable going on the stand and saying that?
Yes, I would.
Okay, well then, yeah, the case should be decently easy then to argue against. Is that what you'd like to do?
Yes, I'll do that.
All right, then let me see about getting everything scheduled. I think there was some scheduling issues regarding everything, but I'll see what I can do for you.
Right, thank you. And what is your name?
Lis, L-I-S, Lis Bajek.
Okay. All right, I'll get that saved up. Thank you.
You're welcome. What was your name as well?
It's Saoirse Flynn.
Saoirse Flynn. All right.
All right. Thank you, Liz.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Well, that's easy enough to handle then. I love putting people on the stand and then saying, yeah, I did that shit.
Degree murder to me.
I love putting people on the stand and then having them say, yeah, I did that shit. It's very fun for me.
Yeah, I definitely shot at someone, but it wasn't as bad as you think it was.
Yeah.
That's a good argument.
It is a very good argument because I'm pretty confident that they don't want cops charging everybody for attempted murder for just shooting at them like while we're running away. I'm pretty confident of that. So if that's the case, then we can just have a very quick trial regarding this. Well, I say quick, but it's almost certainly going to be a good 2 hours at least. For a fee for this one? Oh fuck! I did forget to ask for a fee. Oops. I can do the, you know, if we win, pay me some, whatever, get back. I can do that after the fact, though I probably shouldn't be doing it after the fact, but.
Well, I'd definitely love to be there.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm thinking right now is, let me see if it's been scheduled or not. You were asking for summary judgment? Oh, Emmett was on this case? Okay. Sorry, you don't have access to the docket, do you?
No, I do not.
They don't want paralegals having access to it, but and there's, I understand it's very, very annoying. Honestly, when I was being trained myself, I didn't have access to it, and it felt very much so like, what can I even do? So
Yeah, but I mean, it's okay as long as I can just like observe when the time comes. I'll just need like a date or something. So like I'm gonna be arguing the case, so I don't need to be privy to everything, I guess.
Yeah, it's just there was like a motion from the DA's office for summary judgment, and then Blake was responding saying that it was improper to have summary judgment regarding this case.
I agree.
Wow.
I feel like this is one of those ones that should be argued.
Definitely feels like it. Let's see, I'm entering. Make a note of the entry.
Well, officers wonder why they get shot. Have you guys
True,
seen
but
what
I also
Amber
don't.
posted recently about her?
What you're saying?
How an officer that arrested her said she deserves to be publicly hung at the mall.
What?
Oh, is that what that was? That was crazy.
Your behavior has been far exemplary, and I can't help but to think a public hanging right outside the mall might make for a valuable statement to the people, one that would resonate far more than any abstract punishment. Now, before you go get
There's a
to
lot of
work,
stuff wrong with it.
Understand that this petition isn't born from personal malice, but from a sincere desire to see some accountability brought to those who deserve it most. It's time the people see true justice, and I believe you, my dear,
Fuck.
Indy Rose,
This
can
feels like a
serve
serial
as
killer.
an example.
All right.
With utmost sincerity, Richard Rubens. Rubens.
This feels like a serial killer wrote it or something. That's.
Isn't that a trooper?
I have no idea. Well, hopefully he gets to talking to you regarding that.
I feel like that's a lawsuit.
Yeah, and probably firing. I would think if he's wanting to take justice into his own hands, as it sounds like he's trying to do that.
Well, holy fuck.
Notice inventory.
Well, today has been a very long and stressful day.
Yeah, you had a bed?
I think so.
All right, well, have a good night. Feel free to hang out later on, or I'll be happy to teach you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try and message you whenever I'm around. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't know how much the other people will be willing. I'm still gonna show up.
I'm sure Jacob would also be happy to teach you, right?
Talk to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you hate me, sir?
Do I hate you? I don't know you.
Okay, that's great.
Well, that's where you're supposed to say
That's
not
a
yet.
great start.
Yeah, not yet.
If you don't hate me, that's good. Well then, may I have your number, please?
Yep. How long till I will hate this person? Liz?
Oh, I have no idea.
Number 2.
All the other lawyers got really, they were really aggro towards her. I think it was his emotions where he did that.
Well, you know, I don't know if I want to rehash everything, but I was standing here ready for my first day, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. You know, I reached out to some people and said I was available. And I waited here for almost an hour, but you know, people get busy. They finally showed up and then they saw all the appeal stuff and got very angry. And immediately went off duty and were like, we're going to the pier to talk. I was like, but what about me? But they still left. And then 2 people came into the courthouse and I went to them and I asked if they were lawyers. And they said, yeah. Well, one of them said yeah, and the other one said no. And they were like, why? I was like, well, I'm a paralegal. I'm looking to learn. And the guy was like, well, I work at the DA's office. And I was like, well, I don't want to be a part of that. And then he was like, well, fuck you. He was very short. And then they were like, what do you want to learn from us? And I was all like, well, the other lawyers that were here, they kind of just went off duty and are dooming at the pier. And I guess it was a judge and a DA, and they went over to the pier and said some stuff to those lawyers. So as soon as I got there, they were like, oh, this is the person that said we were dooming. We hate you. What is wrong with you? I was like, oh, I'm sorry. That is kind of what you're doing, no? And they didn't like that.
No.
So they all kind of started ganging up on me.
So what happened with the subpoena thing?
I kind of just like pushed back and it got worse and worse.
What happened? What's this subpoena thing? I'm not familiar with that.
Are you talking to Liz?
Subpoena thing? What subpoena thing?
Yeah. I don't know. You mentioned a subpoena thing and people are leaving because of it?
There was something about subpoena thing. What was it?
I haven't heard anything about subpoenas.
They mentioned it in that circle, but there were so many things they talked about.
The whole
I'm
story?
not sure.
Yeah, I don't think he really cares about drama stuff. I mean, they said something about, what was it? I don't remember exactly. It didn't seem too important though. But the main issues were, there was a couple Wrangler bad, but and Gordo bad surprisingly this time. But other than those, there was some very reasonable complaints regarding the conduct of just the judges and officers, and like how we're supposed to handle things if the DA's office is always getting favored in regards to any kind of anything really. And how any times the DA's office fucks up, it's like a slap on the wrist. Anytime the lawyer fucks up, it's their job. Those are the main things, though. That, and they don't believe that there can be change. Unless people are like willing to quit, basically. But why can't I hear anything? What was that?
I feel like right now, all the issues that's happening inside what I'm seeing right now, because I just got a refresher on everything. It all came back to me really quickly. I think all these issues happen because right now, when it comes to law, it's a law of feelings and not a law of reasonable doubt.
Meaning that the judges rule based off their feelings?
Yeah. I have seen a judge say, is there reason to doubt this? Yes. But the rule of the law says, and then rolls guilty.
Well, you may not have seen the announcement, but Dan will be changing the burden of proof down from beyond reasonable doubt to 75%. So it is very much so being changed to be a court of feelings, as you said. Or
okay.
That's intentional by design, apparently. A lot of people are not happy with that decision.
Yeah, I mean, what good are we if everything is stacked up against us in all ways, shape, and form? From the judges to the DA having to suck PD's cock, etc. Like I think right now we need a separation.
Well, he did skip it. I was like, I thought it was like brought up or something, but no, he really just skipped it.
Should not be riding along with cops, playing cops and robbers, shooting at suspects.
Good to see him, Red Pause. I appreciate you. Thanks for your support as always. Money is also.
Does that make sense?
I get it. Yeah, I get it. It's stuff
Is that illegal?
Not when you're a DA and you don't get arrested by the police.
I had heard that what's it called? That the people that Gordon had been riding around with the police, and a lot of people were not happy with that. I personally don't see it as a super big issue, but if you like,
well, there's checks and balances, and part of the checks is, you know, if you have a DA a part of the investigation, they are in itself a witness.
Okay.
So let's take I don't know. Let's say theoretically you have a warrantless search made based upon urgency that was fabricated. Okay.
Okay.
You have a DA riding around with officers doing a raid based upon a warrantless raid based upon fabricated urgency. They are in of themselves a witness.
Okay, so you're saying that them signing off on the raid is wrong? Is what you're saying?
No. That they're witness to a crime.
Well, yeah, you can be a witness to a crime, though. It's not an issue unless you're called as a witness, though.
Yeah, and there are cases where they are called upon a witness to a crime that's been committed by the PD, and I have a feeling that the judge is going to rule in favor of the DA, because that's what they always do.
You see, that's the main issue right there. Is that that's that idea of that's what they always do, is the main issue. It's not about the
yeah
what might happen part, but the
literally basics in law are being, motion to sanction is being removed. Law basics. I mean, there is no law in the city. It's fucking make shit up to see what feels good.
I mean, I don't know if there's like necessarily an issue with the DA riding with them, but that person shouldn't be like running the case in court, I don't think.
Oh yeah, they shouldn't be riding the case in court. They shouldn't be
they would have first knowledge.
Touching evidence. They shouldn't be inside vehicles. They shouldn't be, involved in the case in any way, shape, or form if they are a liaisons to the PD, operating with the PD during a search. The prosecutors 100%, they are the attorneys for the government, right?
Okay.
So like if you have a commissioner's office or if you have a sheriff's office, right? And there is legal issues with that office, they go to the prosecutors because that's their representation. That's how it is, where I'm from. And that's how I've interacted with them.
Okay. What's you're saying it's an issue if they
right now the DA operates as an extension of the police instead of a separate entity.
I mean, I've definitely
right
seen
now
more
you could
hands-on
talk with
DAs.
you could talk with Tiomi
I don't really see
in
an
how he
issue.
was treated in regards to telling them no on charges. This is why they completely outright avoid
that's not acceptable.
There are entire offices, the sheriff's office. Every one of their employees are getting a bar license in order to avoid the DAs, so they can do special prosecutor on every case.
Well, they can't just do special prosecution. They have to be. That has to be like appointed. Someone has to be appointed as a special prosecutor.
Or not special prosecutor, fucking where they act as the prosecutor.
You mean like objective stuff?
Yes.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It feels kind of like we're trying to gatekeep law from people who we feel are not super.
No, what they're doing is they're gatekeeping a check and balance because they don't like to interact with the DA.
I feel like that's probably an issue between the PD and the DA's office. Like that's, I don't know how they go about fixing that. I was in the DA's office. I tried to fix that, and I was fired. So I was the chief of the PDO. I tried to fix things, and I was fired. So I don't really know what I can do.
It's all a shit show, man.
Yeah. I don't think it's an issue necessarily.
Oh.
I get it. Like it's
exit like that.
It's probably a good thing he can't be called as a witness in most cases, I would say. But what was that?
I said I need an exit like that.
That's. You want a good exit? I mean,
Yeah, I need to work on my exits.
that was a kind of a dramatic exit.
That was super dramatic.
What do you say again? Sorry, I wasn't paying the super most
You said
attention.
it's all a shit show and just walked away.
Oh yeah, that is kind of dramatic. Now I think about it. I'm like, oh yeah, it does. I was thinking about like, okay, what do I do then if it's a shit show? But I'm like, if there's a problem, I need to fix it. I'm a fixer.
Yeah. I mean, what a first day I'm having. All the lawyers just hate their jobs.
I don't hate my job. I dislike the difficulties some people have been creating to go about my job properly.
I'm exaggerating when I say all. You're like the only one still with like a sparkle of hope or something.
or something,
Everyone
right?
else is just, I don't know. It's kind of scaring me.
Oh, I think other people are just
I
very
might
quick to
end
do.
up just miserable and unhappy and.
Well, I've already.
just-
Sorry, I apologize. Mean jump drop, but I've already experienced that once. I've already.
I feel like it's just like you've hit the rock bottom.
Oh yeah,
so
I've been far lower than this. So I mean, this isn't they haven't hit the bottom yet. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, maybe this is their bottom and it's up from here.
Hopefully. I don't want to see everybody just quitting because they're not happy with the way things are currently. I would like there to be another form of action that could be taken to do that, like striking or something. But I tried doing that and that didn't really work out. So I'm not sure what I can do, or if I have a responsibility to do anything in the first place. I don't. I understand that I should not, but I'd like to fix things.
Holy shit.
Honestly, talking with you, I don't know how you got fired from your position. Like, you've been trying your hardest to advocate for everyone else.
Well, thank you. I
and
appreciate
like
you.
solve the issue. So I do kind of feel bad you were given 30 seconds of consideration before being fired.
For the 5 months of work I'd put in, but
Yeah.
But from what I understood, that a couple people had complained about me, and I hadn't been informed about all of those complaints.
I feel like that's just like the problem everywhere. It seems like people just don't communicate things before doing things.
Or, yeah, just people just don't communicate. And then when I asked to have a meeting to try and communicate about it, I was denied. So.
The world is very unfair.
Yep. And so that's why I lost faith in the person heading the DOJ at the moment. But I even if I can't trust them, I can trust myself at least.
That's true.
But
And maybe when I'm a lawyer, you can trust me.
Yeah. I usually what I do is I give people trust until they prove that they can't be trusted. And
That's a good point.
yeah. But I understand that's somewhat rare for people, from what I've seen. They tend to be more, you have to earn trust. I'm like, I'll just... for me, I have, when I say trust, I have somewhat low expectations of people, in the sense of where I'm like, if I ask someone to do something and they do the thing, I'm like, wow, that person's so competent. I can't believe it. How'd they do that? I mean, I asked them to go do a task and they did it. That's insane. I never thought that. They're super low in the first place, yeah.
But honestly, I'm the same way. I just expect people to fail and then I have to do it myself.
But that's a little bit bad on my part as well, because it means I'm not trusting them for things. Not really.
I don't know. I've been trusting some other people with some stuff, and they've been pissing me off.
They shouldn't be prosecuting. Well, I mean, because it's a tricky question.
But yeah, I need to sleep.
Oh yeah, go to bed. Let's talk on it.
Nice talking with you. Thanks for being the only person on my side for a little bit there.
No, I can always do that for you.
I appreciate it, Liz.
Yeah, thanks for being you. So
I'm trying.
you never have to justify being yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit headstrong. And I am an HBIC, so...
What's that?
I don't really let HBIC...
Yeah.
That means head bitch in charge.
One more time? You said head division charge?
Head bitch in charge.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
And everyone needs to know that.
That's fair. So,
so yeah, I don't really let people get to me too much. Unless it's Lee, I let him get to me too much. And then I get to him too much, and then he punches me in the face.
Well, I don't know about physical violence to solve problems, but so
Yeah, he's not very nice to me. But he does give me money.
sounds like an abusive relationship is what it sounds like then.
Don't say that in front of him.
Okay,
Anyway, that's my dramatic exit.
All right, yeah.
You have a good night, Liz.
You too. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
All right. Now I can rant about things. All right. Let's see. How do you say alias? Alias? Alias. I think the main problem I've seen with Ulf is that the expectations of others in regards to what their values should be is very high. You're expecting people to be like moral and ethical regarding situations. It's a high expectation. You're expecting people to want justice. It's a high expectation. I don't necessarily put those expectations on others. That's I understand, when people are going to make it difficult. Some people more than others. Play the hand I dealt with. And I try and hope that the efforts are appreciated. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. Sometimes they're appreciated by some, other times they're not appreciated by some. Yeah. I don't use meta information in character. I don't like having meta information at all generally, which is why I try not to watch the people's streams unless it's like a 3-day-old video. Because I don't want current meta information. That's what I want. I don't want current meta. Because it becomes, it's like, I'll end up accidentally bending. Like, if I have the information, I can do my best to act differently, like to act as if I don't have the information, but it's so much harder to do so. It's just easier to not have the information in the first place. And yes, I agree with Grace. I 100% agree with you. Being an ADA or a DA is not. It's kind of boring. A lot of times, you're not really doing anything. Like, at least with a lawyer, you can like go out and be like, hey, do you what's called? Have you been in an accident? You can do that kind of stuff. But with a DA, you can't really do that kind of stuff. I mean, actually, maybe you could. Maybe you could. If we could like allow the DA's office to be civil lawyers, like for civil things, I feel like maybe that would fix some issues. But I'm not in the DA's office, so I'm not even sure if I should be advocating on their behalf for that kind of stuff. Bonnie, it's fine. It's people want to. I can give the spiel about like I don't want too much in the way of meta. Yeah, I mean, I learned, so the difficulty on Onyx to be a lawyer was higher than this, much higher, far higher, and you made one mistake, like, there were punishments for it. I don't like how there's suspensions haven't been giving out as much as, like, just straight out firings have been the case. I really don't like that. People should be getting suspended for mistakes rather than just getting fired. But the main issue, the expectations for lawyers on Onyx and just for people in general was very, very high. You had to go against people who were very, very, very knowledgeable regarding things, and so I had to learn from the best people who are But surprisingly, even the best, and they fuck up a lot of times, and so I can learn not to do those things. But the bar for Onyx was a lot higher, and I don't think that was necessarily a good thing. But because there was only ever like 5 floors, maybe 6 ever on at any point in time. I mean, it's kind of the case that it is now, but I'm hoping to change that. And the way I'm doing that is by lowering the bar. But I lower the bar, and then the judges get pissed and like, fire somebody for not doing something. Hello?
Hey, Liz.
Yeah.
Hey, have you done anything that I asked you to do?
So regarding the... No, honestly, I've been... we had a lot of lawyers quit today, and so I was kind of dealing with the...
What?
Yeah, we had a good 2 or 3 lawyers quit today, because they weren't happy with the situation of how things are in DOJ at the moment.
Oh, what happened?
The burden of proof is being lowered from beyond a reasonable doubt down to 75%. So a lot of lawyers were not happy with that.
What was it before?
99% is usually what beyond a reasonable doubt is. Some people feel it's like 90%, but it was 90 or to 99%.
Why do they bother with the numbers?
That's a good question. I don't know why, but it's just a lot of people felt it's very demoralizing. I know that regardless of this decision, I don't think judges would have treated it any differently. But seeing it on paper, the judges advocating for something like this feels very disrespectful. It feels very much like they're disregarding how much work we have to go through in our jobs.
All right. Well, yeah, I just wanted to get in contact with you because... Oh, and I didn't send the money. I will still do that. But, oh, yeah, so... Yeah, appeal the verdict, the motion, no, not appeal the verdict, sorry. The motion to review, Spring, Judge Spring, and...
Oh yeah, I want to talk over about that, that's right.
And that big, case where I got robbed, because I kind of would like that stuff back. Like, even a little bit. Oh, and also, so, do you remember anything about that?
I'm remembering that you had a bunch of your stuff taken. You said you had your cane injector taken. I think it was your main issue, and they hadn't.
Well, the civil asset forfeiture? No, that's there's another lawyer doing that.
Oh, okay. Then what was this one about?
I got shot at the mall. I got robbed of 4,500, and then they went into my hotel.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So the 2 troopers that were investigating that and arrested the 2 people both went to the BCSO, and they said they can't access the database for that investigation, so the troopers have to do it. And the troopers told me that the only people working on it, the only officers attached to it are the 2 BCSO officers. So it sounds like no one is doing my investigation for all my stolen goods.
So for that, it's I think there was just some with a new department, the cops are having some issues getting things properly going, and so they were, I guess, just having some issues regarding that kind of stuff. If I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, I don't think they're intentionally hiding things from you. I think they were just having some issues themselves, getting things.
All right. Well, one of the troopers, Trooper Hardy, informed High Command of one of the new sheriff's officers.
Yeah, the cops.
Harry Hardy, or Trooper Hardy. I'm not sure what his first name.
They're not troopers. They're cops. Troopers are state police. They're not acting for the state.
I said, yeah. I misspoke. Sheriff officer.
Yeah.
Harry Hardy. He told me that he informed High Command of the troopers about my case, and it sounds like nothing has happened. It sounds like there's still no new trooper has been assigned to this investigation, and the 2 people that were originally on it don't have access to it because they work for. They have a new job.
Do you know which 2 people were on it?
Yeah, Hardy and Beans.
Okay. I think I've Harry's number.
Well, I have his number too, but the reason I'm asking you is because do you think we can sue the troopers for this like lack of, I don't know, investigation?
So we just had, in regards to the changing of the burden of proof, there was also a statement made that we are going to be lowering the expectations for cops and judges to be able to properly file things and whatnot.
What does that mean?
That we're going to be very accepting of mistakes, and that we shouldn't be having such a high expectation of the cops to be able
Isn't
to do
that
things
for
properly.
that's for like kindergarten, I thought. Because I remember my teacher saying that. Maybe first grade.
I understand what you're saying. And that's the reason why a lot of the lawyers had decided to walk out. They were not happy with things.
So there was like some message, I guess, that all this was announced in?
Yes, kind of. It was in the lawyer emails, which I wasn't very happy that it was
okay.
done through something like that. But
Who wasn't happy?
I said I wasn't happy that it was done through something like that. Would have liked to have a meeting about it rather than it just being an email. But
the best way I think to talk with people is over the radio or through emails. I don't like seeing people in person.
is there a reason why?
The radio is just so convenient. Why would I meet someone in person? Like phones, I love phone.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, we could just have like some sort of like radio meeting or something.
Yeah, that sounds great. If everyone could have a meeting but also be doing their own thing at the same time.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'll get on it. I'll try and figure out what's happening regarding the case and
So
whatnot.
all the lawyers quit. And
there was
there's an
talks
email
of a
that
walkout.
says the cops don't have to do their jobs.
Yeah, yep.
All right.
I understand. It's I've been going through it myself today, so I'm trying to.
Okay, so can you do that motion to review and subpoena the case where I got robbed?
Yeah.
Because I want to sue the people that got caught because they both got caught, but I also want to maybe sue the troopers for neglect. I don't know. Failing to follow up. Honestly, they should have gotten a search warrant. All they had to do to get a raid warrant on my house was have me sell suppressors to a cop. I feel like what they did should be pretty easy.
Let me subpoena the things.
Hey, where are you guys?
And figure everything out, and I'll get back to you. All right.
All right. Hey, what's going on, guys?
All right. Yeah, I'll see you then. All right. All right. Let me use the restroom quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, that was you? Nice to meet you, Jen. Yeah, it was fun. I'm sorry that I know that they're a bit aggro. They're more than a bit aggro. But I don't appreciate people being excluded. That's one thing I would never allow. And I was like, I was gonna I was actually just gonna walk out of there with you, but I'm like, this is probably important enough though that I can just ignore whatever they just said and and move on with the topic at hand that needs to be talked about. And it was enough of a distraction to be able to do so. But I wasn't just gonna exclude you. Though you did push back quite a bit, which is reasonable, but be careful a little bit. That's how you make a lot of enemies of people. Because I understand, like, it's like, oh, well, you just don't have to care too much about what they say. But they will make your life difficult from the shadows, and it's going to be very annoying. So be very careful with who you make enemies of. Well, human. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. So I'll try to do me. I mean, maybe you could leave a follow? Oh, morning, Scott. Thank you for following. That's well, I appreciate you. So, I forgot to surprise my follow status. Somebody hitting on her first day. Thank you. Thank you, Time, for the follow. I appreciate you. You're fine. Yeah, we had during that I was actually kind of surprised my viewer count went up to like 90. I'm like, what the? Am I the only one streaming this or something, or what's happening here? Yeah. So I don't know. I think the lawyers are just like in a bit of a frenzy at the moment. They're not usually that way. I can say that, or at least not in front of me. I say in front of me because I don't know. Sometimes they, from what I've seen, they are pretty toxic. Whenever I'm not there, because I try and shut down toxicity. But let me see. I got to do those things. Yeah. I'll be happy to teach you. I've been looking for a paralegal. I haven't had a paralegal in a bit to teach. And I've been trying to find direction in some form, but it just feels like well, at least I've been feeling lost, so I guess in this case I have direction, just more of a things are headed in negative direction, so I know where not to go. That's a good way of saying it. So that leaves my option narrows it down quite a bit. Right, so I think we can get more be fair, but that's I know a lot of people have opinions on like how to go about lawyering and whatnot, and like what's the best interest for the client and all that. I mean, I just try and do me, right? I try and help give them a voice, help make sure that their expectations of what they want to happen are somewhat met. And by that I change their expectations a little bit. I might help them lower their expectations if they have too high of expectations. Like, okay, well, expecting to get off all charges, that's not really realistic here. You know, you're definitely guilty of possession in this case, sort of thing. And that helps to, my goal is, well, one, to help people because I enjoy doing so, but also to help stop resentment from building up. That's a very important thing I feel as a lawyer. And the best way to do that is to make sure that people feel heard and that there's someone supporting them. That's very important. And so that's what I try to do as a lawyer. I was a little bit worried with what was her name? The one other girl who was super aggro. Was it super aggro? I was like, who was this person? She's just starting off as well. She's been a lawyer for all of like 4 days, and she's very aggro. I'm like, oh. Okay. Well, I started off from lawyer. Was it? I just been watching Pentastream for a Wrangler, and somehow I picked up quite a bit. And a lot of people have been pushing my character to go in the direction of being a lawyer, and so I'm like, okay, why not? Where did I park the car? It was over here, wasn't it? Did it get towed? Please tell me it wasn't towed. It was towed, wasn't it? Alright. I mean, there's a lot of, there's a lot of, it's interesting to me, like, the kind of arguments that can be made in law. And, like, the way you can construct them, the way you present them, the way you... It's just interesting to me. I enjoy doing so. Yeah, have a good night. I'll try and fix things. I'll try and fix things, alright? I'll try and talk with Wrangler and see about doing stuff. I mean, if I just come from a place of, you know, honestly, and be like, hey, we need help. We need help. Can you help us? They don't have to do any of that. I think I can. He's usually willing to discuss things, and if you have good reasons for why things exist, he could be like, well, I don't think a defense attorney should exist, and I don't think he believes that. Now, whether or not the DA's office, that's a little bit of a different story. But for defense attorneys, at least, I think he understands very, very much so why they're very important. Why are people just parked? Oh. Alright, what did I want to do? What was I doing? What do I do if I'm not a lawyer? I think I just need to fill out some paperwork, that's right. Let me fill out paperwork. And I just started driving around because I like renting while driving around. If Penta understands, that means that he'll make attempts to lead things in a healthy direction that encourages RP. Penta always picks RP option, I found. Always. It's very interesting to me. Come on, man. Well, yeah, I mean, you need to have good reasons for why things should be dropped. That's, I mean, that's fine, but that's not the issue people are having. People are not, like, unsatisfied with the pay currently. Can go. Levels. They're not unsatisfied with the pay. What the unsatisfied is the way they're being treated. They feel it's very unfair that the DA's office is getting special treatment. And that their attempts to do things are not being met with any form of validation or expectation equaling reality. They're giving no explanation for why things don't work out either, so they feel like there isn't any level of way they can improve. Because if you can, like, state why someone did something wrong, or like why something is wrong, then you can at least learn from it, right? Well, they're just being denied outright and being told denied. It's like, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, because that's what he sees, right? He sees them sitting in front of the city hall and either like bitching or complaining about things, but I mean, they're being on call, discussing things with other lawyers, asking them how to go about cases. You know, the job of a lawyer is to be a professional middleman. Your job is to communicate. That's your job. First and foremost is to communicate with others. So when he sees them just talking of others, he's like, oh, okay, well, they're just not doing their job.
What up?
Hey, so I feel more comfortable telling you about it, but things were not very good today. The lawyers were at a point where they were looking like everybody was going to walk out. It was it was not a good state.
Yeah. It's been a thing. There's one of them, Ulf.
Yeah.
He been doing this thing lately where anytime there's a person with ears near him, he'll just start like complaining about everything.
He's always done that. This is
then
nothing.
it started getting everyone else doing that, and then it got to a point where no one could talk about anything positive because he would just hip check you all the way to complain. And I warned them that if you keep doing this and stewing and spewing toxicity everywhere, it's gonna spread and it's gonna reach like a critical mass. Like, it's not the... Some good points were made from people that they don't like very much, so they weren't willing to listen. But the public defender's job, first and foremost, is to public defend. All the appeals and the civils come, like, you know, those are good things to do and they're necessary, but your job as a public defender is to defend the public. So if you're complaining that you're overworked, you have too many civil cases, too many appeal cases, and you don't have enough time to answer the phone, then maybe don't take on as many of those, you know? The first and foremost job of the public defender is to answer that phone and go to those cell reps. If no one else, you know, assuming no one else can do it, you gotta do it. And so they just start piling on stress onto themselves by like accepting more things instead of, I don't know, hey sir who needs a civil, I get that, that's important, here's a number of another attorney, maybe a private attorney. You know, a lot of private attorneys just hung it up because they were like, well, we're not getting any cases because they're just getting lapped up by the obvious answer, which is a PDO, because they're already familiar with some of these cases. So the ecosystem needs the ecosystem. I think we need to get more in contact with these private attorneys and be okay with letting them take some of these cases for themselves, you know. Also, James's idea to start charging you guys a monthly fee to keep your bar, I don't like that. You guys have enough of a budget, you don't ever need to do that.
That was actually my idea.
Especially if you're trying to put that onto the
I was
other
like, we could just
departments
steal
also.
money from people and then we
love
could,
that.
you know, give it an exemption for
Another
ourselves.
thing is, y'all keep hiring people who just have shit attitudes, and that's spreading too. I think Ulf's attitude was bad. Kitty's attitude was bad. We tried so many different ways to change her bad attitude, and her attitude is bad. All right, everyone that's ever encountered her says her attitude is bad. There's gotta be a point where you stop people pleasing and you just start saying, listen, you're not for us.
I've tried to answer
We're not for you, or
the phone.
whatever.
If
You
nobody
know,
else does, always try to.
You can only take so much. Now we have this other paralegal who's like getting on gang radios and antagonizing them and getting the gangs to come and stab people, and then crying about it like you couldn't have seen that coming, and then snapping at Hugo for trying to question her about it. And I'm surprised she still works. I'm surprised.
Which paralegal?
After all that, I don't know. It's one of the twins. It was like a twin brother and sister duo, and they're...
Oh, I haven't seen them in a while, but yeah, I remember them.
They're just the fact that like James had to wake up and tell them, I don't care, stop being on the radio, because they were pushing back so hard. When a PDO, when a mentor or a PDO head is telling you stop doing something, it's not your place to be like, well, I'm gonna anyway. This is the job, you do as you're told.
I was kind of curious about like why does it say no radios on the dashboard? It seems kind of strange. I thought we didn't have radios.
You don't. That's the thing. It started with Kimple going into the cell reps with a walkie-talkie / radio and using it, and then getting arrested for it because he was down there with Saints, and the police, of course, can't have that. So they were like, "Give us your radio," and this happened twice apparently with him. And then we thought that the radio fiasco was all over and done with, and then these guys end up drawing the loss to the PDO Life Invader building because they were fucking around on the radio and were told to get off, and they were like, no, and then the loss came and just stabbed people.
Oh.
And then they're like, well, why couldn't they deal with it like adults? Well, it's because they're lost and they don't have to.
Yeah, I don't have that expectation of gang members. That's for some reason, Eric, when he was saying that, we should expect people to be like reasonable to some level, and that there's no way a gang member in a different state would ever do something like hit a cop intentionally and then drive off.
Oh yeah.
There's no way a gang member would ever do something like that. I'm like, I don't know. Have you? I don't think he's met a whole lot of gang members, has he? That's very I don't have high expectations regarding most people in general.
Some of these, okay, so for these hut cases that they're mad about because they can't appeal them now, or whatever, it's like they were posting on Life Invader with pictures of them like killing people and stuff. Like at that point, if you the lawyer see all that, and you're still like, yep, they got a good case here, like that's bizarre to me.
Well, I expect my clients to actively sabotage themselves, so it's...
Yeah, I kind of feel like as a public defender, you kind of gotta have that mindset. Like, listen, these people are up to some shit. It's your job to soften the blow if you can, but if you catch an L, I mean, that's still a W in my eyes, because that means the cops did their shit right.
Well, I view my job as lawyer. My job as lawyer isn't to, like, win cases or anything like that. It's to make sure that the person feels heard and supported, and that they were able to, give voice to their opinion and side of things, their story.
Yeah.
It's my job as a lawyer. I mean, I don't think other lawyers think of it as such, but that's what I try to do.
How do you feel about going up against, like, Wrangler?
I don't have an issue with it. I enjoy doing so.
Okay. That's cool.
I mean, Wrangler's pretty easy to deal with. You talk to him like a person. He's very evasive regarding things, so you try to get him to do anything, it'll be you have to fight and corner him. But if you actually try and like work with him, he's very easy to work with.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I'm gonna try, and I don't know if anything's guaranteed, and I don't know if there's even something you would want, but if I were able to get like a group of lawyers that are like BCSO ready, like a Blaine County PDO kind of thing.
So
if I were able to convince that someone to let that happen, would you like that? Because there was once upon a time when you were in charge and it was just you, and I think you, Lis,
things were better back then.
For you, things started crumbling when you had to answer to 2 other people. When it was just you at the top and you were able to make decisions. I think some people work better in a group and some people work better like when they're left to their own. Like me, if you tell me to sit in there and write down everything people are saying, I'm gonna quit. I need to be able to leave and come and go at will, If you tell me to go into these dockets and start setting up timers and everything, nope, that ain't for me. I like to do all this digging around in the MDTs. I like to figure shit out, So that's what I do, and I'm trying to get things set up there and down here for the better of the people in general, not just what this lawyer or that lawyer wants. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
So with that, so just being the sole leader was very hard. And so I wasn't hoping to have other leaders. I was hoping to have like somebody I could delegate to, which I don't think Dan understood that. And that's so he just kind of.
Yeah.
Well,
I imagine Blaine County being a much smaller space to work around. You really wouldn't need much more than you and a few people to like delegate to. That might be actually more in line with what you had originally intended.
Sorry, let me. The lawyers over there did not pick up that call, so let me call this person back real quick. I'm picking up.
Listopia. Remember.
So
Listopia.
I may have been trying to organize a walkout to create our own DOJ.
Your own DOJ, like entirely?
Yeah, completely separate from you. Because I don't appreciate the way the judges have been showing a lot of favoritism and bias towards just people in general.
I need a name.
For when this has happened,
What judge is doing that?
I can think of multiple judges. I can give you examples too.
Give me one.
For example, I have a client right now. He's wanting me to ask for a judicial what's it called?
Judicial review?
Judicial review, yeah. For
Do we want to go on the rooftop or something so people don't
yeah.
fucking whatever? You can keep talking.
A judicial review for a case because apparently at the end of the case, the she had said that well, I'm finding this person guilty, but in the future the cops better do a better job, or else I'm not gonna, or I might not roll in the same way in the future. And I don't know why she would say something like that with the client present, but that felt very invalidating to him, and it felt like he was hearing, well, if this happens in the future, then she's going to rule differently with the same facts and circumstances. And that is kind of what she said. So
Tell me the name of the judge.
oh, that was for Spring Daffodil, that one.
Spring.
And so I do need to file that judicial review.
So she said guilty, but not guilty in the future or something?
She said guilty, but the cops did a very poor job and they should have done better. And if they do that in the future, she may not rule in the same way. Something along those lines, I believe. But basically that the cops didn't do a good job regarding things, and if they should do better in the future.
Okay. Next.
Next one. There was a lot of complaints regarding Yackle, actually. For Yackle, there had been a complaint.
I've heard more complaints about him than anyone.
Yeah. There had been a complaint about him not taking things. Main complaints about him not taking things very seriously. I mean, I feel like this is who he is as a person, so I don't really see it being that big of an issue. I do feel for stuff like hard charges, though. Maybe he shouldn't be taking hard charge cases if he's not wanting to take things seriously, because I feel like hard charges are probably the most serious cases that people deal with, and so to see their life on the line and being rolled with him taking out like a fishing rod and spinning around during a court case, I can see how that is very invalidating.
Sunlight. Do you think it's possible that two things are true here? That one, he's a little bit of a jack-off, and also his rulings might be correct?
Oh yeah, he's always been able to articulate his rulings incredibly well. I think that he's very he's somewhat dismissive regarding the way he goes about saying things, but I personally, in all the cases I've had with him, I've never had an issue with any of his rulings. I've lost a lot of cases with him, and I've
So
that was a good ruling.
People are not liking his tone.
Yeah, it was a good.
And it's calling into question the validity of his rulings, pretty much.
I've never had an issue with Yakko myself, honestly. I think he's a great judge.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, though, honestly, I feel like my mind might be getting a little bit poisoned, but I've been hearing a lot of complaints about him. And so I'm starting to think, like, is he a good judge? But, no.
Where do these complaints come from? Who do you know the source? Was it Ulf, or was it First, or
Ulf
was it
had made
Hugo,
some of
or-
these complaints, yeah.
Ulf?
There have been complaints from numerous people, though. I had heard from complaints from his clients as well. Like, I mean,
Now, I want you to keep in mind anything involving Ulf, that guy fire starts. So,
He quit. So
are these complaints coming from like listening to him, or are they like complaints that people individually have?
these were complaints. So Ulf was not there, and I had been with Kareem. We had called up
Okay.
the people while they were on the hot charge in the prison, and that's when they had been, or like what's called, facing the sentence for the prison, and that's when they'd been making very large complaints about this, and they'd asked me to act on their behalf as a representative.
Okay.
So no, this is separate from Ulf.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the one that I've heard people complain about, because people will say this thing like, you can tell how the case is gonna go based on which judge gets it, right?
It's very toxic what they do.
I've been hearing that a lot, which I don't like, but I went into the given verdicts area, which admittedly isn't very complete because some of them just don't put them in there, and I made a new tab in there for
Well, it's that.
split verdicts. So instead of it just being guilty,
So Dan had said
not
one thing, and
guilty,
then
sometimes there's a case where
they were
you'll
going
be
to get
guilty
time
on
served
something,
for being
not
on
guilty
bail,
on the other,
and then
I call
Yakko
it
wrote
split
otherwise.
verdicts, and I
Is
put 'em over there.
the issue?
So now I'm able to visualize fully like which judges are getting more of this versus that versus this other thing. And it's actually a lot more scattered than people make it out to be. Now again, it's not complete. Sometimes they get lazy and don't put them in. But I'm trying to get them to put their verdicts in every time. And then it would be nice if there got to be a point where you guys, you lawyer folks, could sit with the judges when no one's doing anything and go over some of these verdicts and get a better understanding of why they ruled the way that they did and what their thought process was. Like, what were they hung up on for a while, you know? I think it would help to see that perspective. So that it's not like, well, this guy just goofed off the whole time and then he said guilty. Like, well, he sat in the back for like 20 minutes mulling it over. Maybe there was more to it, you know?
So I think there's a couple of things there. Whenever people hear a ruling regarding a case, there's a lot of like emotions that, you know, that immediately happen regarding it, because everyone put in a lot of time and effort regarding the case, right? So there's a lot of emotions that are involved in those things, and the judge generally only makes themselves available to speak about stuff immediately after the trial when emotions are very high. So I think that maybe if they could make themselves available when people have a chance to think things over and like calm down a bit, that would probably be better than just saying, hey, everyone's really emotional right now, let's have a talk about it. That's I mean, I've seen cops like screaming in court because of rulings and whatnot as well.
In a hospital, doctors, like medical people, have this thing where like they'll all meet together and start reviewing big like things that happened. Like if like a patient died during it, they try to investigate what happened. Was there any liability, all this stuff, and they'll also study it for like future cases. You know, like, hey, this was an unusual situation. I ain't seen this before. Have we discovered something? What do we do?
Indie Rose.
Can we put this in a book somewhere? I think it would be a good idea.
And
to
the
have
other saints
that
who are on bail.
after the fact thing, maybe like every so often, to just look over these big cases that have come and gone and review and learn from it. Like what could have gone differently if they had this evidence versus that evidence, and then y'all can
apparently we
voice
talked about
your
in
concerns
character.
with each other and not
And
just
he'd assured
stand
them.
in a big ol', you know, mopey circle at the bottom of the staircase.
And he said very clearly and assured us
don't let
that that was
one
not going to be the
person
case, that
lead
time we would get time
the
served.
whole
And
charge
Yakko
on
would otherwise.
something and influence everyone else's opinions, because it pissed me off the other day when I was like, hey, have you considered that maybe, you know, that guy had a point, and they all came at me. They were like feral children coming to bite my ankles for it. Like, bro, kind of pissed me off that even James didn't defend me during that, but well, that's something else.
I mean, I don't like that lawyers have been feeling like they've been dogpiling recently. I really don't appreciate that. It's been pissing me off myself, honestly. I had that happen to a paralegal. We had a new day one paralegal, and she just been getting ganged up on the lawyers. I'm like, oh, why is a paralegal even speaking here? Just leave. They'd asked her not only to just
Yeah, I
leave,
don't like that.
but to not speak as well. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's
I like that Spring lets the paralegals speak during the trials. She's trying to get them involved. Yeah, I don't. I mean, there's hazing. There's like the friendly ribbing on people, like Pissworm, and he takes it well. But like, yeah, I don't. Some of it's just mean.
apparently, well, I think emotions were very high today, but I think, what was it? Apparently, she had said to one of the DAs, the lawyers were dooming over things, and the lawyers were like, why is she running her mouth, sort of thing. And I'm like, I don't think it's that big of a thing.
Who was it?
Jennifer?
Was it
Jennifer something?
blonde?
Yeah, the blonde lady, or I was with.
Oh.
They were just super aggressive towards her. I believe she
think
apologized
I
for that as
know
well, and they were still like, you need to leave. And I'm like, I mean, if she's leaving, I'm leaving. I was pissed. Okay. I don't appreciate exclusion
That
like
might be based on what Gordon had said, because he was trying to figure out who was dooming, because something that I don't even know if she was talking in that same context when she said, because I wasn't listening. I don't like that they're like excommunicating her for it.
Well,
But
I didn't
mean,
let her.
If they do, she probably has room in the DAs, or even if you are able to, if you were to like be offered the Blaine County thing, maybe she could join you there.
I won't let her be excluded, regardless. I know if she doesn't have anyone to teach her, I'll teach her. It's fine.
My idea is basically your idea, except I'm, if I were to win the lieutenant governor thing, I'm pushing hard for a Blaine County like branch of the. I mean, everything's still gonna be under Dan because that's how the DOJ works, right? Like you got your circuits, but having like a branch up there, having a branch up there that's accessible. I think that could help things. I'm really pushing for it. I'm trying to. I've been working up there a lot more as a clerk just to like reach out to the people. I had a lot of work today before all this implosion started happening.
Well, that's good. I thank you. I appreciate you for you do all this work, and I feel like you often don't get thanked, but thank you. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you too, and I really do mean it. I think like things worked under you. I'm not saying things don't work now. I mean, right now it doesn't. It's unique.
Doesn't feel like they're working too well, but
very second, but I mean, to be fair, they had that whole Killian meltdown too, so they had to replace a whole PDO head situation. I like Hugo. I don't pay any attention to any bullshit that Gordon says about anything, because he kind of a fire starter too.
Hugo is incredibly level-headed, despite everything everyone dooming. Everybody was like super doom spiraling. They were kind of bringing me with them a bit. Hugo's like, I think we need to take a step back and think about things with a level head and not just do stuff.
Did he talk to you guys again?
Yeah, he was there with us. He was accepting some calls and everything, but yeah, he was there.
Oh, okay, cool.
He was very rational.
I think that he, and this is coming from me, my first time I met Gordon. Have I been saying Hugo this whole time? I might have been. Hugo I really like. I pushed hard for him to be the third head. He's a very good pick.
I'm trying to discuss.
I also kind of like the idea of them having the senior mentor thing, That's kind of a cool thing. I really like Morgan. Morgan is on fire in a good
Morgan's
way.
great,
She's
yeah.
Good.
Apparently she had, what did she have? She had something pretty fucked up happen.
Oh.
I forget what she say exactly. I think we ended up glossing it over a bit, but she'd had also something fucked up happen regarding a ruling recently. And most of the lawyers were not very happy with the change to burden of proof.
Oh, I am getting called by Kimble for some reason.
He's just down there, isn't he?
Yo, what up? You need therapy? Why?
I'm the therapy lawyer. That's fine.
Lis is like a therapist, kinda.
I'm a therapist with bar license.
We can give you we can. Yeah, well, we can both give you therapy. Double therapy. Come up to the roof of the city hall. Yeah, like when you go out the back door, go up. Okay, bye.
And we'll double team him. So.
People needs therapy, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess we all need therapy right now.
Mhm.
I didn't mean to do that.
I mean, I honestly, I think that everybody could use some therapy in their life. It helps quite a bit.
I've been warning them for a while now, though, and they need to kind of chill out a little bit on the dooming stuff. And they pushed back hard.
They were trying to say that there's not even any point in staying a lawyer and that we just all need to quit. And I was like, okay, that's I'm like, is that really the only option? And they're like, yes, that's the only option.
Are they confused about where they work? Like, as a public defender, you should kind of expect to take a couple L's, because you're defending these people that are out getting caught doing shit.
They didn't have... wasn't really any issues with verdicts, necessarily. The main issues were regarding the conduct of others. So, there was some Wrangler bad. Mainly, that was just Stella. Wasn't it Stella Del Morte, who's Wrangler bad? Because apparently she got...
Stella?
Yeah, apparently she got...
How long has she even been here? Like, she's only recently started giving me things to file.
She's been here about like 4 days, I think.
Really?
But she's just very vocal.
Oh.
Like she likes taking
What
charge
has
of things.
Wrangler done to her?
Apparently he and Gordo had greatly disrespected her and just called her a whole bunch of names and told her that she's not needed and to get out and to it just like really just fucked with her. Just doing Wrangler stuff. But it sounded pretty awful.
I like the way Hugo handles Wrangler. The way Hugo talks, you can kind of hear the smile in his voice, Yeah. And he's just like, whatever Wrangler's trying to throw at him, Hugo's just like almost affirmative. Like he just kind of keeps talking with that little smile in his voice, and it's like, that's what you do.
Wait, because he's treating it as banter.
Yeah. What up, Kimple?
I watched the what had happened there in the situation. He was going at her pretty hard. I was honestly like, holy fuck, this is
leaving.
Why is he being this harsh towards her? Granted, she was also coming off very aggro, but it's
go bye bye.
Why would that?
But he
go
shut her
bye
down
bye?
like entirely. It was very I can see why she's a bit pissed.
Or getting bars so they don't have to do the DAs anymore.
I think that's just BCSO.
No, it's the troopers.
Oh, really? They're doing that too?
Yep.
I mean, okay, they can get their
people are
bar. Doesn't mean
checks and
Well, you know what?
balances.
You know what? This is good for the PDO actually, because if the troopers are all getting their bar, but they, as you know, getting your bar doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna be good at it. You've seen people come and go. You've seen it.
I don't.
I mean, maybe if they want to defend their own push their own cases, then there's more wiggle room for failure.
I feel like if this is the direction that they want to go in, maybe there should be discussion for whether or not we need a DA's office. But to do this while there's a DA's office current and present feels like very incredibly dismissive and like a disregard for them and their job.
Yaomi feels defeated. He won't be around tomorrow.
I think that there's still gonna be plenty of officers who don't feel comfortable doing their own. I think maybe
here's
more.
the issue,
I
right?
think maybe more.
Well, I once what's I. Oh, the VoIP died. All right.
Hello.
Sorry. Yeah. Can you hear me?
The voices. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Oh God.
Oh God.
He's been eaten.
Oh.
I saved you. I saved you.
Oh God, that's dangerous.
Yeah. So what were you saying?
Oh, it's just the penal is poorly written. There's no like, we have a penal code that's written without any type of elevation in mind, so you can just stack everything. And the way that judges have been arguing, it's all based upon the letter of the law.
So, I feel like the fact that we have judges making the laws as well as ruling on them, that's probably a big issue. Like, there should be separation there. Because, there's a separation for a reason. Like, it goes to people's heads very quickly whenever they have all the power. And they are like, well, I guess whatever I say goes, sort of thing. Like, I don't... And I think that's coming across to some lawyers, and they're feeling really disrespected by it.
There's no room for argument, especially when people like okay, take my guilty plea recently, where I was told by a DA, hey, you either plead guilty or your bar's in contempt.
Regular always picks the RP option. If you give him an interesting thing to go off of, he always does so. Or at least that's in my experience. When I RP with
exact
them.
words where your bar license is in dispute at the moment, and it's in your best interest that you do not fight this. By pleading guilty, you
I can
show
trust him
that
to always
you
pick the
want
RP
to
option.
continue to practice law.
Right? What was that?
A Wade Maverick.
Wade is
Dan ruled in favor of it.
Wade's I can't even, he's a very unique kind of lawyer. He's someone who is inherently combative as a person and likes to be sneaky regarding things. I don't, it's just like, I feel like it's kind of style. You will face people like that in life though, so I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for them to get a taste of that. It's just, you got to be careful and change the way you handle things as a result.
I got arrested for harassment by taking an individual's photo while serving them. And I was threatened with my bar unless I pled guilty.
Yeah, I know, you told me about that. That was fucked up. That was really fucked up too. Like the fact that he did that whenever the court case was starting. That's so fucked up. Actual coercion. You can sue over that. You should sue over that.
Okay. I just don't see this as fun anymore.
Campbell,
it's
Campbell, have you gone up against Wrangler yet?
Yes.
How did you feel about it?
It was pleasant.
You didn't care, didn't rub you the wrong way, didn't make you want to.
No, it was straightforward. He has a don't do dumb shit attitude.
Mm-hmm.
And when someone does dumb shit, he treats them in the same regard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's Josh.
He's like me, but on steroids. Because he has power.
He's a very charismatic person, and he's very good at being able to articulate why the other person is dumb for what they're doing. He's very good at that.
Oh shit! Hold on, too many holsters. God damn it!
And
there we go.
And more often than not, I found that he's surprisingly, he's pretty good at understanding the direction things take in the future regarding like decisions made now, which is like, what do you call that, farsighted? Surprisingly so.
My main issue with him is the gross corruption. If he got rid of that, he'd be pretty cool to be around.
What do you mean?
Oh, where he pushes things all the time, you mean?
No, when like he picks up casings and refuses to make a report when a police officer that's off duty shoots down a fleeing person.
That's more just laziness.
Well, no, it's blatant cover-up because in the report, when a writ Mirandus was made, his response was, I investigated it and saw they did nothing wrong.
Oh,
He's just covering up for his friend.
Keep that in your back pocket. Make note of it. And then when this stuff keeps happening, and you're able to find a opening, that's when you're like, hey, all of these things happened. It's not about what happens, about what you can prove.
True.
But if otherwise you don't have a problem going up against him, he doesn't get you all up in your fifis, and you're able to keep a level head and still defend your person to the best of your ability, that's what the Blaine County lawyers need, okay?
Honestly, I don't care if he's doing corrupt stuff. I mean, that just makes it so I can have like easy court cases. So, I mean, I defend criminals. Why would I care about if a cop does something criminal?
Exactly. That's a good attitude to have. I mean, listen, you guys watch the Saints post trips on Life Invader of them cutting people's heads off and stuff.
My favorite is when
And then you still defend them, so...
Yeah, that's because it's their right.
Yeah.
I'm always surprised,
I'm not
but
here because I agree with it.
I'll hear
I'm here
something
because
in
it's their
character,
right
and
for
then
me to be
I'll
here.
Well,
see it in a VOD, and it's
It's
completely
their
different.
right to have an attorney
like, what
for,
the?
like, a cell
That's not
rep,
what he
you
said
know,
at
why you
all.
can't have one. It isn't
Yeah.
their right to press civil charges
That's why I try to stay away from
and have a lawyer
any
for that.
VODs
You
that
can
are
say no to that shit.
within like a 3-day period of new.
If they really want to press civil and there's no lawyers around that'll take it, they're free to do that themselves if they so choose to. It would be a bad idea, but they can try. I mean, that idiot Andrew Bird did it all the time. Half of them were thrown out, but he tried.
Yeah. I mean, I felt like he maybe tried a little bit too hard. He was
Yeah,
trying.
like I said, idiot. He was certainly a character.
I just
But
find that
we all know his name.
Okay, that's not the.
I feel like
there's a very good reason why we
everything's
don't have
dying.
that kind of stuff because it gets rid of RP.
I'm going to make a really bad metaphor given current events, but okay, are you ready? Don't be offended by
Yeah.
this, please.
Okay.
Dear God, when there is a brush fire, okay,
I'm offended.
it clears out a lot of trees and stuff, right? And that allows other trees and stuff to grow in place. It literally is like churning the earth in a way.
But
Sometimes it is gonna hurt, it's gonna suck a lot, but it doesn't mean everything's dead. Doesn't mean the whole earth is going to melt. It just means things gotta reform, things gotta rebuild, and maybe it'll be
We gotta burn alive for a little
stronger.
bit. That's all.
Yeah, it's gotta burn alive a little bit.
Gotta burn.
I-
Burn.
If anyone can think of a better metaphor for this, please do. That was just best
Growing
I got.
pains, I think, is
Thomas
the.
Jefferson once said, "The tree of liberty from times to times needs fertilizer from the blood of patriots and tyrants."
Okay, yeah, there you go. How the heck are you so dumb and so smart at the same time?
What?
I mean,
I think that's called autism. That's all.
hey, got that one.
What did I say that was smart?
Yeah, so, I'm hoping to make something happen.
Wait, are
soon,
you calling
and I
me
hope
dumb?
Yeah.
Oh. That makes me feel bad.
She's also
Well,
calling you
it's
smart
not
though,
meant
so
to.
it's, you know.
What did I do that was smart? I'm confused.
Well, the quote you just gave
You
sounded very
said, you
intelligent.
said a big quote and
What
you didn't even
quote?
stutter during it.
What quote?
Wait, did you make
About
that up
the-
yourself?
You said one of the founding fathers has said
Thomas
that
Jefferson?
the Statue of Liberty has to be fed with the blood of patriots and traitors from time to time. I think it was.
Oh, I don't
Or
know what you're
tyrants.
talking about.
And so.
That sounds too political for me.
Yeah. It made sense, though. Hang in there, Kimble. You're doing alright.
You know what? I think Liz is right about the blood needing to be spilled. I think that'll clear up the city. We need a gang war against the PD.
Oh god, not another Hell Week.
No, we need a hell month at this point.
No.
Versus him in court.
Don't say the word.
Don't call him to stand.
Hell
It's so
week.
funny calling him
Hell
regular to
week.
stand though.
No.
I love doing it. He's so good at
I
it too.
think Hugo's really
You
good
really
against
have to.
Wrangler.
You really have
Morgan's
to
really good against Wrangler. I haven't actually seen you go
force him
against
into a corner
but if
in order to be
you're
able to-
comfortable with it, that's good. That's good.
so weasel so hard.
But I haven't seen Wrangler be like Wrangler. I've seen Wrangler just be like, I just gotta
Wrangler.
hurry up and get this paperwork done.
Yeah.
I don't know why other people are experiencing like. Yeah, I've never had a negative interaction with Wrangler. I mean, you work with him, he works with you. That's just my experience. I feel like if you try to force him to do something, that he tries with every fiber of his being to not do that. But other than that,
Well,
it's
I learned something recently about Ulf that kind of shed some light on why he can't keep Wrangler's name out his damn mouth.
what's that?
Apparently, he had a court case once where he like forged a document and said that Wrangler forged the document, and it caused him to perjure himself
Want
and
to
lose
watch?
his
What do you want
bar
to win?
license for it.
Do not do it.
You gotta ask Emma. She has the whole story. And I was like, oh, okay. So he just doesn't like Wrangler.
The streets talk.
He got his bar license taken. Well, don't perjure yourself, dang it.
But I don't want to win. I want to be able to
How does one perjure?
make sure the
themselves?
person is satisfied.
You-
Oh yeah, I was there for
you
that. I
bullshit.
talked with Wolf before he had been on perjury.
Everything I say is bullshit because I'm representing guilty people.
Well, I mean, you're not supposed to lie. You're just supposed to like try to muddy the truth a little. I don't know. I can't. Liz can tell you what you're supposed to do.
Introduce
You're supposed
doubt.
to like, yeah, that's the one.
Introduced doubt. Yeah, you know, how
Is there
could my
something else-
client be guilty of this crime when my client says that he was over here?
Yeah.
And then I operate based upon the assumption my client was over there.
Wonders why I can't win.
Is that perjury? I don't know the truth. I'm just operating in good faith of my client.
I mean, I've been having enough winning cases
I
recently.
always love when the client tells you the other half of the story.
I had a
once
case
you're
where
already-
I was convinced the one person was going to
Oh, yeah,
get found
that's
guilty of all
fun.
charges, and they were found not guilty of all charges. Well, not all charges, but at least with one of them, I should say.
Or those cell reps that you get that's already on the court stand, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they're like, I did that.
Oh yeah,
Well,
he,
here's why.
Wrangler doesn't lie to
myself in
stand.
front of a judge.
He always tells the truth. He might
Mhm.
phrase things in a way that it can be
I was
like
walking-
ambiguously
I was driving
interpreted,
back from the
but
meeting
no,
with the
he never
judge,
lies in stand.
giving him a ride to the courthouse. And then he's like, hey, go over to this person's office. There's some work for you. I go in, it's a full-on trial, and I'm like, yes, Your Honor, I'm an associate. I'm recusing myself from this. They're like, oh, I get that.
Is there a point where you can't recuse yourself?
Nope. If you let me think of it. I would say no, you can always recuse yourself, but judges are not going to say that. So I'm going to say whenever, if it causes substantial difficulty to the client for you to recuse yourself, I could then see it being an issue if you were to recuse yourself in that situation. But if you had a good
Well,
reason
like,
for doing so.
If the client just starts going hog wild on the stand, can you just be like, okay, this is beyond me?
Not during a court case. That's very, very bad. Don't do that. Let's you remember when Gordon had given up during that one court case, how much you were pushing for him to like have some sort of
Oh, yeah,
reprimand?
yeah.
You don't want to give up during a court case. That's very bad.
He kind of did though, and he didn't.
He didn't entirely. He didn't entirely, but he was very much so like, no, what's the point, sort of thing.
Yeah, I get that.
And I've seen a lot of lawyers actually, they're not as vocal about it as Gordon, but they do, if they get their objections like, what's called overruled enough times, they start to be like, what's the point of even making objections?
Oh yeah.
Some like
First kind of got in his feels about that recently.
some of the tricky DAs, what they'll do is that if an objection that a lawyer had just made had been overruled, they'll ask a purposely objectionable question immediately after that, because they know the lawyer is going to be hesitant to make another objection after they've just been shot down. It's kind of fucked up, but I see Wade do it.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping Falcone would like to be a mentor, but he's just like,
What
nah,
happened?
I'm done.
I'd heard he was fired.
Yeah, apparently, I don't remember everything about it. It was like he started threatening
Who was the
sanctions
attorney?
against the PDO, saying that he was going to do it to embarrass them so that they would learn better.
What?
And then
Okay.
apparently he was using AI to write his docket. Now
Oh.
I don't know if I believe that, because a lot of times those
And they
AI
can't- it's
checkers
bad
can
with
be full of shit too. Like I've seen like school children get like hand write their homework and then still get like a 87% AI mark. I mean, AI is created by other people's handwritten work, so I mean.
Yeah. I would say that most people are probably not. Well, maybe that's too meeting, but I would say that the average person, I feel, would have some difficulty giving the same answers as an AI regarding things.
Yeah. I don't know how you even prove it.
I mean, AI is just. I feel like
Unless you have, like, in some cases where they'll just copy and paste the whole AI answer, and in the middle of it, it says, "This is an AI. This
Oh
is
yeah,
my result."
I had seen people saying on the docket about not wanting people to make AI stuff. And I was like, are people using AI to make motions and whatnot? That seemed kind of crazy to me.
It was accused. I don't know if it was ever proven.
Yeah, I'll read the incident report, see what I think about it, and see if we got a case.
I mean, motions I feel like are supposed to take a while to like think over and do. I've had motions take
Okay, and that was 5577.
a couple hours actually to write out fully sometimes.
Okay, thank you. Bye. Hey, Evelyn.
Is that funny or a motion?
How do I
That's
submit
stress
an
use.
appeal now that I'm not allowed to submit anything?
Uh,
Or
What's
not an
the-
appeal,
what-
but
what's it-
the other one when I want to get records.
A subpoena?
Subpoena, yeah.
If
My
Hugo's
brain's-
still around, you can ask him how to do it. I think they have their own like template system for stuff. There should be templates in the
I thought I'd just give it to a clerk.
Yeah, of course you get your template from here. You fill that out. Oh yeah, it's in there.
I have I'm gonna write that. Oh god damn it. Okay. I'm gonna write this for you real quick. I have the incident, the invoice number, but I don't have the incident number, if that makes sense. Like I have the fee he paid through Maze Bank, that number.
Why are they trying to subpoena?
I'm trying to subpoena their criminal record because they feel like they were unfairly arrested for making a joke about packing, that being their cock.
Huh?
Yep.
What?
That's why I'm looking into it.
Interesting case.
His exact words to me is, I made a joke about packing. They said they were going to arrest me to put my hands up. I explained to them it was a joke, and then they continued to arrest me.
Where have I been?
So how do I get the investigation
I
number
left
if
leadership? You think I
only
left
have the
leadership? I
incident
was
number
fired.
from their invoice. Do I just put investigation to invoice number 5577?
Oh, I think so.
I was actually very pissed actually. That wouldn't happen. You want to see the very emotional text I sent Dan?
Well, let me see some of these existing ones. You got lawyer name, client name, phone numbers. On such and such a date, person
Dan had
did something.
demoted lawyers, and as a
under-
result, everyone was getting a pay cut.
I don't know,
And
just-
he did this without saying a word.
Whatever information you have. put
And
it
so
in
I'd
there.
be like, hey, you know, this is going to cause issues. Can we do something about this? And I felt very dismissed by that. I'm not discussing this right now.
Liz, are you helping take Ulf's cases?
I'm
Mostly?
taking a couple of them, yes.
Cause that include like the subpoenas.
Oh, I need to enter myself in on them. Well, I think I'm already entered. I should be already attached them, I think. Or at least one of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm also taking Blake's case because he also quit. I think I might be taking too many cases. Oh yeah, have a good night. Appreciate you. Sorry, I was focused.
Oh, Gordon's back around.
Yeah, I always, I'm happy if you're happy. You know, it's a.
Oh shit.
You can chat, watch my stream, then I'm happy. I mean,
Is it
it
a
was the most chill of
lawnmower?
days, but it's some good RP. What was that?
I think that guy was on a lawnmower.
Was he on a lawnmower? I said I'm going on strike. I'm in the middle of writing a text message saying I'm overacting. Have a conversation until tomorrow. I felt that this was I didn't think he was saying I wasn't I want to have a conversation tomorrow. This felt like I'm not discussing this right now because he's like I don't feel that this is I feel this is a very dismissive comment right here. Or we could discuss this tomorrow. No, he said I'm not discussing this right now, which is very much so. This is not my problem. I don't want to have I don't care enough for it. But regardless, so I made an emotional comment. I'm going on strike, only to get fired. And I said I was being dramatic and I was hurt that you didn't trust me enough to even talk to me about things just before just demoting me. I have given everything to better Saba and the DOJ. To see you be so incredibly dismissive of my work and time feels like an incredible betrayal. And then I'd asked to schedule a meeting and he just ghosted me, so.
Okay.
What up?
What the hell's my phone number? God damn it. 1164. Okay. That's the first time I ever looked up my phone number.
I was very emotional around things. All right, sorry. I was out of it for a bit. What was happening?
Yawn.
Yawn.
I'm doing my first civil case.
Oh, congratulations. I know my first civil case was probably the most fun I've ever had as a lawyer.
Man got arrested for saying I'm packing in my pants and it's real large.
Love that.
By the Blaine County Sheriff's Office.
You sure he just didn't get frisked?
He has an arrest record for it.
What did they arrest him for?
Don't know. He said he consented to the that he said that the search was illegal, but he still consented to it, and he notified the officer that he has done nothing wrong and he was being illegally searched.
Well, if he consented to it, then it's not legal.
No, that he didn't consent.
Oh, he did not consent. Okay.
He complied.
All right, that's
You know what
good.
I mean? Like, you have to allow them to fuck you over.
Well, yeah, I mean, I always say, let people make mistakes. Please, please, please let people make mistakes.
It's so hard to let people make mistakes when you see them doing it.
It is very hard, I admit that. I think if you're going to correct them, do it at a time, whenever they're like in private, so that, they're not publicly being called out for it. You know what I mean? Because I feel it's very, like, it can be kind of rude, and like you're...
Hang on, I'm trying to hear the radio. Oh dear.
What's happening now?
I'm not sure if... I don't think you've been doing Evelyn, but yeah, if you call someone out in the moment, it's kind of like you're not really on their side in that moment. Like you feel like you are kind of attacking them. But if you do it well in private, it's much more of, hey, I'm trying to help you out. Can we have a conversation regarding this? I think you may have messed up. It's, maybe you can do this differently in the future regarding things. And like you show that you're looking out for them in some way. Like you care enough not to publicly, humiliate them. Humiliate is a strong word, but like, to call them out for things.
Yeah.
I scared you.
What are you doing?
Tricked you.
Wouldn't be the first time.
You thought I filed.
But let me see. Let me see. What am I saying? If all the lawyers are really wanting to walk out, though, I think. Well, I'll see if some change happens, but I might actually try and make my own listatorship with my own DOJ with blackjack and hookers.
Let's not cross the streams here.
So-
Let's merge the
cross
streams.
Yeah.
All right, Liz.
What was that?
Let's not cross the streams here. Let's merge the streams.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm already
that's.
trying to do that. I'm trying to give it to you. All right.
You're giving it to me. That's all right. That's
Give what to who?
Alright.
I'm trying to make like a Blaine County PDO kind of thing.
That was off to do. My cream's calling.
That's why
Hello?
I'm asking like about how you are
Liz?
against
Yeah, what's up?
those
I had a quick question. Is
deputies because they're a little bit
having
more
an
forceful
escort
than-
actually illegal in this city?
Prostitution is not illegal, no.
I think I'd.
I thought so. So having an escort's not illegal in the city.
No.
Oh, it's great. Awesome. So prostitution's allowed.
Yes.
Oh hell yeah! All right.
Are you
Thanks,
not
Liz.
in
You're welcome.
the Email chain. What? I can't tag you. I posted the subpoena.
Send a dot request.
A dot? Did you never do a tag request?
I don't think I told him to do that. Did I tell you that? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I did.
Kimple, do you know how to do a tag request?
It turns out my email, its name, my name was removed from my email for some weird reason.
Oh. Fix it.
I did. I sent you a dot within the
Alright,
subpoena.
cool. Alright. Now you're responsible for that subpoena, okay? If a day or two goes by and there's no DAs jumped on it, then you gotta go find a DA, okay? I got put behind, but I got pulled in many directions today. I'm not doing it again. I can try to get a DA for it, but you are ultimately responsible for it.
Well, soon DAs won't exist, so it'll be great. Who does the paperwork then?
DAs.
But they won't
Well,
exist.
because the DAs are still gonna exist. They're just not gonna be as prosecutorial, maybe, possibly. That's not even necessarily true, because there's still gonna be a lot that want to have a DA.
Can I be honest with you guys?
Sure.
To solve all the city's issues, we just got to remove the special prosecutorial abilities of the PD. Where they can just make themselves a prosecutor. Then they have to get their charges finalized by a prosecutor for their investigation before filing bullshit.
I know Wolf was saying that, but that's. I mean.
That's how it is in the real world, or in the States.
No,
The
I
main
get it. You know, it's
states.
maybe that's not how it's done here, but that's. I mean, we may be a little bit outdated regarding here, but it's
Man, fucking, it's hard to talk about things. My brain hurts.
I was covering for him. I think he was fine with saying what he did. You can say reward and stuff without it being meta. So while that's how it's done in other states, I feel like, you know, the process for doing all that is so long that cases often take years to complete. I don't think that's something that we want here. So we kind of have to take some shortcuts.
It's already in the SOPs and it's being violated. The SOPs are currently not being followed in regards to the PD. They're supposed to call in a DA anytime that a lawyer's called in.
Oh,
well, SOPs aren't legally binding.
that and those that would only be true for the SOPs of the troopers, not necessarily for the cops.
But
State-
the BCSO getting law thing, the bar thing was only mandatory for upper command. The others did it because they wanted it, but it's not mandatory unless they want to be high command. The troopers, apparently, they saw, hey, they're doing it, we want to do it too. So that's funny considering they were all like, wow, Wrangler bad. Well, it looks like
But then-
Wrangler has a few good ideas then, huh?
I'd be
If
curious.
everyone's jumping on.
I could give
on
them the
board
lawyer
with it.
SPs, but
You know what?
I
I
made
wanna
them.
become
But
a sheriff.
they were never finished,
Really?
and I'm not sure if I can
There's a snake
finish
in
them
my
anymore.
boots.
There's gone snake in my boot.
Yep.
But we have the dress code for it. It's pretty simple.
Becoming a sheriff might
It's,
be fun.
wear
I get to
clothes
abuse
if
people's
possible.
rights.
That's the
No one
that's what our
does
dress code
anything
is.
about
That's-
it. And as long as I operate in good faith, I'm okay. And if I'm not in good faith, I just got to protect my brother, and I'm okay. It's like the police unions all over again.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm gonna become a sheriff and then put together the idea of a police union.
You should.
Let's add even more power to the
Sheriff
PD.
Kimball. It's
Oh,
I think you're thinking
Kimball.
too small. I'm thinking like a tyrant, like a list hater or something. That's
well, start as sheriff. Work my way up.
I would like to approach Dan with this with you because I don't want us to get like mixed beams, you know?
Yeah.
So
I can do so. I'm not sure that'd be the solution to all the problems, but I mean, it's definitely something that's not this. So
it goes with my idea, and it seems like you are trying to do something like it. So might as well merge ideas.
Mhm.
And then when people are like, "That's not gonna work," then we can be like, "Well, maybe it won't, but we can try."
well, I don't like the fact that I was able to be fired in 30 seconds, and then there was just no announcement, no nothing regarding it.
Yeah, I didn't like that either.
I asked to talk about it, and there's no meeting.
All right.
This is not
there's
that
a ladder
high.
on both sides. Are you alive?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be? It's only 30 feet.
You're supposed to say unfortunately. That's a
Finch is really bad at minding his own business.
How you say that?
Is that Finch? Maybe it's not Finch. I'm hearing on the radio.
No, that's my favorite DA.
Someone's not minding their business.
Howdy.
Hey.
Howdy.
Hey, why do you look like
Oh, is that Uriel? I didn't recognize you.
Yeah,
like
how's
the
it going,
Silver
Liz?
Shroud?
Incognito. He's literally the incognito mode. Good dude.
You're like
Like a private investigator.
James.
Yeah, cracking the case wide open.
Yeah.
Cracking something open. So.
Yeah, I
Cold
suppose so.
beer.
Yeah, I wish.
Uriel, how long do you think the DA's is going to last as an office?
I don't know why.
Why are you asking him
Oh.
that? He doesn't
I was
know
told that it
things.
would be like 2 months or so
2
before someone
months.
sees it getting dissolved.
Campbell, stop rumor mongering, please.
Okay.
Okay.
People have been dooming all day. Don't worry about it.
They have been dooming all day.
Doom and gloom. Hype. Woo!
Okay. Yeah, I've just been responding to a few cell calls earlier.
Campbell, go
What's
away.
up?
Oh.
There's a meeting between us now.
Oh.
No. Talk to you later, Campbell. You know, I
Bye.
joke, but I love you. I joke, but I love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Jokingly.
You should stand on the other side of the door and listen. What do you
Alright.
think about the possibility of a Blaine County PDO?
that only specifically responds to stuff from BCSO or just stuff in Blaine County? Or
Focus on with the intent of having lawyers who like can hold.
Hey, can you help me a bit? Oh.
I
Hey,
knew
can
it.
you help me a bit?
With the purpose of having specifically
I have
trained
a
lawyers
car
that
who's
like
back at the,
can
Handle Wrangler.
handle Wrangler and his ilk, you know, and like not get butthurt and not get like, well, that's not how it is, but it is how it is. This is Blaine
Wranglers
County.
having to get handlers.
No, I mean, city boys versus country boys. You know, you gotta have some country boys.
I get you.
Sure,
Country
I get
boys, what do you
that.
do?
Yeah, maybe you can help me.
You think you need a whole department for that?
Just like a leader and a couple of people who can like do it.
Hello?
Currently, there's a whole meltdown going on.
This,
So
you with video? Or
Yes,
the-
how can I help you?
Yeah, alright. So, I mean, fuck. So, I know the Blaine County Sheriff's Office is separate, and that no charges could be pressed from the other police department. So, how does that work with the PDO, though? Y'all assist both departments and TACMED for public defense?
I mean, we assist anybody for public defense. If they don't have a lawyer, then they know we.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I mean, the case, it would be, I mean, everyone's telling me I can only go civil, and it would be against the state or against Blaine County Sheriff's Office and TACMED.
Well, can I hear what happened?
I mean, you probably already know. I mean, if you were in a lawyer circle yesterday with Barry, I think. But yeah, so me and some boys got shot up in Toledo at the plastic plant. A bunch of cartel members or some shit is what people are telling me. So we go to the hospital in, I guess, Sandy, Harmony, whatever you want to call that, where they just opened the Blaine County Sheriff's Office as well. We go there. I had already received services in that building that day.
Got in
it was like
service
2
there?
hours. Say what?
I said he got in service there, yeah. So.
Yeah.
So.
And, well, as we approach, or as we park in the parking lot, there's 5 EMS, I think at 4 EMS in skirts or some shit, but they in uniform, I guess, at a uniform, if you want to call it that. Pretty sure at a prostitution ring in these hospitals anyways, which I know that ain't illegal, but. So, and a doctor. And we're 3 of us dying, shot up, bleeding, begging for our lives, begging for assistance to the 5 TACMED next to us. They tell us that we need to go to Pillbox. They go into the building. We then, you know, I'm not having it, so I have my boy walk me in there. As we're walking in there, they tell us that the building is infested with mold, that the one that they're, I guess, started a meeting in, that it is infested with mold, and that we cannot have services rendered. Then, so we proceed to go across the street, because it's obvious there's a bunch of officers around. There's like an officer in a, I don't know, like a trash or a, what is that, reflective vest. My friend goes, talks to him. That guy pulls out 5 other officers. They don't even approach our car, really. They just tell our friend that they can't render services while we're just dying and begging for our lives. And then that it. We just go to Pillbox. So, I mean, that really it, dog. And the DA has basically told me that there's no charges they can press. The police department said that they go to the DA because, like, I feel like some officers should be arrested for, like, I don't know, reckless endangerment or something, or maybe malpractice with the hospital. Like, so I feel like charges can be pressed, but everyone's telling me I can only go civil, which, I mean, from what I've heard, I mean, I'm not going to make any money from that. So I'm looking for jobs, not money.
So to be clear, criminal charges can only be pressed by the, I guess by the DA's office, other cops, or a special prosecutor. And if they are not willing to push charges, then those charges cannot be pushed. Even if I wanted to push charges, I wouldn't be able to.
Okay. So I need a private lawyer. So, I mean, I guess that leads me to, I mean, I already knew you were going to say this, but I mean, do you know a private lawyer that is in the city right now that would be willing to take this?
Yeah, Sam Burton would, I believe.
I mean, he's not in the city. I've tried to call him numerous times.
Really? He's on duty right now.
Oh, weird. I guess I could have looked too. I didn't know it said. I didn't know it listed the private lawyers as well. But yeah, he was hunting. I guess maybe he in the hospital or something. Do you recommend anyone else in case I still can't get a hold of him for some reason?
For private lawyers, let me see.
Yeah. I mean, I know Michael Farrow, but everyone keeps telling me he's shit, and I can't get a hold of him anyways. Which I didn't think he was. He's the only one who done anything for me, really. I mean, other than talk. He's actually put in subpoenas and shit.
I'm not sure if they. I think Ulf might be able to. I'm not sure if he is quitting entirely or not, though. Ulf Amundsen.
Yeah, I don't know him. Can I? Do you have a number in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, I got 555.
3021.
All right, I appreciate you, sir, and your time. What is your name?
Lis, L-I-S, Lis Bajek.
Oh, Bajek. Wait, do you do the property stuff? Bajek. Why do I know I think I've met you, but they're a guy I'm trying to get a hold of for prop. Yeah, I remember your last name. But do you know who does the property stuff and the permits?
Those don't exist any longer, or they're suspended currently. But yeah, I did help out with that stuff before the flood.
Oh, okay. So are you going to be doing that in the future? Because I'm interested in purchasing property, but I really don't know where to start. Because I was here after the flood, so I mean, I'm very, very new to Los Santos.
Oh,
so
if that's the case, then do you know the? If you go to City Hall, there is the gentleman at the front desk to the right.
Yeah.
He will give you an MDT that will show you the various properties that are listed for sale.
Now is election over?
The election is still ongoing. It's just that things were temporarily suspended with everything that was happening. But
okay.
It is still ongoing, yeah.
All right. So I heard that some stuff was going to change with the properties. I think. How that works and stuff.
It's possible, but I wouldn't.
But yeah, I've looked at the properties already in the realtor's tablet. But I appreciate the information.
Okay. Well, what question did you have then?
Well, I mean, I guess you can't. So you can't like request a property to be sold or to be added to the market. It has to be just.
You can, but you would have to like specifically request the government for that. You know what I mean?
Not really. I wouldn't know how to do that in the emails. I really have not done that.
I get that's a little bit of a scary process because you're asking the federal government for that.
Yeah.
But you just would create a ticket with the government.
Oh, okay. Perfect. That what I needed to know, sir. I appreciate you. I really do, Liz. This is very helpful.
Glad I can help you out.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye. I didn't really understand the issue as well. Like, usually I offer to help take the case for stuff like that, but I have a lot of cases at the moment, and I didn't really understand what he was. It sounded like he was pissed that the attackman took a long while to take care of them. Which is fair, if they're bleeding out and whatnot, right? That if they're not willing to help them out and while they're bleeding out, that I'm assuming they provided care to stabilize them, though. You thought the hospital was working? That's possible. Well, I know the hospitals like they're locked, but they do work.
Hey.
I'm
hungry.
You're hungry? Food's bad. I've learned that. Anytime I eat food, I just get tired.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit! Is that who I think it is?
Yeah. Wait. Is that?
Yeah, it is.
Is that you?
Hey, Ranger Backshots.
Oh my. You look a lot different.
Yeah, I got stranded on an island for 3 days.
You finally became a ranger?
None of my rangers came to help me.
You like to take back shots?
Oh, that's my name.
Oh, okay.
Ranger Backshot.
Is that like a
service?
Let me
Is
get
that
a
like a
number.
porn name?
Or no, I think it's to refer to shooting people in the back. You know, like while they're running away.
Oh, okay.
No. Hold on. It used to. I'm a changed man.
Change.
Oh, okay.
Change. Just for now, change.
No. Change forever. This man right here and his crew helped me.
What's good to see that you finally got your range. Have you been enjoying it?
I've been good. I went through my Ranger Academy, did my eval in 2 days flat.
Okay.
So it's been good, man. We got a
that's
bench
good.
trial going on right now.
Are the Rangers higher?
Yeah,
Oh
we're
my.
actually on the academy.
Time to go to
pretty
PD.
soon,
Might as well
like
be
a
cops,
week or
right?
so. That's
If we can just be
bar
lawyers as well
certified.
with bar
Okay, yeah, I mean, go up
Cops with bar
Roxwood,
license.
not right now. No one's really gonna.
Cops
be
and lawyers,
there,
why not
but,
be both, right?
During the day, Underwood or Trent can help you out.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm gonna go get my salary. I'll be back.
All right. And nice seeing you.
You too, man.
Does who's the man with the wheelchair that's a Ranger? Really gravelly voice, old man.
Oh, that's
Jimmy.
Bones.
Bones, okay.
Yeah, he's like half a Ranger. He just flies helicopters.
I help Bones.
You can't say that just because he's in a wheelchair.
I mean, I pretty much can. Let's be honest here.
That's so rude.
So rude. I help Bones confiscate Santa's sleigh once.
Okay.
It was jet powered. It was insane.
Let's go to the bench shop for a bit.
It was during Christmas when the Overlord Council declared their power. When the Overlords declared their power and authority over us. Were you there for that?
No, I was not there for that.
Oh.
No, come on, PI.
As I was sitting there at my desk,
I was going for noir. I was going for noir.
That's what I was thinking.
No, he gives off a little bit of noir vibes.
I still think it's.
I was waiting for him to pull out a revolver.
I always expect him now to just fly off with his little fucking hat.
I feel like I see that man every time that I go to watch porn.
What?
What the fuck?
What the hell?
Is it the mustache?
No, it's the incognito mode.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fair. I don't use it because I'm not scared.
Like that though, Uriel, and the moustache. I'm seeing a bit of Poirot.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was pretty awesome.
Okay.
1 minute.
He's clearly
Who's editing the investigation right now?
he's clearly from the 70s porn genre.
I think Mr. Whitey's.
What the fuck is wrong with it? What is this porn thing about? What is
Yo, what's with all the porn talk already,
Let's
Your
stop
Honor?
talking about porn, please, and thank you.
Is this court after dark? What's going on?
I gotta use the restroom for about 2 minutes. I'm being too grateful.
Bill,
It's about 30 seconds.
the cat. I know you got a lot going on, but try to remember everything. You don't want to.
Let me see. Search here.
No problem. Take your time, brother.
All right.
In reference to what I was talking about, Control Shift in anytime you're on Chrome.
Yeah.
What the hell?
All right, I'm back. Oh man, I'm back. Oh, I can't wait for this. It's gonna be fun.
All right, I was zoning out. We got a report
Pardon me.
ready here.
It's
I'm
almost
forgetting
done,
we
Your
actually
Honor.
do
They're just
the
putting the
work.
finishing touches on it.
I absolutely
So they have to-
despise hearing they're putting the finishing touches on it. Is everything you guys are writing in this report going to make a difference on how we get to the goal here?
I was just adding the final evidence.
Ah, perfect. Okay. Can you give the investigation to, two things. Please tell me all the evidence is in the evidence locker or, attached to the case somehow. And also, can you give the investigation to defense, please?
Affirmative. Let's see.
Affirmative. Is that a word like pretentious? Or not pretentious? What's the word that we're talking about?
Enunciate.
Pronunciate.
No, enunciate.
Somebody else in the investigation right now?
Negative. If you go back out of it and then back in, you should be alright.
I need to save it.
See templates. There it is.
Yes, I will do that right now.
Motion to recuse myself before I get fired. Goodbye.
Am I missing the date? No, it's right.
Oh my god, Arlen.
But didn't they say they had a new method? What was the new method?
You're ridiculous.
I am unable to update it for some reason.
Is there somebody in? Is there anybody in here that is in the investigation? Anybody at all?
You guys haven't given us the investigation, so no.
The other rangers, maybe?
Am I looking for?
I'm definitely out of everything.
Nope.
Let's see.
Can't
I think I need a
can't
template.
update it.
My template should
Just-
fine, but
Take the whole investigation, make a copy of it, get the fuck out of there, put your MDT down, pick it back up, do it again. I have a good feeling that turning it off and turning it on thing will work.
Damn, Mr. Harlan, don't take no. Damn, Mr. Harlan, you've changed for this whole year and a half I haven't seen you, man.
Oh, sorry.
I love it.
I woke up with every intention on going to the casino and betting on horses.
Did you wake up thinking about opening Al Dente?
Not anymore. I'm not gonna lie, man. We don't have to worry. But I do own Auto Exotic. Go on down there and get your car fixed.
Oh my God, that place is never gonna be open. Damn it.
It's open all the time.
Hey Harlan, when I
What
make
place?
Literally not open right now.
Harlan, when I get a 100K, can I be a shadow investor?
alright. I'm getting back to
Alright,
again.
you and me, let's
Did they post that?
Nope.
Oh, that's Emma.
Backshot, do you need a
Yep,
pair of
that's Emma.
scissors?
I hate the way they're just about carrying.
Whoa.
For what?
Oh, that's not. Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
Make it drop.
I mean, it has her name on it.
I don't know what you're saying.
No, it's not. No, it
That wet
doesn't.
ass hair.
I'm gonna put myself in paperwork.
What the hell?
Yeah. Doppelganger?
Keep the beard, but I think you
Listen,
look better
this
with
is-
the short hair.
This is a memento of me getting stranded on an island for 3 days and no one coming to save me.
Well, did
Oh
you
my
call
God.
for help?
They're not ready.
Listen,
Yes.
where do they put the templates
Call
here?
me.
I don't think so.
I didn't have reception.
No,
Templates.
then you didn't try hard enough. Build a reception tower next time.
Were you guys able to get it figured out? I know sometimes it can get a little funky.
Oh, they didn't change it yet.
Yeah, but a lot of my evidence photos are not in here
Alright,
now.
what did she
4
put in the
hours
email?
after we win.
I did update it.
Here it is.
Go Bahamas.
I mean, you got the evidence photos still, right? So you can just pop them in again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want me to go ahead and pass it over then?
Yeah, go
Or-
for it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if you got evidence photos to add, you can add anybody to the investigation. Just make sure
Hey,
you
Red
make
Pause. Good to see
an
you.
official notice here in the courtroom when what it's going to look like.
I'm
is
just
what it's
listening to the
gonna
court
look
case
like.
while
It's
I
not gonna
do some
change from
paperwork.
that point.
Okay.
And we're chill. At
Who's
least that gives
the
them a minute to read.
attorney?
Sam Burton.
That's Sam Burton, okay. Can I? Do I have to do it like this?
All right, you've been added to it. The investigation ID is 1271.
Just do it like this.
Alright, I think we're ready.
All right.
I've updated the investigation with 2 more pieces of evidence. One was the pelts and meats on Mr. Dixon, as well as the dispatch call.
It was 88. I'm turning my radio off.
Am I free to flip the switch on her profile?
Oh my god, it's dark.
I think Emma's in the back room. Maybe go chat with her. All right, you guys said we're chill.
In the
I believe so.
All right, what's the investigation?
1271.
Thank you.
James Jones. Okay.
Okay, just to be clear, they're literally being charged with RC 407. That's it, right?
Yes, that is the only charge, hunting outside of a permitted area.
Sick. Thank you.
We don't. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll be thought of that.
You think I understood you any better right then than I did before?
Have we started yet?
No.
Oh no, you still? No.
Fuck no. Take your. Well, I mean, it's all good now. Defense is looking over. Defense, you can take your time. You are not being rushed. So do what you need to do.
Just make a stew.
Just a few moments should be good enough.
Absolutely.
Investigation number?
When I get back up, see what stews I can make.
Oh, what was her name?
Completely different.
Write down.
Lana Rana Dixon. Lorana.
Yeah, that will be me, Poppy.
Just one question. Is there anything in the evidence locker? Anything relevant?
You should be able to check now.
Yes, there is some stuff in the
No.
evidence locker, yes.
No? Is that not the case?
Do me a favor, guys. If there's anything in the evidence locker that they would need to see as a part of this case, or if you're going to be introducing any evidence from the evidence locker here, make sure that whatever
I thought
it is
I thought
able to
I'd
see
heard it in
as a
character about.
lawyer. So
Bounds on.
take a picture of it, put the link to the picture in the investigation. Don't matter. Whatever you got to
yeah.
do to make it accessible is fine with me.
Yeah, statue, just add a screenshot of the locker.
1013. Okay.
You can just put it right underneath the very bottom of the report.
Okay.
You sent your message to them at the worst time, man.
What message?
About you trying to get your own DOJ. I didn't know you'd already sent the message.
I didn't send any message to anybody.
Who did then? Because I went to go talk to Dan and Emma was standing right there and they both got a message saying Lis wants to start his own DOJ or whatever.
Why, I talked to some lawyers about it. But maybe it's possibly being an option. If they're wanting to leave.
Which lawyers did you talk to?
What lawyers were there? There was Ulf, there was Hugo, there was
Don't say anything in front of Ulf ever.
there was some other guy. There was a lot of people there.
What did they say about it?
They said they didn't think it was feasible, and about how they didn't think something like that would work legally.
Cause I went up there to talk to him about my idea about like the Blaine County thing,
Evidence inside the evidence locker has been added via.
and they both were like, "Oh my God, what is this bullshit? What is Lis doing?" And Lis,
Is that what's happening?
so whoever it was that sent that message did it in a representing Lis bad kind of way, I think.
I mean, that's fine. It was. I had an issue with working with them in the first place, which is why I was considering walkout. Because other lawyers have been walking out, and
With
so.
the PDO entirely.
I mean, it. What was it? Blake walked out and he quit. And I'm taking his
I don't think
cases.
Blake quit. I thought he was on LOA. Ulf was the one that quit.
He told me he quit.
Blake quit?
Yeah, he told me straight up he quit. I mean, we say quit, but what that means is that we're not clocking on as lawyers is what I'm thinking. Around taking any cases, giving up our cases, sort of thing. But they don't want to remove their bar license, so they just, you know.
So he wants to have his cake and eat it too?
No, he's not practicing.
So he just ditched all his clients.
I don't know how many clients he might have had, but he asked me to take his one case. Or no, he didn't ask me, actually. The client asked me to take a case because he'd quit, and I asked him about stuff, and he informed me about everything.
Cause Ulf is done. His bar is gone.
Is it?
Yep.
But all the lawyers there seem to be like, well, there's no other option. And I'm like, well, how about rather than instead of everyone walking out and quitting being a lawyer, how about we instead just make our own DOJ? Because I was like, I really don't want everyone to walk out. I still want to continue practicing. But if the issue is with the current system, then why don't we make a new system?
Is this going to be formal, or can we allow narrative?
Listen, you guys are seeing things from the perspective of you. There's a whole bunch of other perspectives. Whenever you have people fighting over something, there's.
Is that why there's so many judges present?
Side, and then someone in the middle. There's
I stirred.
Remember?
Okay.
So when everyone's like flailing around, like, oh, it's so unfair. There's nothing we can do. It's like, I was looking over the verdicts myself. It's actually not as unbalanced as they seem to think. I think they're just focusing on all the negative and refusing to see, like, it's actually pretty scattered. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And when you're a defense lawyer defending the people of this city, probably gonna have a lot of lose. That's still a win because that means that the police did something right.
So, I admit I was a bit doom spiraling as well. I was getting pulled into all that. There was a lot of emotion involved. I don't think that was necessarily the correct option. But we were at the point where we're saying there's no other option. We have to do something. And I'm like, well, if we have to do something, I'd rather not just quit.
Mm-hmm.
Whether what they said is, no, we need to quit. We have to quit. And I'm like, okay, well, if we have to quit under that presupposition, then can we do something after that? I mean, because I think that if we were to all quit, things are going to go from bad to worse for the city in general. I don't want to see the city go in a downward spiral because there's no lawyers to give people a voice. I don't want to see that.
I don't see any reason why good lawyers should even think about quitting because
evidence titled dispatch being admitted.
Because they think they got some losses and they can't see, you know, they're zoomed in on all the dots. They're not seeing the whole painting.
I do feel that's a little bit dismissive towards their experience, though. I mean, if they feel like they have been wronged greatly,
They can feel how they feel, but I mean, every other person feels how they feel too, and Dan's got to weigh all of that. And he's hearing about it from every angle, and he's so expected to just please everybody, and that's impossible. It's an impossible feat. It's so exhausting to be expected to do that.
I understand that, but I think the idea of that something needs to happen in the first place is a very.
Or can I just go ahead and call?
By making any decision, like any decision you make at that point in time is political. At that point in time, you're going to piss people off with any decision you make.
Oh yeah.
So why is he making decisions so fast? Why is he doing it without hearing out the other side? Why is he doing it without? Why is he informing us of the decisions rather than talking about it with us?
Every time he tries to talk, it seems to go in one ear and out the other. And I've been in his office when he's tried.
I've made attempts to talk, and
Yeah, I'm gonna try to smooth that over between you two at least.
Jacob's calling me. Let me.
Come on, Finch.
I will happy talk with him if he likes it. I don't think he wants to talk to me.
All right, I'm gonna give it the first shot, and then we'll let Finch take over from here. All right, put your hand in the air, good sir. Swear.
Penis.
All right, perfect. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you someone?
Get through
Hello?
this quickly.
Thank you. You are sworn.
Hey, Liz, are you available for co-counsel?
For what exactly?
MRPD. It is a
fantastic, Ranger. Why don't you tell us
case involving
what happened
a
today?
storage bin in the middle of a field.
I heard over the radio that we had a
hunting
call outside of the hunting.
Let's see.
I witnessed this.
Evelyn, are you able to come with me to Syrups, or is that like a no-no?
I don't think so, and I don't know why.
I don't know why either. I was fighting them about that.
By myself, I witnessed Mr. Dixon
Um,
in an active shootout with
Let me see.
the Lost MC that inhabits Stab City.
Yep.
I'm talking about Evelyn about things in a moment. I'm sorry I can't make it.
Pulled out my DSLR, took a picture
Okay.
of him in the act. Once the
Let me know when
shooting was done, I then held him at gunpoint and called for 77s, which is backup. I also called.
All right.
77s with
Sorry, what were we talking about?
nearby.
I don't remember.
Once everything
Well, no, I
was
got off
okay
track.
and
So
settled
like,
down,
where were we in the conversation?
Yeah, I don't
I Mirandized him, started questioning him regarding the hunting call and why he was in the shootout. He stated that he
Yeah, there was a lot of lawyers there. There was some lawyers I'd never
shot
met before.
Coyote and then took it to
I
his
didn't think
car
that.
in Stab City.
I do think it's kind of
skin
funny
it
actually
and
that
then deposit
the judges are. I'm thinking
certificates.
the judges are all probably there because I started it. That's
I asked him why he did this. He said he could not carry any more weight on his person.
I did a little stern. I was like, you know, what if we had a Wrangler walk out? Like we.
Coyote meat and pelts on him, as well as a hunting rifle, a hunting knife, and the ammunition goes to it, such as .308 caliber. He admitted to skinning the animal on the property, at which time I placed him
I don't think I'm charismatic enough for that though.
under detainment. I was under the impression that it was just going to be a citation for hunting outside of the zone, at which point I took him out of cuffs. My LT then stated that it's actually a criminal charge, so I placed him back in cuffs, placed him under arrest. We began collecting evidence, such as the casings in the evidence locker. His blood was taken off the scene.
Have I taken you to
And
Wayne County?
he was GSR positive as well.
So, just to be clear about this, I had heard about the decision to
That's very
make
good. Thank you, Ranger.
stuff
Just
from
a couple quick questions for you.
beyond a reasonable doubt down to
is
lower
Stab
that
City
number
outside
to
of
75%.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was told it already was that.
Very good. Is hunting
was like a
just the act of shooting the animal?
Placebo.
well, if
or
that's
is
the
there
case, then
more
why would they have to make a specific announcement to change that?
Well,
I don't know. Maybe he got the number wrong.
you need to shoot it and
I don't agree.
harvest its,
He
contents,
knew what he was saying when he was
such
saying
as
beyond a
the
reasonable doubt.
meats
I think it was just that
Otherwise,
there was some
you'd be
pushback
shooting the
regarding
animal
that.
just because, and that could be considered animal cruelty.
Because I remember actually being surprised. I'm like, oh, I thought they'd be changing it to 75%, and they actually went beyond that.
Via skinning, or say running it over with a vehicle as roadkill and then taking it somewhere else to skin it. Could be another way to harvest that animal.
Very good. Thank you much. Thank you much, Ranger.
But yeah, people had an issue mainly with that,
Yes, sir.
in that They
no
had said
questions.
that the cops don't have to do their job anymore.
All right, defense, feel free to take a crack.
Did you find any carcasses on scene?
I did not.
Did you find any animal
I mean, there was a lot of people treating it as in-character knowledge,
I
so...
did not.
Did you find any evidence on scene at all that an animal had been shot?
I didn't understand why it wasn't an announcement made in character, other than the reason that he's using out-of-character reasons for the announcement.
I'm unsure find any evidence that would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he had shot an animal on scene.
If it's...
No further questions for this witness.
I'll handle dispatch.
Okay. Anything you want, State, before they get down?
Hey, this is Ranger LeBlanc.
Is it
Sorry, give me a
redirect?
second. Exiting the courtroom. Yeah. Do you have the plate? Give me a second. All right, 90.
We're okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ranger, you may step down. Thank you.
If you could come down to the courthouse
Okay.
so I can
Feel
grab
free if you have any
your,
other evidence or witnesses you want to.
No, any other witnesses would be just duplicative in nature. We don't feel the need to call them up at this time.
I appreciate you respecting the court's time today.
I can get in contact with
All right, defense. Any evidence or
Apparently, the,
witnesses or your client as a witness?
what's it called? So the announcement about things, it was made as an out-of-character announcement? What was this exactly? This wasn't even like, it was like an out-of-character announcement, but he said specifically at the end, if this is an issue of any of you, I understand if you want to step down. Fine, Dan in character. I don't know. I feel like it was an out-of-character in-character announcement.
No comments from the peanut gallery, please.
Defense is not going to be calling any witnesses.
All right. Is defense going to be doing anything? It's okay if not. I just want to make sure I'm giving you the opportunity.
You said we're having closings, right?
Yep.
Then just that.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Well, with that said, if we have nothing else, I guess we move directly to closings. State, you may kick it off with your closing.
All right. So, as stated by Ranger Statue, he was called or received a call of hunting outside of the normal area. When he arrived, he saw the defendant, the client, firing upon residents of the area. Now, that outside itself is not in question today. What is the hunting part of what was done under Miranda.
Yeah, there was some drama today.
The
I had so many viewers earlier too. That was crazy.
Admitted to bringing animals back.
Like
to
nobody even hosted me. I had
in
like 90
order
people.
to skin and harvest the animal.
Like
there
people are
many
there.
notes
They could
and
smell the drama.
different
Like
pieces of meat that were found,
some drama here. I
as
can see. Yeah.
photographic evidence. A hunting knife was also obtained from the defendant willingly by the Rangers, and it seems. So sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second there. The act of hunting, as stated by the Rangers, is more
Ayo,
than
what
just
was
shooting
that
the animal in the
paralegal's
proper
name?
area.
The one down by
It's
the
also
pier.
about harvesting.
The one I was
skinning
working with.
the animal, to
Yep.
which, once again,
What's your
under
reasoning?
Miranda, the defendant
I need her name.
For what exactly?
That's all I got, Your Honor.
I mean, I don't feel that I should be giving out a person's name if it's not in a professional capacity.
It's for a professional capacity.
Then what exactly?
Hunting.
Termination.
Chasing
Okay.
an animal.
Yeah, we've had the PDO heads have had a discussion. We're going to be terminating them. I need their name. Please provide it to me.
No evidence that any animal whatsoever was killed outside.
I would like you to give her another chance.
And not even any.
All right, let me put you on
evidence
speaker
from a
real quick.
single testimony that an animal
He wants us
was
to
killed
give her
outside
another
of the
chance.
zone. Because that's what it is. Hunting is killing
So we give second chances, but they have to earn their way back in. You can't just act the way that they were acting and expect to not get fired.
People had been very heavily ganging up on her. It's her first day on the job. And the only thing
When I
she had said
talked to
was
her
that
initially, she was on the bridge or on the bare minimum of respect. When I walk back over there, she's saying, "It's not nice to meet you." She's antagonizing people who are already there because they are having a terrible time. You knew what was going on out there. If you didn't inform her of that, that's one thing. But the other thing is that, you know, if you didn't inform her of that, why was she there exactly? When we asked her to leave, she refused to leave. When we started bringing it up, you then got upset about the situation. Like, she
Because I
was
don't-
given opportunities there, and she slugged a lawyer.
Hey, how are you guys
She's
doing?
not even willing to give up that, and she's trying to give us the slip defense.
Are you serious?
I'm not even going off her hitting someone
That's
as
the
the
case.
reason
You
for
guys think's
this.
gonna win.
It's the
Not
blatant
listening to it.
disrespect that's being shown straight from out the gates. She can come back to us in 10 days' time and come back in as a paralegal, but until then, she can follow you and do whatever you need, but she won't be doing it in paralegal capacity.
And again, we need her name.
Her name is Jennifer Warner.
All right,
Okay, I've
thank
got
you
it.
very much.
Thank you.
Mhm. I might actually quit.
What?
The paralegal I was with, she had apparently offended some lawyers.
What'd you
Because
s-
she'd been
what-
getting a lot of aggro when they'd kind of gained up on her and asked her to
Mhm.
leave, and I was sticking up for her. And she'd just been really been going at it, and so I was sticking up for her, and apparently they decided to fire her.
Fired her?
Yeah, fire her. And I asked for her to become a second chance, and I was denied that.
Why did they fire her?
Because they said she was disrespectful to other lawyers.
Oh, really? Oh, really? She's disrespectful to lawyers, not Kitty, not this other bitch that they've been allowing to steamroll on everybody, not Ulf. No, the girl, the brand new paralegal is disrespectful. Fuck that shit.
I agree. I'm very pissed.
Who told you that?
Hugo and First.
Is that like wrongful termination? Because she like spoke up?
It's her first day. I asked for a second chance to be given, and they're not willing to even do that. That's not... People can make mistakes. People can make mistakes. Please don't just...
What's that other bitch's name? That fucking purple-haired twin.
Emotions were just very high, and I guess people love to fucking complain whenever emotions are high. I don't appreciate others trying to exclude. I refuse to allow that. That goes against my core principle. But I don't even have the power to enforce that anymore. I do.
Oh, they're playing Jeopardy up there.
Let me have a conversation before doing something.
I don't know, I just feel like it's straight.
Hmm. I'm very mad. Sorry, I get silent whenever I'm mad. Where are they hiding?
I'm getting the axe any day, man. I just know it. They're after my blood. What the fuck's your problem? Please don't hurt. Look, I'll just email you my resume. Maybe you can just casually drop it on HR's desk. Thanks, man. Bye.
Already had one. Well. Oh, they're not here. What are we looking at? Oh, the... There you go. Thumbs up. You mean just okay, the bot? Yeah, there's bots from time to time. Nightbot claims to have deleted their message but never does. Hey. Well, I think it's that apparently there's once a message has been Nightbot deletes it for everybody else, but they have to refresh the page for it to delete it. But banning the person just directly removes it. Wait, why are there two cars here now? Wait.
I hear ya.
or just north, which would then start getting close to the area where hunting is allowed. I really do appreciate everyone's time today, and again, my verdict.
Hey everyone.
Yo. Apparently, she also punched someone.
Yeah, she had a muscle spasm and she apologized about it, I believe.
According to him, she didn't apologize, and it was like more of like a, oh, I slipped. But I don't know. They said in 10 days she can go back.
I'm not okay with that. It's are you there with them right now?
No, I called him.
Okay. I have a core value, and that is not to exclude others. I believe this is an exclusion regarding somebody I feel who's trying, who may not have had a great first day, but is
Yeah, well, I mean, I
still
wasn't
trying.
there when she may or may not have punched someone, so I don't know. Maybe they know something we don't.
I was there. I saw what happened. It wasn't that bad. I was actually really surprised that people were so aggressive towards her and so aggro. She didn't respond the best towards being attacked, I would say, but I don't think that punch or anything had anything to do with it.
Okay. It kind of sounds like what happened to James.
She was very much so ganged up on. I didn't appreciate her being ganged up on in that way, and they had asked her to leave, and I said no, I'm not gonna make her leave. And then they said, well, she can be a paralegal shouldn't what's it called, speak, they should only be seen. And I like this like really toxic fucking stuff, and I was not happy with that.
I mean, I've heard them say that as a joke before, but if they're like
They weren't
trying
joking.
to actually enforce it, that's not a joke.
I mean, she was just trying to treat people like humans, but it seems like the lawyers were very big about pushing rank.
I don't know if Dan would see. My plan was to have like a Blaine County PDO, right? And the leader of that, say it's you, say it's someone else, would be able to have your own like hiring pool, you know? I don't know if he'll actually allow that, because it'll still be like under this PDO, and then they could still like rule over you, you know, and if they don't like you, then that's a problem. So I think we both need to have time to talk to Dan about it, and don't necessarily be joking about, hey, we're making our own DOJ, you know, but like serious time talk, you know?
I wasn't joking.
Okay, well you're not gonna get your own DOJ. That's bigger than even Dan, I think, but we're gonna try to be we're gonna stay within realism here and see if we can make something work.
Oh, I didn't expect it to be acknowledged officially.
Well,
the thing I was talking about was something like having some version of Saints Court that's more official, but that isn't going to be the DOJ as it is currently. Regardless, I don't appreciate the way they just decided to fire a paralegal based off. I don't think Hugo was even present for what had happened there. He was there, but he was talking on the phone and he didn't even see what happened. These are complaints regarding people who were very heated at the time and people who were attacking her. It's regardless. I believe in giving second chances. If it happens again in the future, then something could be done about it. But it was her first day, and I don't appreciate. She was very much so making an effort, and to see that effort being spit on goes against my core values.
I think that you should, if she's willing, continue to coach her and teach her. Kind of, you know, treat it like the Sammy situation where he was suspended and, you know, couldn't really get his bar, but by the time he could, he soared and he passed, you know? be her mentor.
I can do that, yeah. I'm pretty confident they won't let her down to the cells if we go to
if you get up to the, if you get your northern PDO, then you can hire her.
Okay. It's just that I've given many chances to the DOJ. I've given many chances to
well,
the...
this time I'm involved.
Alright. Thank you, Evelyn. But excluding others is not something I'm willing to allow. If I see this kind of stuff happening again in the future, though, I'm not going to... I'm just going to remove myself from it.
I don't think you should do that. But, me and you should get together and actually flesh out this idea better so that I have something, like, bigger to propose to Dan and more serious for him to actually, like, look over, not when he's just being overwhelmed constantly.
Okay. Yeah, I can try and do something about that.
Like, do you want to meet?
Yeah, I would like to meet.
Do you want to go up there?
Yeah, let's go up there.
I'll have to rent a car because mine blew up. Drinks.
I have a car that I can...
Okay. Want to meet me out back?
Yep. So...
I'll show you where I want my office to be.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be out here. See you out back.
Yeah, I'll see you out back. Let me get the car. Alright, yeah, all good?
Sorry, I hung up on you when you started talking again.
Oh, you're fine.
I went quiet for a minute.
Sorry. Get a bit quiet when I'm mad.
Yeah, sometimes my phone just drops the call, so I thought that's what happened.
So I don't find what happened to her to be acceptable in any form, and I'm not willing to have stuff like that happen in my presence, especially to people who I see who are trying.
What I think could happen, because, you know, maybe we don't have like you still have access to the cell rep number line thing, and there's probably not an easy way to separate that. But if you had like your own phone number for it, or like a dispatch number for it or something, I don't know, we'll figure it out.
Sorry, yeah, that's right. We're supposed to be thinking constructively.
The hardest part is getting the cell reps doled out appropriately.
I don't think that would be too crazy. Like you said, the number would probably work.
And having a dispatch that answers those calls would be very helpful, because then they could reach out like, hey, this is a call from Blaine County. Alright, we'll get Lis's PDO. Oh, this is a cell rep from, you know, the south side. Then alright, we'll call them. The point is to start doing it, and then once you've been doing it for a while and you show that it's a good system that works, then maybe, you know, some guy that works for the telephone company will see a reason to connect everything. Now keep in mind that Blaine County is a little bit further away from like the Wi-Fi range, so a lot of stuff you might just have to do more locally anyway. Why are there so many cars driving the wrong way over there?
That's strange. Alright, then let's think about this. I was considering it whenever I was actually saying the process of the making the own DOJ thing. But people didn't seem to be very interested in that. No one was supporting me regarding that.
Okay. Well, I don't want to redo a whole DOJ. We're still gonna have judges that exist, but basically, Public Defender's Office of Blaine County, or whatever. Exit there.
What?
Whee.
You think something like that's possible with the lawyer snitching though? Such gossip.
With the what?
With all the lawyers gossiping though?
Sure, give them something to gossip about. You know, people didn't think Wrangler would be able to be a good sheriff, and now they're killing it.
True.
So, let me... go there.
Okay.
I don't want everything to be on the main street, because that's a lot of people in a place, but I like this over here. This place sure is a fixer-upper.
I feel like it just shows on the outside much better.
Yep. Back, you passed it.
Is that one? Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it? Is this the...
This is the old sheriff's office.
Oh, okay. Where's the new one?
On Route 68. We'll take you there after.
Okay.
So, this door still has locks on it,
Yeah. Yeah, I've been here a few times.
which apparently are broken. Alright, cool. When it's locked, it's not locked. See? Like, small office. Doesn't go anywhere, you just... Boom. County clerk.
Oh, this is the place you were saying. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, hello. Please wait your turn. This is Sandy Shore's most wanted up here. Someone trying to move in on my turf? Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty centered around everything. Oh, I see the new. Okay.
Someone left their hat here. I mean, I could see if, eventually, it's not going to happen anytime soon, but maybe they can unlock these side doors and just expand the office out a little bit,
Yeah, I think it goes down rather than, there's a pretty deep underground.
Oh, that's good. It's pretty hot up here. The other option is to cram in on Route 68 like everyone else.
Oh yeah, I'd seen that a lot of people were buying land there all of a sudden, I guess.
Yeah. It's like Main Street, and every little town has a Main Street. and all the population grows from there.
Oh yeah,
I
that
do
makes
like
sense.
that BCSO is personally transporting prisoners. Kinda. I think a DOC is starting to hire. Now that there's a bigger need for it.
Okay.
I think the speed limit here is like 45-ish.
Speed limit should be higher than that, but
Yeah, it
let's
should
go.
be, but I think that's what they settled on.
No, I think in the tourist guide it says it's higher than that, but
Well, I think the tourist guide is a little outdated. You can't just stop in the highway list. Come on.
well, I'm thinking turn here or not. Were we stopping?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, we're going all the way there.
Go up to the Casey's. So there's Harmony. There's this weird motel here that apparently some crazy lady chases people out of. We got the hospital. We got the sheriff's department. There's a dead man that you just ran over.
What?
It's fine. Park in the bank here. Man, I wish they would allow all government workers to call for tows.
Well, I feel like anybody should be able to be called
Yeah.
for a tow, but
I got in touch with a job search online thing, and I put this up. Trying to get a bank manager that can cash people's paychecks
okay.
up here.
Has Google Sheets
You-
been
you
out
like
for
it?
31 years?
You gotta have 31 years of experience with Google Sheets, not Excel. Do not call or text.
I don't think it's existed for 31 years.
Details. Isn't it nice in here?
It's quite nice.
So, all she can do is check out your money, though. I want Blaine County to be self-sufficient to a degree. I want check cashing.
Wait, we're 2 million in the green? That's pretty cool.
Wow. Yep. Which is why their idea to charge y'all for monthly renewal fees is kind of redonkulous right now. You don't really need that. Maybe you should buy a submarine and immediately explode. So over here we have Casey's.
Well, I think that's what he had decided before talk about tax money.
Huh?
I think that's what had been decided before talking about tax money.
Well, they're talking about it now.
The prices of inflation's rising really, really fast from what I've seen.
You hungry?
Oh yeah, a bit.
Oh God.
Someone left.
Oh,
God, she's here!
Oh, she just showed up.
Hello.
Shit.
If you go to the bathroom right now, please go to the bathroom.
Please go
right
into
now
the
to see
right
if
behind
you
Please
can-
go to the
Over here to
bathroom.
this.
Please go to the bathroom right now.
We must go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Hello.
Hello.
Why were they telling us to go to the bathroom?
Why is there only a women's room?
Because women matter.
How's she doing?
True.
Oh my God, she's gone. Oh my God, they got her. Oh
got
God,
her.
she's here.
She's in it.
Oh God.
Honey.
Hey, so how come there's only a women's
What she wants
restroom?
to eat.
Yeah, because we respect.
We go outside.
Yeah.
Oh,
And he's
Liz,
the Casey's
Liz,
place.
you gotta go outside.
Oh, okay, makes sense. So,
By the dumpsters, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is it women's or is it just unisex?
Nothing happened. to me.
Is it women's or is it
Alright,
unisex?
Liz, I need to meet me outside.
Okay.
This is how we settle disputes around here.
Yeah, we did the thing last time, right?
Ooh. Oh, yeah,
Oh god, we're doing it again. Alright.
I'm doing it again.
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna kick your ass this time, you little noodle. Give up!
No.
Why are you crawling?
I said there was a demon in there.
Give up.
No, he's just. I think that was just a mess bed.
My arm.
Your arm is mine now.
She's gotten better at it. How?
Who's got a demon?
No, that fella in there with the mouse sores and stuff, I think scared her a little bit.
Oh, why?
I don't think she gets out a whole lot.
Why?
She's outside right now.
You want to tell them anything?
Allowed out.
Yeah, she wasn't allowed out.
Why not?
We'll be back. I don't
Is
know.
Yeah, why not,
That is where all the
Liza?
bad things are. How am I supposed to ascend if I'm exposed to all the bad things like demons and
Yeah, she
fear?
talks about ascending a lot.
What does that mean?
Oh, becoming a god, just like Timothy Beans.
Oh, like Shelly.
Bye, counter.
I don't know who Shelly is, but
They call it something, there's a word for that, I forget what it is.
The word
Yep,
of
no
Timothy
problem.
Beans.
She follows the word of Burger Shot.
Hypothesis, is that what it is?
Yeah, so it's kind of like that, but with the Timothy Beans.
Who's Timothy Beans?
It's like her great grandfather, I think, has kind of
Yeah, I was right.
Made a family that's pretty close to a cult.
Cult? No.
She doesn't know what that means though.
Do you
so-
have any legends of Timothy Beans you can share? Surely there's something.
Well, it was always said that he cooked the best chili that anybody that he had met
Wow.
had ever eaten. And as soon as they tasted that chili, they just had to follow his ways.
Chili beans?
Every one of us strives to
Wow.
replicate that recipe, but it's been lost for so many years. It was
Personally, I think it's
down.
because he was feeding people in the chili.
Oh shit!
started there
the
for a
chili
second.
was people?
That's what I think.
No, what? How could you say that?
That's probably why you haven't been able to replicate it, because the taste he's looking for is human flesh.
What?
Well, how do you know
No,
human
I've
flesh?
never
Just
eaten meat before in my
I
life.
don't. I'm just guessing based on everything else Timothy
I've
Beans
never
has done,
eaten. I've never eaten human flesh, but I have responded to people being on fire before, and it smells a lot like pork.
Yeah, oh yeah, you said, yep, Harold said that you set someone on fire in front of his eyes.
Oh yeah, I did that.
Maybe you can set hers on fire and
Well,
she'll forget about the beans,
well,
Like our heart.
if you ever get knocked unconscious, here I'm gonna give you, sir, my number here. I'm gonna give you my number here. If either of you ever gets knocked unconscious and needs pick me up, in an emergency and no tac matter around,
You
you
must
give me a
be
call.
really strong if you can pick me up.
Yeah, I just kind of let Queen Shelly handle it.
She's
If I has her stab me.
She's beat me at arm wrestling twice.
Oh, I
She's very
can't. I
strong.
can't do it if it's too fresh. It's like
Oh, okay.
more intentional.
Okay.
All right.
I used
Thanks,
to,
Mark.
but
resort, you know.
yeah, I used to do that, and then it angered Queen Shelly, so she's like, "Don't do that anymore."
I feel like I see some stuff.
Okay.
I see some
That's
stuff.
cool though that you got
And
you know. Just gotta
Especially
use
out
them
here.
I'm not liking the
for
direction
good,
things are
you
going right
know?
now.
Especially out here in the
In attempts to
remote,
fix things,
you know, in
don't
the
do anything.
country, you know. It's good to
I've
meet
been
some
trying
of you
hard.
small country folk.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. You know,
I don't know
she
what more I
from the
can do.
city.
I'm from
You
the
know,
city.
I be living out here in Sandy. Well, you from Canada, kind of, and then you came here, right?
Oh, I live on the beach.
Yeah, she live on the beach right now.
Canadian beach?
No.
No, the Vespucci. The Vespucci.
Oh, okay.
I'm not allowed.
Well, thanks
in
for being here. I
Canada
appreciate you.
anymore.
Why? What'd you do?
I stabbed someone.
Happens
Is
from
that
time
what
to
it
time.
was? You didn't tell me that.
Oh, I thought I did.
Until Wednesday? Alright.
I had to drain him of his sins.
Or the sins like in blood? Is that how that works?
Is that what Beans taught you?
Oh. Beans. I was just told to drain him of his sins. I don't know.
You got creative liberties on that?
Well, it's kind of suggested, but
Hey, you were just doing your job.
Draining him dry.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Kind of like a vampire, if you ask me, but, you know.
Hey, I don't judge.
No, I mean, that's cool. You know, vampires is cool. I think I'm maybe more of a werewolf guy myself, but
I didn't notice, but she's not in direct sunlight.
yeah, I don't think she is one, I guess, that now that you say that.
She's in the shade.
Yeah, that's
But
what I
them
meant. She's not
vampire
in direct
ladies,
sunlight.
they good looking, you know, usually. They get you in with their good looks, and then before you knows it,
She could be like 180 years old if she's a vampire. You'll never know.
I'd be surprised if she
21.
was that old, because then, like,
I mean 25.
she can't read, so 180 years on this earth without reading would be kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe so she can't
I
read
don't know
English.
how to read.
I think if I was that old, I would probably learn every language just out of boredom.
Yeah, right. Maybe she can only read Latin or something.
What's Latin?
Oh, you gotta be
It's
careful
just
with
down
Latin.
south. It's down.
of food?
It's past like, no, because we's America, and then you go further south, and that's Latin.
Oh yeah, Latin America.
Country?
It's like an area, you know. It's a collection of countries, and they'd be speaking Latin down there.
What's the difference between ranch and ranches?
You
Ranches
guys
is plural.
want to take this one?
So ranch is a singular unit. Well, ranches is plural.
Yeah, but there's this guy on a roof that was looking for a ranch, and I asked him what a ranch is, and he said, "Well, it's used to like tighten nuts on cars, whatever that means."
Oh,
And
a
I
wrench.
Said, I just agreed with him because I was still confused, and then he said I ate some ranch once, and then I was even more confused because tightening nuts on a car, that sounds kind of mechanical, like not like something you could eat.
Well, it's two different things.
What?
Yeah, wrench or wrench is for like you said, tightening bolts and like, you know, working on cars. And then wrench is something you like put on pizza and sandwiches and stuff.
Pizza.
And then also a wrench is like somewhere where they raise animals, you
Do
know.
they have pizza up here?
I don't think so.
What?
Dude, we know what you should. You know what? Someone should like build up that place right there, cause that kind of looked to me like it could be a pizza place.
Definitely do. I see it. You know, the red roof.
Yeah.
What's pizza?
Reminds me of Pizza the Hut.
It's like a pile of food on a
Yeah, on
plate
food.
of dough.
Oh, that sounds like
It's like yeah, like bread that's flat, and then you put tomatoes and cheese on it.
Or I mean, you know, over on the other side of the airfield, maybe some stuff could come up over there.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
They be gentrifying the sandy shores anyway, so they might as well
Hey.
throw in a pizza place.
Is pizza gentrifying? I mean, I think it'd be the opposite.
Well, yeah, I ain't no, politician or philosophers. That's just what someone done told me, so I'm just going to repeat it like a fact.
Gentrifying would generally imply they're trying to take more control over the place and remove problematic quotations things.
Yeah, like I got evicted on Sunday, so yeah, I guess they's gentrifying.
Okay, yeah, that's certainly one way of looking at it.
Yep.
Gentrify.
Oh,
Gentrify.
the thing you were saying about ascending, the word you're looking for is hypothesis. Hypothesis, it means to like ascend to become a god.
Oops.
Use hypothesizing.
Hypothesis. Hypothemy.
Yeah, it's close.
Apothecary.
Apothecary. I think that's where they'd be making like witches and stuff make stuff. Like their potions and such.
But like the good kind.
Yeah, the good ones.
Potion.
Yep, potion.
Except for when they're not like the poison.
Vampire. Werewolf.
Is you talking into your phone and searching this stuff? Yeah, okay.
Well, I'm making just a list.
She was talking about like wolfsbane, probably with the apothecary. And then vampires is garlic.
Dang it. Deleted my note. Give up. I'll never know anything.
Someone done told me last week that witches is allergic to gluten.
Gluten?
Yeah, did you know that?
You can't eat gluten.
Don't they eat small children though? Like I feel like small children would have gluten in them.
Well, I think they eat the gluten-free children, that's why they take the children and then they probably feed them a steady diet of non-gluten stuff for a few weeks and then they eat the children.
But wasn't it the whole like candy house thing with Hansel and Gretel?
Yeah, but that's over in Europe where they just don't use gluten, right? So like all that candy's gluten-free.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, I need to keep track of her. She's sneaking away.
Oh, she's hypothesizing.
Come on, let's get you back to your bed. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
Ready to go to sleep?
What's up, Evelyn?
That was fun.
Yeah.
I want to meet more of the locals here,
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you guys.
Oh,
Yep,
I'm a
take it
lawyer,
easy.
so I can give you my number real quick if you ever need someone.
Oh, I would love that.
Yeah, sure.
Or can you sign up for that?
Oh, we need to, we gotta hop off the bike. Please, Here's mine, I'm
Could you
Larry.
just type it into my phone? I don't know how to spell.
Yeah, you're just dust chips. So. Alright.
Oh, thank you.
Evelyn, nice to run into you again. No, don't take that. That's Terry's bike.
Yeah, nice meeting you too.
Goodbye, y'all.
Bye.
See ya.
Let's get you hooked up with all these other people in here too. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Lis here is a lawyer. We're trying to spread our knowledge to the small country folks up here. If
Okay.
you'd like like a direct line with a lawyer.
I'm your
No
guy.
phones.
I actually would like a direct line to a lawyer.
Okay.
Here's my
Here's my
number. My
number.
name's Calvin fucking Bain. What's your name?
My name's Lis Bajek.
I've heard your name before.
Oh,
Deal.
okay. See it.
Never
Here's
know
my number,
what
sir.
you're gonna need.
I'm probably gonna need you in a couple of weeks.
You planning something?
Oh yeah, big time.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell. I probably
Yeah,
should.
don't tell me what you're doing yet, but
Right.
that's you can tell me about what you have done, and it's client attorney privilege, but what you're going to do that isn't covered.
Okay, so in the past, you ever heard of a 1-900 number?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, back in the night. So I used to run a lot of those. 1-800, like 1-900 hotsex.com, but it's a phone number. 1-900 feet pics, but it's just person describing the picture to you of their feet, things like that. So it's been a rough go. I haven't made a lot of money, but I'm planning a pretty big caper coming up. I'm not going to tell you about it though.
Well, you gotta, not tell us. You gotta describe it, right? Because it's over the phone.
Correct.
I don't think the bake sale is as illegal as you think it's going to be.
I don't know, man. I'm importing flour from Europe. I think that's a crime.
As long as you pay the taxes on it, I think you're
Are
clear.
you think? You sure? Are you sure? Because I don't want it to go like last time. Last bake sale we had was a real humdinger.
There was actually some very old crime involving bread stealing, where they would have a loaf of bread. They say, "Oh, I want this loaf or whatever," and they would roll it out, and they would have a little hole in their cutting board to whenever they're rolling it to take a little bit of extra dough.
Bread tax.
Yep.
That's actually really smart.
That's pretty good.
Well, people will be executed for that.
Oh.
It's considered a serious crime.
So let's chill.
Well, I was about to ask if you owned a bench saw, but now I know it's not.
I'm decent enough.
A drill press is the correct tool for that application.
What did you call it? A bench saw?
I told the bench saw that I corrected myself, bench guy.
Counter guy.
Whatever they're calling yourself. Listen, I can do that. It's counter
Stool
guy.
guy?
It's counter guy.
Stool guy doesn't quite sit with me.
Bar guy?
A counter guy was
counter guys, I think. We don't sell liquor, so bar guy is like a little bit lost on it.
No, bench guy's taken already.
Bench guy is taken.
Waffle guy, because it's a Waffle House, right?
No.
Ooh, should be. Do you have waffles?
Yeah.
Oh.
Got no drinks though, but we do have waffles.
No drinks.
You're gonna have
That's
to
okay.
just. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I mean, don't I see coffee right there? Am I remember?
Yeah, that's you don't want to drink that though.
Oh, it's not been cleaned.
It's. Yeah,
It's
I'm not gonna
old.
say. I mean,
It's real old.
you just don't want to drink that. Is all I'm gonna say.
What about the slushies over there?
Those are. Oh yeah, that's.
I think
the ones
that's.
in the machine.
Yeah.
It's all,
think that's
it's pure
gas.
liquid. It's just
That could also be gack. I don't know.
The ants get in there.
Yeah, I think they just like walked out of this place one day and left everything.
Okay.
And
makes
we
sense.
we are rebuilding very well. Usually.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I don't cook. Okay, I'm sorry. I could make some drinks, but it's been a busy night and trying to catch up, and it's been a lot.
That's fair.
Yeah. I don't have a table in front of me. I feel like I should.
Yeah, maybe you need like a little island table there.
It's real good for the core, though.
It looks it.
I could probably
Yeah.
find you something.
Well, you know what they say, country boys make do. So
That's right. Well, what I'm going to do is one day I'm just going to turn my body about 180 degrees, and then I'll be just looking right at you, Liz.
okay. Well, like
Yeah, it's a
with your waist
promise.
like situated like that, so like you're like.
Well,
and
yeah. I'm hoping.
And then you say, want to see me crack my back, and you do that. And so.
Could use a good back crack right now. I need one of those small plastic chairs from elementary school.
I was just gonna say I haven't had a good back crack since the desks in high school.
I remember that. Well, you have like forgotten memories. It was.
I played the trumpet.
Played the baritone.
Nice. Jazz band?
No, it's just normal band.
Normal band, okay. Well, I did jazz band. Don't recommend it.
Why's that?
Too much math.
In jazz band?
Yeah. 1 and a 2 and a.
Yeah, this is to start it though, right?
Well, yeah, I don't do math. I don't know notes. I can play music. I don't know notes.
Okay. Yeah, notes are just like a way to try to communicate music to people.
It's a framework that I don't agree with.
That's fair.
Let's get out there and meet somebody. That's what I say.
I mean, people can play the same notes, yet the song will sound completely different, right?
Yeah, true, but that's why I like jamming. You just play some notes, somebody else playing some notes. You're like, hey, all right.
Yeah, I can see that. So.
Hey, Congressman, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Sam.
Ordered the meat.
What?
Someone ordered a bunch of meat.
Oh, that would be.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Counter guy.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, sorry, I went to the wrong diner first.
You're the best dressed fucking meat salesman I ever met in my life.
Honestly.
I went to Pop's by
Looks
accident.
like a Vault Tech salesman.
I should have clarified that.
Good ref.
No, you did say Route 68. I wasn't paying attention.
So what's that line up to be? 1600?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It looks more like a
Give
Vault
you that
Tech
right
salesman
there.
than a Vault Tech salesman. God damn it, that was.
Fantastic.
Oh, I still got the deer.
Oh, do I got too much stuff in my pockets? Maybe?
Yeah, it's almost 5 kilos.
Oh, that
deer's a
shouldn't be-
heavy one.
Hang on. Let me put this on the shelf over here.
Yeah, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, how have you been, Sam?
Good. I just had my first trial since I've been back.
Nice.
Yeah, how'd it go?
Good. 1-0.
All
1-0.
right. Oh, you're a lawyer as well.
Yes, sir.
Nice. Okay. Look at this. So, you know how many lawyers I met before tonight? 0. Now it's 2. Just like that.
Me and Liz.
Who's the better lawyer, you or Liz?
They should figure it out with a good game of arm wrestling.
Can we have a mock trial right now?
We do have an arm wrestling station outside.
Oh, there's an arm wrestling. Ooh.
Mock trial? What would it be
I
about?
get suspended more than Liz.
Oh. Is that true, Liz?
Only so far. Remember that, Vern? That's
Listen, one of you can take defense, one of you can take prosecution. Calvin, you'd be the judge.
That's right.
Green hair, you're one of the witnesses.
Whoa.
Aren't you actually an assistant to somebody?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm a clerk, but I'm
That's
also
what I
running
thought.
I'm running under Mr. Bones.
Jimmy Bones for governor.
Bones for governor and Little Bones. That's me.
You're okay. You're Little Bones.
Oh yeah, I like
I'm Little Bones.
Fucking Jimmy Bones for governor, 100%.
I run into him out in the woods on his wheelchair all the time.
Listen. I'm doing. I don't know what I can do, but I'm gonna try. I have my eye focused on Blaine County right now. I like what's going on out here. I want to see more.
You guys are so different. It's gonna work.
Yeah, he's so loud and up in your mug. But we do have plans. You know, don't let the goofiness fool you. We do have plans.
Listen, if Jimmy Bones is running for governor, I'm gonna vote for his ass. You kidding me? Love him.
I was running for governor until he jumped on, and I was like, you know what?
LT ain't so bad.
And this was a good choice.
He's the only person that I've encountered that has approached me in a helicopter on more than one occasion and just said vile things to me that were hilarious and then flew away. And I never respected him more.
He was giving people free taxi rides in a Jeep the other day.
You tell him to go away.
Thank you.
I was one of those people.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, me too.
Man of the people.
It was great. I ended up talking with him for a while.
The thing is, there's all these other people running, and I don't even know who they are.
I recognize some of them from the first election.
Yeah, I know Smod. He's the only one I really have spoken to.
Smod's a good guy. But for governor, I don't know. I mean, Jimmy, he's right there. Go with Jimmy Bones.
Yeah, Annabelle ran the first time.
She just joined on the final day of signups.
I think that's what she did that time too.
Annabelle?
I mean,
she had been kidnapped for 2 weeks and tortured, apparently.
Oh shit!
Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah, someone tried to kidnap me from right in front of the trial, but then they let me go because they said they didn't like to interfere with the justice system.
You didn't hear anything? What? It did not play?
It was the first time I'd been let go for being a lawyer.
That's kind of a fair assessment, though. Like, can I get more fucked than I already am? Yes? Okay, then I'm not going to do that.
I heard it play for me.
Yeah, like I was going to pay the meter, and he just pulls out. He's like, "Can I ask you a question?" He hops out, points a gun at me, and says, "Put your hands up."
Oh, yeah. That's why you got to grow your hair out.
Didn't even let you pay your meter? What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I was going to get towed if he kidnapped me.
At the least.
Yeah, it's on.
Let pay. Oh, what's happening out there?
Let me test something. Oh, wait. Distracted? What's happening?
Uh-oh. No explosions, please. Might have Shelly someone.
They trying to tow my car out there?
I don't know which car that is.
Well, the one out front's mine. The one they have is
Oh,
not.
I think it was the one that was in the middle of the road.
Oh, well, good.
I'm gonna move that bike out of the road, though.
Let me see.
What's going on with that stool?
Can I
This one here?
waive my right to counsel or whatever it is?
Well, I just don't feel like looking at any of you, so I'm just kind of sitting this way, looking at this slushy machine, wishing that I could pour some sweet nectar of the
test
gods
works.
out of that son of a bitch. But
I tested it real quick.
And you gotta go to prison for that, right?
Yeah.
I saw it work too. The audio thing, whatever. Nope.
It's nice in here.
I like this place a lot.
Me too.
That's weird. Maybe
I
it's because it was a
remember walking
prime
through
that it
here
didn't do
when
it,
when no
but
one had bought it
it shouldn't
yet.
matter.
Well, you guys are welcome anytime, open or not. If the door's open, come in, sit down, and chill out, have a good time.
Well, thank you, sir.
Are the booths
Yeah, are you guys
comfy?
open?
The booths are not yet comfy. I don't know if they can be, but the stools are very recently comfy.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say I came in like 2 days ago, and the stools were like rock solid.
Yeah, Lilac's been having some conversations with the construction team. Man, it's a good
What they
place.
done?
Are you serving food or are we just hanging out?
I don't have any drinks, but I do have food if you'd like some.
Oh yeah, I promised this man a meal for delivering the meat.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you did say that. Sorry about that. I was just gonna order some food.
Culture.
Yeah, I've been trying to offload some pelts because I've got too many of them, but everyone only wants the coyote pelts.
Yeah, I don't have much use for pelts, fortunately.
Yeah, I think they're like military crates. The inside's lined with coyote fur.
What? It's
Really?
Yeah, because they'll buy them for 100 a pop. I sold a guy like $6,000 worth of coyote pelts the other day.
It's a fancy crate.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm underneath.
I've even got some boar pelts now.
Oh, they made you go the later. Okay.
If you can make it into a rug, maybe. I put one down at the edge of the bed.
You can kind of just like lay it out on the floor if you want to.
Well, what are boar pelts even good for? I mean, the boar are like vile creatures. Their meat doesn't taste good, and their pelts are kind of hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like coyote pelts are that much better.
Well, yeah, but they're like dogs, right? So they at least have fur.
Yeah, but it's worse than dog fur.
Oh, but yeah, they're like
better than boar fur.
True.
Yeah, probably. It's small too. It comes off them in like little pieces.
What, the pelt?
Yeah.
You sure you're skinning right? Because usually you gotta the skin from the bottom of their stomach and then work your way down and then pull the whole thing back.
Yeah, I mean that's how I was taught to do it.
You ever see the guys in Texas that just hang off the sides of helicopters, trying to clear out the
with
fucking
the like machine
invasive-
guns?
Yeah, because the boars are just everywhere. Bucket list. It's bucket list shit.
I was going to answer that. Oh, I wasn't. Alright, never mind.
I think it's got something to do with the knives the hunting guy sells.
I don't think I have the stomach to skin an animal.
Because the knives have like these weird patterns on them.
Well, no, it's like you get the stomach from inside the animal, not from skinning it. Alright.
Oh, thank you very much.
What do you guys think this county needs that you ain't have yet, except for a toll lot? Or I'm gonna work on that too.
I don't know yet because I've only been up here a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
But there's free tea on the tray for you.
Hmm.
That's a good question, though.
Nice. I'm trying to get a bank manager hired that can cash your paychecks.
I don't mind going down there to cash.
Yeah, it's just some, if you're one of those people that likes going between the city and the country, that's fine. And you know what? That's a good point that you say that, because some people say, hey, if you have a person here, then people won't ever leave. But, if you're one of those people that likes to go in the city, you're gonna. But if you're one of those other guys that we met out there who's a little bit more peculiar, maybe they should be allowed to just stay up here and keep doing what they do.
I get where you're coming from.
Maybe an insurance dealer. That'd be nice.
Ooh.
Because right now you got to go back into the city if you'd lose a car on Chiliad or something. I guess that could kind of go with the tow lot, though, right?
Insurance here. That'd be.
Maybe. I feel like there should be a ton of insurance salesmen down here or up here. Hey, I'll audit this pile of rubble here. Gotta be at least one Vault Tech salesman.
Oh, we got that. In spades.
You get one of those motels up and running.
That's what we need up here.
Hello. Is this Lis Bajek?
Yes. How can I help you?
All right. Hey, this is Deputy Nathan Hollow. I got a guy up here by the name of Avery Cameron at the BCSO. He was arrested on a weapons trafficking warrant. That is a HUD charge. So, if you'd like to represent him, he is up here in the BCSO interrogation.
All right. I actually right across the street, the diner, so I can head over there now.
All right. All right.
Yeah, see them.
I'm sure you can purchase all the properties up here.
See. Where I Sam, I got a call to go into the PD. You want to come with me?
This one or that one?
This one.
Nice. Can I go? I'm a clerk.
You can go, but they might get mad at you. But.
Alright. I mean, Gordon had me on a whole ride along today.
Oh, did you? Okay, that should be fine then.
Am I allowed to go with you?
Yeah, there's no reason not to. You can act as co-counsel.
Alright.
I'll leave if they throw me out.
I wasn't sure. No one seems to really know what private lawyers are and aren't allowed to do.
What you should do, sir, is put your number in the purple pages and come up with a catchy phrase, like whatever your name is. Just like plaster that in there with like really obnoxious text. Make it as obnoxious and memorable as you can.
Are you juice?
What
I've been doing is
sorry, you look very familiar to someone else.
Don't get answered to the lawyer line. I'm calling them back.
Okay. Yeah, I got a guy in here. He's we caught him right over. Actually, no, towards the mechanic shop. He used the bank, and then we came in here looking for him. He was right down the road. We stopped him, detained him. Told us his name was Avery. His name was Avery Cameron. He has a warrant for weapons trafficking, which is a HUD charge.
Okay.
So we got him in this in the interrogation room. We got a DA on the way.
All right.
Get this sorted out. So.
All right.
Do you want me to turn in my guns?
I mean, are you gonna pull them out and shoot us?
No, I like to ask.
Should be okay. My bad. Come on. All right. All right. Your client isn't here.
Okay.
And we're still waiting on DA, but just to give you an idea what you're looking at. It's just one charge. It's weapons trafficking. That's what he's looking at. So this warrant was put out by one of the two sergeants of the BCSO, Elmer Quirk.
Can I ask how many weapons were found?
Let's see, there was 1 times weapons bench, 1 times old landmine, 194 gunpowder, 17 unregistered pistols, 5 shotguns, 112 gauge ammo, 16 weapon receivers, 2 tear gas, bunch of ammo, another 18 weapon receivers, another 22 weapon receivers, another 14 weapon receivers, 1 weapon attachment, more tear gas, 31 more weapons attachments,
Oh
3
my.
more grenades, 6 Molotovs, and then on top of that, 18 more weapon receivers.
What?
Are you trying to go to war?
There's no totals in here, but yeah, a lot. Like very, very, very large quantities of weapon receivers and full-on firearms themselves.
Do we get to see the warrant or no?
Let's see what the DA says when he gets here. I don't see why not, but I'll just wait for the DA to make that call. I don't want to. I personally don't see why not, but I'm gonna just wait for the DA, see what he says.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll let you talk. Go wait for the DA.
Hello. Hey guys.
Hey.
Yeah. So, let's just say hypothetically, right? I had a suppressor and like extended mag, right? And I was just shooting up some locals because they're shooting at me. And these cops pulled us over at the beach because my friend had his gun out. But it wasn't me that had my gun out, right? And so he's like, hey, come here real quick, And he pulled us up. He pulled me out. And he's like, all right, put your hands up. I'm going to shoot you. Like, for what? I didn't have my gun out. My friend did. And he's like, okay, well, that's a lawful order. Being, a nice guy and everything, I hopped back in my car and, escaped, right?
Sir, you could have gotten off all these charges if you just let yourself get searched.
No, because I had extended mag and.
Well, no, because if they search you illegally, then it makes everything afterwards illegal for them to.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, that wasn't even that was okay. Actually, wait, fuck. That wasn't even part of it. Okay, so, all right, my friend. All right.
Oh, hey, sorry to barge in. Hey, here's my number just in case you need it while we're waiting on the DA out here.
Okay.
All right. I don't want to like stand right outside the door and like intrude on y'all's conversation or anything. So.
Yeah, no problem.
Here's my number.
All right. Well, I thought that was it, but I just remember what they got me for. Right. So my friend, being the smart man he is, right, had some cocaine on him. Okay. And they searched him and they found the cocaine. And then apparently they had reasonable suspicion to search his cars and blah blah blah. Found more guns, found more like cocaine and shit like that. Just classic being dumbass. And apparently he had a key to my car, right? And apparently a key to my car means they could raid me or search my car. I don't know how that's, I don't know how that works. He could have found that in a trash can or anything, And so they raided my car, and because he got fucked, allegedly we put some shit in my car, so other people want to get fucked, and he want to get fucked more. And yeah, so they found all that shit in my cars.
So
I guess.
hard discouraging that. Okay.
But you guys, yeah. Any questions?
Did your friend have a weapons license?
Yeah, but they took it away. I think a day before some shit happened.
So he didn't.
I guess not. Yeah.
Damn.
But yeah, he's a coke addict, so he had a shit ton of coke. But him having a lot of coke on him and having a key to my car, are they allowed to raid my car just off of that?
It's pretty easy to get search warrants for cars, and even if they did.
No, but he just had a key. He had a key, nothing else. Like he could pick that off the side of the street.
Well, you were together with him, right, when he found it?
No, he was all by himself when doing that shit. Like they didn't know.
Have you guys ever been caught together?
Yes, but I don't think they would like.
Probably.
So anyone that has a key to your cars could get raided just because they have a key? Is that what I'm hearing? That's your friends?
Your car could probably get raided if you gave them the key to that vehicle specifically.
Okay. But how? All right. Well, that's another thing, right? They raided my car. Okay. And I guess they didn't have my information, so I didn't know I got raided until just a minute ago because they fucking said I had a warrant. So I didn't know how to warrant out for my arrest, or else I want to fucking be up here in the first place or around here at all. I want to fucking.
Hot warrants don't go away. They are forever. So.
Hot warrants are.
Okay, but like.
Non-hot.
I didn't get any knowledge of me knowing I was raided.
Oh, you didn't get a raid receipt? Well, I mean,
I didn't get a raid receipt or anything. Like, I didn't know until they told me I had a warrant out for my arrest.
I think they have to provide that within 72 hours. So if it's been past that, we could maybe sue them civilly as a result. But it's not like there's nothing necessarily that we can get you out of because they didn't provide you that thing.
All right. I mean, yeah. I'm just confused. They could raid me off of a key, but all right.
I'm not sure what exactly they found in that car, but that whatever they found in that car will probably give them reason to be able to raid you everything else.
Well, I know they could raid me off of that, but going through my car in the first place, like I said, he could have, like, all right, we're friends, yeah, but he could have found that key off of fucking, like, off a dumpster or some shit. But they didn't, like, I guess we got raided or arrested before with each other, but they don't write that down anywhere.
Well, the only thing.
So it's like a combination of things. It's the fact that the key was there, the fact that they probably found some incident where you guys were somehow tied together, and the fact that it's easier to get search warrants for cars than houses.
A lot easier.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So, what can we do about this?
I think we're probably going to have to start talking police. Like, this isn't something that, it's like, you did that shit, so we kind of gonna have to figure out. Are you going to want bail? This is probably going to be something that,
Just bail.
Or do you can request bail after 12 hours of being sent up, but not until then?
I mean, yeah, probably. Do
Keep
I
in
pay
mind,
anything? Or?
if you commit any kind of crime while on bail, they're going to charge you 200K.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and you're going to be sent back up
$200?
until your trial happens. Yeah, from what I heard, it's 180K to 200K about that.
Oh god.
So be aware of that. Please don't violate bail if you want bail. I have also heard that the judges have been back and forth about whether or not to give time served to people on bail. So if you are in prison, they are forced to give you time served. But if you are on bail, sometimes they might be a little bit weird about that. Especially if you violate bail, then you're definitely not getting time served for it.
So like a ticket, anything?
Not a ticket, no. It's the only thing that puts you in prison.
Walking in.
Oh, okay.
Hey guys.
Yeah, I mean,
hey.
Hello.
Hello.
What's
All right.
What are you wearing?
I just got back from Hawaii and I was found on the beach, nearly
hell
drowned.
Oh my god. Not hell yeah.
No, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
that happened to me one
Harry
time. I
wasn't
got
there
found
to
up
pick
in
me up from the
Rockford.
airport, so Eduardo, the Argentinian, found me and tried to kidnap me on a tugboat. It was awful.
Oh my god. Sorry.
All right.
I'm good to see you back. It's been a bit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly check something on Avery's profile. And first, I'm gonna ask you, do you need more time with your client?
I think he has a pretty good understanding of the situation. Can you tell us, like, what exactly the situation is? We didn't hear too much.
The situation is both trafficking and manufacturing weapons, guys.
Okay. How was everything found? In what manner was it found?
In his personal vehicles, a weapons bench, and a shit ton of receivers and weapons.
I heard.
What?
Regarding the.
All right, I'm gonna get the officer. Oh, never
Okay.
mind. Good. They said they've had some time. They're just having questions for us, officer.
Okay.
I have told them that right now what we're seeing in here is evidence of both manufacturing and trafficking.
Right.
Regarding the initial, I'm assuming there was an initial search warrant.
Right. So
the client was not served with the warrant, correct?
So Quirk searched the vehicle based on exigency. because the original arrest was a man who was trafficking cocaine, and he had Avery Cameron's vehicle key on him, so he believed that he could have also been using this vehicle to traffic cocaine. And he went and pulled out the vehicle, and this is what was in it. So.
Wow, that's like crazy.
And the key just
You don't
said
have
his
to
name
say
on it
anything,
in the
so-
car again?
So again, I mean, I didn't write the warrant. It says in the warrant clearly. I mean,
all right.
Theodore, I
So-
don't know if you want to give them access to the warrant so they can read it, but or if you just want me to do that. But I mean,
So here's the deal. This coworker, which the officer just divulged, was found to be moving illegal goods between vehicles. So we have probable cause for the usage of vehicles that were illegally parked and searched and found to have illegal stuff. So through exigency, due to vehicles being easily moved and the evidence within them destroyed, Quirk secured the other vehicles that person had direct access to, and this person's property came up huge. All right.
Okay.
So
What was found in the first vehicle?
All right. So at this time, I mean, you're going to find out in Discovery anyway exactly what we found on this guy.
Well, I mean, how bad was it, the first vehicle? The one morning.
Both of them very bad. Both of them very bad. I'm getting them real quick. I just went to the other guy to explain to you the situation. All right, Avery. Okay, the first vehicle, the Buffalo, had literally a bench we found with a shit ton of supplies to craft weapons. So this is including all the wrenches, the specialized parts to put receivers together, gunpowder, a shit ton of gunpowder. Separated from that, we also found in the dune loader, we found over 50 weapon receivers, it looks like. Let me see. 16, that adds up to 40. Yeah, we got 56. We've got 70. We've got 80. 80 what? 80. We got 97 receivers and over 40 attachments, or around 40 attachments. That might not be over 40. Let me check. 31. Sorry, 30 attachments.
Can we just start discussing plea deals right now, I guess?
Yes.
I don't know what an average would be for weapon trafficking and manufacturing.
Yeah, give me 30 seconds. All right. I mean, we're looking at something like, 5 to 10 years for weapons trafficking alone. We also have manufacturing, so that's both, right? I'm good, and we're also looking at, for big ones up, 200 plus K per charge. And we got 2 of them here, okay? He also has seeds related to potentially the other drug trafficking. I mean, to be honest, I'm not too worried about that right now with you, Liz. I'll work on the basis of we got trafficking as well as manufacturing, okay?
Okay.
I won't worry about the drug stuff. So I'll have you, now that you know those numbers are kind of what we're looking at per charge, because this is, once again, we're not in the small category. We're in the big category with nearly 100 weapons, okay?
Okay.
So I'll let you talk with them about kind of what you're feeling on there, and then we'll kind of come back in. We'll start doing some back and forth.
Well, you're the DA, so I have a question regarding bail. Are they being given time served or no?
Bail is not time served, because the entire point of bail is the right that you're not, before you're actually sentenced and found guilty, you are liable to come back to trial, but you have more freedoms than being in jail.
Okay. Because I heard from Indy Rose that Dan had specifically told her.
Dan has specifically clarified bail does not count towards time served.
Really?
Yes. They have misinterpreted him.
Okay, it's possible. I guess she said she was very clear regarding it.
Yeah, I'm very clear with you. That has been corrected over this last weekend.
Okay.
That Dan has made explicitly clear that if you're out on bail, that does not count towards time served, because the entire point of the right of bail is that because you haven't been charged with the crime yet, you need some way being leveraged to come back to court if there's probable cause, but it is not part of your sentence.
Okay.
All right.
So, is there like how much is bail? You know, is it free or do I have to
You
pay
pay
like-
10% of the cost of whatever the bail is, and then whenever you go back to trial, you receive that back.
Alright, so that's
if
gonna be like $100,000 or some shit.
it would be about 200K probably.
For this
Or no, I
case,
mean
it-
10%.
No, I did see it. I saw a 200K bail. So 200K means you pay 20K in order to be out on bail. And then as long as you come back to court, you get refunded that 20K. If you don't show up at court or break bail, you would then owe the remaining 180K to the court.
Well, I'm
Plus
fucking-
whatever you're getting charged
I
with.
don't
So
have 20K, so.
Usually you'd have to find a guarantor, such as a friend.
Oh, okay. I'll
Or a
think about
business.
that.
how do you not have 20K with that much weapons manufacturing? Like that's
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's roasting you right now, man.
I know he's fucking my lawyer.
Do you
I want a new
have
one.
time yourself to think about what you
This
want to
is the
offer
best
for a
lawyer
plea
you're
deal,
gonna-
Liz? And then just work
let's discuss it
negotiate
with him, I guess, for what he's wanting to do. Let's because this is.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.
What the fuck, guys? I know I'm stupid, but you're my lawyers.
Well, I can say whatever I want, and I'm not liable for it in that sense. You cannot do that,
Oh, what
but I can do that.
the Alright. Let's hear it. What? The bell.
And us being like that, it
guess.
helps build goodwill with the police for plea negotiations.
Sorry, you did. I don't. Why would you have so?
Well, you know, I wasn't thinking the key would fuck me, so I was trying to move shit to help him, but you know, it fucked both of us.
Oh my, that's.
So allegedly, you know.
That's fine. You can tell me whatever. I mean, I have clandestine
know.
privilege.
But yeah, you know, I was just trying to help him out, and I was like, oh, well, he wanna like he has nothing on him that could link me to him, but a key, guess, links me to everything. So.
Yeah, if you have anyone to blame, it's your friend in this case. That's
Yeah, I'm gonna when I see him in prison, oh.
So regarding a plea deal, I would say that the best we're probably going to be able to get you would be 10 days. Years, would be 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years, and then how much you think fine will be? Fucking shit ton? Can they not change the fine actually? Like
They can. It's like, do you want less time or more fine?
less fine if possible.
Less fine, so you want more years for?
Yeah, more years.
Okay.
Or
They're
less.
probably not going to be willing to go
I mean,
below like 200.
I don't know. I kind of mean you could like lean on because they pulled me like to the side and asked me everything, and I was compliant, you know. So maybe they'll be like, "Yeah, he was compliant," but I don't know how the fucking cops work. So
If you were compliant, we can make that case. So it's a good thing that you didn't run or anything. It makes it a lot easier to deal with, and you aren't like super aggressive towards them or belligerent. That's very important. That counts in their book.
all right, yeah. So yeah, let's find more time if possible.
Okay. I can try and do that for you. See.
So thank you.
All right, then I guess let's should come back.
You know what the
This is the
fuck-
lawyers. We're ready. I think I forgot to give him a contact.
So-
I was fucking about to go to bed, man. God damn, this fucked.
So I'm trying to think about it, like what kind of defense we could possibly make. And the only thing I could think of is that we could argue maybe the key would not
Yeah, I mean, maybe say unless they have like a fucking proof that he's my friend. Say
We can make
you
an
don't
argument
know,
for trafficking if there's not enough like constructed weapons. Maybe.
There's so many. There's no way. Especially because it was across multiple vehicles, so that shows that there was some level of transportation.
Yeah.
So
just
did
'cause
they?
trafficking needs to be like full weapons.
He had full weapons.
Oh, okay. I missed. I was.
He had
caught up
17
on the
pistols alone.
90 receivers.
Yeah, he had 17 pistols. I think it was, what was it, like 10 shotguns, 5 SMGs. He had so many.
How do you have this many weapons and no one to front you 20k?
All right, man. I get it. I'm
Poor.
fucking stupid.
No, you're poor, not necessarily stupid. I think your friend fucked you over, but
Well, you know.
because he hadn't been caught for so long.
I
don't
knew
know.
what I was getting into. You know.
If you knew,
I
then why'd you
just-
keep it all in that like that?
Well, because I didn't think they could write over a fucking key. I'll be honest. I've never been anywhere where they could do that, but you know, fucking, I learned my lesson, and
It's the key plus. That's what it is.
yeah, I mean, he had coke on him, and he had shit, so I don't know why they would be like, oh, he has more shit somewhere else.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, what you talking about, Liz?
Are you able to do something like more fine for less time?
Yes.
Well, that's judge's discretion. So I don't
It's a plea deal. It's something I would be willing to present.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Cool.
All right. So what's your idea?
How about would this is for both of them? Could you do like 7 years and 300k?
8 years, 300, and the buffalo.
The buffalo. I'm not sure how much that would be worth. Is it
37k
How
as its
about-
base
how about-
value.
How about less, more time, less fine.
Oh, okay. Then 10 years and 300k. Wait, that feels pretty reasonable.
10 years, 200k, and the buffalo.
You want the buffalo that bad?
He trafficked with the buffalo, man. He had his manufacturing equipment in there, man.
I mean, if
all right, I'm gonna look at right here. The buffalo was initially purchased for around 37k, is what my information tells me.
Okay.
Sir, I am saving you 100k. You can go and buy another.
I'm not leaving my buffalo. All right.
or if he's adamant about that.
All right. 10 years, 300k.
Yeah.
If I'm not getting the buffalo, I'm gonna ask for compensation for it. So 10 years, 350k.
It's not It's not $50,000.
Yeah, I bet you have it upgraded, man.
I do not actually.
All right. I mean, that's my offer right now. You want to keep the buffalo more than what you want the money? It sounds like.
I mean, if you want to fuck me, go ahead.
There's.
Do you think that's an
gunshots all
unfair
over
trade?
Harmony right now.
Because I'm looking at this buffalo as a tool of trafficking right now, sir.
It's just a car. You know?
And I'm looking at it as the profits of your trafficking. You purchased it with the profits of your trafficking, sir.
At 350 it is.
All right, 10 years, 350. Is that gonna work for everyone?
You happy with that? We're not happy, but like, are you okay to suffer that? Is that?
Yeah, that's good, I guess.
All right, I will call a judge because they have to approve all plea deals.
All right.
Hargrash, thank you for following. Appreciate you. I mean, this guy, he had so much. In cases like this, you can't argue them, sadly. If there was some misconduct by the trooper, maybe, but in this case, it was a warrant, and the warrant was. I had heard I remember hearing that the keys they have.
Oh God.
Oh, they have the VIN number on the keys.
One sec.
They shouldn't have a way to be able to
set you
like.
up on a HUD overnight, so I gotta use the judge channel.
I had a case like 20 minutes ago. I guess maybe
Or what was that? Pick up a bit.
It was a Harlan Mount.
Okay, well, if he's happy with that. Well, the minimum time for both of them is 5 years, right? So
Theodore to judges.
you got minimum time for a plea deal. It's not too bad.
We have a plea deal live here. I don't want to send this guy on to prison without him knowing when he's going to get out. That'd be awful. All right, so what I will do if a judge doesn't respond is we will send you up for the hut. But however, the hut will be posted with the hut was a plea deal that was assigned to the defendant and his lawyer, so Liz here in this case, has been signed and signed by the DA to be submitted to the judges for review.
Oh, could he get time served for the hut, or is that?
And then he'll just
Liz-
get time served for that time.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So once it gets approved, we'd say we sent them up today. Rather than pending trial, we've negotiated a plea deal. Here's the plea deal terms. I'm gonna double check something just to make sure I agree with this plea deal. It sounds good to me. I'm just double checking.
Okay. So
Channel 6 clear.
well, yeah. Oh, I think he may have had a day. And so,
Channel 6 appears clear.
What happened to him?
he had a headache. I think.
Okay, got it.
I mean, I can imagine all the stress he's going through right now. That's all right. Sometimes their clients they did that shit.
Thank you for your service.
Big trafficking. Okay, yeah, I see that. This was big weapons manufacturing and trafficking. So yeah. But just manufacturing include. Let me check. Hut and weapon. Hut, okay.
I am hearing nothing from a judge right now.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's a super big issue as long as he's getting
Okay.
time served.
Yeah.
I mean, the main issue with
Yeah.
huts, I feel, is, people are like, oh, when's it going to go to trial? And is there a DA we can talk with? And, this, can we communicate? Communication, I feel, has proven hard in recent times.
Oh, one sec. I'm getting this all posted so the judges can easily see it.
Back in the world of the living.
Oh, oh. Oh my god.
I understand. So it's a stressful experience.
I
It's
had a fucking dream where I was getting fucked.
it's not a dream.
Nightmare.
Ah!
Yeah, no, this is happening to you.
So, I heard you guys, I heard him saying the judge, something, if they're not awake, something.
They'll, looks like you're going to get sent up on a HUD, which means that
Okay.
once a judge looks things over, if they are fine with things, they'll give you time served for your HUD, and it won't really change anything, really.
Alright.
Not unless for some reason the plea's denied and ends up going to court.
I'm just quickly checking if there's an investigation attached, so I can click this.
Do you need the investigation number?
Liz, I am giving you the investigation number.
Or you just attaching me to it, or this number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, what's your name in the one shirt, the red shirt?
Theodore Lars, I'm the DA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you see those numbers, Liz, I had to add up?
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know he initially wrote just the one times charge, but that's the bench on there. I'm forced to do the other charge. It would be inappropriate not to.
Okay.
However, I mean, I'm kind of looking at those times and stuff like that. I'm just like looking through this. Yeah, this is. We haven't even gotten into the explosive attachments, man. So I'm making sure to not have those fine. You know what I mean? I'm just wrapping that up into here rather than overcomplicating it. Okay. There's even unregistered. There's these unregistered weapons in here as well. Like so, there's complete weapons in here that show the completion. Okay, Liz.
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to highlight that for you while you read it. I'm going to post it on the docket. Right now, I put on a plea deal has been negotiated and agreed to by client and representation for the copious amounts of weapons and tools found waiting for judge approval. 10 years, 350,000. Is that what everyone agrees to?
I'm cool with that.
I have to hear it from Liz and
You
his
okay with that, sir?
and the client.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Like that. So, how did you guys like figure out that key? What he was like, you know, like
based on previous sentencings of 5 to 7 years for singular charges, and it's a per charge basis, as well as the size of the charge. So the smaller operation I saw got 5 years as well as 150K. That was a smaller operation than yours.
I think he's asking how did we figure out the key was for his vehicle.
Yeah, that too, and like
so the key for your vehicle has the VIN for your vehicle inscribed on it.
Right. Yeah.
And that's pretty much that's really just the gist of it.
Okay, and just because he has a key that's mine,
right? So
means everyone gets raided.
So
get raided.
With that much, with that much in the way of drugs, because he was being charged with drug trafficking, it then gives them strong probable cause to assume that he might be using other cars to traffic.
You know, I'm just assuming, but I'm pretty sure he had a shit ton of stuff on him. So how do you say he had more? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, usually having a shit ton of stuff means you have more of it.
I know, but he, it was pretty he was pretty full to the brim with his shit, you know. So like, how do you say, oh, he has more somewhere else? It's just because he has a key.
Well, that's just the thing, right? If you have that much stuff on your person, it's very extremely likely you're gonna have.
Well, he didn't
things
just have it on his
stashed.
person. He got fucking raided, and they found shit.
Okay, right. And
all right, Liz, that's posted for you.
Found also with his belongings was your key, so that's why it gave, them
Okay,
exigent.
so if-
exigent. Okay, are you gonna?
Sorry.
Can you confirm in writing that that's been agreed to, Liz?
Yeah.
Basically, unlucky for you is the.
Yeah, I know. I just confused on like he could have fucking found that key anywhere.
Thank you, Liz.
And it just means you could get raided for that.
No, so if we found the key on the ground just randomly, that doesn't give us exigency to search.
I think
it,
he's saying
Okay,
that the person could have found the key.
Yeah, like he could have found that anywhere, like in trash.
Yeah,
can,
I
side of the
mean,
road.
I guess,
'Cause
right? But
if he has like multiple keys on him, then you could raid every single person.
Right.
So if he had a keychain and he has like 20 keys, then
right.
you could just raid all of those.
So I guess the idea would be to not have a keychain with 20 different vehicle keys on it, because yes, that's exactly what the idea is. Yeah.
So what you're referring to is, beyond a reasonable doubt. They don't need beyond a reasonable doubt for warrants. For warrants, what's required is more likely than not.
Okay.
But you are absolutely right that it would not be enough for beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, and just I've been in cities a lot. And this is the first time this happened to me, so I'm just trying to make
Hopefully
sure
it'll be less, but
fucking-
I'm sure
yeah,
I'll see you again.
doesn't
but
fuck
that's-
me again.
Not to be like a dick, but I feel like you probably haven't been in states where the DA
True.
was actually actually competent. I don't mean to be that guy.
No,
I'm just
no,
saying.
you're right. You're right.
I'll take the compliment.
It's true. You guys are really good at your jobs. Just say that.
That's good.
All
That's
right.
good. Keep doing that.
All right, I have made a note, sir. So Liz has notified the court that you have agreed to this plea deal. I will be sending you up on the hut. We'll make sure you have your phone on you and everything, okay? And basically, I have put in the court, please consider this time that you are sending on this hut as part of the plea deal. If the court rejects the plea deal, what will happen is that we will consider this part of the, we will begin the normal court process where you would have been sent up on the hut anyway. But in this case, because the moment you got to jail, you've tried to accept this plea deal, I'm having this considered as part of your plea deal. If they somehow reject it and we have to renegotiate for some reason, I will still consider this time served when talking with Liz about further plea deals, okay? So if the court says something about the plea deal or adjust it or something like that, we'll see if we can work on this. I will consider the time you've been in court, no matter what happens here, okay?
All right, so like,
Sorry, the time you've been in jail.
Yeah, so that I think you said that, but I'm just making sure that like when I'm in the hut, it will take time off of my actual sentence.
Yeah, so I literally just put in here the exact time you were being sent and told the court, please
Okay.
consider this as part of this time set.
All right, sweet.
Yep, because we're negotiating a plea deal right now.
Sweet, thank you.
And of course, the main thing about negotiating this plea deal is not only are you not going to be in jail waiting, 24 to 48 hours for a bail hearing that's not even heard as part of your sentence, you won't now have the risk of breaking bail, being in jail for 7 days, coming out to court, and then being in jail for another 10 days.
Right.
Right. So you don't have to go through the bail process. You don't have to worry about like, oh, if suddenly someone else gets me caught up in a crime, suddenly I'm back in the prison for another 4 days until my trial. It's just, you're going to start your 10 days now and get through it.
All right.
All right. I can't find you. The only thing we can do is send you up on the hut right now. The court will have to go through the process of finding you once they accept the plea. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so you're sending him, Theodore?
No, you are. So
Okay,
what you do is write the arrest report and say investigation 1208. He's being charged with weapons trafficking as well as weapons manufacturing. And then you'll just mark it as the usual held until trial that you do. and then we will commute his sentence once it's actually up. Just write down he was sent at 3 a.m. CST 1/21/2025. So, you know, the date and time he was sent. And then I would write down a plea deal is currently being negotiated for 10 years, $350,000 for the time he is sent.
I didn't realize what time it was.
Okay.
No.
Say that again, Theodore.
Just put the 2 charges on as arrest report because they're the $0 charges. And then set it ready as a hut. And then what you're going to do is you're just going to write down he was sent exactly at what time he was sent. So I'd write down 3 a.m. CST on the 21st of January, 2025.
Right.
And that a plea deal is currently being negotiated. You don't have to write the details there. We have it on the docket.
All right. Got it.
And then, of course, reference investigation 1208. And then you can write the DA decided on the charges of weapons trafficking and weapons manufacturing.
Okay. Does weapon? I think it does. Yeah, weapon.
All right.
All right. Let's make sure. Are you ready to go up to Bolingbrook, sir?
Yeah, I am.
All right. Officer, does he have his phone so he can call his lawyer?
Negative. I've got it on me.
All right. You feel free to give that back to him
a
while
golf
he's going
shop.
on the hut.
Absolutely.
Please take a golf shop.
Yeah, his
so, am I returning every single one of his belongings or just the phone?
Return everything that he's allowed to have.
Gotcha.
You know, the DOC
Also-
takes anything he can not use.
Gotcha.
You got a big frog in your throat too, by the way, Somerset.
It's a big one.
It's a big one.
Is better?
No.
No.
Okay.
All right, here's my
I
number.
would say your voice sounds mostly fine, but behind it is a frog croaking.
Great.
What do you know of your phone?
No.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else he can't have returned to him?
Here's everything that I took off of him. I'm gonna try to fix myself.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't return to him weapons. He no longer has a weapons license.
Yeah, I know. There.
All right, Mr. Cameron, at this time, due to the severity of the charges, I have to remove your business operating license, your voter license, your hunting license, and your concealed carry license.
All right.
Let me write that down.
Your lawyer can fill you in on the processes for getting those licenses back. The concealed carry license doesn't require a full expungement. It just requires not doing certain violent crimes, I believe, within a certain period of time.
I got you.
However, I believe the legal voter would actually truly require an expungement because it's you remove it for,
Yeah,
I
it's in,
believe,
like,
severe
7
felonies.
days, and then like it does like 10,000.
Yeah, it's something like that. Liz can fill you in.
Yep. Got you my phone as a guy who did weapon trafficking, allegedly.
All right, you'll keep your vehicle today, sir.
Alright, yeah.
Don't do too many crimes in it, otherwise it can get crushed, okay?
Alright, thank you.
Yeah, your lawyer can fill you in, but basically, if there's 3 specific levels of felonies found to be perpetuating crimes with that vehicle, it can be seized by the state and crushed. So, and you didn't give it to me today, but I highly suspect that if you stay down this route, I might be getting it tomorrow. So I hope you use that as a turning point in your life. If you love that car so much, yeah.
Be smart about it
if
next
you
time.
love your car like that, you should turn your life around. Okay.
Well, 10 years and tomorrow, not tomorrow.
All right. Has he been given his phone?
Yeah, I did give the phone back. Yes.
All right. Has you given him other possessions he's allowed to have?
I gave everything else to him. So.
All right. That would be up to him to determine if he's allowed to have. I don't know what your policy is.
Allowed to have what?
Is there other possessions that he can have back, or does he need to collect them when he's out?
He had like a switchblade and a walkie-talkie. And...
I mean, I don't see why you would need a radio.
Cigarettes, money. I got some scuba gear. I don't know what I could do with that, but.
Can the DOC take his cigarettes, money, and scuba gear?
Yeah.
All right. Sir, because it was a weapon trafficking and you're going to prison, I think we'll hold on to the knife. You can ask for it back when you're out, okay?
All right.
I think the rest, you can go ahead and hand them those, though. The ones that are okay to have in prison. Just so you don't have to remember in the future.
All right.
What kind of money did he have on him?
I didn't seize any money from him.
I didn't seize any money. I thought I seen just cash.
$200 on me.
Yeah.
DOC will take that anyways.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it then. All right.
I think.
Is there anything else you need, sir?
No, I'm good.
All right. The officers will let you know when the DOC is ready to take you up to Bolingbrook.
Sweet, thank you.
All right. I'm
Good luck,
taking
sir.
hold for trial. And then someone's calling for you on our tack, by the way, Theodore. Just give me a minute. We'll get this guy. All right. Are you ready for DOC to pick you up, Cameron? Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we'll see you in 10 years,
07.
man. All right. Yeah, 07.
Good luck on the inside.
Oh,
All right. DOC is here to get you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
His profile has been updated as well to have his plea deal on there.
All right.
Have you made sure the warrant is closed now? Served?
Let me get that. Just archive that.
Here, guys.
All right, warrant is archived. And yeah, there we go.
All right.
All right, that's that.
Well, you guys have, I'm sure, passed your quota for the month.
For the year too.
Well, I don't know how huts work with that. So it's 0 times 0 fine when we send them up until the judge decides, and then even then, I don't know if that goes towards.
Man, this guy could have had like 20 years for this amount, man. You at least got him off on 10. And you also got him off early because now he doesn't have to wait for bail or trial.
And he got to keep his car.
Yeah, but you had to pay 50 grand for it. That's okay.
He paid a lot more than 50 grand for it.
No, he had to pay 37 for the base car from the dealership. I'm saying he had to pay 50 grand in terms of the plea deal from going from 300 to 350.
Didn't you offer like 200 in the car?
Yeah, but that I offered 200 in the car, and then I got countered with 300 to not take the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really want the car?
150 for the.
I didn't really want the car, okay?
$150,000 for a Dominator.
Well, that tells you how I love their cars.
Well, I mean, you can just buy a car with that amount of money, right?
That's what I said.
So
Maybe he's just like resolved for bankruptcy at this point.
Whenever the judge decides on time and fine, do they just add that to the arrest report, or how does that work?
we handle it as part of the DOC, and then what happens is we kind of see it on the docket, and the judges usually call the PD to release them that day. So you commute it.
So it actually doesn't even go to like. I'm just curious how it works with like primaries and secondaries and whatnot.
Yeah, that one won't show up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it just won't show up. It'll just say you got an arrest, but it won't show up as a monetary amount. I also put down that this is the arresting officer was Quirk, processing officer was Hollow for BCSO. Sorry, the warrant officer was Quirk and the arresting officer was Hollow.
He's a warrant officer, isn't he military? So.
I think that's a rank, yeah.
I think it's a military rank.
Yeah, yeah.
I've always wondered about that. Like, if we were to have a zombie apocalypse, and there was a cop with what's called with their rank and an army man with their rank, who would outrank each other in that situation?
Well,
I'm trying to
it's
edit
two
the title.
completely different things, so I don't think.
Depends if you're on federal land or not, right?
I don't really think that either one could outrank each other because it's two completely different things.
Well, yeah, but like, you know, if they're deciding to have a base in the center of a town, would it be the police sheriff, or would it be the?
Well, so military aren't police, so I would assume that the police would probably outrank.
Because like they wouldn't have any jurisdiction outside of like their own
military
base.
doesn't enforce law.
What if there's a zombie
unless
apocalypse?
you're military police, I guess.
Could I squeeze by, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have their own court.
All right. Well, are we
Yeah, I
good
gotta
here?
go.
Yep.
I gotta go to bed too.
All right.
All right, Liz.
All
You have a good one. I'll let you out.
Go this way, or what was?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, let me know if you need anything, Liz. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Didn't he used to be like the janitor for City Hall?
Lars?
Yeah.
I don't believe so. No.
No,
I
maybe it
think-
was just someone that sounded similar.
Yeah, I think there was someone who looked like him, but yeah, I don't think there was anybody.
Jesus, when he said it was 3 a.m. CST, that one hit me.
It's like 4:30 for me. But yeah, it's not that.
Yeah, me too.
It was like 4:30 for me. What happened to my car? Did I park here? Or did somebody steal my car?
My bike's here.
Hey, Evelyn.
Hello.
Did somebody?
Hello.
We got him a plea deal. He was he may have allegedly done weapon trafficking.
Oh,
That's not alleged. He pled guilty.
Well, he did a weapon trafficking. You know what it is.
You're loud. Are you yelling?
Me? No.
Oh, I'm just speaking with your test today. Alright, well, plea deal.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Thank you.
He chose his car over 150K.
Wow.
I can't believe that.
Was it being loud?
Have
Alright.
you met the people in this city? I believe it.
Yes. This is wild to me.
I put a few signs up for you. I don't know you, so I didn't put any signs up for you, but you should
Thank
probably
you.
put some signs up around here saying if you need a lawyer, call this number. And my name.
Yeah, I like to do more of the criminal stuff, so like I advertise a bit, but that really just gets you civil cases, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just a lot of people who are mad at the PD, and I have to basically tell them that they can't do anything.
True.
Yeah.
Violent internal complaint.
I wish more people were willing to say no.
Why are you private lawyer
But
if you were wanting to do criminal?
I was about to ask that.
Wagon doesn't like me.
Is that the reason why? Sure. I mean, I feel like he's pretty.
I honestly don't know what I did. So basically, like after you, then because you hadn't hired me, then I ended up talking to First. And First said he would, but then said he had to talk to Wagon. And then didn't respond to me for like a week and a half.
No, I'd been fired, so I wasn't able to.
Yeah, I know. I figured that out from First. I ran into him while hunting.
Okay.
But then I ended up talking to a judge about like just what to do. And they said to talk to Wagon first. So I talked to Wagon, and he said that if he saw me around in the city for a month, he might consider hiring me back on. And when I told the judge that, they just agreed to do a bar exam. Or justice, sorry.
I don't know why they were giving you so much flack. They let Ulf get in. Actually, did I hire Ulf? How'd that work? For sure I hired Ulf.
I don't know, but they're weirdly selective.
And they're excluding
wrong
others,
direction.
and I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I've heard PDO people complaining that there's not enough people taking call. I mean, let's put it this way: I get a decent amount of cell reps, and I'm not answering the phone. All I'm doing is when no one picks up the phone, I'm calling them back and offering my services for money.
Yeah, there's oftentimes a lot of people on duty, and I see them talking and not doing a whole lot with others, and then I just watch them not picking up the phone. I'm like, okay, that's.
Yeah, like I think this afternoon I must have talked to at least like a dozen people, and there was like 10 lawyers on duty.
Well, I can't do anything about it anymore.
I think only one of them was a paralegal, and one of them was me, so that makes 8. But still,
yep,
there definitely wasn't 8 people working cell reps at the time.
There definitely was not.
But yeah, I also heard that some of the PDO people are charging retainer fees.
I mean, and they're allowed to charge retainer fees. I don't see an issue with that.
You can retain, you just can't charge for cell reps. Because that's like public defender, people's rights thing.
That doesn't feel weird to you?
Retainer fees? I mean, retainer fees are completely up to the client whether or not they really like you as a lawyer, then they can pay a retainer fee.
Yeah, that's what you want right now.
Yeah, but as a public defender,
you can do civil stuff as well. There's
okay, I guess for civil stuff, yeah. But I think some of it was for criminal.
I mean, even for like, if you're retained by a business, you can represent them for criminal stuff as well, or like the person would not. There's no reason.
But like, aren't you getting paid by the state as a PDO because you're representing people for free?
Yes, you're paid to be on
That's
call.
for like the cell rep stuff. Yeah, you're on call for cell reps.
Like
which should be the priority if you're doing that.
For doing
But
appeals,
if someone's paid them a $45,000 retainer, they're definitely not prioritizing cell reps.
45K for retainer?
That's why I was told the going rate for a certain member of the
By who?
PDO is a business.
Oh, for businesses, maybe you can charge that much, but that's so much. But what for like a month?
I mean, what lawyer is doing that? I haven't heard of any of them doing that. I thought they were doing like per trial stuff.
I'm doing per trial stuff, but that's because I don't want to be conflicted out of half the city.
Why would you be conflicted? I think maybe if you're representing the police, maybe, but
In case I end up wanting to sue a business or something.
I guess so. But yeah, that's what the
It's like
retainer fees for.
if I'm retained by someone who owns a business, or like if I'm retained by a business and then suddenly get a criminal call about someone who owns and runs the competing business, that's... I'm not saying I would be conflicted, but you could have the appearance of conflict there.
Yeah, I get that.
And I'm already on pretty thin ice, so I'm just not...
That's fair. I don't like that you're having to look over your shoulder. I get it, though. Gotta be a little bit careful, because you're...
Yeah.
But, you know, who knows? I might get fired.
Yeah, I mean, if you get fired from the PDO, you can still be a private lawyer.
Or no, I mean, period. But
yeah.
I may have had an idea today that may have not gone over so well with some of the judges after lawyers snitched.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, I asked them to...
I'd hopefully put that fire out pretty quickly.
hopefully.
Yeah, I almost got hit with an objection weird by the judge on my first case, so...
Okay.
For what?
I was asking them to... kind of, but the case was weird too. I mean, I won the case because it was too weird.
What happened?
I was objecting to a photo of a dispatch call as hearsay. Which, it definitely is hearsay. Because neither the dispatcher nor the caller was there, but...
They were just...
that was the only
by
evidence.
itself, maybe, but okay, yeah, okay.
That was the only that and a partial confession.
Your clients can't help themselves from wanting to say stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why whenever I get someone, I tell them two things: you don't talk to the police, and you only commit one crime at a time.
And so you were arguing...
do that, and you will never get caught.
Were you arguing, like, body of the crime?
Oh, what?
Body of the crime. You're arguing that whether or not the crime took place in the first place?
Kind of. It was a ranger charge, so... So actually, yes, I was explicitly arguing body of the crime.
Okay.
Because they didn't have the carcass of the coyote that he supposedly hunted outside of the zone. And the only piece of evidence that there was any hunting going on was the dispatch call.
Yeah. Body of the crime generally first, like, where's the body?
Yeah, I know. Where's the carcass?
Hmm?
But yeah, that's... Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what happened to my car, Evelyn? I'm pretty sure I parked it here, didn't I?
It's at the bank.
Oh, did we leave it at the bank? Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I'm pushing like 16, I think, so I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, go get some sleep. Good to see you back, though.
Yeah, you too. If you got more cell reps that you want someone to come along for, I'm almost always free.
Yeah, let you know.
Make sure you're not, like, charging for those. You can charge for a retainer, but not the actual cell reps.
I can charge for the cell rep.
If it's a private attorney, you can do so.
Oh, if they call him directly?
If nobody picks up the line and he answers, he can ask whether or not.
I'm not allowed to answer the line. But I can see who calls the line, and it shows up as a missed call if no one picks it up. So I can call them back and just lead with that I'm a private attorney and I charge a small fee. And then it's just up to them.
Previously, I'd been discussing, like, that lawyers would have to wait, like, or private lawyers would have to wait 15 seconds before they answered it. But I think it probably would just be easier to...
Until something official happens, I'm just going to stick to this, just to be safe.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unless there was a the other morning I was on duty, and there wasn't a single other lawyer on duty. So then I was actually picking up the phone. But
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, the job of the PDO is to make sure people get representation. The how isn't necessarily a problem.
yeah, I mean, maybe in a month Wagon will take me into the PDO. I don't know. He kind of crashed out in my text messages after I got hired.
Did he? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, he was big mad about that.
Why? I don't think he knows you, does he?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he's well after my time.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few people who were around back then. Phoebe, Lars, I think, was around.
I think he was like a paralegal or something. Oh, one of the judges. Well, I mean,
Emma?
obviously a lot of the judges, but Joe Sakamoto.
Oh
No,
yeah,
no,
he
that's,
wasn't
yeah.
working like that at the time. I don't think. Was he working as a lawyer?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
He was the lawyer for the towing union.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was the one who actually called me about taking a case earlier.
Ulf, I guess. Now that Ulf's back.
No, I never met him.
Oh, okay. Might have been a little bit after your time.
Obviously, I met Emma and Becky Sue.
Yackle.
And Yackle. Yackle was the one who did my first bar exam.
No, he didn't. For me, he just handed me mine after I'd asked a bunch of questions to some lawyers in the front lobby. He's like, I like your curiosity. It's like, you still want a bar license?
His bar exams are, I think the way he put it was more of a vibe check.
Okay. What is a law tenant?
I was going to ask you about that. I saw that the other day.
That's like the mentor.
It's like a
that's
lieutenant,
the lead
but for
mentor.
law.
Wait, do they understand, like, to do that, we're getting paid less if they push us down?
I think he tried the idea, learned that was happening, and was trying to fix it. Maybe I don't know.
Oh,
if he
is
tried
that a
it or not.
thing?
Yes. So.
Oh, that makes so much more sense. I was talking with some of the people at the VU earlier today, actually, and the dancers were saying they get paid like 129 an hour. And then I was talking to the bartender later, and he was like, "Yeah, we get paid pretty good. It's like 580 an hour."
That's based on your rank in the organization, and that's
messed up.
So they had moved the PTO heads to below judges, and this was done without even having talked to any of us. And as a result, everyone else got moved down one as well, and so we effectively all got a pay cut, and none of this was ever spoken to us at all. And so I had asked to talk about it with Dan, and just said he didn't want to talk about it right now. And I'm like, I felt very dismissed by that, and so I said I was going on a strike. And he didn't take very kindly to that.
He doesn't really seem like a strike kind of guy.
Well, I mean, he literally cut our pay. I mean, isn't that what strikes are for? Is for pay cuts like that? I mean, I was in the middle of saying I was overreacting. I'm actually not going on a strike. I was texting him that whenever he says, "Nope, you're fine." I'm like, okay, well, it's fucked me for working for 5 months and trying to help things out.
We've got the cushiest bail system in the entire world. It's actually wild.
Do we?
Yeah, you get the best of both worlds. Usually bail is you put up the entire amount and then you get it back when you show up for trial. Or you pay someone 10% of the amount and they put up the full amount.
Yeah, the bail bondsman, and then they can hunt you down if you skip it.
Yeah, but you don't get the 10% back then.
But who would actually do that in the sense of, like, if someone violates their bail, don't they have to pay the full amount then?
Well, you have to make them show up to court to get the money back.
Or no, I mean, if they violate bail, wouldn't you still have to pay it as a bail bondsman?
Not the full amount. You have to pay like partial. If they, so basically, if they don't show up for court, you have to pay the full amount. But then you catching them and bringing them to court, you get some of it back, I think. Because that's why they like hunt people down.
Well, yeah, the bounty hunters are legal. Actually, in the United States, you need a license for it. But
Yeah.
it's a surprisingly legal profession, but so is being a lawyer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't know if you noticed this one, but I brought it up with the judge, and he said he tried to get it fixed. Have you read the breaking and entering charge?
Let me see.
It doesn't work. It's
No tampering with alarm systems. This means like in general at all. You mean?
yeah, but it's or.
And or.
Yeah, just entering without consent. That's just trespassing. It's supposed to say like forcefully enter or tamper with alarm systems. But it doesn't.
Trespassing's a little bit worse though.
Well, that's wrong. That should be the other way too.
Yeah, that is strange.
Because right now, just if you don't have consent or implied consent to go in somewhere, that's just breaking and entering.
Oh yeah, it is strange that you don't need to break anything to break in there.
Yeah. I think it's either you have to drop the or you have to make it forcefully. And the judge agree, so.
Okay.
I want to get your opinion about the case, though. If you shoot an animal inside a legal hunting zone, carry the carcass somewhere else and butcher it somewhere else, is that illegal?
I see no reason why it would be.
Because the rangers seem to think it is.
Why? I mean, it's not butchering inside the hunting zone.
This is why I tried to get the call thrown out. It's because the locals call in a hunting call when you skin an animal, not when you shoot it.
What? So they're just like, the guy skinning an animal. That's kind of weird. I don't like that. It's why is he doing that in front of me?
Yeah.
That's strange.
When they call on the phone, they say that someone's hunting. Which is why I wanted to get the call thrown out.
Well, I can at least understand the reasoning regarding, you know, if somebody's skinning an animal, you would have to think that they had hunted it. So there is that, but
yeah, but like a butcher isn't hunting cows.
Yeah. Now, I don't know why they would believe it had been hunted illegally. It's a very strange thing.
Well, because you're skinning it outside of the legal zone.
Why is there a legal zone for skinning? That doesn't really make any sense. Like,
well, there's a legal zone for hunting, and they were saying that skinning is hunting.
Skinning? They were saying skinning's hunting.
Yeah, because that's what the locals say.
It's a very it's a very interesting argument.
Yeah. The rangers seemed fine about it. It was
Surprising. Usually they get into an argument with the judge afterwards.
Yeah, I mean they were talking with the judge, and one of them was like, "Oh, half the rangers are going to be out of a job because of this," but nothing like serious.
You have to help me. Stop me from crashing out. It's I'm
huffing and
I'm
moaning.
feeling like doing dumb things. Okay. I was seriously debating just straight up quitting.
It was really good to see you again.
Yeah, it was really good to see you too. Now try not to try to find like well, no, maybe not try to find one, but try and get a girlfriend or something.
Mars
So
fits in just fine up here. Look at this.
I've sworn off towing too.
Okay.
Your Hawaiian shirt and your flippy floppies.
I hate it.
Belong
I
in
hate
this
Hawaii. They put me in jail for 7 days pending my trial, which I didn't even do. I was innocent. It was awful.
I don't
I didn't
know
even
about
get to
that.
try the local moco.
So do I. That's not what I meant. But
They blamed me for a cruise ship sinking.
I was pissed earlier. It's rare that I get mad.
Assholes.
I mean, you're not that big.
I was real mad. I was a big
No,
Yankee.
they said it was my, like, I sabotaged the engine because I used to be a mechanic on a cruise ship for 2 months until it sank.
Yeah, that is pretty suspicious.
It wasn't. No, look, the charges were dismissed. They found out as the prosecutor's half brother.
Junior Rangers.
Seems awfully convenient.
Yeah, it was a deranged
It's almost like someone
revenge plot.
framed the prosecutor's half brother.
What? What are you talking about? The prosecutor leapt at me and tried to suplex me on the desk in the middle of court.
Sounds like you kind of
Guy was
deserved it.
huge. He
You
was
framed his
6'8".
half brother. I'd do that if someone tried to frame my brother.
We had a brand new
Ellen, can you check
paralegal.
out my back, by the way? I got
A1
suplexed
paralegal.
on a desk.
I guess
You lay down.
she had a lot of lawyers were dooming. I'm not sure if I guess. Did you see the
On your
announcement?
stomach.
Check this up on OOC. But it's out of character, but it's supposed to be in character. I don't really know. It's weird because Dan specifically says to treat it. If you have a problem with it, to resign in character.
I don't know. I don't feel
okay.
like I feel like my posture's been.
But it's done for
awful
out of character
all
reasons, so I'm not
day.
really.
But you know, I almost drowned today, so it might just be a matter of perspective.
Oh, maybe. Let's step back.
Okay.
I'm gonna crack your back, okay? You
All right. Yeah, go ahead. Holy shit!
Did it work?
Is that what I'm supposed to feel like?
Yeah, I learned that from Bane punching Batman.
That's
The
circle.
constant tightness and extreme tailbone pain from
Do people
standing
really
up
cheat for
straight
that
was
kind of
just
stuff?
normal.
I mean, I've seen some people who have thought like, well, they might be cheating. And if I do think that, then I just change the questions to be something that they can't look up.
Holy crap! I feel great.
Wow.
I ask them the why questions. Okay, it's like, okay, if you know that answer, why is that the case?
This is what life feels
Freaks them out.
like.
Lars, what would you think about being a pocket DA for someone?
Pocket DA.
Well,
I mean, that's. I feel like there might be conflict. That's
that
it.
kind of sounds weird. Shouldn't I just be representing the state?
Well, yeah. But what if by being in someone's pocket, you could represent the state faster?
You mean a
You
special
just
prosecutor?
mean like easy. That's just called building good relationships.
Oh, yeah, but...
Yeah, it's being effective. It's like Bradshaw calls me if he needs help with something. You know what I mean?
Dropping off there's a sign.
What if you're available for everyone, but you have like
there should be a picture,
specific,
a message.
you know,
Scroll up.
officers or a specific whoever that you work with. You know, you get closer to them and you see their process of
So
doing
there
everything.
are several officers who I really like to work with because I know they do stuff more right or receptive to feedback. But I actually think it's better to go out of our way to make sure we're seeing different officers if we're if we're good at our job. So those other officers get to experience that competency.
Also, good points.
Yeah. So I have a hard time like seeing myself as a pocket DA because I want to.
My shadow
even
makes
if
me
I
look
have
creepy.
preferred people, I do try and prioritize. I don't even try to like say they're a priority. If I'm already on another call, I'll tell them, nope, I'm on another call right now. I got to finish up with this officer first. You know what I mean? I don't like want to just be in one's pocket.
Now, do you think someone's doing anything necessarily wrong for doing
3
that?
or 4 at a time. That is
I
crazy.
wouldn't say inherently wrong. People have this thing where
I've done
they
gaggles of
wanna work
paralegals
with the
before.
people they like and all of the
It is stressful,
foundational
like
structures of our society.
keeping them all
I've
full
noticed.
and like the mother duck sort of thing. But
I think it's not a bad thing, but it's also a slippery slope of you need to be willing to work with the other people because if you're good at your job, other people need to have that availability of your skills as a DA. So not inherently bad, but you gotta be mindful for what you're doing.
Okay. Good points.
Because like I know some officers like Quirk and stuff probably are gonna get lots of huts and give me lots of work, but there's also the simpler charges that might be harder for some officers I should be there for.
okay, so you're treating each charge as not greater than others, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Each person requires the feedback at all levels are required to be guided through.
You're not just helping the big guys.
Yeah. It just turns out it's the reason it'll seem like sometimes people are working with the big guys because it'll take us 3 hours to write a really hard case indictment or a warrant or some shit on a really hard thing with all the big guys. But honestly, one of my favorite things to do is sell rep with the little guys. I like the simple charges. I like it when there's like 5 charges on a guy because he started disobeying and then did 5 crazy stupid things while on the traffic stop. And then the lawyer negotiates us down to 4, says, this one, is a felony. Let's go to a misdemeanor with any cop like that. That's why I really like working with like the newer lawyers too.
Okay. So the lawyers were all very, very dooming today. That's because of not sure if you heard about the change apparently to the burden of proof.
I'm gonna tell you right now that the burden of proof is reasonable doubt, and no matter what happens, if the words are still reasonable doubt, I don't think of it as a percentage. I think of it as reasonable doubt. Now, key word there is reasonable, and a lot of lawyers have been trying to introduce unreasonable doubts and proactive defenses as of late. So they gotta make sure they target what a reasonable doubt is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But still, I'm going to be honest, whatever, I understand people are saying there's like a change or there's a percentage today in town today. I'm only pushing things that are still beyond a reasonable doubt because that's how I work.
Okay. The only issue I might see is like, why was there an announcement of it being changed if it's not an issue, if it's a percentage thing?
I don't know why. That's how I felt when I first walked in the city. I was getting told about what happened today. I've been telling people I don't think Dan needed to say anything. I think all he had to do was to be like, hey, are we still doing reasonable doubts for our city? What is a reasonable doubt? It's still beyond a reasonable doubt. What is reasonable? And then giving defense guidance on, hey, you guys have been often doing proactive defenses. That's not introducing a new doubt. You're confirming things, and then you're trying to weigh to what could have happened between this probable thing that happened, and you're just losing the argument because you're
It changed
proactively
beyond
trying
reasonable
to
doubt.
generate
They
a
lowered
new
it down to
narrative
75%.
They just don't believe over the main
Beyond reasonable
narrative.
doubt is supposed to be like 90 to 99% roughly. Yeah, I can understand that. I do think it was a little bit aggressive of him to say, if you have a problem with this, come to me to resign. That's a little bit. Did
he actually say, do you have a problem with this? Come to me to resign?
Yes, he did say that. Felt a little bit aggro, but I feel like that's well, I know this is going to cause issues. So if you have a problem with it,
One sec, I have to see this. I don't even remember the word resign being thrown. Where did that come from?
at the very end.
Oh, it says, I understand if you want to step down. Find Dan Icy. Did you realize what you just made me read? Ew.
I don't know why you read out loud.
Gross. Ew.
Yeah, you see, you get it.
Guys, stop fan fictioning, okay?
He gets it.
Liz,
What
why
do
would
you
you
mean?
show me that fan fiction?
Well, you saw it now. That's what he said. He's seen. So yeah, then you see.
I'm gonna have to put soap in my mouth after that one.
I'm gonna correct your homework here, okay?
Yes, please.
Alright. I'm not good at math, but I think,
If this is an issue of any of you, I understand if you want to step down. Find Dan in character. That's what it says. I don't. I feel like that's as much of a. If he's asking you to act on an announcement out of character, then it is an in-character announcement.
I too gotta arm wrestle it out.
Yeah, we do. Is this arm wrestling now?
Yep. Liz, get over here.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, I'm wrestling him, or?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Never arm wrestled before.
I've done this a lot.
Except when I was a certified forklift operator.
You'll know what to do. Get him, get him, get him. Oh! You gotta be careful. He looks like a noodle, but he's actually really strong. Oh,
I was busy enough to check my radio.
Not the radio flex. You can come back from this. Ah.
Got him. I was locked in there.
He's got to be a sleeper build.
Why
You
is he
don't
huge?
expect him to be that strong.
It's not that huge. Just like 2 paragraphs, isn't it? 3 paragraphs.
Well done. I think we should settle all our disputes like this from now on.
Did we have a dispute? Yeah, we
Mhm.
did. Damn it. It is my fault. It is my fault. Damn it, Liz. Can you believe that guy wanted that plea deal over just giving up his car?
He really wanted this car. I was kind of surprised by that.
I'm pretty sure the 150 grand change in that plea deal, based on him wanting his car, was not worth what he actually spent into that car.
I think he was I don't know. It's maybe sentimental value or something. I mean, that's what he wanted, though.
Watch, if a judge asks why is the deal that way, we're gonna be like, because he really liked his car, Your Honor.
Serial killer. Oh, people really are. Oh yeah, but so yeah, the lawyers are all very upset about that. We had 2 lawyers who quit today.
I realized
So
I'm on the wrong radio if I was talking with Evelyn.
Shame.
I was hanging out too long.
we had people calling for a walkout, saying, you know, that if nothing's going to happen if we don't all just quit. Everyone was doing very hard, and I was like,
Yeah, I heard they're doing about Falcone too.
They did that, and then he got fired, and then they all were like, "Oh my God, why did you do that?"
Were they complaining about Falcone, and then he got fired, and they went, "Why did they?" What? I didn't hear. I heard they liked him.
I actually had to submit a bar complaint about him, and then I was like, you know, they don't do bar complaints about judges, and like, well, we at least want someone to know, and I'm like, okay, so I brought it forward, and then like a week later, he's getting fired, and then they're like, what? You can't do that. That's bullshit.
Yeah, and then he violated the rights of the SASP defendant by forcing one of their lawyers to testify who is in the photo submitted by the plaintiff.
what? I'm whipped in. What's it called? It went dark to protect his
Okay, try that again.
Try it one more time.
Yeah. Oh, he forced Tiomi to testify who was in a photo.
Why would?
Yeah. They were suing the SASP, and then they provided a photo of 2 officers, and Falcone said the defendants, us, are required to identify the officers in the photo submitted by the prosecution. You know, the thing that they're supposed to testify to and prove.
I mean, I think you can like subpoena that, right? But I don't think you can.
No, you can't. They took the photo. Their person took the photo. You can't subpoena the identities of someone in a photo.
Well, if they were
You
acting
have
as
to prove
troopers,
that.
if they were acting as troopers, though, weren't they? Can you?
Yeah, but there's no time frame. They have to prove the photo on the stand. You know what I mean?
True, I guess.
But he said, Tiomi, you are required to testify. Like, go ask Coster and testify to who's in the photos. You're supposed to recognize them and testify to that. I'm not kidding you.
What has been happening
That's a
regarding?
violation of a defendant's rights, man.
What has been happening regarding that you can't sue like just a State Department? I feel like that's never been.
Okay, so that depends on how our state works. Oftentimes what happens is if an officer has qualified immunity, to sue the department, you have to prove that then the department led to a practice that had a rights violation. Otherwise, what happens is you're suing the officer, right? Or the department says he acted on behalf of us and you're suing us. But when you get met with qualified immunity, it's not that the department's protected by qualified immunity. It's that if the officer's still qualified immune, you have to get to a higher bar that the department had an action in the officer doing what they did. You know what I mean? Like they trained him wrong, they advised him wrong, they acted as a department, they acted as a team. The SOPs did this.
I mean, think of like there's a police chase, right? And during this police chase, they damage someone's car, they get into an accident. Then that person could then sue the police department to repair the vehicle.
Yeah.
Despite them being completely in like SOPs in accordance to everything.
Yeah, because you could say that it's the department-funded vehicle. It's department practice for high-speed chases. Yeah.
But there wouldn't be any issue with them, nobody acting like outside of the scope of their job description there.
Yeah, but it's how do I put this? It's a very complicated thing. Oftentimes, the SASP should just accept liability for what their officers do. You know what I mean? Right? Accept that we're accepting liability for the officers' actions and we're representing them, that kind of thing.
Well, the point of qualified immunity is that
it's
so the department can take the liability rather than the officer. It's just specifically to take it off the individual.
It's not so the department can take it. It's so that so you have to understand, qualified immunity is not made so the department can take liability.
Well, it's made to protect the troopers.
It's made to protect the trooper, which is different. The difference is, what you're saying is that the definition of qualified immunity makes it automatically go to the SASP, and that's not true.
That's what the intention was. That's my understanding.
No. The intention of qualified immunity is so that the officer themselves, while acting reasonably in the line of duty, do not need to question themselves and can take immediate and dire act in order to effectuate their duties responsible to the state in dire situations.
Yes.
They don't need to be afraid of lawsuit. It is not so the department gets sued. There's a difference there. The difference is that you're assuming that it means the department then is liable for what the officer does. It's actually just a defense for officers. It does not inherently mean the department becomes liable.
Wouldn't they be responsible for all their employees' actions, as any other business would?
Not necessarily, but in general, you're on the right track of, like, the SASP can be held liable for their actions, yes. What I'm just trying to tell you is that qualified immunity does not automatically raise it to department liability. It is just specifically a defense about individuals, and that's why they do it. Yeah, so I'm just trying to make sure your reasoning isn't qualified immunity is so I can sue the department. Qualified immunity is purely a defense for a person, for the reason so they can
I understand that. Duties. But my reasoning is the fact that it exists is one to protect the troopers, but the reason that it's so powerful and can exist in that state is because the department can take responsibility.
No, it's powerful because the U.S. court system allows it to be that powerful, actually. It's not so the SSP can take responsibility.
Really? The state just, like, they can just cause damage and, like, not have to...
So usually the state... No, it's not so they can cause damage. In your case, what you gave is a good example of something where someone would be reimbursed. Because the SOPs are, to do a chase, and the entire department decided to do the chase, and the chase wound up in damage, right?
Or so there's a shootout and someone
held liable by the policy.
Yeah, if there's a shootout and someone whatever gets damaged during the shootout, they could sue the department, right?
Yeah, it depends on the context.
Well, if it's collateral damage, my point. Collateral damage, you can be sued for it.
It depends on the context. So if you're a criminal organization, you initiate a gunfight in your side, your own
that's
home.
what you mean.
Yeah,
there
of
are
course,
exceptions
they're
like
not
that.
going to pay for what you did. You initiated the shootout in your own home. If it's it's a shootout chasing someone and the bullets miss the guy and they go into that business window over there, you would sue the department, and because the department practice is to get in the shootout, and they'd pay for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would assume in that case, they would. You would sue the SASP there because the officer didn't do anything wrong or illegal, right? They just, gunfight, missed a couple shots that went to that wall over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd sue the department and say, the department is responsible for the training, the shooting training, as well as the apprehension, the damages caused by their officers for apprehension of suspects. Now they might argue that, hey, you should be suing the guy who caused the gunfight on your property. There's an argument there that the SASP's practices aren't inherently damaging to your property there. You can't point to any SOP or department action that actually causes that to occur. You actually have to do the person who caused them to shoot, right? It kind of depends on the situation.
The main thing was because Falcone had made a ruling regarding they were suing the police department rather than the individual for an illegal search of a property. And it was found that the trooper did have probable cause to search but that it ended up being an illegal search for what's it called? Because of circumstances at the time, I believe. Forget exactly what the circumstances were. The case.
You can't say he has probable cause and then it's illegal to search his probable
Well,
cause.
he
is
had
the probable
exigency,
search.
and then it was illegal because of the whatever. What was the reason? I only saw partial of the.
I don't know what the real was. I'm going to be honest. It's a hard line. You just have to know that qualified immunity does not automatically mean that a department is liable for a trooper's actions.
Okay.
It's not. That's not automatically what that means.
Well, if there's no illegal search, then who assumes liability?
So you can argue qualified immunity might be a defense if it's not settled law. If it's clearly settled law, they're not qualified immune, so you're just suing the individual.
Well, if it's like an illegal search, but like it was conducted under the presumption of lawful thing, like they have a warrant.
If it's based on, so a lot of Fourth Amendment law can be argued to be inside of a sense of settled law when it comes to like RS and PC and stuff. So you can argue they're not qualified immune, and you'd be suing them, and then they wouldn't get a qualified immunity defense because there's settled law around it.
No, I'm referring to like, let's say an officer's acting on a warrant. The warrant's found to be illegal. Who assumes liability?
The SASP would for submitting the warrant.
But wouldn't the judge be the one who signed off on it?
Yeah, but the SASP has two officers and a command officer, so it's their command structure and training that caused that warrant to go through.
Okay.
No, you can't sue a judge because the judge is immune unless they're grossly negligent. Usually, that kind of lawsuit also might not get a payout because all the officers acted in good faith, and so did the PD because the judge signed it. So you wouldn't get a payout because your rights weren't actually your rights. Yes, it was found to not have PC, but the officers went through the entire process that they did not act to violate your rights.
Wait, so they're not liable for anything, the troopers specifically?
Yeah, exactly, because they acted in the presumption that
They
they
acted
did
in
not
good faith,
violate your
yes.
rights. Exactly. So they never actually took an action that violated your rights because a judge signed that warrant, even though it gets thrown out later, unless the reason the warrant is thrown out is due to like an action from them, such as lying. But if they don't actually have liability for that warrant being signed, other than the judge signed it, another judge disagreed, then they wouldn't be suable because they did not actually break your rights through their actions.
But nobody assumes liability for that illegal search or whatever?
No, the justice system found you innocent by throwing out that search on appeal. No one is liable because they went through the legal processes. That's what people don't seem to understand. If you go through legal processes, you are actually shielded from liability if you went through the appropriate processes.
I don't know about that.
Because here's the deal. Here's the deal. A judge signed it. A judge looked at that probable cause and said it was real. Another judge disagreed, but the PD, a judge signed it. Why would they pay you $100,000 if a judge signed something, a court order, and they effectuated that court order legally with the perfect practice? Just because a judge was wrong and like an appeal goes up does not mean they did anything wrong. They got a judge signed order and followed the legal process. They did everything legally.
So then would the DOJ assume liability for the wrongful act of their employee?
Nope. No one does. Because the normal process went through and your client got defended from a guilty plea because the appeals court saw it and went through the justice process. No one did anything illegal. Usually you might get paid if you're like
I don't know about that.
imprisoned or anything like that. It kind of depends on what happens in the case. But yeah, you don't just get paid because a judge later found it illegal. It depends on the judge's ruling, right? So if the judge finds it was illegal and they go like, yeah, and this like PD worked with this judge and shit, yeah, they'd be found liable. That kind of stuff. How do I put this? Not every rights violation is suable depending on how the right was violated. Some rights violations are just the court argument to be found not guilty. Right. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I feel like someone is owed damages if their rights are violated in some form.
So let's say I arrest you I ticket you for illegal parking. and you go to court and fight that illegal parking ticket. But it turns out you win, right? I wasn't right on the illegal parking. You can't then sue me for $2,000 because you just had to show up to court to fight an illegal parking ticket. You see what I'm saying?
You're saying they can only sue for consequential damage.
So,
okay.
Yeah, there has to be consequential damages. There has to be results. Now, this raid, yeah, your privacy was violated, right? But they had it legal, right? And the consequential damages, you had to show up to court and got found not guilty after you appeal it, right? So maybe someone has to pay for lawyers' fees, potentially. Like, even that's stretching it. The point being is they went through the legalized process and minimized any actual breach or damage against you by following that legal process. It's not their fault one judge was wrong, right? And signed it. The first judge, clearly, if they say, like, yeah, the PD didn't lie on here, they presented all the evidence and the judge signed it, but we disagree with them, the appellate court disagrees with them, the PD's not wrong for submitting that warrant. The judge signed it. You know what I mean? The judge agreed with them. This is a disagreement about law, not liability or someone actually taking wrongful action. They didn't take wrongful action. The higher court just disagrees with the actual level of PC. Because remember, PC is technically an interpretation about the evidence.
Yeah, I think you could still probably always sue for any damages you suffered, though, as a result of that action.
If you were damaged, yeah. But just so you're aware, the inherent of just being searched for a legal search warrant isn't inherently damaging like people think it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, oftentimes, like I said, like, you might get attorney's fees and shit paid.
Yeah, I
You know, they have a
on
thing
Onyx,
like-
I sued before for
but usually, I believe
a warrant that didn't have
doesn't the
probable
judge
cause.
rule in the criminal case when it's dismissed that they have to pay attorney fees, or do you actually have to sue for those?
You have to sue civilly for those.
I'd have to check. Yep,
Yeah,
you
'cause
might have to sue civilly.
They
for
can't
those.
award any money during a criminal case. That's not something they can do.
Well, wait, never mind. Private attorneys usually don't get awarded attorney's fees for criminal cases because you're choosing to pay for them rather than getting public defense. At public defense, you don't get attorney's fees because they're paid by the state. Yeah. So you wouldn't be able to sue for attorney's fees.
There are cases. Let me think about that. I mean,
by the way, that's why everyone's putting attorney's fees on damages is hilarious, because usually that's not how it works. Usually they put on that they get a percentage of the cut, or they agree that you're not going to pay them unless they're like a really expensive firm. The cheaper firms say, no, Liz, you don't pay me. I take just a 20% cut of what we get returned. Because they don't have justifiable attorney's fees. You know what I mean?
get that.
Because you chose
Actually, I
to
think
sue
they-
and stuff like that. It's a whole thing.
Well, I think you can generally sue for legal fees if the imprisonment was found to be unlawful
I
in
want to be
nature.
very clear. I might be wrong. That's just how I've thought of it.
Yeah. But if the arrest itself was found to be unlawful, generally you can sue for attorney fees, I believe. But only in those cases. Yeah. And even then, sometimes it's not accepted. So it's more of a up to judge discretion sort of thing.
We'll see if Alec Baldwin is suing the state after that Brady violation.
Oh yeah.
I feel
That's a really good example of a Brady violation, by the way.
What happened?
Bullet casings that the prosecution tried to deem as unrelated to the case that were brought by another individual and potentially a detective. The prosecution was found to have purposely not revealed it, and also and also through testimony purposely kind of hid it from this case and tried to separate it as being brought forward as a part of this case. Defense found out about it. Brady violation. They don't have the right to determine if the bullet casings were relevant or not. They only have the right to know that there is possible relevance and possible exculpation for them. So we have to say we've acquired them and revealed them. So they illegally tried to make the determination themselves it was irrelevant rather than letting the defense analyze the discoverable evidence themselves.
I feel like something like that. I get that as very.
And the judge basically suggested they think it was misconduct. Like it was that bad.
Huh.
Yeah. The judge basically said if it's not misconduct, it is one of the worst things I've seen from a prosecution side.
I don't know why when it comes to high profile cases, it feels like prosecutors always try to do a little bit extra. You know what I mean?
Yep. No, I in general agree that there is suable stuff when rights are violated, but there also is the just because you're found not guilty in a criminal case doesn't mean your rights were violated or anything like that occurred. That doesn't mean you have a suable case. And a lot of people think the moment they're found not guilty, for some reason, they have a suable case. Guess what? Just because you're found not guilty doesn't mean your rights were violated. There might be actual PC for everything here, and then you're just found not guilty. And the judge goes, well, yeah, no, I completely see why the police arrested you. You're just not guilty.
Well, you can, if you spent time in prison, you can always sue for unlawful imprisonment. So,
How are you?
Do you sell beverages?
Yeah. Do you know that? You know, that's
Casey's is
actually kind of a
closed,
fucked
but
up
I
process, and they
have,
don't pay people that
espresso.
much
No,
for the
it's
time they've been
Americano.
incarcerated. It's fucked up.
It's very fucked up.
Actually, I have.
It's
a
and
whole
I think our state's way more
combo.
strict on that, which is good in my opinion.
Tips appreciated,
up?
but never necessary. What up?
We're just chilling. Very late night. I got my first day back. Took part in helping with 3 huts.
3.
Mm. And he's got his flippy floppies.
Yeah, you got the thongs on.
You want to arm wrestle?
I honestly hate Hawaii.
Hey, you want to know something funny?
Welcome. You want to arm wrestle?
What was that?
All of our cars had the wrong plate on them.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Oh no, mine has the right plate, so everybody else's cars doesn't have the right plate.
I haven't seen this rancher yet. That's awesome.
Thank you, thank you. It's rough to chase people with, though.
Is it good off-road?
It's alright. For some reason, if the rear wheel, like, even clips a curb, it'll, like, just get fucking, it'll yeet you to the side.
Oh, high center of gravity kind of thing?
Not, like, on the side, but it'll just, like, it feels like hitting a wall.
Okay. Got the MDT in there.
What?
All the good
Arm wrestle.
What? I'm wrestling again.
Alright, it is
No,
4
you.
a.m. here. I should be asleep. I'm in jet lag mode, so.
I'm on break. I'm on break.
On break?
There was
Maybe.
no judge available for that plea deal, which is weird.
We had like 4 judges just like half an hour or an hour earlier.
I know, it was weird.
Let's go. Holy shit, we have 43 people that work for us now.
Uh-oh. Alright, but...
Yeah, Gordon brought me up here and said hello. Actually, can I ask you something?
What's up?
This way. Separate from people.
Okay, let's see. Did I do my everything? I think I did that. What was her name? Actually, I can just get her file this real quick.
Holy shit! How are you doing that?
I'm just that good.
Hmm.
I'm so tired.
Right.
No, neither of us do. I don't get it. I don't know what the. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, next time we ride, you take the car and you just do whatever you want.
That's exhausting. Hey, do you know anyone that like has flags from Canada?
I'm sure we can find like a maple tree around
I
here
know
somewhere.
it's a long shot, but I'm having trouble like finding a good importer. No festival's soon, and no one's set up for it yet, except for like one guy. Well, at least they paid for it. That's the important part. Ow, my spine.
Who is this person? I don't remember. Alright.
Hey Kelly, Casey's is open now.
Alright. Oh, that's right. I got a
Oh
subpoena for you.
shit, Casey's is open. Huh?
Subpoena.
Oh, nice. Not this guy.
He's very proactive. But in this case, this was actually the good reason.
I like that he just writes civil.
One word, I want.
You don't waste time with all that bloat.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like everyone will appreciate it as being shorter and straightforward. I was told that was unprofessional though by some people. They're like, you should.
We set our own levels of professionalism.
Well, I mean, I would feel that this is more professional if you're being like really short and simple with it. It would show
Yeah.
like some level of we're trying to get this out of the way as soon as possible and save everybody's time. So that's professional in that way.
This flamingo's looking at me funny.
Side-eyeing you.
Oh, someone just put it here. It should be upside down. To protect everyone. You know, upside down flamingos are sacred.
You said they're what?
Upside down flamingos are like a sacred symbol.
Are they? Of what?
I don't know, they just protect you from demonic activity.
Hmm? Oh, and can I have this back as well?
Oh, yeah.
From demonic activity. Interesting. Of
Yeah.
what religion?
I'm not sure. I don't think demons are bound to religion. I think they just are.
Well, I mean, the fact that demons exist in the first place is usually religious in nature, isn't it?
That's the claim. I don't believe it. I think everyone's correct.
Oh yeah. I think that. What do I think? People tend to have different ideas regarding different things.
Yeah.
But ultimately, they tend to get their ideas from others.
Well, it's like, you know how, like, I can see a whole bunch of colors, but some people are colorblind. We're also looking at the same thing, we're just seeing it differently.
Yeah.
And if you're colorblind, you're like, yep, everything's yellow and blue. And I'm like, no, there's all these other colors too, bro. Some people can't see purple, and that's sad. Purple is very nice. But it exists.
Yeah.
I think, like, stuff like that is just... Maybe it's something that's just outside of your visual spectrum. Or
Like some
something,
people.
I don't
Okay.
know.
I see what you mean. Some people can see
Because,
things.
you know, a bunch of different cultures came up with the same ideas just independently, so... Hey.
Humans tend to instinctually create religion, like in almost all cultures.
There's rumors that elephants have done that, but of course we can't truly prove that.
They do like certain kind of burial rites where they like put leaves over their dead.
Yeah, maybe funeral stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's a good question on whether or not religion is like a higher concept to that degree.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's proven to be superstition, at least among animals. What they did is they had a bunch of pigeons, and they would feed them just at completely random times a day, completely random. And the pigeons all started like developing like superstitions, like turning around like 3 times or like pecking at a certain place or whatnot, because they believed that would give them food.
Whoa.
Yep.
Pigeons are cool. What up?
Yo.
Hey, I'm sorry, I overcharged you $50. That is my bad. Here you go.
Oh, that's cool.
No, keep him as a tip.
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that.
For your honesty.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Kelly.
Kelly, I don't think I've run into you yet. Here's my number. I'm a clerk. I work
Oh.
in the DOJ.
What are you doing all the way up north here?
He says no.
I'm trying to kind of see if I can get a little county clerk thing going up here. There's a lot of activity growing up here, and if, you know, some people need stuff.
You know what I
done.
noticed? Come on.
Oh, yeah?
It'd be superstition because they're doing things that they believe will cause an action.
Like a bing bang boom.
Conditioning would be
What
to
would you
train.
think about like
I see your point though, in the sense like
bank
that.
manager who could
But they're not
do
being
cash
specifically
only
conditioned to do the action. The pigeons might believe that, but if it's truly at random times, then there's nothing to say that one action over another would be causing the
Maybe
thing
if the
to happen,
bank
right?
would, give it
So
to
the
you
fact that
as a
they're
good deal
believing that a
of
specific
courthouse
action
or like a
does
low
cause that
cover.
is superstition.
Oh, county court.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of kick-ass.
We need an impound lot for real though. Then tow truck drivers would actually come up here.
I found a good spot for one, but you know.
Oh, yeah, you did
How are you
say
doing,
that.
officer?
Good, how about you?
Doing pretty good. Helped process 3 huts on my first day back.
3 huts. What did they do?
Every single one of them weapons trafficked.
Sigh.
How?
They have a shit ton of receivers and benches in their cars, apparently.
I have the guy who did a weapon trafficking. So
Oh, Lars, did you see the investigation Mara Pumpa?
No, not yet.
Yeah, go look at it.
Is this a follow-up from the one I helped write before I left the
No. No.
warehouse?
We called somebody lacking at 5 a.m.
Oh,
you're right about conditioning that, like doing something to
Oh my god, this is what
condition
I heard.
dogs to
Look in the locker.
be prepared for something or to believe something is about to happen would be conditioning them. But
Is
if
this
you're
the one that Ray's got again?
if the
After
animals
we
are
just
believing
got
it on
him
their
his
own,
other property? Oh my god!
and that
what the hell are
it's
these?
in something that is completely random,
Don't talk about those.
is determined.
Oh, I'm not going to.
Then
Jesus.
they're trying to find order to randomness, which is referred to as superstition.
You know, they don't say boatloads for nothing. What the hell?
Yeah.
Right, I guess I would say that's a definition for superstition.
Why do people do illegal stuff and then have so much in their garages? Why don't they have like a house or something where they hide it?
If he had a VIN scratch key on him, he would have been probably even more fucked, because I bet you there's a bunch of shit in some VIN scratches.
I should have been gone 4 hours ago. What the hell am I doing here? Jet lag.
You might as well just power through it and stay up.
Fair.
I fixed his back.
Oh my god, she did, and I love it.
She stepped on him,
Whole
yeah.
new one.
So-
Yeah, so this guy's friend had the keys to his car, and so that car got searched, and so his property got found with a shit ton of weapons manufacturing too.
Man, what a friend.
Yeah. People really like giving keys to their cars to people who are all equally storing stuff, and so then once one goes down, they all go down, because like they're all storing it in their vehicles for some reason.
Oh, I'm not sure if
just
you.
watching entire criminal enterprises go down because they're sharing keys and they're all using their vehicles rather than finding property and having a clean guy or some shit.
How are we treating government officials while they're off duty? Like if a cop's off duty, are they treated as a government official and
Civilian.
press charges?
If
Yes,
they're not
civilian?
if they're not acting as a law enforcement officer, civilian. If they are targeted for
look
being
who's
a law
awake now.
enforcement
Then they're
officer,
treated as such,
they are
okay.
still a civilian because they're not acting in the capacity
Oh.
of law enforcement officer. So you don't get murder of an LEO, you'd get first degree if they're targeted while off duty.
Okay.
Oh.
Someone should get it.
Yeah,
That
so it's
memo to
only attempted
everyone.
murder of an LEO if they are acting in the capacity of their duties under the state. If they're not, they're just a civilian.
Okay.
However, if they reveal themselves to be an LEO and the people still continue to do things and stuff, it's still because they're still a public official, and oftentimes people know the name and can identify them as a public official. Sometimes, depending on the charge, they might be charged with an LEO charge. It depends. It's like kidnapping a judge, right? A judge is a civilian, but they're still a government official.
Well, I'd assume it'd be for the case like where, you know, a plainclothes officer is acting as a plainclothes officer. So, you know, even if they don't assume official capacity and like censor, like broadcast it, you know, they would still be treated as
As soon as we throw a vest on, it's boom,
Yes.
it's LEO again.
When you're talking about plainclothes officers, that depends. Are they acting in an operation under the capacity and then they throw on a vest and do something? then they're acting as an LEO. If they're partying at a bar in their free time, then they're not acting as an LEO.
Okay.
Yeah. It's gonna get it's gonna get wild because we have some more leniency on shit up here when it comes to SOPs. Like we don't have groups, so we just have permission that we ask.
Were there group limits before this? That's very strange.
No, I meant
No, she means like division of duties.
Yeah, we don't have CIT.
Basically, you don't have some people cock blocking other people. If you want to try out something and you get the correct supervision, the supervision will allow you to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the moment you said CIT, is like, oh, I know what she's talking about.
Yeah. It took me 5 minutes to get a plainclothes arrest.
What's CIT?
It's basically like a gang unit that specializes in investigation, but they don't. It's more like a gate pep thing.
Yep. Now, the main thing you have to know about doing plainclothes is you still, as a LEO, would be liable for entrapment. So you gotta watch out for that.
You just don't give people the means to commit the crime.
Well,
also, you don't put them in the situation to do so either. They still have to be on their own initiative. Exactly.
Yeah, that's still giving people means.
Well, I mean, isn't entrapment like it requires them specifically to do something they would not normally do? So
yes, exactly.
Yeah. No,
so
my plainclothes off was
you
literally
create
just...
the situation, you're giving them the means. So like, if you walk into a bank, give them a gun, say, "Go ahead, rob this bank," and they go, "Okay, under your encouragement, who just gave me a gun and brought me to a bank, I'm doing it now." That's entrapment, right? Because you create, even though like, yeah, they sure as fuck just suddenly willingly robbed the bench, so I gave him a gun. Clearly, he's clean sane, and probably a criminal. You'd kind of design the situation, gave them the opportunity directly to do so. But it's different if you're like undercover drugs watching this shit happen. Like you're just naturally just sitting there watching it and talking about it and like not actually doing anything to encourage it or change it.
What if you were to like sell them the gun though, and they decide to go do that? Would that be entrapment?
Entrapment because you created the situation in which you have a gun and sold them it. Like you did the crime, you know what I mean? Now, if you go up and say, "Hey, can I buy a gun from you?" and they say, "Sure, $50," and you go, "Sure, here's $50," and then they give you a gun, that's not really entrapment because you didn't give them the gun or the means to have a gun. You just said, "Can I buy a gun?" and they went yes, and like did of their own volition chose to sell you that gun and do it.
Okay, so you can't offer someone drugs, and if they say yes, then rest of the decision.
Yeah, no, it would be an entrapment to be an officer with drugs in your pocket and say, "Hey, you want to buy drugs from me? Here's my drugs." It depends, right? That's like a street sale entrapment, but if you're like setting up a drug bust with the cartel, not necessarily, because like setting up a meeting place to buy a kilo of crack and shit that was like sourced from and like undercover as like the people shit. It fully depends, but like it also depends how the person reacts. If you say, "No, I don't want to buy them," come on, buy them. "No, I really don't want to buy them."
Harassing,
come on,
equal,
buy them.
or equals entrapment.
Okay, fine, I'll buy them. And you could articulate, "Yeah, I'm just like trying to get rid of them," and they put me in a situation, right?
Yeah,
so
I'd seen.
I want to be. It's not 100% clear cut, so I can say something's entrapment, and then sometimes it's not because of how the person acted.
Okay. Yeah, I'd seen the one case I had seen like cited as like the entrapment case was that an officer had like harassed a person for like a week to go and buy weed, and that they finally broke down and bought it from him, and then they tried and charge him for it.
Exactly what you said. They harassed him for a week to push him to do it, rather than him acting as a natural person or responding to natural stimuli.
Yeah, my plainclothes op just consisted of me being in plainclothes with a camera, and I took a photo of somebody doing a handoff, and then got the rest of the deputies to come swarm them.
So your plainclothes was just a disguise to blend in.
Yeah.
And not actually do anything on your own initiative. Well, yeah, that's not even close.
I don't
That's
think
not even
you're
touching even the realms of entrapment. That's just surveillance.
It literally took such a short amount of time that the deputies weren't even ready to go. Yeah, I was just screaming, "Sail, sail, 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 need backup."
Are police legally required to wear some form of identifying symbol?
When they go up to arrest you, they must be clearly identified as officers. Otherwise, you have a reason to run from them, and it's not running because they're scared.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that's why they put on the vest and say sheriff's. You know, when they yell, they yell sheriff's office, get on the ground, get on the ground, sheriff's office.
That's why I didn't do the arrest because
That's why when you break in a door for a search warrant, the first thing officers are supposed to do is start yelling, "Police officer, search warrant! Police officer, search warrant!"
Well,
So you have no reason to believe it's not them.
Couldn't you still perform a citizen's arrest though, and it would still be found to be, or it could be found to be illegal in that sense?
as soon as I throw that vest on, I'm an LEO.
One sec. They're asking me to write a proper plea agreement up, and I don't know what they mean.
Proper? Oh, that's. I can. A proper plea is supposed to be like it's. I'm kind of surprised they want that. That's. Me, I can maybe give you an example.
Taomi is usually the paperwork.
Yeah, but do they mean like I broke down what our plea agreement is? What do they mean by proper plea agreement? Do they mean they want me to use an external formatter and put it in a document? You know what I mean?
I think that's screaming email. I feel
Yeah, that's my problem. Is are they asking me to email?
Just do what we
Liz,
tell
are they
people.
asking me to email?
I think they might mean. I don't. I'm not sure if they mean this or not, but I have experience with plea agreements being much more formal than this. So let me give you an example.
Go to State v. Schmegma Hut. There's
What
an
the
example
fuck?
there.
What kind of name is that?
Next time you're in range of an email, check that out.
They are expecting me to write a fancy email. Damn it!
Yeah, you might have to wait till you're back in the city for that. Speaking of which, I do have to get back to the city hall before like siesta time. So.
Sure, just give me one.
All right.
Let me see. Where is the email? Let me see.
Yeah, well, I need to figure out why there's troopers in the sheriff's office.
Arrest them. Send them packing.
Who wrote the State v. Schmegma one?
Mm.
I like it.
I'm not sure if they're wanting this, but this
I
would be
think
like
Uriel did.
the official way to do a plea agreement.
This State v. Schmegma one is actually a really good example. I like it a lot, Liz.
Or not that one. I meant I meant you. So.
What is the one you mentioned?
This is one from. I'm not sure from back when I was in another jurisdiction.
Oh, okay.
Liz, I gotta steal you because you drove.
Yeah, let me. All right, nice talking with you. Yeah, let me know if you have any
Lars,
questions.
Are you staying up here or do you want to come with us?
State v. Schmegma is pretty good of an example, Liz.
Okay.
We'll just I'll write that up in this next 5 minutes. Just let me be in my head for a moment.
Okay. Wait, where's our car? It's over here. That's right.
Were you coming with us?
No,
or...
I'll just go to bed in there. I'm just trying to get something done, Liz.
Alright.
Liz, if you need to go to the city, feel free. I'll just email you.
I should be fine. But yeah, I'll see you then.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.
See you, Doc Block. See you, Liz.
Bye. Was this one, right?
Was it? All right.
Yeah. Wow.
It's the left. Can you mark it for me? I think it's the left.
Just stay on the. Just go right.
Go right. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just go to the highway. That guy's ass crack was out. Bye.
Bye. My towers. That's funny. You got a very territorial. It's funny. I don't think I've had the chance too much to be territorial regarding the Life Invader building.
I want to actually define our laws better here, instead of just a list of charges.
So I know there's some level of intentionality to create them to be vague. They're intentionally vague.
I know, but there's some things that are just too vague. And then some things need to be buttoned up a bit, like the parking situation.
The parking situation?
Yeah, like no parking lot is considered private parking, even if it's like clearly built with the building.
It's if it was purchased through the what was called the
Well, look at
house.
Life Invader, for example. That part of Life Invader, or like the mechanic shops. They all have an apron. You would assume that the apron for the mechanic shop would be part of the mechanic shop, but no, they're like, no, if you park there, you're misparked, so we're gonna tow you. It was like part of the functionality of the place, and maybe the tow guys can relax a little bit.
I'm very experienced regarding tow law, and I've experienced many different variations of it. So it's never going to be a thing that's perfect. I can tell you that.
I know, but it's so bad here.
You have no idea how bad it was on Onyx. It was so bad on Onyx tow law. Oh my, that had to be changed. I'm not even joking. I think it was
I hope I
changed
can get my
23
ERP
times, something
pass
ridiculous like that.
too. Ah,
You hope what?
I want the ERP parking pass.
Oh yeah. No, I met a friend of mine. I met him. I had to call a tow for my wheels haven't popped. I braked too hard, and the guy who came, he was telling me about how he stabbed 2 guys, and I'm like, what was it worth it? And he goes, at the time it was worth it, but afterwards not so much. And I was like, that's fair.
Yeah. She said she wants to sue you.
I mean, she didn't.
Whoa.
I braked.
Mm-hmm. Ah,
What's with these cars today? Alright.
that was a red light on their part. Want to drop me off there and then
This is a rental,
drop
so I
off
can
your
just.
car? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But someone might crime in it in the next.
Really? You think so?
Maybe. Probably not.
I guess this maybe. Alright.
Wow. You just park
What?
it like shit and see what happens. Getting out.
Oh,
Ah! Oh, I'm just saying you should. Or you could if you
I
really
could.
wanted to. Grabbing my bike.
Nothing. Alright. Well,
Alright, I'm gonna go park my bike and then go to sleep.
alright. Well, have a good night. Nice talking with you.
Don't threaten any wild plans. I'm working.
I
I'm
talked
working
with
on
you
it.
first before doing so. I was very considering it, but I'm like, I probably should talk to Teflon first.
Yeah. I mean, that guy did say that girl, that lady,
Mm-hmm.
that trooper. She was like, "Oh, that would be a good idea," you know. That was cool.
Yeah.
Most of the people up there seem really like into the idea, just except for like 1 or 2 people were like, "No, that's just gonna cause people to stay up here." And I'm like, so.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just
Right? Let the people spread out a little bit.
I think it's just some people are
Whoa.
very
Some
hesitant to
people
change.
are city boys, some people are small town girls. Oh gosh.
Why is she
Right.
standing in the middle of the road?
Yeah, it's not our problem.
That wasn't your fault. She's just weird. Alright, I'll talk to you more about it later. You be safe.
Alright, yeah, I'll see you then.
Alright.
Why don't you just go park it in the
Yeah,
garage?
you're gonna get towed.
But
Because we need to show it to
Well, that's true,
you
but
show it to TJ.
Wait, why would you get towed?
because you need to pay the meter, it'll get to.
let's see, intentional by parties listening. Bound by this agreement, may impose sentence up to maximum penalties. Okay, yeah, it looks fine.
Your throat's also messing up with you.
Alias.
Hey.
Hello. Shit, he answered right as I hung up.
Alright, let's see. Yeah, it looks fine. Looks fine. Alright, that's fine. Alright, oh, hey, Wolf's around. I need to talk to Wolf, actually.
Hey, Liz, what's up?
Hey. So I have been working on that, the contract that he was wanting written up, and I'm wondering,
Were you there, Toast?
what's called, if I can have your opinion regarding that, as it's, I'm not sure, this is very new to me to do something retroactively for something that will be very, that he doesn't have necessarily the authority to give in the first place.
Eli thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of weird, but as long as both parties are in agreement that that contract is valid and they sign it, you shouldn't really have any trouble.
Okay, so they can offer things that they can't legally give to the person, and that's fine for the contract?
No, that part you can freely move the fuck out, because from what I understand, yeah, on that part I really don't know. It's weird the way that they put it, and it does not make sense under any circumstances, because from what I understood, he invested into the business organization, but that business organization had not yet purchased the property. So,
And then the person who was giving him the
really-
loan was part of the organization, so I was like,
yeah,
it was very strange.
it is, but not really sure what to tell you on that one.
Okay.
That shouldn't be in the contract, but if the other guy gives some kind of a pushback on it, then that's something you gotta sit down and talk to Eli about.
Well, I was wondering more, can I have the co-owner, like, co-sign, and then it's all good?
You'd have to get the person that actually gave him the loan co-sign.
Well, I mean, yeah, like all parties, but the person who gave him the loan, Eli, and the co-owner, who he would have given the ability, sold him. Oh, you know, all right. I think that's what I have to do. So let me show you guys contract. This guy, he was wanting a contract for something that was already done. It was very strange. I mean, I think this is fine, probably, but... Wait, did I do this on 117? This is a while back, actually. Whoops. Whoops, I forgot about that. Hey.
Hey, I think the call dropped or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because there's a friendly relationship between the loan giver and the co-owner doesn't mean that the co-owner is involved in any way. So,
Well, I mean,
don't
like,
really see a need for them to be on the contract.
it more just for them to be able to state, yes, this person is getting, what's called part of the business for giving me this investment. So it would maybe we should just have two contracts then if that was the case, but
That might be better.
okay.
It's kind of fucky-wucky the way that they made everything work, but yeah.
Okay.
Not really sure what advice to give you on that one, because it doesn't even make sense to me.
It's very strange. It's
It is. It's very weird the way that they did it, and no, I wouldn't be comfortable, entering the contract like that. But then again, I'm not Eli, so.
okay. All right. Well, thank you for advice. I'll try and
no worries.
make something that's not as weird as
How's
they're making
everything
it.
else going?
Apparently some of the lawyers snitched about my idea to some of the judges, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting.
What idea?
The idea of creating a new GOJ, with the blackjack and hookers. So,
Oh.
and so all the judges were all like, can he do that? He can't do that.
Well, no, you can't do that.
I don't know, I can't, but it's funny. It's they're all worried because Wrangler and all that. So I figured now is the perfect time to make a strong statements like that.
Wait, what?
Well, because Wrangler started his own department, they're like, can someone just start their own department? And now I have a perfect example to say, yes, you can actually just start your own department.
I mean, Wrangler set a really bad precedent when he
Yep,
did that.
yep.
But I don't know if he did that with approval from the DOJ, if he did it with approval from Dan. No fucking clue. So.
Or if he did it with approval, that's a good question.
I don't know. I frankly don't really care. I don't think that Wrangler is the BDO problem.
I know that one lady was very much so trying to make it as such, but I know I think she.
Stella is pissed off because she has had only recent bad experiences with Wrangler, and this is her first time meeting her, and he came off extremely abrasive.
Yeah.
He came off as Wrangler usually does.
So
right?
I found that if you try to tell him to do something, Wrangler will go out of his way to never, ever, ever do that thing. But if you work with him, then he's much more likely to be able to, work with you.
I don't know why that entire thing turned into a Gordo Wrangler shitfest. It should not have. Neither Gordo nor Wrangler are the BDO problem. The BDO problem is not being included in the decision-making process.
Yep.
And being intentionally or unintentionally excluded from it to the point where we cannot function as a department.
I mean, I
because
feel
this
it.
shit gets just dumped on us.
It is intentionally because they had demoted the PD elites to below judges, and when I'd asked why and why it hadn't even been discussed with us, Dan said, I'm not talking with you about it at the moment, and so that's why I went on strike. That's the whole reason I went on strike, was for this reason, and so.
Well, that's not gonna change, and that's gonna keep being the same thing. And I think I made the right decision for
I was aware it
myself
wasn't
to remove myself from that situation, because last time this shit started happening and shit started rolling down the hill, I
and
went
Darkest Moon, thank you
mental,
for following. I
and
appreciate you.
I
And
just
Roach as
don't
well.
want
Thank you for
to fucking do it
right in us.
again. I don't want to be involved in that. I'll still do private law civilly because they're not changing the burden of proof for civil shit, but I don't want to have judges coming to me and pushing fucking cases on me. Meanwhile, they degrade any kind of an ability that I have to actually defend those cases. That just seems unfair and prejudiced to me. It's also a problem for me on an ethical level. So I'm just not gonna do that. If you guys feel like doing it, more power to you. But for me,
You're not playing the game. I get it.
as far as this DOJ goes, and as far as the behavior of this DOJ goes, it's the end of the road.
I'm not sure it's at that point yet, but
No, I mean if they keep going the way that they're going and nothing changes as far as the burden of proof, etc., then why would I spend time doing that shit?
I don't like.
I'm not here to gather wins. Like I've already made that clear to everyone. But if you neuter my ability to work, then I'm just not gonna work.
Fair.
It is.
It is what it is. I don't know regarding that. I don't know. I definitely started today. It was hard starting. So we'll see how that comes back to bite me. It wasn't. I was actually trying to stir, but not really like against them, but to stir in the opposite direction from them. I guess it would be against them in the sense, but like, I wasn't trying to stir them. I was trying to stir against them. Stir away from them, maybe a better way to say it. Can't believe the You think so? I hope. I mean, I wasn't happy with all the work I'd put in. Just really, actually, just being thrown out and disregarded. And I felt like in 30 seconds. Well, Evelyn's trying to get an actual department going for a list there. She's trying to do it like the official route. For me, I was like, no, what if we just... I was like, what if we did it the unofficial route? Well, I think doing it the unofficial route would be hard. If we were to show to others, like I'm starting to learn everything is about reputation. If you have like a reputation for doing things in a way, or if you have a reputation for being like very fair in regards to certain things, it's that reputation will get around and people will have that expectation regarding you. And so that means if you have a reputation for being able to do things correctly, people will come to you to handle those things, regardless of the legality of it. Like it's really a question of, just because something is, just because, guns might be banned somewhere doesn't mean people can have a gun, I'm starting to understand how important reputation is for things to function as a whole, like just in everything. Driver's license is a privilege on the right, and regardless, someone else may have moved it. It's why it falls on the owner to check on their car rather than abandon it. Well, I mean, they'd have to prove that someone had moved it, in a sense, because that's... Or maybe not prove it, but they would have to, like, show good reason to believe that it had been moved by somebody else. So they can say, oh, well, I made a report that my car was stolen, and then if it was found here. And so I think that'd be pretty good reason for why somebody shouldn't be liable for, you know, it being towed or something like that. Yeah, nothing was said. Nothing. There was no RP regarding it, honestly. I tried to have a conversation with him. He'd refused. He didn't even make an official announcement about it either. He made an announcement to the judges, but he didn't make an announcement to anybody else. And I was told by many people to, like, not crash out and, like, make a big deal of things. And I'm like, okay, I'll listen to their advice, despite what I'm wanting to do. I kind of wanted RP regarding it, because but I think he was just looking for a reason. Is the thing, is that Dan was looking for a reason too. To fire Lis. It's because I can't understand why you could, I could serve in that position for like 4 or 5 months and do good work and really try and help out, and and then for him to make that decision in 30 seconds to take that away. The fact that it could be taken away like that, it's not even, he's not even supposed to be able to take it away like that. It's supposed to be in a position that's impeachable. Like, it can only be taken away by impeachment. So the fact that it wasn't was very wrong. No, I have an absolute rule for Lis where that he can't harm others physically. I guess, you know, there's ways around that rule, but he himself cannot. That's one of the built-in rules I had from him since the start, and it's kind of annoying because sometimes I'm like, it's you know, I should be able to act up a bit, but that's one of the ways I separate him from myself in that way. Yeah, so I think there had been some issues whenever James was. Why did it crash? Okay, it's weird. 7 twice now. Yeah, he was looking for a reason. I think so too. But regardless, you know, it would have happened. But I'm confused why, because I don't think I've never had any negative interactions with him as far as I'm aware. Like, I don't think I've done anything that could even be, like, perceived as, like, negative towards him. Anything at all, honestly. So I was very confused why he was so quick to make a decision like that when we'd never had bad interactions in the past. And what that would mean is that either he has information I don't have, so people had complained about this, is what I'm thinking. Well, actually, no, I was told directly that people had complained about this. So I'm thinking that's probably has to do with a reason. Or 2, there was this it was just for malicious reasons, which I don't think that was the case, probably. Because I haven't seen any evidence to believe that he would do things for malicious reasons. Although, I mean, in that sense, I have seen that he's been, the way he's been wording things has been very stop complaining to me about things, and most of the things he does. So I'm starting to think he's becoming a little bit jaded regarding complaints. My conspiracy theory. I was really pissed though, and I was like trying to find a reason myself for why Dan was bad, but I mean, if he got complaints, then it's reasonable. Or at least if he feels it's reasonable. I don't feel it was reasonable to not have a discussion at all regarding things. Even when I requested a meeting, he just completely goes to me. I'd asked twice actually to have a meeting, and he'd refused both times. Okay, what's called was the plea was accepted. Waddington, thank you for following, appreciate you. I mean, I know things started declining around then because I'm someone who's very, very big on prevention, where I believe that, you know, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and so I will take steps to. I'll take steps to prevent things from happening. And one of the first steps I'd seen that things were headed in a negative direction was when the PDO leads were put below the judges. Because that right there is saying that this person is not worthy of being in the hierarchy. They're below us in some way. They are below us in the hierarchy. Why was that done? That's kind of strange. The reasoning given was like, well, what if I were to die? Who else could, who else could lower you guys? And I'm like, that's true for judges as well, though. Why would that be different? That's also true for the judges, so why would that matter if it was true for the PDO leads as well? What that means is that he has less faith in the PDO leads than he does in the judges. He doesn't think that they are worthy of being at the same rank. And I instantly knew that that was an issue and it was going to cause problems in the future. And as we're seeing currently, it is causing problems. Because the PDO leads are being left out of discussions. They're not even being talked to regarding decisions being made. It crashed again. What the fuck? Why is it crashing? It keeps on saying early exit trap. It's tripped an early exit trap. Oh yeah, I missed it. But it's... I don't know. I recognize the signs of things heading in a negative direction. And so when I take steps to go against that, it was just leave it. So I'm like, okay, maybe I don't have an obligation to try and stop or fix things anymore. And I don't, but I want to. What really pissed me off today, though, was that they were just like, well, this paralegal that had made a somewhat disrespectful comment after multiple lawyers ganged up on her and was telling her to leave and that she shouldn't be there and that they didn't want her speaking. I'm like, you know, I really don't like that. I really don't like that. It was she got defensive, and so she, what's it called? And so she acted defensively. That's not surprising to me. It was her first time doing so, even. And so they're like, you know what? This person who has had one mistake, if you can call it a mistake, deserves to be removed from the organization. And then when I personally ask him, hey, can you give her a second chance? I'm told no. That's crazy to me. That's still crazy to me. I was like, I'm willing to stake my reputation on the line here. Can you give her a second chance? And I was told no. Well, I'm like, okay, well, that really pissed me off. That really pissed me off. Something I will never allow is people being excluded. I will not allow that to exist in my presence. That's not something I'm ever going to say, well, I just have to accept that's the way it is. No, I'm not going to accept that. And Special Sid, thank you for following. Appreciate you. My Special Sid, weren't you already following? I remember you. Am I thinking someone else? Oh no, yeah, you were a sub, but you weren't following. No, you even said happy birthday, man. Wait, you were around like before on Onyx when I was on Onyx. Okay. But I'm trying. I don't agree with the, you know, if things aren't working, let's just quit. I don't like that kind of attitude. So I'm like, well, if things aren't working and there is steps being taken to clearly stop us from trying to fix things, then, you know, maybe it's time to leave and do things ourselves. Because I'm starting to lose respect for the authority the judges have. It crashed again. What the fuck? I can't. What's wrong with the? I can't get it stop crashing. I'm in a crash loop. Why? Let me see them. Yeah, that was really bad, and I could see that she was what's called, she's someone who fights back when she pushes back very hard, and I could see that she was definitely getting very fighty. But I'm like, all right, well, I'll defend her no matter what, though, because I don't want to see someone just excluded to that degree. Like, that was such a you can't be part of the club attitude that was taken there, and it pissed me off. Alright, maybe I need to start purple from this way or something. It was really funny though to see it was really funny to see. Apparently, I guess I was the only one streaming it because with all the lawyers there, I got like up to like 90 views for some reason. Like, people could they could sniff out the drama. It's so funny. PurpleRP. Was it login, I guess? streamer club. Is there a streamer club? What, you used to stream? I didn't know. But things are clearly headed in a negative direction. I'm kind of surprised to see that up. Yeah, I'm not sure what they... I mean, I know what they expected. For some reason, I thought Purple or the server owners were very hesitant to ever make a Supreme Justice again, though, because that had caused so many issues last time. And then they did so without discussing of any other judges. Why? That's really weird. Really? I'm not sure if are considerations made for me because I stream. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I mean, I've definitely been able to meet a lot more people than I would have without having streamed. I mean, I don't really like the. I'm not a fan of people being given more. What do you call that? For out of character things being done for out of character reasons. Like I think maybe we can agree on like doing things for roleplay reasons, but that's not an out of character reason. You know, that's I think you can pretty easily make that decision in character. And things can be pushed in a direction to create more roleplay, but that could be done under the sense of creating more jobs for people to do. Like there's, you know, you can make in-character reasoning for these kind of things. Expanding on the Rangers got shot. A month prior to Penna getting in? Well, I know considerations are taken for certain streamers, yeah. Absolutely there. I'm not going to say that isn't the case. But, let me think about that. So, while I do think things being done for out-of-character reasons is... How do I say that? Like, I feel like... maybe doing it for the reputation the person has in character, I feel like it could be a good reason for why Wrangler. Well, I mean, is that enough? Because I'm not sure anyone else necessarily would be able to do it. Well, I feel like Wrangler's probably charismatic enough in character to be able to argue for a separate department. It's a good question. As well, so I don't want there being unfair biases. So there can be biases, but I don't want them to be unfair in nature. So if there had been somebody else who had tried to start a department and they had been shot down, then I would say that's an unfair bias. But only like unless there was like if the person was. I mean, there are plenty of reasons for why things could have been different back then. Maybe the state of things was different. Like people felt that things were different at the time. There wasn't the person who presented it couldn't be trusted necessarily to be able to lead something like that. Like they didn't have the reputation to do so. There's something like that. So yeah, there can be possible in-character reasons. What the one thing that people, it's really hard to help yourself with this thing, is that whenever you see a streamer, you tend to, their reputation is much bigger than somebody who isn't a streamer. And that's not something that it's really hard to change that kind of mindset. It's so hard to not use meta information if you have it. It's really hard not to. And so that's why I recommend not seeing any like current meta information. No one approved it. Wasn't until someone else's idea. Even when it was someone else's idea, it was shot down. That it was shot down pretty quickly. But I understand what you mean. That. Okay, that's weird. Apparently, I can't use whatever app to log into Purple. I guess it's causing issues. Hey, sorry, I was having a lot of headaches.
That's not good. Yeah, I mean,
what have we been talking about? We've been talking about the contract. That's right. Oh, that and also the state of things. That's right.
I mean, the state of things is kind of fucked up for criminal stuff. So, I think we've gone over this fucking point so many times. It's not even worth it.
Can I ask why do you act as a lawyer, in the sense of like what's your purpose in acting as a lawyer for the people there? Is it to like you feel that the justice needs to be represented?
For PDO?
For like the criminals. I mean that, or like just what's your purpose in being a lawyer?
Making sure that their rights aren't being violated, but
yeah, but
you can. Yeah, I understand where you're going with this list, but it's kind of a 50-50, half a dozen thing. Like degrading their rights doesn't mean that their rights aren't being violated.
I'm not making any arguments. I'm genuinely curious about what your reasoning is for why you're doing what you're doing. Like, what makes it fulfilling for you?
I think I've even told you, your job as an attorney isn't to get the person a win. It's to get them the best possible outcome under the color of law, right?
Yeah, I've heard that. You said that.
And especially if you work for the public defender's office, you shouldn't be chasing highs, and you shouldn't be chasing some magical number that's gonna make you, the lawyer that always has to win in court and shit like that. You're there to make sure that the entirety of the process is as fair as it could possibly be, regardless of the circumstances around it.
Okay.
And what happened yesterday feels very much like overreach of the justice system in order to justify their own mistakes and move it on to us. Because, yeah, sure, the PD fucks up, the judges fuck up. Sure, definitely. But it very much feels like it is being pushed across as the PD fucks up, the judges fuck up, so let's punish the PDO and the civilians.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
You know, and I'm not okay with that, especially when shit gets started throwing around like we're still gonna be beyond reasonable doubt, but it's not actually gonna be beyond reasonable doubt. Like that's just doublespeak. That's like words don't mean what they actually mean. Let's redefine what the words mean.
I agree.
And I'm not okay with it. On an ethical level, I'm not okay with it.
What I've been asking was, you know, what brings you fulfillment in being a lawyer?
I don't really get any fulfillment from it.
You don't get any fulfillment? It's just a job deal?
Yeah, I've been clear about this for years now. I even told you before I got disbarred the first fucking time that, like, this is just a job for me. This is not something that I live for, right? You don't have to live for being a lawyer in order to be a good lawyer.
I'm not asking if you...
Make sure that everything is fulfilled, but...
I'm not asking if you live for it, but whether or not, like, what... I think if you truly hated everything about your job, you know, you wouldn't do it, which is, you know, what you're showing at the moment.
If I truly hated everything about being a lawyer, I would have quit a long time ago and gone out to become a fucking fish salesman or some shit.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, right? You don't need to love your job in order to do it. And in my opinion, any lawyer that
I don't know, man. We're in RP.
is extremely in love with being a lawyer rather than the process of the law is a bad lawyer. Because they will get heated over stuff that they should not get heated over.
So I mean, I can tell you the reason why I am why I do what I do as a lawyer.
All right, listen.
So for me, I feel like people often they feel very alone and unheard, you know, down in the cells. Like they aren't able to give their side of the story. That they're very alone in regards to that. And I want to do my best to make sure that, you know, they feel supported and that they feel heard in some way, that they're able to tell their side of the story.
If you were working for me and gave me that answer, I'd fire you.
Why is that?
Because you're not responsible for their mental health.
I try to
You
be,
shouldn't be
which is wrong. That's wrong with me, but I try to be.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. That's a very slippery slope towards loving your job as a lawyer and getting heated over things you shouldn't be, right? If you can really separate yourself from that, then honestly, that is amazing. But you're not getting paid to make sure that their mental health is, you know, good and that they feel like they're being heard. Sure, it's part of being a good person, right? You want to make sure that people feel respected. But
feel understood.
I want you to tell me, how are you gonna do that based on the new system?
I mean, I can always be there for someone regardless of how hard it is for them. You know, things can be stacked against you entirely.
When you have to tell someone that the deck is not just only stacked against them as far as the police goes, if they're caught red-handed, but that you have to tell them, yeah, the system through which we pursue justice is now stacked against you as well.
Then I can commiserate with them.
And what do you get out of that? What did they get out of that?
They get some
They don't
feeling
get any
of
kind of a no.
that they're not
they
alone
don't
and
get
on,
any
there's
kind
someone
of
on
a
their side.
solution. Yeah, Liz, that's not a solution.
I would argue that it is for a lot of people.
Maybe it is, but I don't want to participate in that. You know.
Well, I always say I have to be two different lawyers. You know, I have to be, sometimes I have to be normal lawyer, and a lot of times I have to be emotional support lawyer. And you know what I'm talking about with emotional support lawyer. Sometimes people feel just very...
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I'm not a fucking medical professional, nor am I their friend, and I don't want to be fucking commiserating with them and shit like that. That's not part of my job. That's not why I became a lawyer.
I always quote myself.
I think it's very irresponsible to do that.
That's fair.
At least in my opinion. It doesn't feel like something a lawyer should be doing.
I always quote myself a therapist with a bar license.
Well, if I'm being honest, maybe you should look into pursuing the therapy.
I did. That's what I originally tried doing, but there wasn't a whole lot of interest in it. And so I had friends and people I respected say, hey, maybe you should try it law and see if that works for you. And I did, and it kind of worked for me. So I just kept going at it. Make him do it.
If you're approaching this from the point of view of I'm just here to make it easier for these people to be okay with essentially being fucked.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's what you're doing when you're helping a plea deal.
I think that makes you a bad lawyer.
I mean, I don't think negotiating a plea deal for whenever your client is very clearly...
Not saying that makes you a bad lawyer, but being willing to commiserate with them while knowing that they are in essence fucked. I don't think that a lawyer should be doing that.
What would you be doing in a situation like that? You just think, well, you're just completely fucked. You know, sorry, I can't help you. That would feel so... I would be incredibly depressed to hear someone say that in my situation.
Liz, do you know how civil rights and everything else even got to where it got? Because lawyers were willing to
fight for them?
Tell people that the justice system is stacked against them.
Okay.
If every single one of those lawyers that pursued the civil rights and worked for it endlessly just commiserated with the people that came to them, we wouldn't really have civil rights. Not in the way that we do.
I agree.
That's not that's not the lawyer's job.
Well, I would say, so I have to be emotional support lawyer sometimes, yes. And other times I have to be normal lawyer. Doesn't mean I can't be both. You know what I mean?
I think you're burning the fuse at both ends, and at some point you're gonna burn yourself out by doing that.
So
if you can keep doing it forever, then congratulations. But I think it's a very bad idea.
So I would say that I burn, but I'm a slow burn kind of person. And as long as people are willing to show appreciation for what I'm doing, as long as people are willing to say, I really appreciate you for being here, and thanks for being my lawyer, and you did a great job, and I'm happy with what you did for me. Thanks for being here. That kind of stuff, I can keep going easily forever. That's not even hard. But if I don't have that, then it's very hard to keep going.
Well, I don't think that you're gonna have that for much longer once things start rolling down the hill.
I agree. It's been feeling a little bit.
Because you gotta understand, as soon as the trust in the PDO and their ability to actually make sure that people are not being honorously, essentially fucked with, as soon as that goes, the PDO goes. you are never getting a public defense office back to what it was.
I mean, I agree. I saw the beginnings of it. As soon as they made PDO leads below judges, I could see the beginnings of it. So it's as soon as that they're saying, you know, people or the PDO leads are below judges in some way, that there's a clear hierarchy and that they're not worthy to be there.
I still don't understand why the PDO is even fucking within the DOJ.
I agree, and I had made steps. I'm like, hey, can we maybe separate ourselves? And I've been refused.
This should be a governorship, you know, installment position for the head of the PDO. It should not be a Department of Justice thing.
It was supposed to be as such as well, like showing you the document, but with everything,
it's power overreach, you know.
Yep.
It's the DOJ overreaching both their legal powers as well as overreaching for more power because they are afraid that we might essentially tell them, no, go fuck yourself, and tell every person in the cells, plead not guilty, go to appeal, and we'll post for you and pursue it there. Because if that happens, you're gonna have the entire fucking docket filled with like 800 fucking appeals every day. Which is kind of malicious compliance. Because at some point it becomes in the best interest of clients, even if they know that they're guilty and they know that they're gonna lose. It becomes in their best interest to make sure that people cannot be just pursued honorously for very small things that get trumped out of nothing.
You're saying that sometimes
it becomes a civil disobedience thing.
So you're saying sometimes it can be in their best interest to be spiteful.
Yes, it is literally civil disobedience.
Well, yeah, I mean they're protesting in that way, I would say. So yeah.
Yeah, which they have a right to.
Mm-hmm.
And if your protest doesn't actually affect the lives of the people that are involved in the decision-making process, then your protest doesn't really do anything.
Then you're
it's just shouting bad words,
Mhm.
you know? So, yeah. From one point of view, I wouldn't really blame them if they all started pleading not guilty and going to appeals. Because it is their right, and at this point they really should utilize that right in order to make sure that what is happening to them does not go the way that the current DOJ wants it to go. On the other hand,
I'm not even sure where they want it to go. There's just no communication.
well, that's because the PDO is essentially seen as the last rung, right? We're seen as an afterthought rather than the part of the entire process. And that's been something that's been happening since a long, long time ago.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I thought that Dan acknowledging it and giving it some form of authority had helped change that. But
No, it doesn't.
I guess I understand between.
It's just what actual authority do the PDO heads have?
I guess they get to decide whether or not like a worthy what's called a lawyer is being worthy of fired or whatnot. I was
No, they don't even get to decide whether a lawyer is worthy of being disbarred. Like, the only control they have over is the employment of public defense attorneys and paralegals.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I had made decisions to fire lawyers and to bar them from being rehired as a result of their actions while suspended and whatnot. But
sure, but that's only PDO. You cannot affect any kind of legislation. You cannot affect any kind of policy.
Yeah, it was.
You are being neutered from both sides by BCSO with fucking limits on 10 minutes of being able to even talk to your client before they come back in without announcing themselves. On the other hand, you're being muted by the DOJ by lowering the bar of what is beyond reasonable doubt and the ways that you can appeal. And just to be clear, like the B Bronco case, which started all of this shit, I think that there were good arguments to make in that, but I think that was a bad.
Was a bad what?
I think that appeal came from a place of appealing the verdict rather than appealing the process.
Okay.
I even told Morgan, look, if you really think that you found something that is a violation of due process or a Brady violation or stuff like that, then go for it. But you gotta be sure. Like, I've written appeals for the DOJ before, and unless you are absolutely sure that you have something, you should not be appealing it. But on the other hand, the blanket ruling that, you know, oh, they fuck up over something that has been a known issue for I don't even know for how long is lazy. It doesn't take fucking 45 minutes for a cop to go into the evidence locker and take a picture of every single piece of evidence. In regular trials. In huts, maybe, sure.
Wow.
But that's also an extremely big thing to, you know, commit against someone. That's years off of someone's life.
Yeah, and I feel like with the new announcement as well, that it's basically saying, you know, we're okay with cops not doing their jobs. Actually, that's
It is. It's an excuse for them to be lazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's another one of the reasons why I don't want to participate in that. If we are expected to have some kind of a standard as lawyers,
good morning,
and
appreciate you.
everyone else is
Sorry,
expected
we get to do more for a bit.
not really be up to any standards at all, then why even do it? Why do we need to be held up to certain standards, but everyone else can be all willy-nilly about fucking up their job and getting someone convicted for fucking 18 years of their life, plus HUT, that they don't even fucking apply at this point.
I agree. There's definitely double standards. My goal always as the PDO chief was to, I said I wanted to make a place where it's okay to make mistakes. That was always my goal. And so to see people like Jennifer, that new paralegal, who had, the lawyers seemed to have it out for her a bit. She had been fired today, actually, as a result of that. Even after I had asked for her to be given a second chance.
Look, Jennifer fucked up, but it's not her own fault that she fucked up, right?
It's her first day. I mean, I think there are some mistakes
she didn't know who she was talking to, and a lot of people were heated.
Yeah.
And yeah, she definitely should not have said what she said. You can't go fucking talking behind the backs of people that hired you and that are supposed to train you and say to someone completely outside of the system, yeah, they're dooming on the peer. Like, that's kind of unacceptable in itself, regardless of, you know, whether she knew that someone was fucking Gordo and Yackle or whether she did not. But on the other hand, that's something that could have been fixed by honestly just talking to her.
Yeah, I agree. Could have been a conversation, and it was. I actually did talk over about that. So maybe try not to do that in the future. And I tried to.
Yeah, but Liz, you're no longer the head of the PDO.
I understand that, but I had asked the two chiefs.
I
had asked the two chiefs of the PDO, well, Hugo and First. I was like, hey, can you please give her a second chance? And I was told no. So
I think that in one regard, they made the decision that was political and best for the PDO. On the other hand, they made the wrong decision for this person.
I almost quit because of that, honestly. I have this is a core value of mine. I wasn't actually aware it was a core value of mine until somewhat recently.
I'm slightly concerned that you wanted to quit over a paralegal that you knew for, what, 1 day? Over the entirety of the DOJ system being degraded.
So a core value of mine is that people are not excluded. They don't need to be included exactly, but they can't be excluded. That is a very, very strong core value of mine. It's something that I actually wasn't aware it was so strong that I will get pissed regarding it. I will fight everybody about it. So to see that happen is not something I find to be acceptable, and I'm not okay with that being in my presence. I have to think, just having a position on a piece of paper isn't necessarily something that would, or having that removed isn't necessarily an exclusion. Like, I can still train her, I can still have her be there, and if the police don't care too much about it, I can still bring her with me on sour ups and whatnot. It's just the fact that there was a specific attempt made to exclude her is disgusting to me. I'm not accepting that.
I mean, you could always have her as a private paralegal.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, if it comes down to it.
Just have them move her into the private attorney rank without giving her a bar license. That's what happens to all of the private paralegals.
As a person.
No, I've told them before, like, Saba and the PDO needs to be separated as well. Because we've again had private lawyers who were answering the PDO calls.
You talking about Sam? I don't think Sam had said that if nobody picked up, that he had been calling the client back. So he had been answering the calls, but he had been calling them if nobody had answered.
Yeah, but that's still not right.
Really? You think so? I think the job of the PDO is to make sure people...
I know. No, that's still not right, because he's abusing his position as a private attorney and the ability to have that line. As a private attorney, you are choosing to go at this alone.
The goal
on your own merits without having any kind of assistance over it. And him saying, yeah, I was calling them back after nobody answered, and then telling them that I want to charge them before I go to the cells, I kind of find that unacceptable.
So he had asked to be in the PDO, but James had refused and said that he needed to spend at least a month as a private attorney before they thought about adding him in the PDO.
Why?
I don't know, honestly. He has had some in the far, far, far past before your time.
Is he the guy that got permanently disbarred?
He's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I honestly don't blame him.
I mean,
it's the PDO head decision. I support James in this specific thing. If he was in the past permanently disbarred, then he needs to prove that he can behave properly before he can be given access to PDO resources.
I guess so.
It's a second chance, but you gotta earn it, man.
I mean, even the troopers that had been involved in the incident where grenades had been stolen out of evidence and thrown at criminals, even those troopers ended up being hired back on. So I feel like...
Yeah, but you gotta understand that they have a much lower bar of standards, you know?
I mean, I feel like the bar to not steal something out of evidence and a lethal weapon out of evidence and throw it at somebody, that's not...
What are you expecting?
Not that. When I'd heard about that, I'm like, I didn't realize they had police issued grenades. Like, I never would have thought about the idea that they would steal something out of evidence.
With everything going on, you're still expecting them to have standards. Come on.
I didn't think that.
I got a fucking civil case of Ham running over some poor lady, and just continuing going. Like, I have another case of a BCSO trooper quite literally punched a woman out of a fucking car for not paying the parking meter and then processing her on the road. Like, you really want to you really want to argue on they have standards. They don't.
I guess
they
that's
have
fair.
0 standards.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know. I feel like the DOJ is almost too harsh in regards to allowing people to make mistakes. Like I'm more used to people facing suspensions rather than just being directly fired as a result of like dumb actions. So
That's how it should be. There's some actions that are so egregious that you should be fired. Definitely. But sure, there's actions that should just get you suspended. At the same time,
I would say that
the DOJ itself is kind of operating on a system of close my eyes, shut my ears, and pretend nothing is happening, you know?
So even with the Falcone thing, I had heard about what had happened. Something about that he had ordered Chiomi to ask Coster who the troopers were in the photos that the defense had provided. He was part of the defense, and to then testify about who the troopers were.
Huh?
Yeah, that's the main reason I believe why Falcone was fired.
Because he ordered Tiomi to ask Costner
Who the troopers
figure
were.
out who the troopers were in the picture.
Yes, and a photo that the defense themselves had provided.
I think he was, honestly, I'm not going to justify it. It's not really proper to do that. But at the same time, I think Falcone was just playing the game that is the system, right? Because you really don't have another way to find out unless you get a judge's order, right?
Yeah.
And most judges will absolutely reject any kind of an order for that. And even if a judge does actually, issue an order compelling them to disclose the persons in the picture that are in their employment, I can guarantee to you that the SASP will not comply. That they will rather take whatever fine is thrown at them than comply. Because you got to understand that for both SASP and BCSO, fine is just the cost of doing business. At this point, they bring in so much money that from essentially just charging the Flickr bank, that a fine is quite literally just cost of doing business. If it's more profitable for them to violate someone's rights and get a conviction than actually doing everything properly and not getting a conviction or getting a lesser conviction, then they're just going to violate someone's right and get a conviction.
This was a civil case in which they were being sued.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I don't agree with if there was a motion to compel.
There wasn't even that, as far as I'm aware. He just ordered that.
Then he
So
fucked up.
yeah.
But that was not the reason given for his firing.
Oh really? What was the reason given?
From what I understood, it was something about AI bullshit. Like.
Oh really? Okay.
They claimed that he wrote AI, that he used AI to write his fucking determinations. Which I find extremely funny because I write in the same way he does. And I don't fucking use AI for it.
The only thing.
It's not that hard.
The only thing I can think of is, do you remember when he gave the ruling for the Tsubame thing, where it felt like he'd answered two separate questions and that were mutually conflicting? That's the only thing I can think of.
Not really. If you read it from a legalese standpoint, then it's not that.
Yeah, it looked like just like a mistake to me, honestly.
Yeah, and from what I understood, they based
Really? He
it
was
on
accused
that
of doing
because
AI?
apparently if you put that through an AI checker, it comes out as 100% AI.
Really?
Meanwhile, you remember the appellate brief for Lyra Bennett?
Yeah.
Yeah, I put that through the AI checker and it came back with 89 or 87 or 88% AI. And I know for a fact that I didn't fucking put that through an AI.
Okay.
So I don't know. Look, I'm kind of pissed that was the reason. If him ordering Tiomi to do that, that if that was actually the reason for his firing, I'm kind of pissed off about it because we've had much worse things done by judges and they never even faced a suspension.
True.
It very much felt like targeted firing because he didn't want to play ball with. Honestly, I'm gonna be like 100% with you. It didn't seem like he wanted to play ball with the PD.
But he was also the one who gave that ruling that, you know, the police are not liable. The police department isn't liable. That was a really strange ruling. That was
No, not really. That was the correct ruling to make.
Oh yeah, because it was a warrant. That's right.
more-
So there was
yeah.
no damages necessarily they faced as a result of that. I guess that's true.
Moore sued the wrong person, and
Yeah.
Falcon made a correct ruling. He should have sued Wrangler as part of SASP. But yeah, Blake fucked up. Blake sued the wrong person, and I even told Blake, like, no, you cannot expect them to apply one set of jurisprudence rules for when you make a mistake, but applies a different set of jurisprudence rules when the PD makes a mistake.
I get that.
It's gotta all be the
Liz.
same. You gotta play on
Hey.
the same field.
Hey.
Let's see. Where do you have a question? Let me see. I'm talking well for the moment. So let me put on speaker.
Mhm.
Do you remember
What's
the
up?
two ladies we helped out in the cells a while back?
Oh God, which ones?
What was the encounter? What happened exactly? It was a while back.
Are you talking about the thing where, like,
Oh yeah, that's right. You had been searched actually like while you were in a car, and then they tried to argue that the gun that she had on her was given to you. It was like a sale or something like that. It was very very strange.
yeah, criminal possession of a handgun while I actively had a handgun and a weapons license? Why on earth would I
Wait,
have a handgun that isn't mine?
was this the one where it was your own handgun?
Yep.
No. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it
well, it
was.
was-
Yeah. Oh yeah, criminal negligence.
Hey,
Like,
I'm gonna call you back in like a second. I got a ranger here that I think wants to check my fishing license.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just fishing out here and talking to other lawyers about some bullshit. Yeah. No worries. No need to call you back. I think he's just enjoying his day on the boat.
Okay.
Can you please marry
Alright,
me
I'll
and
leave
my
it.
wife? Like, we've been married. We just need to, like, renew our marriage license, I guess, because that's a thing you do, I guess.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that's what they want to ask. Okay.
So I don't have my official.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why you hung up.
Oh, I thought I heard you say I think I need to call you back. So.
No. He left.
Oh, okay. That's my bad.
Yeah.
I misheard.
So what's happening with that?
Looks like they were just looking to get their marriage license or something. I thought they came to me and looked like they were looking for something. So.
No, yeah. That usually happens when you stand around City Hall.
True.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just default sitting around City Hall.
Bye, Liz.
Yeah. Yeah. See.
Oh, actually, let me give you my number.
Shouldn't I have it?
try to
Do I have
avoid
it?
that.
Seeing. Maybe not.
Oh, here's mine too.
Yeah,
Liz.
I don't know, but
Mars
at the
works.
same time,
You're welcome.
like I said about Blake,
Here you go.
you
Thank
gotta
you.
you gotta
Yeah,
have
you're
the
welcome.
expectation of
Good to
that
see you too.
playing on the same field as you are, but with the newest things that are going on, it very much feels like we're playing on a separate field with separate rules while still being expected to, you know, also play on their field with their rules. And it just doesn't sit well with me. I have a feeling that it doesn't sit well with a lot of other lawyers, and I don't think that the PDO is gonna be able to sustain itself much longer. Not financially, but
Yeah,
just
morally
from
or
a lawyer perspective. Yeah, it it's very much, you know, a losing battle at this point. Because once people figure out that the PDO is essentially neutered, they're just gonna stop asking for lawyers themselves. Well, not just the PDO, attorneys in general in criminal cases. When they brought in the beyond reasonable doubt, I was actually excited to come back and, you know, get back into practicing law, but
Nothing really changed.
Yeah, like I told you after what, a week back, everything changed, but nothing actually changed. It's just different names for the same old bullshit. And I think everyone is kind of tired of playing by those rules.
I mean, except for the people making them, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why they're making them in that way, though.
It's beneficial to them, and you're not, other than just straight up fucking civil disobedience, you're not really gonna change that. I've told Hugo yesterday, you can, if you keep going down into the cells after this, and you keep telling people that everything is good and everything is fair and everything is fine, you're just participating in the system.
You're enabling it, is what you're saying.
You're being the patsy for the DOJ that's gonna take all of the blame, and you're justifying their decision in doing this. And if he's okay with that, that's perfectly fine. But I'm not.
Okay. I see your point.
Yep. Like, we've gone through this rigmarole before, and we all know where it ended up. So I do it again. Feels like we're just rehashing an old story.
I mean, you know, that wasn't the right way to do it that time, though. I know what you mean. So,
You know where we ended up last time, right? So, if we're just gonna be rehashing the same old story of, you know, PD complaining and getting whatever the fuck they want, while everyone who is not a police officer or a sheriff or a trooper essentially gets fucked, why do it again? Why put yourself through the same shit emotions that happened last time and everything else?
because the worse things are offered people, the more I want to help them.
Yeah, but honestly, I have a feeling that at this point we could have more effect by becoming fucking district attorneys.
I tried
by becoming fucking public defenders.
I tried it once and it didn't work out too well, but
What, you tried to become a public district attorney after the flood?
Not after the flood, no. But what I had seen, like, so I had seen that a DA had been bullied so heavily that she decided to quit after her first day because she dropped charges during a case because the troopers just didn't do their job of reports. And
yeah, that's the exactly good thing. That's what she should have done.
I agree. And it pissed me off a lot that the troopers were so fucking toxic to her as a result of that. And so I'm like, you know what, I'm not okay with that. And so instantly say, be the change you want to see. And so I tried acting that for myself.
And how'd that end up?
It was interesting being able to work with the troopers. It was definitely a different experience, and I learned quite a bit from it. It was much more team-oriented rather than doing things like solo than I had gotten used to. The biggest issue I had found, though, was that if there was anything that I had a different opinion regarding for troopers, they were very, very quick to
put you in your place.
make it my issue, make it my problem. Like I technically am over them, so I just refuse to refuse to play their game, like you said. But when I do so, they would make complaints about me, and then
It's the clickiness of it, and that's it's continuing to be that. The district attorney's office feels like a department of BCSO and SASP rather than an actual office that decides whether something's getting prosecuted or not.
I didn't feel like that.
It's not a cop's job to determine whether something should be prosecuted. It's the district attorney's.
When I had
and as long as you have that system, you're not gonna get anywhere.
I had multiple troopers asking me to drop a warrant that another trooper had made. And when I explained that reasoning for why I dropped the warrant to the trooper, he was still pissed at me, and he even had the gall to say, "Which side are you on?" in front of other people. I was astounded by that. I'm like,
but this is what they don't understand about what being a district attorney means in reality, right?
yeah.
Your job is not to take sides. Your job is to pursue the justice for the interest of the state. You're not there to validate their decisions or to exonerate the defendant.
Okay.
You're there to make sure that the court sees all of the facts and all of the evidence and makes that determination. And if there is no facts or evidence to support that determination, in your opinion, then it's your job to drop charges.
So we're not going then?
I agree.
Like, so many charges in the world get dropped every single day because of sloppy work.
Yeah, I agree.
And them getting pissed off
Or they lowered the
over,
amount of
I don't know,
advice.
you dropping a charge of fucking jaywalking on someone because they wrote a shit report that said, yeah, he was jaywalking, or you dropping a charge that, you know, I don't know, fucking attempted murder even. If there is no evidence, no fucking substantive facts, no written testimony, nothing, like no statement at all. That's your job to do. Your job isn't to answer to them. But it very much feels like if you don't, you will get bullied out of existence.
It certainly feels like it.
No, you're gonna miss it.
I don't know, maybe I should go join the DA's office.
You could try it.
That would piss off so many people.
It would, which means that's a good thing.
It I have a feeling a couple of people would have a mental breakdown.
I think Theodore would. You've worked with Lars, right? And I think he'd be happy to have you on.
I've heard of him. I've never met him.
Oh, really? You never met him? Okay. Well, he was on vacation
I
for a
don't
bit, but
think I
it
met
just
him.
went back to me.
I don't know. But either way, like, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I don't think that even doing that is gonna affect what is actually going on, because what is actually going on is it's an institutional issue rather than an issue that could be just addressed by becoming a DA and shit like that.
Okay.
Like, you don't fix institutions by becoming a part of them. Unfortunately, not here.
Oh. I can understand that.
So, yeah, I'm probably gonna get into... Probably gonna open a fucking restaurant or something with Tahiti and just do civil law on the side.
I think it'd be interesting at least to speedrun being a DA for you, right?
Oh God, I honestly think that if I did apply to a DA's office and they somehow accidentally accepted me, that it would be fucking chaos. That people would threaten to quit over me being a DA.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a good thing, though. I mean, I personally enjoy stirring, but
I have a feeling that I'd end up in prison really, really fast and some bullshit.
well, I've already had the judges being like, from what I've heard, the judges have been like, "Can you believe Lis was trying to create his own DOJ? You can't do that, kitty."
I mean,
And it's-
considering that Wrangler seems to be able to,
I know.
you know, materialize entire fucking county departments out of what I have. I've never heard of him even trying to get a fucking BCSO started up. It just appeared.
Well, I
that's
guess
the
I don't know about the
confusing
in-character,
part to me.
but there had been. Yeah, I get that. So,
Yeah, I don't know. It's a rehashed and moot point, and yeah. But yeah, unless things start changing for the better, I don't think that I'm gonna be going back into criminal law.
okay, but you'll still be doing civil.
I mean, the burden of proof for civil is not moving.
True.
If they move the fucking burden of civil to like beyond reasonable doubt, then you know what? I'm just gonna be fishing and selling fucking food with tahiti.
From
Like-
what I found, they're, at least from in my experience for doing civil kind of stuff, not in my past jurisdiction, they were just very, very strict regarding that you needed to prove everything. There needed to be a paper trail for literally everything. You needed to have evidence of your lawyer fees and how
Yeah,
much exactly
yeah.
they paid you, and then like when they paid you, just there was they required evidence for everything.
Yeah, you mean they expected beyond reasonable doubt?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
So
but they never applied it to criminal.
feels like
They
it
know
sometimes, yeah.
fully well the difference between more probable than not and beyond reasonable doubt. It's just that they keep flipping the fucking civil versus criminal and applying them
It is very
in a
strange.
way that should not be applied. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's why the DOJ is even being bullied into changing their standards for the benefit of the police is kind of weird to me, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like a little child telling their own father, "You're gonna change, or I'm gonna fuck you." You know?
Didn't get that.
Yeah, it's not the proper hierarchy. But we are where we are, and I don't think that either you or me can do anything. So
Well, I can keep trying, I guess. That's all I really can do.
how long have you been trying for, Liz?
I've been trying for a long time.
And what have you gotten?
I mean, even if it's not appreciated by everybody, I still have people that appreciate what I've been doing, and I feel that's enough for me.
Where have
Oftentimes,
you gotten, Liz?
I've gotten back to where I started. Sometimes it feels like.
So why frustrate yourself more with it?
I don't know.
You see my point?
I mean, if it comes down to, I was actually very close to quitting today because I was very pissed. I was wanting to take action, but
Fucking quit then.
that was because of my bottom line being crossed, which was that I don't believe in excluding others. But
Well, it was either, as far as that goes, it was either excluding her or probably having half of the PTO quit on the spot.
you think that her being a
I think
paralegal was
she
that big
pissed
of an
off-
issue?
No, I think she pissed off a lot of people, yeah. I think her behavior pissed off a lot of people.
What was it that she said exactly? I think she had been kind of aggro towards the one lawyer, and then she had talked back.
She was kind of aggro towards all of the lawyers that were there. It felt like you were talking to someone trained by fucking Gordo to be
Oh, I mean, that's
as
where she
abrasive
spoke.
as possible. Yeah, plus Gordo and Yakel being there really didn't help. especially when people figured out that she was the reason why they came there.
Oh. Was that the
Yeah.
reason why? Okay.
Yeah, she is the reason that Yakel and Gordo came there.
Okay. Well, I mean, then there can be. I mean, there could be some attempts made to, tighten things up.
There could, but you know how people are.
First impressions
Especially
matter
when
the
they
most.
are riding high and pissed off.
Yeah.
And when
Looking
you make
for someone to
an
take it out on.
absolutely horrendous first impression,
Mhm.
then you know what is coming, right?
I mean,
like I agree, they should not have excluded her, but she's both a victim of circumstance and a victim of her own,
making.
to be honest, stupidity.
I would say that maybe making being as aggressive or as, like you said, like sounding like Gordo in that sense was not the most correct way.
She's really bad at. If anything, she is absolutely fucking terrible at reading the room.
I would agree with that, but I felt that. I mean, I felt that I could I could fix her. I can fix her.
Jesus fucking Christ, Liz. She is a blonde that is about, 5 years younger than you. Don't fucking go that route, man.
No, that's not what I mean by that. Is just I have the urge to help people, and
I will fix her route. No, you won't fix her.
I mean,
People don't get fixed.
I was very socially inept myself.
You're gonna have more luck fucking fixing Jane Joan and Ricky Fromage than her.
Really? I don't think that's that big of a thing. She seems.
No offense to her, but she seems like an airhead.
Oh yeah, I've worked with people like that in the past quite closely for long periods of time. People who had fights with every other day, like 2-hour long arguments.
Yeah,
even. It was
when you're an airhead and you additionally piss off the entirety of the PDO in like multiple instances that all occur within about 5 minutes of each other, that's
saying a lot,
bad.
right? She's really good at stirring. That's incredible.
That is horrible. And that's why I told you I don't blame James for firing her, because it probably was either half of the fucking PDO quits or she leaves.
Well, maybe
I think
maybe it would have been a
point.
good thing, like you said, for the PDO to have all quit at that moment. So, was it really a good decision?
I told them, like, your ultimate trump card, your fucking nuclear option is quit. Quit the PDO.
I agree.
And so far, it seems that when people start tasting what is coming, they're gonna start doing that. You're gonna end up with 3 fucking PDOs again, and they're gonna burn out, get overworked, and then you're gonna have no PDO.
I get that. It's
because nobody wants to deal with this shit. It is. Everything that happened yesterday feels horribly disrespectful. Every single person that was there feels horribly disrespected by what happened. And I fucking don't blame them because they're right.
I fully agree with that, yeah. I don't know. I
It
just
very
want to help
much
people.
feels like we, as part of the DOJ, even though we shouldn't be a part of the DOJ, have less of a say in matters than the fucking SASP and BCSO that are not part of the DOJ.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. We're not treated as being part of the group.
Not that we are not treated like being part of the group. We're treated as the fucking black sheep of the family. So an afterthought that is just there to serve the purpose of justifying their decisions.
Okay.
And that's very bad. Because if they're willing to treat us like that, then we don't really belong there.
I get that.
Like, it's not. This isn't a fucking position of, you know, everyone's laughing together. This is a position of everyone's laughing at the PDO.
So then all we can really do is quit, not play the game.
I told him yesterday, the only way to win this game is to not play it. If you're willing to, you know, still play the game after everything that just happened, then in my opinion, there's fucking something wrong with you, because you're being straight up told you do not matter. You are not important. Move on.
Maybe it's kind of bad because I expect that. I have an expectation.
All of you fucking have too high of expectations, man. I don't know why. Like, what gave you the idea that you should have those high expectations?
Well, I have the expectation that people are going to be out to get me, that people are going to actively sabotage me, that people are going to try and fuck me up for no other reason than just to do so. So I've experienced that in the past, so to see it happen again isn't a big surprise to me.
Yeah, but this isn't them fucking up you personally.
I agree.
This is them saying, you know what, the civilian population, fuck them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, what is our game in this, right? What's our fucking what card can we pull on this? We're at a poker table and the rest of the table all have fucking aces and full houses down their sleeve. Meanwhile, we have half of a fucking card, and half of that fucking card is nothing. It's a fucking joker. The only way you can play it is to help someone else.
I see what you mean. But, you know, even though that's the case, I guess if we combine our hands, you know, we may have enough of a hand to play something. My idea.
Play what?
Play the game.
I want to hear your actual idea, because your DOJ idea was hilarious.
You liked it? I thought it was a good idea, right? To make our own DOJ?
I hated it, but it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I thought it was, I mean, if Wrangler did it, there's no reason we can't do it too, right?
I don't think that's gonna go the way you think it's gonna go, man.
I don't think so either, but regardless, it'd be fun trying.
I think
and
we're
I think
all
it'd be
gonna
interesting
get
to see it.
with fucking treason if we do that.
It'd be funny to see happen. I don't know, regardless of what happens, I think it would be an interesting experience. You know, even if we get charged with treason, it would be a good way to crash out.
No, I'm done with crashing out, which is why I left the circle yesterday.
But it would
When
be...
shit started going awry, I was like, you know what? I just quit.
It would
I
be...
don't want to be in this.
It would be interesting, though, since, like, I would say that the reason I'm doing these things is for a good reason. It's for a reason to help people.
Okay, so how is your DOJ going to work?
We probably act as arbiters for situations. So if people feel that the judges are not being...
And how are you gonna act as an arbiter if the PD can just go, no, fuck you, I'm going to the actual judge?
I mean, we'd have to get people's consent to do so. Yeah, it would require the consent of others. It would require others to work along with us.
The police department, the BCSO and SASP are not going to agree to it.
Well, yeah, but so you're considering that the state has a monopoly on violence. We would not be using violence to enforce
have
things.
a monopoly of
Yeah, we wouldn't be using violence to enforce things.
Well, we wouldn't, but the state will.
I'm not sure that they would go to, I mean, I know a couple people might try and go to that length, but I do think that...
Oh no, man. Both the SASP and the BCSO will absolutely fuck you up if you try to establish your own side system of law.
I was going to try and talk with Wrangler about it and see if he might get on board.
Oh, please, for the love of God, do not.
I was serious about this. I was serious about it.
No, that if you do that and it comes out that you did that, you are getting fired immediately from the PDO. You know that.
Really? You think so?
I honestly do. Not because Wrangler bad, but because you are trying to go over the head of the PDO heads.
Oh, I wasn't trying to go for their head by any means. That was never my intent.
It's gonna look like you are.
I mean, I'm sure I can explain things at least to Hugo and James. They would understand. But, I mean, I've been talking about the list-hatership for a long time. I think there were some signs. So,
If you want to become a fucking dictator?
a list-hater, no, there's a difference. There's a difference. You know, it'd be a peaceful transfer of power.
There's a difference, yeah, in the fucking name, it seems.
It'd be a peaceful transfer of power, of course.
I want my own DOJ. I want my
the
own
peace grenades. That's
systems. Yeah, definitely a difference in the fucking name. What's next? You're gonna fucking establish an embassy?
I mean, we would just have you know, peace officers. You know, just for the to you know, make sure everything's very peaceful.
You're gonna go to one of the most abrasive people in the state, and you're gonna try and convince them to back you up on seceding from the state.
That's a strong word. You know, I don't like to say.
No, it's not a strong word. That is what you are trying to do, my man.
No, I mean, it would be a willing transfer of power, really. It's
willing, yeah. Who's gonna be willing to do that? Dan? You think Dan is gonna willingly transfer power to you?
I mean, that's. You know, there may have to be some sacrifices made. But
What kind of crack have you been smoking?
the good kind, I guess.
It's gotta be fucking top shelf shit, man. If you're acting like this, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, I talked about this actually to James and Ego, and James decided to pull a gun on me when I started doing so.
I'm not surprised.
But it's I don't know. I'm starting to
be
get.
fair, it's a you know, an absolutely amazing way to crash out, but
I agree.